Lin Chen traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, unexpectedly awakening the most formidable choice system. Choice 1. Defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. Reward: Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Choice 2. Defeat the Kaishin. Reward: Power of the Kaishin. Choice 3. Defeat the God of Destruction and prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. Reward: Power of the God of Destruction. These tasks must be completed within 4 years. Failure to do so will result in the host's annihilation. What a predicament! How can I, a mere Saiyan with a battle power of only 1,000, accomplish such daunting tasks? Faced with the system's threat, Lin Chen resolved that to fulfill the tasks, he must first aspire to become the king of Saiyans. Chapter 1. From this day forth, I shall be king. In the world of Dragon Ball, within the unknown universe, on planet Vegeta. On this day, in the heart of the Saiyan royal palace, King Vegeta summoned all the elite warriors of planet Vegeta. Their purpose, however, was to discuss the fate of an infant. A Saiyan knelt before the throne, humbly inquiring, "Your Majesty, please forgive my impudence. I have heard that you intend to send my son Broly to a border planet." "Indeed," replied King Vegeta from his elevated position. "But, Your Majesty, I have heard that my son's destination is a desolate planet called Vampa, where there is nothing at all. Your son possesses immense potential. He may pose a threat to the safety of our Saiyan race in the future. I am merely exiling him, not seeking his life. You should be grateful to me, Paragus." The Saiyan named Paragus rose, his fist clenched, fury igniting within him. "Damn you, King Vegeta! You are envious of my son's potential, fearing he might threaten your son's position. You scoundrel!" King Vegeta scoffed, "And what of it? While we converse, your son has already been dispatched." "What?" Paragus hurried to the window, peering outside. However, there were no signs of a spaceship launching from the cosmic launch pad. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the door, exclaiming, "Paragus, rest assured, I have intercepted Broly's ship." "You, who are you?" The newcomer was Lin Chen, though this was the name he bore in his previous life. In this life, he was known as Lynx, a young Saiyan warrior with a bounty on his head. The reason for his notoriety was that after awakening his soul in this life, Lynx had abandoned the task assigned by King Vegeta and vanished for 4 long years. With determination, Lin Chen declared, "I have come to deliver urgent news. Frieza is soon to arrive to annihilate our Saiyan race. If we do not prepare swiftly, the entire planet Vegeta will meet its end." At his words, a sudden silence fell over the assembly. The elite warriors present gaped in disbelief. Even Paragus looked stunned. In the next moment, laughter erupted throughout the room. Everyone regarded Lin Chen's proclamation as a mere jest. How absurd. The Saiyans are the right and left arms of Lord Frieza. Why would he annihilate them? Lin Chen scoffed, realizing that, as he suspected, unless Bardock was present, no one would believe his words. Silence. Lin Chen bellowed, pointing at King Vegeta, seated upon the throne. "All Saiyans must heed the king's decree. King Vegeta, since I cannot persuade them, I shall only need to convince you. In accordance with Saiyan tradition, I hereby challenge your royal authority." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he misheard. Lin Chen continued, "It is well known that your position as king is secured because your grandfather, King Vegeta, led the Saiyans to conquer the Tuffles and claim this planet. However, according to our Saiyan customs, the throne rightfully belongs to the strongest. Thus, I am here to challenge you. Should I emerge victorious, I shall become the new Saiyan king." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a mid-ranking warrior leaped forward. "You dare, Lin Kex, to show disrespect to King Vegeta. You must first face me. Step aside. My only target is him," Lin Chen declared, gesturing towards King Vegeta. "Are you afraid to accept the challenge?" "Foolish." Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins. "Lin Kex, you, a mere low-class warrior, dare to challenge me? Very well. I accept your challenge. I shall show everyone the consequences of provoking King Vegeta." "Ha!" With a roar, King Vegeta unleashed his full power, launching himself from the throne like an arrow aimed at Lin Chen. However, bang! Vegeta's fist was effortlessly blocked by Lin Chen, using just a single finger. How is this possible? Vegeta's expression changed drastically. He had exerted all his strength. It was insufficient to overcome Lin Chen's solitary finger. "I am King Vegeta, the sovereign of the Saiyans." Vegeta swiftly retreated a step, gathering his energy in both hands before unleashing a powerful energy blast, channeling every ounce of his strength toward Lin Kex. Yet, that energy blast was deflected with a mere snap of Lin Chen's fingers, veering off course and soaring straight through the palace, ascending into the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion drew the attention of the Saiyans surrounding the palace. How could this be? King Vegeta looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen, however, exhibited no visible change in expression. "For the past 4 years, I have fought for this moment. How could you, a Saiyan who has comfortably sat upon the throne, possibly compare to me? But your battle power? King Vegeta, equipped with a battle power scouter, had seen the readings consistently display Lin Chen's power at a mere 2,000. Such devices cannot accurately measure instantaneous battle power. I am currently controlling my energy. My true battle power is 10 times yours. 10 times. Not only King Vegeta, but others present also gasped in astonishment. If this were true, it would be utterly astonishing. A battle power of 100,000? This would undoubtedly make him the foremost warrior among the Saiyans. How could Lin Chen, merely a lowly soldier, possess such formidable strength? In no way. How could you possibly have a battle power of 100,000? I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. As King Vegeta screamed in disbelief, Lin Chen suddenly vanished from his position, only to reappear behind the king in the next instant. With a single punch, King Vegeta fell unconscious. As the king collapsed to the ground, Lin Chen reached out and seized the circular necklace that symbolized his royal status. He raised the necklace high, ascending to the throne that rightfully belonged to King Vegeta. From this day forth, I am the new king of the Saiyans. Having spent exactly 4 years in the Dragon Ball world, Lin Chen had finally arrived at this moment that he realized that now he could commence the final step of his plan to eliminate Frieza and prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. He undertook this mission simply because, upon his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to the most powerful choice system. The first strongest choice presented by the system was as follows. Choice 1. Defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. Reward. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Choice 2. Defeat the Supreme Kai. Reward. Supreme Kai's power. Choice 3. Defeat the God of Destruction and prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. Reward. God of Destruction's power. Chapter 2. The Impossible Mission. Upon initially discovering that he had acquired a choice system, Lin Chen was elated. He had indeed obtained the quintessential advantage of a transcender. However, upon examining the 3 options presented by the system, Lin Chen's countenance turned pale. What were these choices? Each one was more ludicrous than the last. Not to mention the formidable Frieza, the Kaioshin, and the God of Destruction. Could someone of his current power, barely reaching a mere 10,000, hope to contend with them? While others received beginner-esque gifts upon obtaining their systems, why was he met with tasks of such insurmountable difficulty? Was this not a cruel jest? Lin Chen contemplated abandoning his choices, yet the system countered immediately. The tasks could not be forsaken. He must select one and complete it before planet Vegeta's destruction, or face annihilation. Confronted with the system's blatant threat, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, chose the first option. Frieza, the Kaioshin, the God of Destruction. Of these, only Frieza offered him a theoretical glimmer of hope for defeat. Moreover, opportunity often accompanies risk. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his future would be exceedingly bright. The Dragon Ball universe is fraught with peril. Even becoming a Super Saiyan does not guarantee survival. Yet, if he could attain the legendary Saiyan bloodline, based on the legendary Saiyan's prowess as depicted in the original work, Lin Chen could surely navigate any future crises unscathed. Thus, he devoted himself to preparation for 4 full years, striving to defeat Frieza before he could obliterate planet Vegeta. Thanks to the system's guidance, Lin Chen had accurately pinpointed the time of his arrival, the year 733 of the age, merely 4 years prior to the planet's annihilation. Time was not on his side, and with Kakarot yet to be born and Prince Vegeta only an infant of 1 year, finding allies proved nearly impossible. Confronting Frieza seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, after meticulously analyzing the storyline, Lin Chen discovered a flicker of hope in achieving his objective, contingent upon amassing a battle power exceeding 60,000 and garnering the support of all Saiyans. Thus, in pursuit of this goal, Lin Chen evaded capture during his mission and embarked on a solitary odyssey through the cosmos. In the first year, he endeavored to enhance his combat prowess through rigorous training. The body he had inhabited possessed a mere battle power of 2,000, placing him among the most mundane of Saiyan warriors. Although his physical age was only 14, allowing for potential growth, the prospects remained dim. Throughout that year, Lin Chen endured numerous hardships, managing to elevate his battle power to 10,000, still a far cry from the requisite 60,000. Consequently, in the second year, Lin Chen reassessed his approach. He had to acknowledge that his physique lacked the innate talent of Kakarot and Vegeta. Attaining a battle power of 60,000 within the remaining 3 years would be exceedingly arduous. Thus, in the second year, Lin Chen devoted an entire year to uncovering the whereabouts of Namek. In the prevailing circumstances, the only means Lin Chen could conceive to rapidly enhance his strength within a short span was to journey to Namek. It was not his intention to rely on the Dragon Balls to augment his abilities, for such a feat was unattainable. Even the Eternal Dragon has its limitations. Moreover, given Lin Chen's current power, it was utterly impossible for him to vanquish Namek under the protection of Nail. Hence, his true objective was to negotiate with the Grand Elder to unlock his latent potential. The Grand Elder of Namek possessed a unique ability to cultivate the potential within a being. In the original tale, under his guidance, Krillin and Gohan, who initially had battle powers of merely 1 or 2,000, experienced a tenfold increase in strength. If Lin Chen could also receive the Grand Elder's assistance, his aspirations would be effortlessly realized. Upon locating Namek, Lin Chen promptly set off for the planet, where he spent yet another year. As a notorious Saiyan, his encounter with the Grand Elder was fraught with challenges. Initially, upon seeing him as a Saiyan, the Namekians assumed he had come to assault their planet and immediately attacked without hesitation. Even after Lin Chen clarified his intentions, the Namekians remained skeptical of his words. They insisted that to meet the Grand Elder, he must first endure their trials. Consequently, Lin Chen spent an additional year overcoming the Namekians' multifaceted tests of wisdom, courage, and combat prowess, ultimately securing an audience with the Grand Elder and forging a special pact with him. As a result of this agreement, the Grand Elder completely unlocked Lin Chen's battle potential, granting him a formidable power level exceeding 110,000. In the span of 4 years, Lin Chen transformed from a lowly warrior into a Saiyan with a battle power of 110,000. The hardships endured during this journey were indeed immense. Yet every moment of toil was worthwhile. A week later, should I be defeated, you may justly depose me or even take my life. However, until that moment arrives, I shall not permit anyone to act recklessly. My forthcoming orders may seem peculiar, but they must be followed. First and foremost, today's events are to remain a secret among us Saiyans. Under no circumstances are you to inform Frieza that the Saiyans have appointed a new king. Secondly, to the intermediate warriors present, I require you to immediately eliminate all of Frieza's subordinates on planet Vegeta, leaving only those responsible for communication to relay false reports of our well-being to Frieza's forces. Our actions in the coming days must not betray even the slightest whisper of our plans. Beneath the throne, King Vegeta had awakened, sprawled on the ground, staring at Lin Chen in shock. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen cast a glance at King Vegeta and declared, "What do I intend to do? I shall lead all Saiyans in revolt against Frieza." Upon hearing this, the Saiyans below were momentarily stunned. Revolt against Frieza? Betray the tyrant who ruled the universe? Has Lin Chen lost his sanity? Despite their doubts, the royal command was not to be defied. On this day, Lin Chen's covert plan for the Saiyan rebellion commenced. Chapter 3, Defying Fate, Protecting Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen's scheme unfolded, outward appearances remained unchanged. An elite Saiyan force, led by mid-level warriors, swiftly subdued the Frieza force's communications outpost on planet Vegeta, compelling the liaison officer to send false reports to Frieza's army. "Commander, everything is normal on planet Vegeta. There are no changes." Meanwhile, Lin Chen personally led a contingent of Saiyan warriors to swiftly eliminate several high-ranking Frieza soldiers responsible for monitoring King Vegeta. After encrypting their communications, Lin Chen summoned all squad leaders of the Saiyans to elucidate his plan. It was widely acknowledged that Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, possessed strength that far surpassed anyone on planet Vegeta, with his first form boasting a combat power exceeding 530,000. Moreover, he had 3 additional forms at his disposal. Victory seemed unattainable. Even the proud King Vegeta doubted the Saiyans' chances against Frieza. Lin Chen shared this sentiment. However, amidst the impossibility, he glimpsed a slender hope of slaying Frieza. This hope stemmed from Frieza's immature grasp of his power. In his quest to control it, he maintained his first form. This form's combat power was, fortuitously, within Lin Chen's reach. By transforming into a great ape, Lin Chen could temporarily exceed a combat power of 1 million, sufficient to vanquish Frieza's 530,000. This notion may seem implausible, yet within the original narrative, the tenacious Vegeta, despite having a combat power of nearly several 100,000, nearly defeated Krillin, who possessed around 20,000, by suppressing his own energy. Thus, if Lin Chen acted swiftly and caught Frieza off guard before he could transform, he could indeed translate the improbable into the possible, defeating Frieza with a mere 100,000 combat power. An extraordinary thought. Yet, upon reflection, it truly appeared achievable. Lin Chen then instructed all Saiyans to gather in the capital in preparation for the tyrant's arrival. Although they could not harm Frieza, they could aid Lin Chen by diverting Frieza's attention. After all, Frieza was not alone. He commanded a formidable army. Relying solely on Lin Chen might allow Frieza to transform prematurely. There were dissenting voices regarding Lin Chen's plan. Since submitting to Frieza and his father, King Cold, the Saiyans had endured a life of humiliation, yet overall, their existence had been relatively peaceful. Serving as Frieza's subordinates, conquering planet after planet, conveniently aligned with the Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature. Thus, they found no compelling reason to betray Frieza. In response, Lin Chen succinctly convinced the former King Vegeta with a single statement, subsequently leveraging his authority to sway others. "King Vegeta, you must understand why Frieza sought the destruction of planet Vegeta. A few years ago, did you not provoke the god of destruction, Beerus? Be Beerus, my lord. At that moment, King Vegeta was utterly convinced by Lin Chen's words. When Prince Vegeta was merely 3 years old, King Vegeta had indeed angered the god of destruction, Beerus. It was under Beerus's directive that Frieza intended to annihilate planet Vegeta. King Vegeta understood that if Lin Chen's claims were true, Frieza would not relent in his pursuit of destruction. Consequently, he set aside his grievances and chose to submit to Lin Chen, collaborating to ensure the success of Lin Chen's plan. Persuaded by him, many Saiyans, albeit reluctantly, ultimately complied with the orders. Furthermore, among the lower-ranked warriors, Lin Chen identified his ally, Bardock, Goku's father. Bardock, a distinguished elite warrior with considerable esteem among the lower ranks, had gained the ability to foresee the future after being struck by the magical punch of the Canassian people during his squad's invasion of Canassa. Throughout the Saiyan planet, he stood as Lin Chen's most steadfast supporter, having witnessed in a dream the devastation of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza. With King Vegeta representing the mid-tier warriors and Bardock standing for the lower ranks, they became Lin Chen's right and left arms, refining the final plan. Thus, mere days later, on the fateful night that Bardock had foreseen, all Saiyans gathered in the capital of planet Vegeta, gazing up at the sky. Bardock, is the time drawing near? Lin Chen inquired softly, his eyes fixed on the heavens. Beside him, Bardock replied in a hushed tone, Yes, my lord, Frieza is about to arrive. Our fate, the fate of all Saiyans, rests upon this moment. King Vegeta expressed his anxiety from the side. We shall prevail, Lin Chen reassured him. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed across the sky, and in the next instant, the scouters of all the gathered Saiyans registered immense energy readings. Many stood in stunned silence. As anticipated, just as their king had foretold, Frieza indeed approached with his formidable army, uninvited. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his expression grave. He was on the cusp of creating a miracle. Should his plan succeed, it would herald an unprecedented battle of the weak triumphing over the strong, far surpassing the original narrative. The completion of his mission and the acquisition of the legendary Saiyan bloodline hinged upon this decisive moment. Former King Vegeta, Paragus, your respective squads may commence. King Vegeta and Paragus nodded in agreement. In this operation, each would lead a team of elite warriors, though neither would partake in the offensive. Their task was to create an artificial moon on the surface. Once the moon is obliterated, they must continuously replace it, ensuring that an artificial moon graces the heavens. Although there is no imminent danger, the creation of each artificial moon necessitates a substantial expenditure of their energy. Only warriors of their caliber possess the capacity to perpetually forge such celestial orbs. Fear not, King Lynx. For the Saiyans. In the next moment, dazzling spheres of white light took shape in their hands. Several warriors hurled these luminous orbs skyward, and soon, luminous spheres resembling the full moon adorned the firmament, emitting a dim glow akin to that of Earth's moon. These spheres were the artificial moons crafted by King Vegeta and his compatriots. With the birth of these moons, all Saiyans on planet Vegeta sounded the horn of war against Frieza. Chapter 4. Assassinate Frieza, the legend of the Saiyan bloodline. As the skies of planet Vegeta became bedecked with artificial moons, waves of Blutz waves cascaded towards the surface. Blutz waves are a unique energy phenomenon produced during a full moon. The Saiyans' eyes can absorb this special wavelength, which can only manifest during such lunar phases, triggering a transformation known as the Great Ape Transformation. As the 3 moons illuminated the Saiyans below, their bodies began to swell, their protective attire stretching to accommodate their burgeoning forms. A primal, ferocious, and powerful aura radiated from them, their tails elongated, and regardless of gender. Their heads began to protrude dramatically, teeth sharpening into those of wild beasts. In no time, the ground was overrun by terrifying great apes towering over 20 meters high. Saiyans, charge! The great ape, transformed from Bardock, let out a resounding roar, pounding its chest as it soared into the sky. Behind him, countless great apes ascended, hurtling towards Frieza's spaceship, which had already breached the stratosphere. Typically, the transformation into a great ape renders Saiyans devoid of reason. However, this loss of control is not entirely unmanageable. Trained Saiyans can retain a sliver of rationality within their minds to fulfill their objectives. On this occasion, all Saiyans harbored but one singular aim: to eradicate Frieza's forces in the sky. As this colossal throng of gorillas launched from the planet, Frieza's army in the cosmos inevitably detected their approach. Lord Frieza, the Saiyans have transformed into great apes and are coming, exclaimed a rotund pink alien in a state of panic. What? Those lowly Saiyans, what do they intend to do? Frieza's calm demeanor was interrupted by the alarm of his underling. Calm down, Dodoria. They are merely wild monkeys. There is no need for fear. Deploy the soldiers from the spaceship, declared a strikingly handsome alien. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zarbin. Dodoria nodded and promptly issued commands. Quickly, let the soldiers on the spaceship engage and intercept these wild monkeys. As Doria hastily issued commands, Sabo turned to the Emperor Frieza, seated on his small platform, and said, My lord, It appears those Scions were well prepared. I fear your plan has been compromised. Ha ha ha. Mere filthy monkeys. Frieza scoffed. If they think they can contend with me in this manner, they are exceedingly naive. Although the Scions could amplify their battle power tenfold upon transforming into great apes, even then, they were far from being his equals, given his power level of 530,000. Frieza watched the unfolding events with a smile, exhibiting no trace of concern. However, the proud Cosmic Emperor's demeanor soon shifted as the gorillas began to pummel him. Frieza-sama, our main forces have engaged the Scions. In the first wave of attack, we lost 94 warriors. Suddenly, a blast struck the reporting soldier's head, obliterating it instantly. Frieza gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. TCH, a bunch of useless trash. Frieza-sama. The Scion's battle power increases tenfold once they transform into great apes, and there are at least 100 of them outside. Even the Jinyu force would find this troublesome. Sabo cautioned softly. I understand. These damned monkeys, if they are so bold, I shall send them all to hell. Frieza's smile slowly faded as he levitated. Soaring out of the ship's top, a horde of wild monkeys. Isn't it better to quietly remain on planet Vegeta and turn to stardust along with the planet? Must they insist on becoming cosmic dust? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he floated out into the vastness of space. Facing an overwhelming legion of gorillas rapidly approaching, Frieza raised a finger, preparing to gather energy when suddenly, a booming voice called out, Frieza. He turned to see a Scion, untransformed, standing atop the spaceship. This Scion was none other than Lin Chen. While all the Scions transformed into great apes, Lin Chen had stealthily infiltrated near Frieza's ship, using the chaos as cover. On Namek, he had gained not only a significant boost in battle power, but also mastered the control of Ki, akin to the Namekians. Thus, while Frieza's forces were distracted by the formidable great apes, no one noticed Lin Chen, who had deliberately suppressed his Ki and stealthily approached the ship. Lin Chen's actions were all aimed at this moment. As Frieza remained momentarily dazed, Lin Chen shifted his gaze toward the artificial moons on planet Vegeta. In the next instant, his body swelled like a balloon, and the energy within him erupted uncontrollably. Beep, beep, beep. 100, 000, 110, 000, 120, 000. Frieza's battle power detector registered an alarming rise. Just as the readings peaked at 180, 000, the device exploded with a deafening crash. Die, monkey. At this moment, Frieza experienced an unprecedented sense of peril. The Scion transformation into a great ape could amplify their combat power tenfold, and the Scion before him had already demonstrated a strength of approximately 100, 000. Multiplied by 10. Would this not render him even more formidable than his current form? Frieza, with a visage of panic, leapt from his hovercraft and shattered his battle suit, preparing to transform. However, at that instant, Lin Chen, now transformed into a colossal gorilla, opened his mouth and unleashed a furious roar. A tremendous shockwave erupted from Lin Chen's maw, hurtling directly towards Frieza. The massive wave engulfed the cosmic tyrant, who had not yet had the chance to transform, and the proud emperor could only exclaim, "How dare you!" before dissipating into a mere shadow, vanishing into the cosmos. The shockwave that consumed Frieza did not fade. Instead, as Lin Chen turned his head, it swept across Frieza's spaceship. Frieza the Great. The occupants of the ship let out desperate shrieks, ultimately turning to dust along with their vessel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the first option. Reward, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Shall the Bloodline be fused immediately? The long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Lin Chen's mind. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. After 4 arduous years, he had accomplished what seemed an impossible task, vanquishing the cosmic sovereign Frieza with a mere combat power of 100, 000. Chapter 5. The Choice of the Future, the Saiyan Empire. Host. Shall the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline be fused immediately? Lin Chen inquired. Will there be any side effects from the fusion? The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline possesses a remarkable trait. It grows stronger in the face of adversity. The more grievous the wounds, the mightier the power. To attain such strength, the host's body must undergo transformation. How long will the transformation take? 5 years. What? It requires 5 years. We have slain that tyrant. The Scions are invincible. Long live King Lin Kasai. Initially, many harbored doubts regarding the assault on Frieza. However, upon witnessing Frieza's demise, the latent pride within the Scions surged to the surface. Observing the jubilant Scions lost in their elation, Lin Chen understood that this was not the time for celebration. Although they had temporarily eradicated Frieza and averted the doom of planet Vegeta, had Frieza truly perished? Well acquainted with the narrative, Lin Chen recognized the terrifying vitality of the Frost Demon race. While they did not possess the regeneration abilities of the Namekians, even if Frieza were to be utterly obliterated, the possibility of his revival remained. Moreover, one must not forget Frieza's father, King Cold, and his enigmatic older brother, Cooler. Any of these figures could seek vengeance for Frieza's demise. Thus, he knew he had to devise a plan, Otherwise, he could awaken in 5 years to find planet Vegeta laid to waste. Consequently, the system, for the time being, refrains from merging bloodlines, awaiting my command. Understood. As the system acquiesced, it issued a new prompt. Ding. Acknowledging the host's sense of crisis, it triggered the most formidable choices. Choice 1. Abandon planet Vegeta and become a wandering Saiyan. Reward. Title. King of the Lonely Saiyans. Effect. Battle Power 1, 000, 000. Choice 2. Engage in a limited-time pursuit of the Frost Demon Clan. Reward. Acquire a servant from the Frost Demon Clan. Choice 3. Protect planet Vegeta and establish a Saiyan Empire. Reward. Instant transmission ability from Jebet. The system kindly reminded that rewards for this selection would be dispensed immediately. However, should the host disregard the chosen course of action, obliteration would ensue. Unexpectedly, just as the previous choice was completed, a new selection emerged. Observing the 3 rewards presented by the system, Lin Chen began to contemplate. He swiftly dismissed the first option. A mere battle power of 1, 000, 000 seemed trivial. For he believed that upon merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, such power would be effortlessly attained. The second choice appeared intriguing. It seemed plausible to gain a subordinate akin to a member of Frieza's Frost Demon Clan. However, upon further reflection, Lin Chen decided against this option as well. For it harbored an implicit trap. The duration of the limited-time pursuit of the Frost Demon Clan remained ambiguous. If it spanned 5 years, would he not awaken from his slumber only to find the time expired? Yet, how could he pursue the Frost Demons without merging with the ancestral bloodline to fulfill the task? Thus, this choice too was cast aside. System, I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. The reward has been dispatched. Henceforth, please safeguard planet Vegeta. Should it be destroyed, the host shall be immediately obliterated. After Lin Chen made his choice, mere seconds later, the system's notification resonated. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding the execution of instant transmission flooded Lin Chen's mind. Jebet's instant transmission differed slightly from that of Goku's. Jebet could effortlessly reach any planet in the universe's lower realms without the need to sense energy, though pinpointing a specific individual remained beyond his grasp. In essence, Lin Chen could now traverse the cosmos at will, bypassing the time-consuming journeys of the past. Even Namek, which he had previously visited, could be reached in an instant. Now, preparations for merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline must commence. Within 5 years, he must ensure a safeguard for planet Vegeta, securing that the Saiyans would not once again tread the path toward annihilation before his awakening. Shortly thereafter, within the royal palace of planet Vegeta, jubilant Saiyans celebrated the defeat of the cosmic tyrant, reveling in an abundance of their favored meats and fine wines. Inside the palace, Lin Chen, as the principal architect of this victory, was privately convening with 3 Saiyans, King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus. Lin Chen was about to enter a 5-year seclusion. During this period, to ensure the safety of planet Vegeta, he had formulated a plan. However, mere intentions were insufficient for absolute security. It must be said that the Saiyans are indeed a rather troublesome race. Despite their average strength being unimpressive in the vastness of the universe, many alien species are inherently more powerful. They alone boast of being a warrior race, inherently inclined to provoke conflict. Though Lin Chen could guarantee that enemies would not intrude during these 5 years, he found it challenging to ensure that the Saiyans would not turn against each other. Thus, he required capable individuals to oversee the situation during his absence. He deemed the former King Vegeta and the elite warrior Bardock as the most suitable candidates. King Vegeta commanded respect, while Bardock possessed the calm judgment and a hint of humanity that the Saiyans lacked, along with the foresight acquired from the Kanassans. With their presence, the likelihood of quelling the Saiyans' restless ambitions would increase, thereby preventing unnecessary trouble. As for Paragus, he himself held little capability, yet his son Broly was a latent threat, a ticking time bomb hidden within planet Vegeta. At merely 1 year of age, Broly already exhibited a battle power of 10,000. In 5 years, he would evolve into an exceedingly formidable Saiyan, yet simultaneously a source of peril. A moment's carelessness could potentially lead to the destruction of planet Vegeta. Thus, Lin Chen's plan was to arrange for Broly to be placed elsewhere, allowing him to mature in peace. Recalling the narrative from his memory, Lin Chen knew that as long as Broly was not provoked, he was, under normal circumstances, a sociable child who valued filial piety and friendship, much akin to Son Goku. He was ill-suited to coexist with the brutal Saiyans. Rather, he would thrive among more peaceful races. After appointing Paragus as an advisor to the Saiyan army, making him the third in command after King Vegeta and Bardock upon Lin Chen's departure, he successfully acquired the authority to manage Broly's fate. Paragus, aware of Lin Chen's intentions, held no suspicions. After all, were it not for Lin Chen, he and his son would likely have been exiled by King Vegeta. Chapter 6. The Reemergence of Choices. Arrangements for Broly. In the Saiyan nursery, All newborn Scions are placed into a nurturing chamber for unified care before being dispatched to various planets based on their potential. However, since Lin Chen ascended to the throne, this practice was about to change. According to his decree, newly born Scions would no longer be sent to other planets. Instead, they would remain on their home planet to grow and develop. In Lin Chen's absence over the next 5 years, planet Vegeta needed to consolidate the strength of all Scions for self-preservation. He would not permit the already sparse population, with their average combat strength not being high, to fall prey to the military blunder of dispersing their forces. Nevertheless, there was one infant who required Lin Chen's special attention, Paragus' child, Broly, standing before Broly's incubation chamber. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Even without a detector, he could sense that the child within the incubation chamber possessed a power rivaling that of Bardock by his side. Indeed, was this the fabled strength of the Saiyan bloodline? Although he too would soon inherit the legendary Saiyan lineage, Broly's might could potentially pose a threat to him in the future. Ding! The system detected the host's intent to kill Broly and activated the ultimate choice. Option 1. Immediately eliminate Broly to eradicate future troubles. Reward: 1 vial of legendary Super Saiyan Serum. Battle power: 1,000,000. Option 2. Exile Broly to planet Vampa. Reward: 5 vials of Super Saiyan Serum. Battle power: 500,000. Option 3. Either care for Broly personally or have someone else do so. Reward: Broly's loyalty to the host. Battle power: 100,000. Broly may still lose his sanity in the future. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated another choice at this juncture. However, as he contemplated the 3 options laid before him, he began to deliberate. Both killing Broly and exiling him seemed like commendable choices. Those serums would presumably enable one to transform into a Super Saiyan, after all. In contrast, the third option merely promised future loyalty from Broly, which appeared somewhat superfluous. System: I choose option 3. Ding! The host's choice was successful, and the reward has been granted. The host is urged to expedite the fulfillment of this choice. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt his strength increase slightly. Although Lin Chen was a Saiyan in this life, he had no intention of living with the cold indifference typical of his kin. On the contrary, he aimed to rectify the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter and oppression that enveloped the Scions. Thus, from the very beginning, he had dismissed both the first and second options. The third option, however, had always been part of Lin Chen's original plan, hence his selection. With this in mind, Lin Chen directly opened Broly's incubation chamber and released him from the incubation fluid, perhaps due to the effects of the system's reward. The released Broly did not exhibit the typical volatility of a Saiyan child. Instead, he gazed at Lin Chen with a docile demeanor, remaining silent. Observing his son in such a state, Paragus felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was his son, and he was about to part ways with him. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that his son was merely 1 year old and already possessed a battle power of 10,000. If he could remain by his side, Paragus would have no further concerns apart from Lin Chen. With this thought, Paragus spoke, "Your Majesty Lin Chen, King Vegeta is cunning and selfish. I fear that once you depart, he may rise against you again. Why not leave Broly with me as a companion for both myself and Bardock?" Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Paragus, who immediately felt the weight of the pressure and lowered his head. Bardock's expression also shifted drastically. He felt, for some reason, that Lin Chen's pressure had intensified significantly compared to before. "You need not worry about King Vegeta. He understands the gravity of the situation. The planet Vegeta remains ensnared in crisis, and he will not act recklessly." Lin Chen is acutely aware that, although Frieza has been vanquished, it was the god of destruction, Beerus, who initially decreed the annihilation of planet Vegeta. Once Beerus awakens from his slumber, the planet cannot escape its fated destruction. If King Vegeta wishes to avoid becoming a pariah among the Scions, he must obediently heed Lin Chen's directives. "Very well, I shall take Broly with me now. You must diligently assist King Vegeta. Soon, peculiar changes will transpire on planet Vegeta. Do not fret, simply follow my instructions for the next 5 years, Lin Chen instructed. "Yes." Paragus and Bardock bowed respectfully. As Lin Chen prepared to employ instant transmission, the sudden sound of a baby's wail pierced the air. He glanced over and suddenly recalled something he had almost forgotten. The crying infant was none other than Bardock's son, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Kakarot, or rather, Son Goku. However, at this moment, Goku was merely an infant, comparable in age to Broly. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze fixed on Goku, Bardock quickly spoke, "I apologize, Your Majesty. That is my son, Kakarot. After I depart, Bardock, remember to send Kakarot to a planet called Earth," Lin Chen instructed. "Earth? If your foresight holds true. You must understand my intent," Lin Chen continued. Indeed, Bardock nodded. Before their victory over Frieza, Bardock had experienced a peculiar dream in which he saw his son Kakarot embarking on a grand adventure on an unfamiliar planet. Lin Chen smiled. With this, everything was in place. In the next instant, he seized Broly and activated instant transmission. Upon witnessing Lin Chen and Broly vanish before their eyes, Paragus and Bardock were left astonished. What? They've disappeared? His Majesty Linkus is truly formidable. By the way, Bardock, what did His Majesty mean when he instructed you to send your son to Earth? Paragus inquired. There lies the potential future of our Saiyan race. Bardock replied with a composed expression. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious force enveloped planet Vegeta within the cosmos. Although the Saiyans had received prior warnings from the royal palace, they were still awestruck by this power that altered the very fabric of reality. Once the force dissipated, the Saiyans were taken aback to discover that planet Vegeta had inexplicably shifted from its original galactic position to an unfamiliar star system. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, the Saiyans began to follow Lin Chen's orders, entering a 5-year period of dormancy. Not long after planet Vegeta's disappearance, a spacecraft arrived at the orbit where planet Vegeta once resided. Aboard the vessel, several armored aliens gazed in astonishment at the vacant expanse of space. Is it possible that planet Vegeta has truly vanished? One questioned incredulously. Has it been destroyed? Another pondered. Who knows? If it were destroyed, we should be able to see fragments of the planet. Regardless of what has happened to the Saiyans, let us not forget our objective. I know. Wait. The detector is responding. My heavens. Is it truly Lord Frieza's life signal? He is still alive. Chapter 7. 5 years later, merging the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Time flies, and 5 years have swiftly passed. On the otherworldly planet known as Namek, a colossal pillar of water suddenly surged from the surface of the ocean. A gigantic aquatic beast was propelled from the depths, soaring thousands of meters into the sky before plummeting back down. At that moment, a black-haired youth with a tail and youthful features emerged from the depths, colliding with the immense creature and instantly extinguishing its already flickering life. The boy then lifted the beast and flew towards the shore. There, the strongest of the Namekians, Nail, stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching youth. Uncle Nail, I have one. You need not worry about me losing control, right? The boy exclaimed with a smile while cradling the beast. Broly, I have seen it. You can now freely control your anger, which is commendable, Nail replied, his expression impassive. Despite his cold tone, there was an underlying concern in his words. After all, as Broly's guardian, Nail had lived alongside him for 5 years. Watching Broly toss the beast's carcass onto the shore before starting a fire to roast meat, Nail couldn't help but reminisce about 5 years ago. That Saiyan had not only wished for Broly to be raised by the Namekians, but had also requested the use of the Dragon Balls. What baffled Nail was that the Elder had completely acquiesced to all of the Saiyans' demands. The Elder believed that these two Saiyans might one day become the saviors of the Namekian people. Saviors? Nail scoffed. He was uncertain about that link. But this Broly had nearly become the harbinger of destruction for the Namekians. Nail had never anticipated that such an innate powerhouse as Broly could exist in this world. Despite being merely a child, Broly's strength was ever increasing. Fortunately, although his power grew daily, Broly was a well-behaved child who rarely caused trouble. Yet, at times of peril, Broly would suddenly lose control of his emotions. Each instance of emotional turmoil transformed the young Saiyan into a frenzied demon. In the first year after Broly's arrival, Nail could still suppress him. However, by the second year, the rampaging Broly possessed strength that far surpassed Nail's own. Fortunately, it seemed that Link had foreseen the possibility of Broly's emotional instability when he had come to Namek. During his summoning of the Namekian dragon, he utilized one wish to create a tranquil flute capable of soothing any enraged individual, granting it to the Elder. It was with this flute that the Namekians had narrowly escaped destruction at Broly's hands on multiple occasions. Patting his full belly with satisfaction, Broly smiled and said, Uncle Nail, I am full. I even saved a piece of meat for you. Are you certain you do not wish to eat? I once mentioned that Namekians merely require sunlight and water. Well, I shall partake myself. Naru observed Broly indulging in his meal, a subtle smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Despite being a demon, Broly was fundamentally a good child, when not in a frenzy. His personality was quite endearing to them, the Namekians. Speaking of Broly, it seems the 5-year period is nearly upon us, Naru suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Broly set down the piece of meat in his hand. Is it true? Uncle Naru, is Link's brother about to emerge? It is highly probable. Shall we take a look? Certainly. Broly promptly devoured the last morsel of meat and soared into the air, hastily flying towards a certain place deep within the ocean without waiting for Naru. Naru, however, did not call him back, but instead followed suit. Namek is an island planet, its surface predominantly covered by verdant oceans. Deep within the largest expanse of these waters, a luminous sphere had appeared 5 years prior. For 5 years, this orb had shone like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding waters. Anyone with the ability to sense energy nearby would discern a powerful aura emanating from within the sphere. After a considerable flight, Broly and Naru finally arrived at the domain of the luminous sphere. Through the water, Broly immediately sensed something amiss compared to previous encounters. Indeed, Uncle Naru, Link's brother's energy is stronger than before. It feels as if he is on the verge of awakening. A bead of sweat trickled down Naru's forehead. without Broly's prompting. He had already sensed the changes below. The Scion's aura was indeed far more immense and terrifying than before. Damn it! What on earth has that Scion been doing down there for the past 5 years? At that moment, as Broly and Naru hovered above the ocean's surface, within the luminous sphere beneath the sea, Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after meticulously setting everything in order, Lin Chen had commenced the fusion of the legendary Saiyan bloodline deep within Namex Ocean. During these 5 years, his consciousness had been entirely severed from his physical form, which had disintegrated into fine particles within the sphere, only to be reassembled and reborn anew. At last, the 5 years had elapsed, and Lin Chen's body was finally reconstructed. In the next instant, an overwhelming force pulled Lin Chen's consciousness back into his body. Within the sphere, a flash of green light illuminated the scene as Lin Chen, having slumbered for 5 years, finally opened his eyes. Ding! The host has successfully fused with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Upon opening his eyes, the first sound Lin Chen heard was the mechanical, synthesized voice of the system. He clenched his fists in joy. At last, it has succeeded. I never imagined that the fusion of a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline would take a full 5 years. I wonder if it is the system's inadequacy or the high difficulty of fusing with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Just then, the system spoke once more, alerting the host that the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is a perfect lineage. Though 5 years have elapsed, the aftermath of the legendary Super Saiyan's uncontrollable power has been eradicated, allowing the host to no longer fear the potential loss of sanity in the future. Chapter 8, The Awakening's First Battle, Encounter with Cosmic Pirates. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. The most significant drawback of the legendary Super Saiyan lies in the inability to control their power when fully unleashed, often leading to a loss of reason, transforming them into mere instruments of battle and slaughter. Lin Chen had initially intended to merge his bloodline and subsequently seek a solution. But to his surprise, the system had resolved the issue in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a blessing. In retrospect, the 5 years spent merging his bloodline now seem worthwhile. System, may I inquire about my combat power? Lin Chen asked. Certainly. Assessing combat power is one of the system's functionalities. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 550,000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key control. Over the span of 5 years, his combat power had escalated from 100,000 to 550,000. While this rate of progress cannot be deemed rapid, it is merely the beginning. As Lin Chen awakens, the true potential of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline will be unleashed. By the way, system, am I now able to transform into a Super Saiyan? He wondered aloud. The hypothetical Super Saiyan? Isn't that a concept from the earliest films? The bloodline you have integrated is indeed from the Super Battle version of the legendary Saiyan, which differs slightly from Dragon Ball Super, the system responded. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief, for the Super Battle version of the legendary Saiyan bloodline possesses greater strength, albeit at the risk of losing control. With the system's assistance, he need not worry about the day he might inadvertently lose control and harm his comrades. After reviewing his status, Lin Chen lifted his gaze. He had sensed 2 familiar auras above him, likely belonging to Broly and the Namekian Nuru. System, assess their combat power. Lin Chen commanded. In the next moment, he beheld the combat power readings displayed by the system. This feature proved far superior to Frieza's army's power scanners, alleviating concerns over high power readings causing malfunctions. Nuru, 42,000. Broly, 230,000. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before his slumber, Broly's combat power had scarcely reached 10,000, yet it had now surged to 230,000, an astonishing increase of nearly 23-fold. Truly, he was a being of extraordinary lineage. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Broly and Nuru had noticed the orb of light gradually fading away. Initially, they presumed Lin Chen would emerge shortly, but as time passed, there was still no sign of movement from below. Nuru uncle, do you think something has happened to brother Lin Chen? Broly expressed his anxiety. Stay calm. The aura below has not dissipated. He may simply be awakening, Nuru reassured him. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Hey, Broly, Nuru. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's awakening, Broly burst into laughter and dashed over, exclaiming, Brother Link. The two embraced, and as Lin Chen gazed at Broly's cheerful demeanor, he found it difficult to reconcile this version of Broly with the brooding and introverted character from the original tale. Indeed, allowing him to grow on Namek was a judicious choice. Link, what on earth have you been up to these past 5 years? Why does your aura feel so drastically different? Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Nelu remained wary of him. Lin Chen smiled, poised to explain, when suddenly his expression shifted, and he looked up. Broly and Nelu mirrored his action. The trio sensed a multitude of immense and malevolent auras approaching Namek from the cosmos. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated from the sky. The three soon beheld a colossal spaceship descending from the atmosphere. Is that a Frieza Force vessel? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as the same model as the one he had previously destroyed. Could it be Frieza or another member of the Frost Demon clan? No. The energy emanating from that ship was significantly weaker than Frieza's. It must be a small squadron. Having utilized his system to survey the newcomers, he discerned that the strongest among them possessed a combat power of merely 170,000. For comparison, even in his initial form, Frieza's combat power reached an astounding 530,000. Thus, it was evident that the individuals aboard were likely just high-ranking officers, not frost demons. To the inhabitants of Namek, this is the ship of the notorious space pirate. Pagan, immediately present your leader before us, or we shall obliterate this planet. You have precisely 10 minutes. As the ship pierced the atmosphere, a booming announcement echoed throughout the planet. Damn invaders. Nelu gritted his teeth, eager to rush out and teach them a lesson. However, Broly restrained him, saying, Uncle Nelu, there is someone on that ship whose aura surpasses yours. Allow me to handle this. While the two were in disagreement, Lin Chen interjected with a smile. All right, Broly. I have been dormant for 5 years. It's time for some exercise. You both needn't compete with me. With that, Lin Chen soared into the sky, heading towards the spaceship. His muscles, unused for 5 years, itched for movement. Since these individuals were not from Frieza's army, he felt no need for caution. Pagan, the sensors have detected an approaching presence. While Lin Chen was still airborne, the spaceship had already identified him. Inside the vessel, a space creature shouted in alarm. Seated in the command chair was a Cyclopean giant, the commander of this unit, Pagan. Leaning on one hand, he inquired, Who is it? Is it a Namekian? No. It appears to be a Saiyan. The ship's monitors displayed Lin Chen's figure, and upon seeing his hair and the tail behind him, the crew immediately deduced his identity. A Saiyan? Pagan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I never expected to encounter a Saiyan on Namek. Those damned Saiyans disappeared without a trace after severely injuring Lord Frieza 5 years ago, and now I stumble upon one here. Mobilize the troops immediately. Capture him alive. Pagan rose, his enormous fists clenched tightly. Recently resurfaced, King Cold was amassing powerful allies to rebuild his army. And Pagan had initially intended to gather information about the legendary Namekians as a gift for King Cold. Little did he expect to encounter a Saiyan. It was truly a stroke of fortune. Listen up, everyone. If we can capture this Saiyan and extract information about the whereabouts of other Saiyans from him, King Cold will undoubtedly reward us handsomely. Perhaps I might even be appointed as a commander. Yes. A roar of agreement erupted, and figures began to surge from the spaceship. Chapter 9. Unyielding, the legendary power of the Saiyan bloodline. Countless aliens clad in battle armor rushed forth from the spacecraft. All warriors under the command of the notorious pirate Pagan, who had pillaged over 100 planets. Each one was a ruthless villain. A formation of nearly 100 individuals assembled in front of the spaceship, awaiting Lin Chen's approach. Before long, Lin Chen flew towards them, standing his ground. This Saiyan truly dares to come here? Ha ha ha, they say Saiyans are like rabid dogs, biting anyone they encounter. Surely he doesn't intend to challenge us? Amidst the laughter, an alien activated a power scanner. Let's see power level 15,000, 15,000. Ha ha ha. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing the reading. A power level of 15,000 might be respectable among Saiyans, but before their overwhelming numbers, it was insignificant. Stop wasting time. Quickly capture him. We still need to find the Namekians. At that moment, their leader Pagan's voice crackled through their communicators. An alien immediately soared towards Lin Chen. Hey, Saiyan over there, come along quietly, and we can spare you some pain. Lin Chen observed the power scanners on their faces, refraining from any rash actions. Familiar with the storyline, he recalled that these power scanners also served as communicators, capable of relaying everything happening around them to the far reaches of the universe. He was not afraid of these individuals. Rather, he feared that if he defeated them, more enemies would be drawn to him. Who are you? Are you with Frieza? Lin Chen inquired. Ha ha ha, are you deaf? Didn't you hear us earlier? We are the pagan pirate crew. However, in the near future, we shall become the subordinates of King Cold. An alien replied. King Cold? Lin Chen recalled the name. King Cold, the father of Frieza, had long been renowned throughout the universe, even before Frieza's rise to power. However, in contrast to this, Lin Chen was far more concerned that the individuals before him were merely scattered mercenaries, utterly unrelated to Frieza or any other formidable force. With this realization, he felt liberated from any apprehensions. Thus, you shall perish here. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that cleaved through the heavens, instantly vaporizing a cosmic warrior. With the energy of the Kamehameha undiminished, it collided with the spacecraft behind the group, causing it to teeter precariously. Damn it! My ship! Pagan, aboard the vessel, bellowed furiously as he launched himself out of the craft, shouting at his dazed subordinates. You worthless fools! What are you waiting for? Seize him! Cursed be this wretch! The remaining cosmic warriors, regaining their senses, roared in fury and charged at Lin Chen. A barrage of Kamehameha waves, energy blasts, and cannon fire erupted from the spacecraft, all directed towards Lin Chen. In an instant, he was engulfed by a maelstrom of chaotic energy, his form seemingly obliterated. Brother Lin Kex. In the distance, Broly, sensing the tumult of battle, grew alarmed, his hair standing on end as his aura swelled. Yet, at that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Do not fret, Broly. Have you not noticed? Lin Kex's aura remains intact. He must be testing his strength. Is that truly the case? Broly, upon hearing this, felt his previously chaotic energy dissolve into calm. Meanwhile, high above, the cosmic warriors ceased their relentless assault, gazing at the acrid smoke before them. A sinister grin spread across their faces. Ah, perhaps we overexerted ourselves. Surely that Saiyan has been reduced to mere dust? That imbecile, who dared provoke the pagan pirate crew? Would it not have been wiser to surrender? Yet, just then, some of the cosmic warriors suddenly discerned a figure amidst the smoke. Could it be that the Saiyan yet lived? As the haze dissipated, they beheld Lin Chen, previously thought vanquished, floating unscathed. How? How is this possible? They gaped, astonished as if witnessing a monster. Such an onslaught would have left even their leader, Pagan, in tatters. Yet this Saiyan not only survived, but bore no visible injuries. Lin Chen surveyed his body, satisfaction etched upon his face as he clenched his fists. The fusion of his legendary Saiyan bloodline had indeed rendered him indomitable. Have you finished? If so, it is now my turn. Lin Chen sneered, beginning to unleash his full aura. In an instant, a tempest arose around him, and towering waves surged toward the shore. At that moment, the Namekians on the planet sensed an overwhelming energy. Nearby, Naru felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Indeed, that Lin Kex is a monster. In the sky, the sounds of chaos erupted, beeps and booms reverberated through the air. As Lin Chen unleashed his full aura, the combat power detectors worn by the extraterrestrials around him began to shatter one after another. This left the aliens in a state of utter panic. Prior to the explosions of the detectors, many had already discerned that Lin Chen's combat power surpassed 25,000. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship behind them, the aliens were able to obtain an even more precise reading of his combat prowess through the ship's advanced detectors. 550,000. Lord Peijen. That individual's combat power is at 550,000. What? Impossible. Lord Peijen, the detectors on this vessel are the most accurate in the universe. Peijen quickly came to the realization that the ship's instruments were infallible. He had purchased this spaceship at a high price from the Frieza force, and it was of the same model as Frieza's own craft. However, as they succumbed to their overwhelming fear, Lin Chen's voice echoed from a distance. Do not be too astonished just yet. The true spectacle is yet to come. With a hearty laugh, he gradually elevated his combat power once more, while simultaneously transforming his aura into a brilliant golden hue. With such a rare opportunity for a target, Lin Chen was eager to test the limits of his current strength. What? At that moment, even those aliens who could not sense energy felt the palpable danger permeating the air. Chapter 10. The Pinnacle of Power, Mimetic Super Saiyan. A monster. Aboard Pagan's spaceship, the crew members watched in horror as the readings of the combat power detector skyrocketed. Unlike the portable detectors carried by combat personnel, the ship's detectors were larger and more cumbersome, but also capable of measuring higher limits, with a maximum precision of up to 100,000. This was the highest combat power reading that could ever be detected since the invention of these devices. As Lin Chen's body underwent transformation, the combat power index aboard the spaceship surged 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1,000,000. Boom. Another tremendous explosion erupted aboard the ship. A remaining crew member, barely clinging to life, gasped into the external communicator, Lord Peijen. That individual's combat power has exceeded 100,000, 100,000. At this revelation, not only Peijen but all the extraterrestrials outside were left speechless. 100,000. In this world, apart from the frozen demon clan, was there truly another being with such terrifying combat power? A furious roar broke the stunned silence, drawing the gaze of the onlookers. Lin Chen's aura had completely transformed into a golden hue. Moreover, his hair stood erect, shifting from its original black to a deep purple black. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen felt he had reached his limits. Though this state was not yet that of a true Super Saiyan, it bore a striking resemblance to the power of one. System, what is my current battle power? Lin Chen inquired in his heart. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that in the original text, a Super Saiyan could amplify their battle power by a staggering 50 times. Although he was merely in the state of a pseudo-Super Saiyan, it should logically grant him at least a tenfold increase. Why, then, did his power seem to fall short of even 7 times? System, could you have made an error? The system's calculations were unfailingly precise. Lin Chen decided to set aside his doubts for the moment. This was not the time for inquiries. Just as he pondered the inadequacy of his battle power, in the distance, a band of cosmic pirates was frantically attempting to escape. Too powerful. Run. This guy cannot possibly be a Saiyan. He is a demon. A demon. I understand now. He must be the Saiyan who severely injured King Frieza. We have encountered him. At that moment, amidst the cacophony of screams, a thunderous roar suddenly silenced everyone. A bunch of worthless fools, be quiet. The towering pagan flew out from the crowd. His face contorted in rage as he shouted at everyone. What is there to panic about? Have you all lost your minds? How could a Saiyan possess a battle power of 1 million? It must be a malfunction with the scouter. He is merely a Saiyan monkey. Before Pagan could finish his words, his eyes widened in horror. As he looked down, he found a hand bursting through his abdomen. Lin Chen's voice echoed ominously in his ear. Whether the scouter is malfunctioning, you can experience for yourself. With a brilliant flash, Lin Chen's hand, having pierced through Pagan, obliterated him into a mist of particles. As the smoke cleared, Pagan had vanished before the eyes of all. A warrior with a battle power of 170,000 would have been formidable in any corner of the universe, capable of ruling over territories or traversing freely. Yet before Lin Chen, he could not withstand even a single blow. Flee. We must escape. Pagan was mistaken. He truly possesses a battle power of 1 million. The Super Saiyan. This Saiyan must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Amidst the rising tide of fear, none dared to remain. All the cosmic pirates hastily retreated towards their ships. The still smoldering vessels began to pivot, preparing to accelerate away. Do not think you can escape. Lin Chen concentrated all his energy into a single point, his golden aura surging with fury. Suddenly, a beam of golden energy erupted from his being, striking out like a comet and engulfing the cosmic pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was enveloped in a radiant golden light. The pirates had no time to scream before being completely consumed by the brilliant beam. Brother Lin Kasai, Broly exclaimed excitedly as he dashed to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled his hair, then turned to Nelu, saying, "That just now should count as fulfilling a promise, right? When we meet the elders shortly, do remember to testify on my behalf." Nara nodded, though he was secretly astonished. Years ago, when Lin Chen faced the Grand Elder, he had bargained to protect the Namekians 3 times in exchange for the Elder's consent to enhance his potential and grant him 3 wishes from the dragon. At that time, Nero had thought him to be boastful, even if he had relied on the Elder's power to elevate his strength. He could not fathom that such limited ability could genuinely protect the Namekians. Yet, unexpectedly, 5 years later, this Saiyan's prowess had ascended to astonishing heights. Among the cosmic pirates just now, Nero could distinctly sense that several possessed strength far surpassing his own. Had Lin Chen not intervened, relying solely on the Namekian zone would likely have led to catastrophic consequences. However, the Saiyan before him effortlessly vanquished the adversaries, rescuing the Namekians once more. The Grand Elder's prophecy had indeed proven accurate. This Saiyan had truly become the savior of the Namekians. Utilizing Lin Chen's instantaneous movement, the trio swiftly approached the vicinity of the Grand Elder's dwelling. At that moment, several Namekian elders were beseeching the Grand Elder for assistance regarding the cosmic pirates' earlier broadcast. The appearance of Lin Chen and his companions silenced their pleas. The danger had subsided. The elders gazed at the suddenly materialized Lin Chen and his companions, rendered speechless. Finally, someone spoke. Lin Chen, you have awakened." Having spent an entire year honing his skills on Namek and traversing nearly every village, the elders were naturally familiar with him. Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances and, after a nod, departed, entrusting everything to the most reliable Grand Elder. Chapter 11. Return to Planet Vegeta. Once the Namekian elders had left, only Neru, the Grand Elder's guard, remained to oversee the situation. After their departure, the venerable Grand Elder spoke. "Young Saiyan, your strength has surpassed all expectations. Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan during these 5 years?" "A Super Saiyan? What is that?" Broly inquired, taken aback. Yet Lin Chen nodded. "Not yet, but I am very close." "Indeed, it was wise to have made that pact with you," the Grand Elder reflected. "If it were not for you, Namek would have faced dire calamity this time. You need not thank me. I shall fulfill my promise. After I depart, you may summon the dragon once more to create a communicator that will allow you to contact me anytime. Should you find yourselves in peril, I shall come to your aid. I understand, young Saiyan. You are a man of your word, and the Namekians shall remember your friendship and kindness." The Grand Elder smiled. Broly, upon hearing this, wore an expression of regret and reluctance. "Farewell, Grand Elder. Farewell, Uncle Neru. Goodbye, Broly. Do not forget the training within your heart." Neru's face also betrayed a rare hint of reluctance. Subsequently, he retrieved a short flute and handed it to Lin Chen, stating, "This is the Serenity Flute crafted by the Divine Dragon at your request. In the past year, Broly has managed to master his emotions. Hence I have not had the occasion to utilize it. Now that he has departed, this artifact serves no purpose for us, so I bestow it upon you." Lin Chen accepted the flute, recognizing its significance. Despite Broly's unwavering loyalty, the legendary ferocity inherent in Saiyan blood could one day unleash chaos within him. With this flute in hand, he could at least alleviate his concerns regarding the worst possible outcomes. After completing this exchange, Lin Chen placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, gently touching his forehead with his index and middle fingers, and remarked, "Well then, farewell to you all." Whoosh. The figures of the two Saiyans vanished without a trace. Naru informed the elders to prepare for the summoning of the divine dragon. The Grand Elder sighed and instructed, "Grand Elder, I have a foreboding feeling. Although we have evaded this crisis, the threat from Namek will soon resurface." The Grand Elder sighed again, affirming, "Link speaks the truth. We require a means to summon him at any moment." Upon hearing this, Naru lowered his head slowly, yearning to refute the Grand Elder and assert his capability to protect Namek. However, recalling the alien invaders from today, Naru recognized his inability to counter that claim. Though he was indeed the strongest on Namek, formidable beings abound throughout the universe. Planet Vegeta. 5 years ago, leveraging the immense power of the divine dragon, Lin Chen relocated planet Vegeta to the fringes of the cosmos. Although distanced from the universe's core, this move granted planet Vegeta an unprecedented serenity. Prior to preparing for the fusion of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, Lin Chen entrusted planet Vegeta back to King Vegeta, outlining a 5-year plan for the Saiyans. During this period, all Saiyans were forbidden from departing planet Vegeta to prevent any leakage of its new location. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the earth parched, trees withered, and the ground littered with the bones of creatures. The entire planet appeared to be on the brink of death, engulfed in a somber atmosphere. Links, is planet Vegeta truly like this? Broly gazed around in astonishment. He had been but a child when he left planet Vegeta, holding no memories of his homeland, and had assumed it was a desolate realm. Yet Lin Chen knew full well that planet Vegeta was far from this wasteland. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how it could have come to such a state. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an immensely powerful aura emanating from afar, from the Saiyan capital. This presence was even more formidable than Lin Chen himself at that moment. What? Could it be that Frieza and his cohort have discovered planet Vegeta? No. The energy was vast, yet it bore an odd quality. Just then, Broly pointed to the ground and exclaimed, "Lynx, there are numerous weak auras over there." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned his gaze in that direction and indeed detected a multitude of energies congregating in a specific area. In stark contrast to the overwhelming and somewhat intimidating aura of the capital city, the atmosphere here, while abundant, lacks in quality. Is that a Saiyan? Broly, let us investigate. Indeed, brother Lynx. The two immediately soared into the air. As they journeyed, they were met with desolate scenery. Lin Chen suppressed the fury boiling within him and quickened his pace. Before long, they arrived at the source of the aura. However, as they surveyed the area, it revealed itself to be a barren mountain range, devoid of anything of interest. How strange, brother Lynx, did we misjudge our senses? Broly questioned, perplexed. No, follow me. A smirk danced across Lin Chen's lips as he suddenly accelerated towards a towering peak. With a thunderous crash, he plunged into the mountain. Beneath this very summit lay an expansive chamber, where numerous young Saiyans, sheltered by several adult female Saiyans, huddled in a circle, their eyes wide with terror at the abrupt intrusion of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that the majority of the Saiyans present were mere children. At that moment, a Saiyan sporting an exaggerated hairstyle soared into the air, shouting, "You all must flee. I shall confront him." Vegeta. Upon hearing the cries of the young Saiyans, a grin crept across Lin Chen's face. Young Vegeta? He remained still, for just as Vegeta launched a punch towards him, Broly had already positioned himself in front. Impudence. Broly effortlessly grasped Vegeta's fist, the sheer force of his grip causing Vegeta to clench his teeth in disbelief. He never anticipated being overpowered by a child of similar age. But, how infuriating. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Chapter 12. Misunderstandings and the Invasion of the Dale's Legion. Tat tat tat. Vegeta thrust his palm forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Broly like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy blast struck Broly squarely, enveloping the cavern in a cloud of dust, while debris rained down from the ceiling, shaken by the shock waves. Vegeta, undeterred, felt his energy surging, preparing to unleash his most formidable attack, ready to unleash it at any moment. Increased power. Yet, as Vegeta's aura intensified, the cavern appeared increasingly unstable, on the verge of collapse. Prince Vegeta, cease your assault. The cavern will cave in. Everyone flee. The young Saiyans cried out in panic, scattering in all directions. But at that very moment, out of the swirling dust, an unscathed Broly emerged, delivering a powerful punch to the still charging Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's energy attack was abruptly interrupted, and he doubled over, expelling bile onto the ground as he fell. Broly, his face stern, prepared to pursue, but Lin Chen's voice interjected. Enough, Broly. They are likely our allies. With Vegeta's descent, the once trembling cavern returned to a state of tranquility. A group of young Saiyan children anxiously rushed towards the fallen Vegeta. Among them, a young Saiyan with hair cascading down to his waist helped the incapacitated prince, nervously inquiring, "Prince Vegeta, are you all right? Get away. Leave me alone, Raditz. I am Vegeta." Ugh. Vegeta, unable to hold back, retched once more. Lin Chen descended to the ground with Broly, addressing the children. Faced with Broly, who had effortlessly defeated Vegeta with a single punch, the children instinctively recoiled in fear. Even Raditz's legs trembled. As for Vegeta, he remained motionless. "Who are you? Are you allies of Dallas?" Among the frightened Saiyans, only one female Saiyan gathered the courage to confront Lin Chen and Broly. Upon hearing her mention the name Dallas, Lin Chen's brow arched. Dallas? He recalled that this was a Saiyan from the original storyline, who had departed from planet Vegeta long ago to form his own legion. Wandering the universe, they had enhanced their powers by cultivating the seeds of a mystical tree, seeking suitable planets across the cosmos to plant them and harvest their fruits. Could it be that the desolate state of planet Vegeta was a consequence of this tree, and that terrifying aura was emanating from it? If this were the case, everything would make sense. "I am Linkus." Linkus? The Saiyans present displayed expressions of astonishment at the mention of this name. Linkus had become a legendary figure on planet Vegeta. "Linkus? Are you truly Prince Linkus?" The female Saiyan exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. You vanished 5 years ago." The merging of legendary Super Saiyan blood had altered Lin Chen's appearance just enough that those unfamiliar with him might struggle to recognize him. Seeing Lin Chen nod, the female Saiyan's expression shifted, and in the next moment, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably, leaving Lin Chen and Broly exchanging bewildered glances. All right. The female Saiyan eventually composed herself and began to explain the events that had transpired on planet Vegeta. It turned out, as Lin Chen had suspected, that the current situation was indeed connected to the wandering Saiyan, Dallas. Ever since the dragon had relocated planet Vegeta to the edge of the universe, the Saiyans, under the leadership of their king, had embarked on a new chapter of life. 5 years swiftly passed, and most Saiyans gradually adapted to their training regimen. However, just when peace seemed to settle, a spaceship shattered the tranquility of planet Vegeta. The vessel belonged to none other than Dallas, a traitor to the Saiyan race and a low-class warrior. Interestingly, Dallas's story bore some resemblance to Lin Chen's. Like Lin Chen, he had been a low-class warrior who, during a mission, suddenly turned on his comrades, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Years later, when he re-emerged, he had transformed into a being of unimaginable power. Under his command was the Dalles Legion, composed of 5 formidable alien warriors, equally impressive in their prowess. Upon arriving on planet Vegeta, Dalles immediately showcased his overwhelming strength, effortlessly defeating King Vegeta and even overpowering Bardock, who had risen to become the mightiest warrior on planet Vegeta. After vanquishing them with ease, Dalles proclaimed himself the new king of the Saiyans and planted a mysterious seed known as the Spirit Tree in the royal capital. According to Dalles, the Spirit Tree is an enigmatic plant capable of absorbing the life essence of a planet, bearing fruit known as Spirit Tree fruits. These fruits significantly enhance the combat abilities of those who consume them. Following his victory over King Vegeta, Dalles used these fruits as bait to draw a number of Saiyans to pledge their allegiance to him. Currently, these individuals are congregating in the capital, awaiting the maturation of the Spirit Tree fruits. Your Majesty Linkus, King Vegeta and the other loyal Saiyans are gathering around the capital, intending to thwart the maturation of the Spirit Tree fruits. Lord Bardock has stated that if the Spirit Tree is destroyed before the fruits are harvested, planet Vegeta can be revitalized. As we are unable to assist, we can only be tasked with watching over these children. King Vegeta mentioned that if they fail, these children would be the last seeds of the Saiyan race. Upon hearing the words of the female Saiyan, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He had not anticipated that his wish to relocate planet Vegeta would inadvertently lead the Dalles Legion to stumble upon it. He recalled that in the original narrative, Dalles and his companions had been evading Frieza's forces while searching for a remote planet suitable for planting the Spirit Tree. It was indeed a twist of fate that they had unwittingly discovered the hidden planet Vegeta. Chapter 13. The True King of the Saiyans, Dalles. Ding. Crisis detected on planet Vegeta, triggering the ultimate choices. Choice 1. Ignore the crisis on planet Vegeta and seize all Spirit Tree fruits. Reward. Key Blast Technique. Choice 2. Deter the Dalles Legion and recruit all members for personal gain, seizing all Spirit Tree fruits. Reward. King Kai Fist Technique. Choice 3. Eliminate all members of the Dalles Legion and destroy the Spirit Tree. Reward. 10 Spirit Tree fruits and a 50-fold gravity chamber. Upon seeing the sudden choices presented by the system, Lin Chen did not hesitate and made his decision. I choose 3. Planet Vegeta would henceforth serve as Lin Chen's stronghold. Having expended a wish from the Namekian dragon to relocate it here, he could not simply stand by and watch it be drained by the Spirit Tree. As for the rewards, techniques could easily be learned from King Kai with sufficient time. The 50-fold gravity chamber, however, appealed to him far more. Although the 10 fruits offered in choice 3 may seem few, they would surely suffice. According to the storyline, it is evident that Dales and his companions must possess the seeds of the spirit tree. If one were to acquire them, one could simply plant them on another planet, rather than sacrificing their own Vegeta planet. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Please complete the task promptly. Upon hearing this, the female Scion's expression brightened, and she bowed her head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Chen nodded and ascended into the sky, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he looked down and smiled at the female Scion, asking, "By the way, what is your name?" "Your Majesty, I am Hannah, but you may also call me Hannah," she replied, her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen nodded once more, choosing not to elaborate further. He then took to the skies alongside Broly, leaving the cave behind. Once the two had departed, the other female Scions quickly gathered around Hannah, exclaiming, "Hannah, congratulations. Does King Lynx have his eyes on you? You are truly impressive. I wish I had spoken with His Majesty earlier." Amidst their laughter, however, Vegeta clenched his jaw in frustration. "Damn it, Raditz, we must follow them." "Huh. But it's dangerous outside. If you are afraid, stay here. I must witness Lynx's strength with my own eyes." Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance. The mere presence of a child beside Lynx left him feeling profoundly unsettled. What kind of power does Lynx himself possess? He was deeply unwilling to accept that. As the prince of the Scions, he should be the mightiest among them. Yet 2 individuals had emerged who far surpassed him. At that moment, on Vegeta planet, in the Scion royal capital, the once glorious city lay in ruins. The entirety of the Scion capital had been devastated by an enormous tree. Where the capital once stood, only towering trunks remained, reaching up into a swirling mist. This colossal tree was none other than the legendary spirit tree. At its edge, a group of Scions gazed up at the towering giant with clenched teeth. "Bardock, you claimed that His Majesty Lynx would come to save Vegeta planet. Yet why has he not appeared?" King Vegeta, his forehead bandaged, glared angrily at the tree that had destroyed his palace. Surely the fruit of the spirit tree must be ripening soon? In the crowd, Bardock had previously advised King Vegeta against rash action, having foreseen Lynx's arrival. Aware of Bardock's precognitive abilities, King Vegeta had refrained from ordering an attack. However, as time passed, his patience began to wane. "King Vegeta, please endure a little longer. Dales and his group are formidable foes. Without the assistance of His Majesty Lynx, our efforts may prove futile," urged Paragus, another Scion and one of Lin Chen's appointed advisors. Their words compelled King Vegeta to remain steadfast. At that moment, the scouter worn by the Scion emitted a series of beeps. Simultaneously, laughter erupted above them. King Vegeta and his companions looked up in terror. A group of Scions was gathered around a band of individuals, hovering over their heads. These Scions were the traitors who had betrayed King Vegeta and allied themselves with Dorius. While the 6 individuals they surrounded were the 5 core members of Dorius's legion, along with the malevolent Scion, Dorius himself. Upon realizing they had been discovered, cold sweat dripped down King Vegeta's face, while Bardock gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Scion intent on destroying his homeland. What made Bardock's heart twist with irony was that this Scion bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Dorius, at first glance, looked almost identical to Bardock, save for his darker skin tone. "Oh," Dorius sneered, a bloodthirsty smile dancing on his lips. "The so-called true king you speak of, could it be that fellow named Lynx? I have heard of him. Merely a lowly warrior with a power level of 100,000, and he dares to claim the title of king?" Beside Dorius, a Scion with only a tuft of hair on his head chimed in. "Indeed, King Vegeta, open your eyes and behold. The true king of the Scions is none other than His Majesty Dorius. His power level has soared to an impressive 300,000. Nappa, when did you become like this? Where is your pride as a Scion elite?" King Vegeta's anger flared upon seeing the man before him. Nappa, once King Vegeta's loyal guard and a noble among the Scions, had been the first to grovel to Dorius after the invasion. Under Nappa's influence, many Scions chose betrayal. "Pride? How dare you utter such words? Where was your pride when you were begging Lynx for mercy?" King Vegeta retorted. Nappa turned to Dorius with a sycophantic grin. "Your Majesty Dorius, allow me to deal with these disobedient fools." "Go ahead," Dorius said, a smile spreading across his face, unable to contain his delight. Chapter 14. He is the true king of the Scions. Although Dorius had envisioned countless times the day he would reign over planet Vegeta, he had not anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. He had merely been searching for a planet suitable for planting the tree of might at the edge of the universe when he inadvertently stumbled upon the long-lost planet Vegeta. Initially taken aback upon discovering the planet's identity, Dorius had felt a pang of panic. The tale of the Scions betraying and severely injuring King Frieza had spread throughout the cosmos. Dorius had been wary of encountering the formidable warrior responsible for injuring Frieza, but upon discreetly investigating, he learned that the Scions had employed cunning tactics to defeat Frieza. Moreover, the strongest warrior on the entire planet possessed a power level of barely 30,000, while Dorius's power had already reached 300,000. Thus, Dorius' campaign commenced. With his overwhelming strength, he not only succeeded in planting the Tree of Might, but also amassed numerous Scions to serve him as loyal subjects. Originally merely a subordinate warrior, he has now ascended to the pinnacle of the Scion race. The sensation is utterly exquisite. Go, Nappa. However, if possible, gather more followers for me. Without a sufficient number of subjects, my title as the Scion King is but a hollow claim. As you command, Your Majesty. With the consent of King Vegeta. Nappa descended with a smirk before the entourage of King Vegeta. King Vegeta, this is my final opportunity for you. Surrender and submit to His Majesty Dales, or face death. You? King Vegeta scoffed. Indeed, individuals like you cannot comprehend the greatness of His Majesty Dales. Ladies and gentlemen, while Lynx once led us to defeat Frieza, he condemned us Scions to a life of hiding, unable to even step beyond our planet. Such a prison-like existence is not befitting of our race. Behold, this is the power of the spirit tree's fruit. Huh? Nappa bellowed, unleashing his energy, and in an instant, a formidable pressure swept over every Scion present. Their power detectors emitted incessant beeping sounds. 30,000. King Vegeta gazed incredulously at Nappa, who was once his subordinate. Although Nappa had indeed increased his power over the past 5 years, before his betrayal, he had merely possessed a meager power level of 10,000. How could it have tripled in mere days? Is the spirit tree's fruit truly that miraculous? Even King Vegeta felt a twinge of doubt, and the other Scions were even more affected. They either trembled in fear or exhibited expressions of longing, clearly shaken. Sensing the trepidation of those around him, King Vegeta gritted his teeth and suddenly charged forward. Bluster, Nappa. I shall show you who truly belongs to the Scion royal lineage. King Vegeta swung a fist, only to have it effortlessly caught by Nappa. With a cold smile, Nappa remarked, King Vegeta, shall I remind you? You are no longer of the Scion royalty. With that, a fist imbued with overwhelming power struck mercilessly against King Vegeta's head. Bang! Blood erupted, and King Vegeta let out a pained cry, his body soaring like a meteor across the horizon. Yet Nappa astonishingly pursued the flying King Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, creating a deep crater beneath King Vegeta. Nappa stood triumphantly upon him, uncontrollably laughing. Ha ha! Scion royalty. King Vegeta, do you see? This is the true power bestowed upon me by the real Scion King. Before him, you are but an insect. Infuriatingly, King Vegeta struggled to rise. Yet Nappa stamped down heavily once more, forcing his face into the ground. Humph! A worthless fool. Nappa spat disdainfully, casting his gaze upon the other Scions. Except for Bardock and Paragus, the remaining Scions were cowed by Nappa's glare, retreating in fear. What will you do now? Now you are aware of who the true king of the Scions is, are you not? Just as that Ba's words faded into the air, a sudden tremor resonated through the distant sky. The crowd looked up, and in the next moment, 2 figures materialized in midair. Who could they be? The appearance of Lin Chen and Broly heightened the vigilance of Dales' faction. As countless gazes converged upon him, a chorus of gasps filled the atmosphere. Dales regarded the surrounding Scions, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, with a perplexed expression, and barked, What is the matter? Who is he? On the ground, the once formidable Ba retreated a few steps, his body trembling involuntarily in fear. However, on Bardock's side, Paragus suddenly knelt in the direction of Lin Chen, clasped his fists, and proclaimed loudly, He is the hero who led the Scions to defeat Frieza, the true king of our Scion race. His Majesty Lin Kex. Following Paragus, Bardock also excitedly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Majesty Lin Kex. After Bardock's declaration, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Scions who had not allied with Dales all fell to their knees, continuously shouting praises. As for Dales' newly allied Scions, they, like Ba, exhibited a demeanor of trepidation. Although Lin Chen had not appeared before them for 5 years, his formidable reputation remained intact. Witnessing this spectacle, Dale scoffed and activated his combat power detector. However, the result perplexed him. 5,000? How could this individual possess only 5,000 combat power? The diminutive figure beside him boasted a power level of 10,000. Were these Scions truly foolish enough to regard a mere 5,000 as the true king? Unaware of their impending doom, Dales commanded one of his subordinates to charge at Lin Chen with the intent to bring him down. Upon seeing this, Ba immediately shouted, Lord Kakarot, be careful. That Lin Kex possesses a combat power of 100,000. What? Kakarot barely registered Ba's warning before he saw Lin Chen suddenly sweep his leg towards him. With a resounding thud, Kakarot was sent flying at a speed even greater than before, crashing into the trunk of the Tree of Might. With a sickening splatter, he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 15. Brother Lin Kex, they are so weak. No, it cannot be. Upon witnessing Kakarot's gruesome demise, the remaining 4 officers of Dales wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. Unlike the traitorous Scions, these individuals had followed Dales for many years and had consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might multiple times, thereby elevating their combat power to over 30,000. Previously, when suppressing the Saiyan royal family, they had displayed formidable strength, with not a single Saiyan able to withstand 10 exchanges against them. Yet, inexplicably, the second strongest among them, Kakarot, had just been slain in a single blow by a being possessing only 5,000 combat power. There was nothing strange about it, Dallas remarked. It appears that fellow can indeed control his battle power. He must have enhanced his strength in an instant. 5 years ago, his battle power was already at 100,000, and over these 5 years, he has undoubtedly made further advancements. It is hardly surprising that you are no match for him. With that, Dallas soared past the others, gliding towards Linkus. Let me have a word with this boy. Humph, the true king of the Saiyans? There can only be one true king of the Saiyans. And that is I. All right, my lord. In that case, leave the other boy to us. The officers of the Dallas Legion promptly surged towards Broly. Observing this, Lin Chen paused momentarily. Broly, they seem to be coming for you. Not to worry, brother Linkus. They are quite weak, Broly replied fearlessly. Upon hearing this, the Saiyans below fainted in disbelief. To them, the officers of Dallas were akin to monstrous beings, and now a mere Saiyan child was daring to call them weak? Did that not imply that they were inferior even to this child? Among the crowd, Bardock was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly patted Paragus on the shoulder. Hey, isn't that Broly? Paragus, incredulous, gazed at his son. After 5 years apart, he was astonished by the immense transformation in Broly. This composure and calmness, was this truly his son? The one who would cry and rage at the slightest provocation? You little rascal. The last person who spoke to us like that is already dead. The 4 officers of the Dallas Legion charged in fury, but just as they were about to close in on Broly, he suddenly unleashed his aura. A tempest surged forth, and the terrifying energy rendered the 4 officers immobile. What? Beep beep beep. They watched in disbelief as Broly's battle power began to soar at an astonishing rate. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Boom. When the reading surpassed 20,000, their scouters exploded into pieces. Yet it was evident that they could still sense Broly's power continuing to rise. Instantly, someone retrieved a backup communicator, shouting, "Spaceship? Inform me immediately of that boy's battle power." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in shock. 22,300? Are you seeing this correctly? How is this possible? This Saiyan child cannot possibly possess such immense power. The scouter must be malfunctioning. However, the communicator stated, "Impossible, my lord, the scouter on the spaceship is a super large model, with a maximum detection value of 1,000,000. 22,300? In the distance, Dallas also heard their conversation through the communicator, and upon learning that this Saiyan child possessed a battle power of 22,300, he too was incredulous. After all, Dallas's own battle power was merely 300,000, a strength attained only after absorbing the life essences of several planets and consuming numerous fruits from the Tree of Might. How could a clearly underage Saiyan child possess such colossal strength? Damn it, this is utterly infuriating. Is this the limitation of a lower-tier warrior? Hey, there's no need to look elsewhere. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a faint voice resonated from behind Dales. Turning to see Lin Chen, arms crossed and smirking at him. Dales scoffed. Linkus? Very well, I shall deal with you first before confronting that little brat. Without further ado, Dales raised his palms, unleashing a brilliant blue shockwave that struck Lin Chen with full force. As the dust settled, Dales panted, casting a cold smile at the obscured sky before shifting his gaze toward Broly. He was eager to eliminate Lin Chen swiftly to assist his subordinates. Yet, those individuals remained alive. Broly, having grown up on planet Vegeta, had transformed into a good-hearted child, much like Gohan in the original tale, shunning violence. Damn brat. Upon witnessing all his subordinates sprawled on the ground, Dales's tone turned icy as he prepared to eliminate Broly as well. Just then, a voice interrupted. Hey, your opponent is me. No, this cannot be. Dales found it incomprehensible. Weren't those from the Bardock clan claiming that Linkus had only a battle power of 100,000? How could this be? Rather than relying on his scouter, Dales contacted those aboard his ship. This is Dales. Immediately confirmed the power level of the other Saiyan. Sir, we were just about to inform you that the Saiyan-S battle power is 550,000. 550,000. Impossible. How could a Saiyan possess such power? Have you consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might? Why can't a Saiyan have a battle power of 550,000? Dales, you are utterly ignorant of the true potential of Saiyans, Lin Chen remarked indifferently. In a flash, Lin Chen vanished from sight, only to reappear before Dales in the next instant. With a powerful thrust of his right knee, he struck Dales squarely in the abdomen. Goh! Dales coughed up bile, his body contorting like a thoroughly cooked shrimp, his features grotesque. Impressive. Remarkably impressive. Why is this Saiyan so extraordinarily powerful? Dales's heart was overwhelmed with shock, humiliation, fury, and despair. Lin Chen smirked, his tone dripping with arrogance. You managed to retain consciousness after taking a hit from me? Quite commendable for a warrior with a battle power of 300,000. Dales, let us spar. I wish to stretch my limbs. Stretch your limbs? Do you take me for a fool, Dales? The air crackled with fury as Dales erupted in a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of wild attacks against Lin Chen. Chapter 16. The Resurrected Vegeta Planet. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with the sound of fists and feet colliding, akin to thunder. Lin Chen and Dales, set against the backdrop of the colossal Tree of Might, engaged in a breathtaking duel. At times, they were separated by thousands of meters, and at others, they collided fiercely, both above and below, all transpiring within mere seconds. The speed of their movements rendered them nearly invisible to onlookers, who could only hear the continuous crackling of explosions overhead. Among the onlookers, only Broly could keep pace with their speed. Is this the power of His Majesty Lynx? Remarkable. His Majesty is stronger than he was 5 years ago. The observing Saiyans gaped in awe, their mouths agape. Hurry, hurry. We must seize this moment and flee. In the midst of the crowd escaping, Daba urged everyone on. Daba, do we truly need to escape? One of them questioned. Daba, reflecting on the earlier events, realized that Lynx, who had returned after 5 years, was evidently stronger than Darius. If they did not flee now, would they wait until Darius was truly defeated? As for seeking Lynx's forgiveness, let us not forget, Lynx is a Saiyan. Saiyans show no mercy towards traitors. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Darius exerted every ounce of his strength, only to find himself increasingly suffocated in battle. He sensed that Lin Chen was not even exerting his full power, yet he was still being toyed with. Why? Lynx, show me your true strength. Lin Chen paused momentarily, a stern smile gracing his lips. Very well. He had grown weary of the game. Darius, with a battle power of 300,000, was indeed more resilient than the cosmic pirates of the past. In the next moment, an enormous force collided with Darius's face. Time seemed to freeze as Darius distinctly felt his features contort, his teeth shattering. Then, as time resumed its normal flow, Darius was propelled like a cannonball, streaking through the air before crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree, creating a significant dent. Lynx! Darius screamed, scrambling out from the trunk, frantically shouting. I am Darius, the Emperor of the future universe. How could I possibly lose to you? In the next instant, Darius soared upwards. Above him was the canopy of the spirit tree, where numerous spirit tree fruits hung from the branches, still tinged with green, indicating their immaturity. However, even these unripe fruits possessed the potential to enhance battle power. Darius could hardly wait for the fruits to ripen. He needed to augment his strength immediately and eliminate Lynx. As Darius beheld the fruits within reach, he envisioned victory beckoning, picturing himself overpowering Lynx beneath his feet. Observing Darius's trajectory, Lynx smirked coldly. Just right, a group of you are in the tree. Let you all vanish along with the spirit tree. As a divine tree, ordinary attacks could not destroy it. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had to absorb the energy from the spirit tree fruits to topple this towering giant. Although Lin Chen could not perform the energy sphere technique, he possessed moves far more potent. With a resounding roar, Lin Chen's body began to emanate a golden aura. This aura instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure upon every Saiyan present. As King Vegeta gazed upon the golden radiance emanating from Lin Chen, an ancient legend, deeply rooted in the lore of the Saiyan royal lineage, instinctively surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Dales, poised to devour the darkest-hued fruit of the Tree of Might, sensed an extraordinary aura rising from below. It was the primal fear of legends, etched into the very DNA of every Saiyan. Lin Kex? He pondered in disbelief. It cannot be. Gritting his teeth, Dales bit into the fruit with fervor. As the essence coursed through him, he felt a miraculous transformation. The injuries inflicted by Lin Chen healed instantaneously, his lost strength not only restored, but amplified manifold. Dales activated his communicator, declaring, This is Dales. Inform me of my current battle power. My lord, your battle power has exceeded 600,000. 600,000? Ha ha ha. Dales erupted in laughter. Indeed, the soil of planet Vegeta is fertile for cultivating the Tree of Might. The fruit, still immature, bestows such power. Once fully ripened, my strength will ascend to unimaginable heights. Not even Lin Kex or the Frost Demons, who dominate the universe, could rival me. Yet, before Dales could revel in his triumph, a desperate cry echoed from his communicator. My lord, a formidable battle power approaches your vicinity. It appears to be that Saiyan. Lin Kex? What is his battle power? 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. No. It exceeds the limits. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, causing Dales to turn just in time to witness a plume of smoke rising ominously from the direction of his flagship. Flee! Quick, escape! Inside Dales' flagship, a catastrophic explosion had been triggered by the battle power detector, overwhelmed by excessive energy, leading to a chain reaction. Survivors screamed as they rushed from the ship towards their only beacon of hope, Dale's. Yet, in that instant, a brilliant glow illuminated the area beneath the Tree of Might. Fully transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan, Lin Chen, with his striking purple-black hair, raised a single hand towards the tree. At this moment, Lin Chen did not unleash any grand technique. He merely concentrated his energy into a green sphere and propelled it towards the tree. This sphere, no larger than a basketball, traveled at a modest speed, yet shortly after it penetrated the tree, a blinding column of light erupted from its base. The radiant beam pierced through the trunk, soaring to the treetop, ultimately consuming Dale's and the traitorous Saiyans in its embrace. I will not accept this. I am the king of the Saiyans. Dale's final cries of despair reverberated amidst the chaos. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently, and a cataclysmic force surged forth, enveloping the majority of planet Vegeta in a blinding white light, centered around the Tree of Might. Under the ominous atmosphere, the Saiyans on the planet knelt in fear, believing their doom was imminent. However, moments later, the once dominant branches of the Tree of Might that shrouded much of planet Vegeta transformed into countless golden specks of light. These luminous orbs, akin to falling snow, spread across the entire planet. The true essence of these orbs was the vitality absorbed by the tree from the planet. As this energy penetrated the parched earth, the desolate land was rejuvenated as if nourished by rain, reviving all life on planet Vegeta. In that moment, the planet on the brink of destruction was reborn. Chapter 17. Lin Chen's ambition, a new choice emerges. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to eliminate all members of the Dallas Legion and destroy the Tree of Might. Reward, 10 Tree of Might fruits. A gravity chamber with 50 times the normal gravity. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved at any time. 3 days had passed since Lin Chen defeated Dallas and revived planet Vegeta. During this time, the Saiyans, under King Vegeta's leadership, commenced the reconstruction of the royal capital. The first restoration effort focused on the Saiyan Palace, which had been ravaged by Dallas and his cohort. At that moment, in a corner of the palace, Lin Kes was nestled with Hanaxia, peacefully slumbering. However, a sudden knock at the door roused them from their repose. Lin Kes, King Vegeta, and the others request an audience. Upon hearing Broly's voice from outside, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up. Understood, Broly. Please have them wait in the council chamber. Your Majesty, Hanaxia, entwining her long legs around him like a serpent, implored, please ignore them. I still want more. Female Saiyans are known for their tenacity and passion. In both life and intimacy, Hanaxia exemplifies this strength, captivating Lin Chen. Yet, he understood that lingering in such bliss would lead him closer to doom. Thus, with a cold demeanor, he gently pushed Hanaxia away. Enough, rise. We must go meet King Vegeta and the others. Noticing Lin Chen's rare display of sternness after 3 days, Hanaxia promptly acquiesced, nodding, yes, Your Majesty. A short while later, Lin Chen, accompanied by Hanaxia and Broly, now akin to his personal guard, arrived at the council chamber. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus had been waiting for some time. Their purpose was not only to report on the progress of the capital's restoration over the past 3 days, but also to seek new directives from Lin Chen. With 5 years having swiftly passed, it was time for planet Vegeta to undergo transformation. Previously, Lin Chen had refrained from making significant decisions during his 5-year slumber. Now that he had returned as king, those hesitations could finally be set aside. He permitted King Vegeta to lift the ban on interstellar travel, no longer restricting the Saiyans from leaving planet Vegeta. Simultaneously, Lin Chen commanded Paragus to establish new laws, instituting regulations within the Saiyan society, which had long revered strength above all. Lin Chen's grand design was to forge his own Saiyan empire in the not-so-distant future. Despite the current weakness of the Saiyans, Lin Chen's ambition was to ensure that in the years to come, his followers would possess an entire legion of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2s, and even the mightier Super Saiyan gods. At that time, Lin Chen would stand as the zenith of the Saiyan Empire, wielding power to rival that of the gods themselves. When the moment arrived, he would face the god of destruction, angels, and even the Omni King without a trace of fear. To realize this vision, he recognized the necessity for a comprehensive transformation of the Saiyans. Well-versed in the narrative of Dragon Ball, Lin Chen perceived the current Saiyans as a once noble race that had fallen from grace. Historically, the Saiyans had not only birthed Super Saiyans, but had also produced Super Saiyan gods capable of contending with deities. Yet, the present Saiyan kingdom, excluding outliers like Lin Chen and Broly, consisted of a race whose average combat power was barely above 10,000. What had led to this decline? Upon deep analysis of the storyline, Lin Chen concluded that the degeneration stemmed from the Saiyans' descent into a brutish and ignorant existence. According to the lore, ancient Saiyans were a race that cherished peace and harbored a profound sense of justice. This was evident from the 2 pivotal factors that dictated their strength: their cells and their hearts. The cells are essential for a Saiyan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. flourishing only in environments of peace and stability. The heart of justice is crucial for ascending to the status of a Super Saiyan god. One must ponder, if Saiyans have always been as bloodthirsty and combative as they are now, how could they have once produced Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods? The only plausible explanation lies in the notion that Saiyans were not inherently warlike and selfish. Rather, some external influence must have precipitated their transformation, leading to the current degradation of their combat prowess. Although this change may seem arduous, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Soon, the younger generation of Saiyans would mature, becoming the greatest allies in Lin Chen's quest to reshape the Saiyan Empire. Ding. The host's desire to enhance the Saiyan strength has been detected, activating the ultimate selection. Option 1. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 1,000 Saiyans beyond 10,000. Reward: 5 vials of cell serum. Each vial enhances a Saiyan's cellular capacity by 20. Option 2. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 50 Saiyans beyond 100,000. Reward: 1 room of spirit and time. Option 3. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 5 Saiyans beyond 500,000. Reward: talent, beginner martial arts genius, with a 30 probability of directly mastering any techniques displayed before the talent's possessor. Is it out? Foreseeing the emergence of a new system selection, Lin Chen had long anticipated its occurrence. He had begun to discern the patterns governing these selections. They typically manifested when he was faced with significant decisions or choices. As he contemplated the 3 options before him, he engaged in quiet reflection. The challenges presented escalated in difficulty, yet the rewards grew increasingly enticing. The first reward would facilitate the birth of a 3rd Super Saiyan, in addition to himself and Broly. The second reward promised the acquisition of the exceedingly rare room of spirit and time, a manipulation of time, a remarkably scarce ability within the Dragon Ball universe, previously observed only on Earth and in the realm of the gods of destruction. The final option held a measurable value for Lin Chen at this juncture. While he had acquired the necessary bloodline and strength, he lacked a signature combat technique. Securing this reward would grant him the capability to learn others' techniques simply by observing them in action, an incredibly convenient advantage. Chapter 18. I want all 3 rewards. As Lin Chen prepared to make his choice, he suddenly perceived a potential loophole in the current selection system. What occurs if I fulfill the conditions for all 3 choices simultaneously? Although the challenges were increasingly formidable, they did not conflict with one another. If Lin Chen possessed the requisite skill, he could feasibly accomplish all 3 requirements at once. The system appeared momentarily taken aback. Pausing before responding, this selection permits the host to choose all options. However, should any single choice remain unfulfilled, the host will be erased. Please choose wisely. Choose wisely. Certainly. Opportunity coexists with risk. System, I desire all 3 rewards. Ding. Host selection confirmed. Please complete the tasks promptly. The countdown for 1 year begins now. In the next moment, Lin Chen observed a constantly changing countdown timer materializing before his eyes. From that day forth, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta entered an era of collective training. All Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, embarked on fervent cultivation. In the 5 years of Lin Chen's absence, the Saiyans, restricted from leaving planet Vegeta, had already begun to cultivate as a means of passing time, significantly enhancing their overall strength compared to their encounters with Frieza. Regrettably, however, almost no Saiyan understood the correct methods of training, and previously, they had never established a habit of cultivation. Consequently, their progress over those 5 years had been rather sluggish. Upon grasping this situation, Lin Chen promptly devised a comprehensive training regimen for the Saiyans, instructing them to adhere to it. Concurrently, he selected 50 of the most talented Saiyans, granting them the opportunity to train in a gravity chamber with 50 times the normal gravity, aspiring for them to elevate their combat power by at least 100,000 within the year. As for the task of elevating the combat power of over 5 Saiyans beyond 500,000, Lin Chen understood that, under ordinary circumstances, such an endeavor would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, he had spent 5 years merging his bloodline, and had only just achieved a power level exceeding 500,000. Even the legendary Saiyan Broly had only reached 230,000 in that same span of time. Both he and Broly possessed the legendary Saiyan bloodline, yet their growth rates were similarly modest. Fortunately, Lin Chen had alternative methods at his disposal. On this day, Lin Chen gathered King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Hanasea, and Broly together. These 5 individuals were the ones Lin Chen intended to utilize in order to fulfill the task of achieving 500,000 in combat power. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Chen presented them with 5 spirit tree fruits. Consume these, he instructed. What? The spirit tree fruit? Upon seeing the sizable red fruits in their hands, King Vegeta and the others instantly recognized them. Isn't this the very fruit that was used to entice the Saiyans to side with the enemy during the Dallas Rebellion? Your Majesty, how do you possess this? Weren't they all destroyed? Paragus inquired, perplexed. There's no need for further questions. Eat them quickly. Your strength will significantly increase. Lin Chen commanded. Understood. At Lin Chen's order, the 4 individuals, aside from Broly, ceased their hesitation and began to devour the spirit tree fruits. In mere moments, they had completely consumed the fruits. The next instant, they felt tremendous changes occurring within their bodies, as a wave of searing and boundless energy surged through them. This energy not only imparted a sensation of expansion to their bodies, but also rendered their minds extraordinarily clear. Instinctively, the 4 began to unleash their auras. Power. I feel filled with power. King Vegeta exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at his own fists, feeling the surging strength within. This power is incredible. Bardock also wore a jubilant expression as he clenched his fists. Is it truly that miraculous? Hanasiao and Paragus were equally exhilarated. Observing the jubilant quartet, Lin Chen examined their combat power through the system. Among them, Bardock experienced the most significant increase, soaring to a combat power of 400,000. King Vegeta was nearly on par with him. Paragus and Hanasiao lagged slightly behind, but still boasted over 300,000 in combat power. Indeed, it was a remarkable food fit for the gods. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his attention to Broly, who was still holding his spirit tree fruit, hesitating to partake. Broly, why aren't you eating? After a brief pause, Broly replied, Brother Lin Chen, this fruit is so precious. Why aren't you consuming it? I have already tasted one. Lin Chen confessed. To be frank, the effect on combat power is more pronounced for those with lower strength. Beyond a certain threshold, its efficacy diminishes. The spirit tree fruits he had given them were rewards he had obtained after completing his own task. After vanquishing Dallas, he had sampled one himself, only to find himself somewhat disappointed. Prior to this revelation, Lin Chen had long assumed that the fruit of the spirit tree could directly augment combat prowess. However, after partaking of it, he discovered that its most significant benefit lay not in enhancing one's fighting capability, but rather in bolstering spiritual strength. The increase in combat power was merely a byproduct of the fruit's nourishing and fortifying effects on the body. Yet, Lin Chen's physique had already undergone enhancement due to the fusion with the legendary Saiyan bloodline, rendering the fruit's impact on his combat effectiveness rather negligible. After consuming a single fruit, his combat power rose by a mere 100,000, bringing his current baseline strength to 650,000. In hindsight, Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret for having exerted excessive force on that fateful day, dismantling Dale's spaceship without leaving behind a single seed of the spirit tree. However, upon understanding the true nature of the fruit's effects, his sense of loss dissipated. Broly, this fruit may not significantly benefit you either, but it will aid you in mastering your emotions. Consume it without delay. Upon hearing this, Broly wasted no time and obediently ingested the fruit. As anticipated, his aura did not experience a substantial transformation. In fact, his combat power increased by a mere 70,000, elevating it from 230,000 to 300,000. Although the 5 of them had yet to reach the requisite combat power of 500,000, there remained a year to elevate their strengths, making it entirely feasible for them to achieve this milestone with the aid of the spirit tree fruit. King Vegeta, and the rest of you, having consumed the spirit tree fruit, you must devote yourselves to training diligently. Within a year, should any of you fail to surpass a combat power of 500,000, do not say I did not warn you. Understood. King Vegeta and his companions promptly nodded in agreement before taking their leave. Broly appeared to have something to express, but was pulled away by his father, Paragus. Bardock, why are you still here? Lin Chen was about to respond when he suddenly noticed another presence. Bardock, cradling the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, I have another matter to report. Chapter 19, The Imminent Journey to Earth. Insufficient medical equipment? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After Hanazia's departure, Bardock finally elucidated the purpose of his lingering presence. According to him, the entire Saiyan race had begun to adopt the new training methods imparted by Lin Chen, yet this transition had given rise to several new challenges. The most pressing issue was the dwindling quantity of medical equipment on planet Vegeta. Historically, the Saiyans had not engaged in technological development. Much of the advanced equipment on their planet was acquired through conquest or trade with extraterrestrial beings. During their subservience to Frieza, the tyrant had supplied them with 3 healing devices, akin to the high-tech apparatus used to treat Goku on Namek in the original narrative. However, with only 3 such devices available and thousands of Saiyans inhabiting the planet, it was evident that the supply was grossly inadequate. Lin Chen imparted to the Saiyans a training regimen that he had refined by merging the methods employed by Goku and Vegeta in the original narrative. The primary objective of this rigorous training was to relentlessly push the Saiyans beyond their physical limits. This method, inherently perilous, often led to injuries. If there were an ample supply of healing devices, the issue would be manageable. However, the scarcity of such devices among the Saiyans resulted in numerous individuals being unable to receive timely treatment. thereby hindering their training progress. Lin Chen acknowledged this oversight with a nod, realizing that his plan had encountered a flaw. Upon hearing this, Bardock promptly reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry. I can immediately dispatch someone to seek out civilizations possessing healing technology. If necessary, we could even raid Frieza's planet to procure some." Lin Chen shook his head, stating, "No. What we require is not just a few or even dozens of healing devices, but rather at least several hundred or even thousands. Allow me to handle this matter." Bardock nodded in agreement. Shortly after parting ways with Bardock, Lin Chen utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive on Earth. Accompanying him was Hanasia, clad in a battle suit and equipped with a power level detector. As Lin Chen's newly appointed queen, Hanasia was determined to follow him upon hearing of his journey to another planet. "Your Majesty, is this Earth? The gravity here is so low," she exclaimed. "Indeed, this is Earth," Lin Chen replied, surveying the familiar yet somewhat alien surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. This marked his first visit to Earth since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps due to his reincarnation as a Saiyan. Lin Chen felt little emotional attachment to the planet. Nevertheless, it remained the epicenter of the Dragon Ball saga and an indispensable component of his future plans for the Saiyan Empire. From the original text, it was evident that the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possessed innate strength superior to that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Thus, Lin Chen had long intended to establish formal ties between the two planets at some point in the future. Unexpectedly, the need for medical equipment had accelerated his journey to Earth. Although in the original narrative, the Saiyan Raditz derided Earth as a primitive planet, the reality was that the level of civilization on this world far surpassed the Saiyan's imagination. Moreover, this planet boasted numerous ingenious inventors. The individual Lin Chen sought was none other than the brilliant inventor, Dr. Brief, residing in West City. He was also the father of Bulma, one of the most significant female characters in the Dragon Ball universe. The healing devices urgently needed by the Saiyans rested solely in his capable hands. In the next moment, Lin Chen soared through the skies towards West City alongside Hanasia. Dr. Brief was not only a genius, but also the founder of the Capsule Corporation. His stature was akin to that of Edison in Lin Chen's previous world, an internationally renowned scientist and a wealthy magnate. Consequently, after arriving in West City, Lin Chen effortlessly located Dr. Brief's residence. Their residence stands as the grandest edifice in the entire West City, easily identifiable by the emblem of the Capsule Corporation atop its roof. Upon descending, Lin Chen intended to knock on the door, but was suddenly startled by the sound of crying emanating from Dr. Brief's home. Do not fear, Bulma. My dear, keep an eye on Bulma for me." "All right, my love." At that moment, within Dr. Brief's abode, the esteemed scientist stood before his wife and daughter, arms outstretched protectively around them. Before the trio, an elderly man leaning on a cane was accompanied by three creatures resembling biomen. Nearby, several security personnel from the Capsule Corporation lay incapacitated. The old man sneered, "Very well, Dr. Brief. As long as you comply and come with us, no harm shall befall anyone. Moreover, we will return your other daughter to you." "Another ties? You have taken ties?" Dr. Brief exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. "Indeed, make your choice swiftly. Dr. Willow is awaiting us." The old man struck the ground with his cane. Just then, a voice interjected, "I'm afraid Dr. Brief cannot accompany you." "Who?" The old man turned to see a man and a woman entering, clad in peculiar armor-like attire, unfamiliar to him. "Dear, are they your friends?" Mrs. Brief inquired, puzzled. "No, I do not know them." Dr. Brief shook his head, equally bewildered. "What is happening today?" First, Dr. Quan, the long-missing assistant of Dr. Willow, suddenly appears stating Dr. Willow wishes to see him, and now two strangers I have never encountered before. Behind Mrs. Brief, a curious little girl with twin ponytails peered out, her eyes wide with intrigue at the newcomers. The intruders, of course, were Lin Chen and his companion. Having surveyed the scene, Lin Chen quickly discerned the underlying situation. He recognized the individual intent on abducting Dr. Brief. If memory served correctly, this man was none other than Dr. Quan, assistant to Dr. Willow from a certain Dragon Ball movie. Dr. Willow, in the Dragon Ball universe, alongside Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, is celebrated as one of the three foremost scientists of the human realm, proficient in biotechnological advancements. In that film, Dr. Willow sought to resurrect himself by seizing the body of the world's strongest being, only to be vanquished by Goku's spirit bomb. It was unexpected that Dr. Quan would manifest several years ahead of schedule, and even more so within Dr. Brief's residence. Chapter 20. The Insubstantial with a Power Level of Only 10. Observing the abrupt intrusion, a sense of peril washed over Dr. Quan. Yet, he dismissed the notion of danger, accompanied by his trio of biomen. How could he possibly face any threat? It should be noted that these biomen were the pinnacle of Dr. Willow's technological prowess, capable of annihilating an entire tank division. Turning to Lin Chen, Dr. Quan inquired, "Who are you two? This matter does not concern you. Leave immediately." Lin Chen's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Beside him, Hanaxia wore a look of disdain, remarking, How dare a worthless creature with a combat power of merely 10 speak to his majesty, Lin Chen, in such a manner? Worthless? How dare you call Dr. Kachin a waste? Dr. Kachin bellowed, striking his cane and issuing commands to the three bioengineered beings. Upon hearing his orders, the three grotesque creatures, resembling cultivators, swiftly encircled Lin Chen and his companions. Your Majesty, what are these? They bear a striking resemblance to cultivators, Hanaxia inquired, her curiosity piqued rather than alarmed. They are likely bioweapons akin to cultivators, Lin Chen replied. Hanaxia chuckled. Creatures with combat power below 200 are considered weapons? Noticing that the two showed no signs of fear, Dr. Kachin felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and urgently commanded, "Why are you still standing there? Attack!" The three bioengineered beings lunged toward Hanaxia. In that instant, Hanaxia's eyes widened as she raised her finger at the creatures. Whoosh! Three invisible blasts of energy shot forth, instantly reducing the bioengineered beings to mere piles of flesh. What? Dr. Kachin gasped in shock. What did that woman just do? How could three immensely powerful bioengineered beings perish so easily? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His earlier instincts were indeed correct. These two strangers were extraordinarily dangerous. Now, do you have any final words? Hanaxia approached Dr. Kachin with a cold smile, instilling terror within him. Stay back, Dr. Kachin shouted, abruptly discarding his cane, transforming his left hand into a Gatling gun, having undergone extensive modifications to prolong his life. He was no longer an ordinary man. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets erupted from the Gatling gun, striking Hanaxia. Yet, amidst the barrage, she remained unscathed, coldly raising her right hand as a radiant light emanated from her palm. Wait, Dr. Brief suddenly cried out. Though he did not comprehend the situation, he sensed that Dr. Kachin was in grave danger. It mattered little if he perished, but his daughter remained in Dr. Willow's clutches. However, Hanaxia ignored Dr. Brief entirely. In the next moment, a thunderous shockwave obliterated Dr. Kachin. Mrs. Brief and Bulma screamed in terror, while Dr. Brief stood frozen, anguish etched across his face as he cried, "Ties. Greetings, Dr. Brief. I am Lin Chen, or Lin Chen on Earth. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration," Lin Chen stated. Dr. Brief retorted angrily, "Collaboration? Do you realize what you've just done? That individual kidnapped my eldest daughter. You've killed him. What will happen to her? Impertinent. How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner?" Hanaxia suddenly flashed before Dr. Brief, poised to strike him. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Hannah, Dr. Brief instinctively shut his eyes in terror. "Wait," Lin Chen suddenly interjected, halting her. "Dr. Brief, there is no need for fear or anger. I may have knowledge of your daughter's whereabouts." Dr. Brief opened her eyes, intrigued. "You know?" Lin Chen affirmed, "Yes. That individual earlier was likely an associate of Dr. Willow. I recall his base, situated in a place known as the Zulu Mape Snow Mountain." Zulu Mape Snow Mountain? Dr. Brief paused in surprise. "Father, the Zulu Mape Snow Mountain is precisely where Dr. Willow's former research facility was located." A youthful voice chimed in from beside them. Lin Chen and Dr. Brief turned to find it was none other than the young Bulma, still just a little girl. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Bulma timidly hid behind Mrs. Brief and, in a shy tone, added, "I read about it in a book. Dr. Brief, do you know the location of Zulu Mape Snow Mountain? It's approximately 2,000 kilometers northwest of West City." Dr. Brief instinctively pointed out before realizing, "Why do you ask?" Without further ado, Lin Chen executed a technique of instantaneous movement. The Brief family stood in stunned silence as he vanished before their eyes. He disappeared? Meanwhile, at the distant Zulu Mape Snow Mountain, within a vast research facility resembling a fortress, a girl with a resemblance to Bulma, yet sporting golden hair akin to Mrs. Brief's and appearing to be in her 20s, was vociferously cursing in one direction. Though her hands and feet were shackled, it did not impede her vigorous motions. "You brainiac, pervert, mad scientist, release me at once. One of my friends is a galactic patrolman. If you don't set me free, I'll have him lock you up in a galactic prison." Not far from this tempestuous beauty, a brain encased in a container emitted dull sounds. This brain belonged to Dr. Willow, the mastermind behind the current predicament. In a bid to prolong his life, Dr. Willow had Dr. Kachin extract his brain and place it within a robotic body. As Dr. Willow persistently called out for the missing Dr. Kachin, a figure suddenly appeared beside the golden-haired beauty. The furious girl halted her tirade, gazing at the suddenly materialized Lin Chen with a bewildered expression. "Excuse me, how did you just appear?" Lin Chen regarded the girl and inquired, "Are you Tai Si, the daughter of Dr. Brief?" Upon her nod, Lin Chen subtly gestured, and in the next moment, the shackles binding Tai Si's limbs shattered. "I am a friend of your father, here to rescue you. Take my hand." Lin Chen extended his hand toward Tai Si. "My goodness, how did you do that?" Tai Si, astonished by the broken shackles, was soon filled with excitement as she grasped Lin Chen's hand. "Are you an alien? That thing on your waist, is it a tail? Please, tell me. Kid, who are you? How did you manage to infiltrate Dr. Willow's laboratory?" Chapter 21, Collaboration with Dr. Brief. As Dr. Willow's words echoed, three shadowy figures emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Chen and Tais. These figures were bizarre in appearance. One was a towering, corpulent entity resembling a balloon. Another was entirely green, adorned with numerous tentacles. The last, seemingly the most ordinary, was a muscular man with fiery red hair. Who am I? You lack the privilege to know, Lin Chen retorted, grasping Tais' hand and gradually lifting her off the ground. Wait, you can fly? Tais exclaimed, utterly astonished. She glanced beneath her feet, failing to detect any traces of flames. How was it possible for them to ascend? You little brat, do you think you can escape? In the presence of my three bio-warriors, crafted from the pinnacle of biotechnology, where do you think you can flee? Jesse, Mizaz, Abiliar, seize them. Just as Dr. Willow issued his commands, Lin Chen, with Tais in tow, soared upwards, disregarding the ceiling overhead. As they neared the roof, Tais instinctively shut her eyes and screamed. Yet at that moment, a radiant light flickered from Lin Chen's fingertips, creating a skylight in Dr. Willow's laboratory. What? My lab, reinforced with superalloy, was breached so effortlessly? Dr. Willow gasped in disbelief. In the sky, Tais felt no collision with the roof, but suddenly noticed a sharp drop in temperature. She cautiously opened one eye, only to be on the verge of a scream. Are we in the air? Haha, this feeling is incredible. Achu, noticing Tais shivering. Lin Chen extended his other hand, channeling warmth towards her. Instantly, Tais felt a significant increase in warmth. As they ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters, Tais showed no sign of fear. Indeed, the Brief family was far from ordinary. Indeed, I am Lin Chen, a Saiyan from planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan. Upon hearing Lin Chen's introduction, Tais appeared utterly bewildered. Are you here to invade Earth? In truth, Tais had heard of Saiyan's before, as she had a friend named Gak, who was also an extraterrestrial. You must have heard about them from Gak? You know Gak? The Galactic Patrolman Gak? I've heard his name, Tais responded, a hint of incredulity in her tone. That unreliable fellow has garnered such fame? Tais murmured, glancing at Lin Chen, who was now extending his fingers downward. What are you planning? To resolve any future troubles for your father. Dr. Willow will not relent. Having saved you this time, he may come after your family again. I lack the time to watch over you continuously, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. With a swift motion, a sphere of light erupted from his palm. Dr. Willow and his companions looked on in confusion at the luminous orb. But in the next instant, the sphere burst forth with a dazzling radiance, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy that engulfed all surrounding objects. Immediately, the mad scientist, Dr. Willow, who dreamt of world domination, descended into chaos alongside his three untested bio-warriors. A tremendous orb of light engulfed the entire research facility with a resounding roar. Tais stood frozen, trembling in disbelief. Oh my heavens, Gak was right. You truly are a perilous bunch. Hey, I just saved you. Such words seem rather ungrateful, Lin Chen replied with a smile. My apologies, Tais responded earnestly. Let us start over. Hello, I am Tais, the eldest daughter of Dr. Brief. Thank you for rescuing me. As Lin Chen gazed at the short-haired girl, he unexpectedly found her rather intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, beneath his smile, the girl's heart began to race uncontrollably. In West City, within the home of Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief was serving delectable cake and tea to the lingering Hanasia. When Dr. Brief noticed his daughter Bulma curiously poking at Hanasia's tail while she devoured the cake, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This troublesome girl, can't she be more mindful of the situation? What if that alien gets annoyed and harms our family? At that moment, two figures appeared in the center of the living room. Sister, Your Majesty, Tais, Bulma exclaimed as she leapt into her elder sister's embrace. Mrs. Brief, filled with excitement, hugged her daughter tightly, while Hanasia stood up, offering Lin Chen a piece of cake. Your Majesty, you must try this. The food on our planet is exquisite. Lin Chen smiled politely, declining the offer, then turned to the still-dazed Dr. Brief. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. Dr. Willow will no longer disturb you, ever. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. Is that so? Well then, thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Oh dear, he just rescued our daughter, and you wish to discuss business already? I am preparing a splendid meal to properly entertain him. Mrs. Brief interjected, displeased. Please, my dear, go ahead with your preparations. Dr. Brief and I can discuss matters while we wait, Lin Chen suggested. Hanasia, he called out. Let me assist you, ma'am. I am curious to learn how you made those dishes. Hanasia immediately took hold of Tais' arm, guiding Mrs. Brief to the kitchen, thus creating space for Lin Chen and Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I shall be direct. I have come seeking your assistance, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together. Mr. Lin Chen, with your capabilities, I am uncertain how I might be of help. Lin Chen shook his head and said, though we Saiyans possess greater strength than the Earthlings, we lack the ability to develop technology. Therefore, I hope to receive the technical support of Dr. Brief and the Capsule Corporation behind you to provide technological products for our Saiyan race. Chapter 22. Journey to Karen Tower. Technological products? Dr. Brief wore a wary expression. Mr. Lin Chen, with all due respect, you seem quite formidable already. Earth's weaponry. No, Doctor, you misunderstand. To be frank, the technological products I require at this moment are merely two. One is a healing device, and the other is a gravity chamber. Dr. Brief was taken aback. Healing device? Gravity chamber? Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards the garden outside. Doctor, let us go over there. I have something to show you. With that, Lin Chen strolled towards the garden. Dr. Brief's estate was quite opulent, with a garden rivaling the size of a park. Lin Chen casually found a level spot, waved his right hand, and summoned a healing device he had brought from planet Vegeta out of the system space. The sudden appearance of the healing device left Dr. Brief speechless. What? Mr. Lin, how did you accomplish this? Is it from a capsule? Not quite. Consider it one of my unique abilities, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Patting the healing device, Lin Chen continued. This is the model we are currently using, capable of fully healing someone with severe injuries in a short period. Doctor, I hope you can replicate it and manufacture 100 units for us. These devices are crucial for us Saiyans. The gravity chamber can wait, but I expect the 100 healing devices to be completed within a month. Dr. Brief appeared troubled. Mr. Lin, given the debt of gratitude for saving my family and Tai's life, I can agree to your request. However, both the healing device and the gravity chamber are beyond my previous experience. I am uncertain if I can truly create them. Indeed, while Dr. Brief was a genius who had invented many marvelous technologies, even geniuses have their limits. The items Lin Chen required involved biotechnology and gravitational technology, fields Dr. Brief had never ventured into, which left him somewhat lacking in confidence. At that moment, a voice suddenly chimed in. Daddy, if it's the healing device, we already have a prototype. It shouldn't take long to replicate one, and then we can have the robots mass produce it. Huh. Both Dr. Brief and Lin Chen turned to see Bulma running out from behind a tree. The little girl looked excitedly at the healing device Lin Chen had produced, smiling at her father as if seeking his praise. Really? Bulma, are you confident about this? Dr. Brief asked, astonished. Yes. By the way, brother Lin Chen, do you have a prototype of the gravity chamber? If so, I should be able to replicate that quickly as well. I've been researching anti-gravity systems lately. Brief chuckled as he addressed Lin Chen. I apologize, Mr. Lin Chen. This is my daughter, Bulma. Despite her tender age, she is, in fact, a prodigy even more formidable than I. Lin Chen was not taken aback by Brief's words. After all, Bulma could arguably be considered the most intellectually gifted character in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Bulma. You have been immensely helpful to me. If you have any wishes, feel free to share them, and I shall see to their fulfillment. With a gentle smile, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair. At his touch, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Hey, Lin Chen, I overheard my sister say that you can fly. Could you take me for a flight? So simple. Yes. Bulma nodded with conviction. Dr. Brief, may I take Miss Bulma for a brief flight? Lin Chen inquired. Of course, please do, Brief replied, though a hint of worry lingered in his heart. Lin Chen promptly took Bulma's hand and soared into the sky. Oh my goodness. I'm really flying. This is amazing. Bulma, being the sister of Tai Si, exhibited no fear regarding the flight. Instead, she began to urge, Lin Chen, can we go faster? Certainly. Lin Chen drew her closer, embracing her with both arms, and increased their velocity. With his aura surrounding them, their speed quickly surpassed that of a fighter jet. Yet Bulma felt no discomfort whatsoever. Her little face, however, glowed with excitement, clearly enamored by the exhilarating experience. Please, Lin Chen, can we fly a little longer? A little longer? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before a bright idea struck him. How about I take you to meet the Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai? Where's that? Is there really a Supreme Kai in this world? Bulma scanned her surroundings with curiosity. Though a child prodigy, she still held a fascination for myths and legends. Indeed. Just wait, I will take you to see. The destinations Lin Chen had in mind were the Korin Tower and the Supreme Kai's realm, both of which had been part of his planned route. Since he was taking Bulma out for an adventure, he decided to expedite the itinerary. Korin Tower was remote, situated far from human civilization. Flying from West City would take several hours. However, with Lin Chen's speed, they arrived in no time, gazing up at the towering Korin Tower that pierced the clouds. As they approached, the cat sage atop the tower began to tremble. What an overwhelming presence. How could that alien know of this place? Inside the Supreme Kai's palace, the Kai's green visage paled slightly. Could it be that the alien has discovered my whereabouts? Wow, Bulma exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping as she beheld the distant tower. As a human from Earth, she had never imagined such a place existed. That tower was likely taller than any structure on the planet. Is that where the Supreme Kai resides? She asked, her eyes wide with wonder. That is Karen Tower, the dwelling of the immortal, with the abode of the deities situated even higher. Even higher? Bulma felt an exhilarating thrill today. Not only had she encountered extraterrestrials, but she was also on the verge of meeting an immortal and a deity. Her petite face flushed with excitement. Moments later, Lin Chen had already taken Bulma, soaring towards the grand hall of Karen Tower. Brother Lin Chen, where is the immortal? Where is he? As soon as they landed, Bulma began to look around eagerly, completely overlooking the bewildered cat immortal beside her. Ahem. The cat immortal cleared his throat. Forgive me, but I am the immortal. Huh. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Brother Lin Chen, the cat can talk. He is not a cat. He is the immortal. Chapter 23. A Choice for Earth. Immortal? Bulma paused, then, finding it amusing, lunged toward the cat immortal, eager to pet the large white cat. However, the cat immortal was not inclined to let her fulfill her wish. Just as he was about to leap away, an unexpected aura enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The cat immortal looked at Lin Chen in the distance, who stood with arms crossed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fat cat, are you the immortal? Bulma stroked the cat immortal's fur and pinched its chubby face. Brother Lin Chen, you're deceiving me. It's just a cat. The cat immortal suddenly sprang to life, gasping for breath, exclaiming, I am the immortal, not a cat. Wow, it really can talk. All right, Bulma, I have matters to discuss with it. Lin Chen approached the cat immortal, an ominous presence causing the fur on the cat immortal to stand on end. Aren't you an extraterrestrial? How do you know about this place? The cat immortal inquired curiously. Not only do I know about this place, but I am also aware that you possess the senzu beans. Hand them over to me. Lin Chen stated. Until the healing device is completed, the senzu beans from Karen Tower would suffice for the time being. Although this usage might be somewhat wasteful, it was a small price to pay compared to the threat of annihilation by the system. No, you are a stranger. I cannot part with the senzu beans. Before the cat immortal could finish, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a fish, entirely different from those on Earth, materialized before him. This is a fish from planet Vegeta. Give me the senzu beans, and I will provide you with 100 more. Meow? I'll give them. The cat immortal promptly changed his tune as soon as Lin Chen spoke. No cat can resist the allure of fish, not even an immortal. Cat immortal. Cultivate more in the future, and I can bring you fish from across the universe. After swiftly collecting all the senzu beans the cat immortal had, leaving only the seeds behind, Lin Chen took Bulma and soared once more towards greater heights. The heavenly temple awaited above. Effortlessly piercing through the protective barrier of the heavenly temple, Lin Chen gently landed with Bulma upon its sacred grounds. The young girl was brimming with delight, but soon found herself startled. For not far away, the green deity and the black bubbles were already awaiting them. Lin Chen glanced at the two. The true identity of the deity, a Namekian, was marked by a sense of restraint, while Mr. Bubbles beside him remained expressionless. Welcome. Esteemed visitor from another world, the deity greeted them. Hello, deity, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen responded cordially to the two. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bulma wore an expression of astonishment. Brother Lin Chen, are they the deities? He is a deity, and I am Bobo, a servant of the gods, Mr. Bobo stated. Indeed, he is the divine one. Are you somewhat disappointed? Lin Chen remarked. Bulma nodded, feeling that her fantasies about mythology had been shattered. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here this time? The deity inquired cautiously. Lin Chen responded, I wish to ask if you can summon the dragon directly for me. Summoning the dragon requires locating the 7 Dragon Balls, but even I cannot ascertain their whereabouts, the deity murmured. Bulma, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Lin Chen, what are Dragon Balls? They are orbs capable of granting wishes. After a brief explanation, Lin Chen continued, since summoning the dragon is not feasible, I shall let it be. My primary purpose here is to show Ms. Bulma around and to acquire some senzu beans. The deity was taken aback and suggested, if that is the case, would you like me to guide you on a tour here? Brother Lin Chen, I still wish to see more. Enough, Bulma. Doctor. Brief and the others must be waiting anxiously. Lin Chen grasped Bulma's hand, preparing to teleport away, but at that moment, the deity stepped forward and asked, Mr. Lin Chen, do you not have any thoughts regarding Earth? Thoughts? Lin Chen turned his head. With your strength, conquering Earth should be a trivial endeavor. Yet, you merely engage in transactions with mortals. I do not understand. Do not understand? Lin Chen smiled faintly. With his current prowess, conquering Earth would indeed be effortless. Yet why would he pursue such a course? Ding. The system detected the host's confusion regarding Earth's fate and activated the ultimate choices. Choice 1. Unify Earth and transform it into a Saiyan colony. Reward. Enhanced potential of the Namekian Elder. Choice 2. Annihilate Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Reward. Technique. Energy Scythe. Choice 3. Maintain the status quo, allowing the Dragon Ball saga to unfold smoothly on Earth. Reward. Increase battle power by 100,000. Seeing the sudden emergence of the ultimate choices in his mind, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed the system was trying to provoke him. Among the 3 options, the reward for the third was nearly inconsequential. On the contrary, the first 2 choices offered immediate capabilities to fulfill the current task or learn a formidable technique. Regardless of how one viewed it, the first 2 options appeared far more advantageous. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on it and opted for the third choice. System. I choose 3. As a transmigrator, Lin Chen's familiarity with the narrative served as his greatest asset. Easily altering the plot would be detrimental to him. Furthermore, there were many beloved characters on Earth. Ding. Host's choice confirmed. Rewards have been granted. In the next moment, Lin Chen's strength subtly increased. Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, the deity was left astonished, while Mr. Bobo remained expressionless. In the following days, Dr. Brief and Bulma commenced their work on the replication of the healing device. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. On this particular day, Lin Chen arrived at a place known as Baozi Mountain. He floated in the air, gazing down below. Ever since he made the choice to preserve the Earth as it was, Lin Chen was reminded of Sun Wukong. He wished to see how this protagonist from the Dragon Ball saga was faring in his life. Although planet Vegeta had not been destroyed prior to Lin Chen's slumber, he had instructed Bardock to send Sun Wukong to Earth. Consequently, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth at the same pivotal moment, just as the narrative dictated. Observing the youthful Wukong practicing his punches, Lin Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. True to the original tale, the Wukong before him boasted a meager combat power of merely 10. Despite living alone, he lacked for nothing. Yet, he continued to hone his skills with unwavering determination. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative, only Wukong could truly embody the term martial arts fanatic. It was precisely this diligent spirit that enabled the young Wukong to evolve from a lowly Saiyan warrior into one of the universe's most formidable fighters in the original story. Though he possessed superior bloodline potential, Lin Chen felt his own diligence was comparatively lacking. His future was fraught with numerous crises, the imminent threat of Frieza, whose whereabouts were unknown, and the distant awakening of the god of destruction, Beerus, decades hence. The challenges ahead were indeed formidable. Thus, I cannot afford to be complacent any longer. Chapter 24. Galactic Patrolman Gak. Time flowed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. Due to sharing meals and resting alongside the Brief family, Lin Chen's relationship with them gradually deepened. Mrs. Brief even playfully suggested that Lin Chen consider marrying one of her 2 daughters, regardless of his existing bond with Hanasia. After all, as a king, it was deemed perfectly normal for him to have multiple wives. To Lin Chen's surprise, Dr. Brief concurred, even expressing a tinge of envy. These 2 individuals were, indeed, as carefree as their counterparts in the original narrative. Lin Chen naturally dismissed such notions, although he had once been an avid Dragon Ball fan. He had never contemplated engaging with any female character from the past stories since arriving in this world. His connection with Hanasia was purely for physiological needs. However, Tai Si seemed to harbor different thoughts, often engaging Lin Chen in conversations about Saiyan lore whenever he exited the gravity chamber. Of course, she claimed it was for the purpose of gathering material for a new novel. Unlike Dr. Brief and Bulma, Tai Si was a literary enthusiast and a budding science fiction writer with a modest reputation. As for the younger Bulma, she pretended to be oblivious to her parents' banter. Yet whenever she found herself alone with Lin Chen, her cheeks would flush crimson. She took a keen interest in Lin Chen's research on the treatment device and gravity chamber. Occasionally, when she observed Lin Chen conversing with Tai Si, a faint hint of melancholy would cross her small face, revealing her true feelings to any discerning observer. On this day, within the 50X gravity chamber, a resounding explosion echoed, shrouding the room in a haze of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. However, after a few breaths, the pain within him gradually faded, and soon he was able to rise to his feet. Remarkably, during this time, Lin Chen had not consumed a single magical bean. Despite having been nearly injured by a full-force energy blast he had unleashed moments before, he emerged unscathed. This incredible regenerative ability was a testament to the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through Lin Chen's veins. Through a month of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Lin Chen had begun to discern that his Saiyan bloodline differed somewhat from that of Broly. According to the system, his lineage was an earlier version of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. While his rate of power increase was not as rapid as that of Broly in this world, he possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities and formidable defenses. This unique resilience and defensive prowess allowed Lin Chen to train without the need for magical beans. A mere rest on the ground could restore him from a near-death state, an almost miraculous phenomenon. After a month of training, Lin Chen had gradually adapted to the maximum gravity of 50 times Earth's, enhancing his battle power by 200,000, bringing it close to 1 million. Host, Lin Chen. Battle power, 890,000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key manipulation. At that moment, the communicator in the room chimed, and Tai Si's voice resonated through it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Chen approached the door and pressed the communicator. What is it? Do you remember the galactic officer, Gak, I mentioned last time? He has arrived. Is that so? Wait a moment, I will be out shortly. Gak was indeed the galactic patrol officer who was a friend of Tai Si. Lin Chen had a notion regarding the future of the Saiyans, and he needed the assistance of Gak's galactic patrol organization, prompting him to ask Tai Si to reach out to Gak and invite him to Earth. Once Lin Chen had dried off and donned his attire, He stepped outside to find Tai Si engaged in conversation with an alien resembling a mini Ultraman. This extraterrestrial was none other than Gak, as described by Tai Si. Hello. Lin Chen greeted as he approached the two. As Saiyan. Gak stammered in surprise. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. You may call me Lin Chen or Lin Kesai. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Yet, Gak, with a wary expression, drew his laser gun and instructed Tai Si. Tai Si, step aside. This individual is a ferocious Saiyan. I will cover you. You must flee with your family. The farther you escape from Earth, the better. Suddenly, with a clang, Tai Si, producing a frying pan from seemingly nowhere, struck Gak on the head. You fool. I told you Lin Chen is a friend. I brought you here to meet him. What? But he is, Lin Chen interjected. Mr. Gak, rest assured, Scions are no longer what they once were. I asked Tai Si to summon you because she mentioned you are a super elite in the Galactic Patrol, and I have some matters I wish to entrust to you. Like the Gak from Lin Chen's memories, this fellow is exceedingly vain and possesses an exceptionally strong sense of pride. Upon hearing Lin Chen's flattery, he immediately swelled with self-importance. Super elite? Well, she is certainly not mistaken. So, Scion sir, what is it that you seek from me? I wish to meet the Galaxy King. The Galaxy King? Gak's expression turned instantly wary. What are your intentions? Do you mean to assassinate His Majesty the Galaxy King? Of course not. In fact, I am a king as well. I am the current ruler of the Scions and wish to discuss a potential collaboration with your Galaxy King. Lin Chen smiled at Gak, stating, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. I have no time to waste, and I hope you can agree at once. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand, revealing that he had somehow seized Gak's laser gun. Without hesitation, he crushed the weapon into an iron ball and tossed it back to Gak. Upon seeing the iron lump in his hands, Gak chuckled in surprise. I did not expect you to be the king of the Scions. Very well, we can set off at once. Though a Galaxy Patrol officer, Gak's strength was only marginally superior to that of an average Earthling. Witnessing Lin Chen's display of power, he immediately transformed into a compliant and obedient figure, daring not to voice any dissent. Before long, under Gak's guidance, Lin Chen pinpointed the location of the Galaxy King and, together with Gak and Tais, performed an instantaneous teleportation. Shortly after the three vanished, Bulma rushed over excitedly. Brother Lin Chen, the healing device and gravity chamber are ready. Brother Lin Chen. Upon noticing the open door to the gravity chamber, Bulma halted in her tracks. At that moment, Mrs. Brief passed by. Mom, where is Brother Lin Chen? Bulma's previously jubilant expression instantly faded. Upon seeing this, Mrs. Brief squinted and smiled. Oh dear, Bulma, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Not at all. Mom, don't say such things. With that, the little girl stormed off in a huff. Chapter 25, The Scion Peacekeeping Force. After a sudden fluctuation in space, Gak and Tais found themselves in a dramatically altered environment. The trio had transitioned from Earth to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, a place Gak was most familiar with. What sort of magic is this? How astonishing! Gak exclaimed. This is Lin Chen's instantaneous teleportation, Tais replied. Having experienced it several times with Lin Chen and thus accustomed to it. Lin Chen, you mustn't harbor any ill intentions. This is the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. If you dare to act recklessly, the Galaxy Patrol will not let you off easily, Gak cautioned. Rest assured, I am truly here to discuss collaboration, Lin Chen responded. He was well aware that within the Galaxy Patrol lurked an enigmatic and formidable elite, Mels. This individual was suspected to be of the same caliber as the angelic Vis. And with Lin Chen's current strength, provoking him would be tantamount to courting death. The three then made their way toward the Galaxy King's office. Gak, weren't you supposed to be on Earth? Tais observed the unfolding events and remarked, Gak, it appears you have quite the social charm, don't you? Certainly. I am indeed a super elite. Lin Chen wore a bemused expression. Shortly thereafter, the trio finally encountered the Galactic King. Although Tai Si had known Gak for many years, it was her first encounter with his superior, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. The Galactic King quickly noticed the sudden appearance of strangers. Gak solemnly saluted him and hurried over to whisper in his ear, Scion. The Galactic King was taken aback, his body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, one of his guards stealthily approached a button within the room. Excuse me? Lin Chen suddenly fixed his gaze upon the guard, unleashing a suppressed aura that sent the guard crashing to the ground. No need to be alarmed, everyone. Although I am a Scion, I come with goodwill. What do you intend to do? Inquired the Galactic King. Your Majesty, I have come to propose that the Scions serve the Galactic Patrol, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the Galactic King was momentarily stunned. Serve us? What does that mean? Lin Chen proceeded to unveil his plan. Now that the Scions were under his control, they had ceased their plundering and invasions of other planets. However, this also left them lacking in practical combat experience. The fighting prowess honed in training rooms has its limits. And to transcend those limits, real combat is essential. Since the Scions could no longer engage in malevolence, Lin Chen intended to guide them along the path traversed by the Scions of Universe 6 in the original narrative. In that universe, Scions earned their keep by protecting other planets, contracted to eliminate wrongdoers. Well-versed in the original tale, Lin Chen recognized that besides Meru's, the strength of the Galactic Patrol was rather lacking. Most of the time, they could only contend with petty thieves. When faced with more formidable foes, such as Frieza's army, they were rendered helpless. Yet, while they had their limitations, the current Scions did not. What say you, Your Majesty? If you consent, the Scions could become a special operations unit of the Galactic Patrol. I refer to this unit as a peacekeeping force. Should you encounter troublesome criminals, you may call upon the Scions for assistance. The Galactic King pondered, taken aback. Is that so? That is indeed a commendable idea. But can you guarantee that the Scions will not cause chaos? Your past reputation precedes you. That is behind us. The Scions are now under my dominion, and I shall guide them towards righteousness. Very well then. Thank you, Galactic King. I will have my subordinates reach out to you regarding the specifics. As they departed, a Galactic Patrol officer rushed in, laser gun in hand. Your Majesty, where are the Scion miscreants? I heard that a vicious Scion was here to attack you. Ah, Meru's. Rest assured, it is all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the officer named Meru's paused momentarily, and as Lin Chen's intentions were revealed, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A Scion king aspiring to lead his kind towards redemption? Such a figure had emerged among the Scions of this universe? A month later, on planet Vegeta. At this moment, the fervor of training on planet Vegeta has been reignited. Within the gravity chambers constructed by the Capsule Corporation, Scions of all sizes are diligently engaged in arduous training. Occasionally, a warrior might sustain serious injuries within the chambers and would be promptly transported to the medical devices, also provided by the Capsule Corporation, for treatment. Thanks to Dr. Brief and Bulma, Lin Chen's Scion Enhancement Program is back on track. He has already completed over half of the first task assigned by the system, to elevate the battle power of more than 1,000 Scions beyond 10,000 within 1 year. The other 2 tasks are also progressing smoothly. It seems that the successful completion within a year is merely a matter of time. The 50x gravity chamber has become insufficient for him. One day, after exiting the training room, Lin Chen glanced at his current battle power, 1,000,000. 2 months prior, he had augmented his battle power by over 200,000 in just 1 month. Yet, in the following month, despite dedicating the same amount of time, he had only increased it by a little over 100,000. The rate of growth has evidently diminished significantly. Indeed, the 50x gravity chamber is nearing its limit for him. Perhaps it is time to return to Earth. He wonders whether Dr. Brief has completed the development of the 100x gravity chamber. Before departing from Earth, Lin Chen had entrusted Dr. Brief with the development of a higher gravity chamber, along with various technological equipment related to the Scions, in exchange for the use of Scion spacecraft technology. Now, a month has passed, and it is time to check on Earth. However, before he leaves, Lin Chen must ascertain the situation among the Scions. Chapter 26, Broly and Vegeta. Following the agreement with the Galactic King, the Scions on planet Vegeta officially became a special armed force within the galaxy. Over the past month, Scions who had reached their limits have begun to be dispatched to participate in peacekeeping operations, assisting the Galactic Patrol in dealing with ferocious adversaries beyond their capabilities. Bardock has been appointed as the commander of this unit, fully responsible for liaising with the Galactic Patrol and arranging missions. Before Lin Chen prepares to journey to Earth, he deliberately summoned Bardock to confirm the status of the peacekeeping force. Your Majesty, this month we have executed 3 missions, all of which were completed splendidly. And those who participated have indeed surpassed their limits through successful combat. As you predicted, Bardock reported. Are there any grievances? Lin Chen inquired. In the past, Scions were conquerors, invaders, and slayers. Now, they have transformed into guardians of peace. Such a drastic change is bound to cause discomfort among some. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen came to understand. Although the world perceives Scions as inherently aggressive and temperamental, not all Scions possess malevolent natures. During the last turmoil with Dales, those who were innately wicked and unwilling to embrace a peaceful existence perished alongside Dales at Lin Chen's hands. Thus, the remaining Scions predominantly exhibit neutral or benevolent dispositions. Next time I have the opportunity to venture into the underworld, I might just express my gratitude to Dales. Lin Chen smiled subtly and addressed Bardock. Very well. You shall take more care of this area. However, remember to prioritize safety during each operation. The number of Scions has dwindled, and we cannot afford to sacrifice lives as we once did. Bardock nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall be vigilant. After Lin Chen acknowledged him with a nod, he gestured for Bardock to depart. Not long after Bardock left, Hennesiao approached. Your Majesty, are you planning to travel to Earth? Indeed, Lin Chen replied. While I am away, I encourage you to train diligently. Among those who consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, your combat power has yet to surpass 500,000. Hennesia's cheeks flushed. I understand, Your Majesty. While others were honing their skills, she had been preoccupied with watching films, thus neglecting her training. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by Lin Chen's admonishment, Hennesiao ventured. Your Majesty, you aren't going to Earth for that young girl, Ties. Are you? What nonsense are you speaking? Lin Chen retorted. Your Majesty, do not deny it. If you find Tai suitable, you might as well take her as a bed warmer. Her sister seems quite interested in you as well. I believe she will grow into a stunning beauty. Did you not say that the offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings are born warriors? As the king of Saiyans, should you not set an example by first producing a hybrid for us to observe? Lin Chen was left speechless. Very well, I shall consider it. But only if it is agreeable to her. Hanasia chuckled. How could she possibly refuse? Though we hail from different planets, we are still women. I can easily discern the thoughts of those two sisters. After settling matters related to the harem and governance, it was time for Lin Chen to prepare for his departure. But at that moment, another visitor arrived. Broly wishes to see me? Lin Chen gazed in surprise at Paragus. Yes, Your Majesty. It seems that Broly has been somewhat troubled lately. He appears reluctant to remain on planet Vegeta, Paragus explained. I have heard that several Saiyan children frequently seek out Broly for challenges. Although their strength pales in comparison to his, they view him as the ideal training partner. Each time they are soundly defeated and require a few days in the healing chamber, they return, invigorated and eager for another match. This arrangement, while beneficial for the children's strength development, had begun to wear on Broly. His current life starkly contrasted with his past on Namek, and his naturally reserved disposition found little joy in such existence. He had voiced his grievances to his father on several occasions. In this lifetime, Paragus had not been exiled, and thus his character remained balanced, filled only with genuine paternal affection for Broly, devoid of ulterior motives. Seeing his son distressed, he could not help but seek Lin Chen's assistance. Is it so difficult for a Saiyan to adapt to life on planet Vegeta? Lin Chen remarked. Very well. Let us go and see for ourselves. At this moment, on a verdant hillock in the outskirts of the capital, a modest cottage stood solitary on the mountainside. This abode, strikingly distinct from the architecture of the Saiyans, bore a resemblance to the constructions of the Namekians. It was none other than the residence of Broly. However, today, two young Saiyans lingered outside his dwelling. Hey, Broly, come out quickly. Let us spar once more. I must make you aware that I, Vegeta, am the second strongest Saiyan, second only to Lord Lynx. Raditz, if you wish to leave, then do so. I am determined to settle this rivalry with Broly. Broly, do not feign ignorance. I know you are inside. If you do not emerge soon, I shall obliterate this place. As he spoke, the youthful Vegeta began to gather energy in both palms, indicating his intent to engage in battle. Just then, the previously silent cottage swung open, and Broly stepped outside. Vegeta, I harbor no desire to compete with you. Whether you aspire to be the second strongest or the mightiest Saiyan holds no significance for me. Kindly refrain from disturbing my peace. That cannot be. Among the younger generation, you are the only one I cannot surpass. If I cannot exceed you, how can I ever surpass Lord Lynx? Broly, come and spar with me. Chapter 27, A Year of Decisions Made. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of air being sliced apart echoed. Who? Vegeta and Raditz exchanged apprehensive glances and turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Instantly, they knelt. Vegeta, Raditz, we pay our respects, Your Majesty. Rise. To their astonishment, the child that Paragus mentioned as disturbing Broly turned out to be none other than Vegeta, the second protagonist of the original narrative. It was no surprise, for among the young, only Vegeta possessed the potential to exchange blows with Broly. Since Lin Chen introduced the training methods from the original story to the Saiyans, many had made considerable progress in their abilities. As a prodigious warrior, second only to Son Goku in the original tale, Vegeta had undoubtedly experienced a significant boost in combat prowess due to this new training regimen. Today, Vegeta's fighting power had surpassed 20,000, making him the youngest Saiyan, aside from Broly, with the potential to surpass 100,000. Yet, despite this, he still paled in comparison to the likes of Lin Chen and Broly, who were exceptional in their own right. Vegeta, I have matters to discuss with Broly. You and Raditz may take your leave. Your Majesty, might I entrust you with a request? Suddenly, Vegeta stepped forward, his demeanor markedly anxious as he gazed at Lin Chen. What is it? Lord Lynx, I have heard that Broly lived with you for 5 years and became your disciple. Therefore, I wish to become your disciple as well. Vegeta declared. Oh. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. It was unexpected that the proud Vegeta would seek to become his apprentice. Could it be that even the lofty Vegeta could be humbled? The prospect of captivating the eternally proud character from the original tale, Vegeta, brought a subtle sense of delight to Lin Chen's heart. He chuckled softly and remarked, Vegeta, you possess immense potential. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. However, I must apologize, for I cannot impart any knowledge to you. What? Vegeta's face immediately fell, displaying a look of despondency. Yet, Lin Chen's subsequent words rekindled his spirit. In truth, Broly is not my disciple. Our strength stems from innate talent, a gift bestowed upon us from birth. Even if you wish to emulate it, such talent cannot be acquired. Talent? Vegeta found this difficult to believe, for throughout his past, his father, King Vegeta, had instilled in him the notion that he was the pinnacle among Saiyans, a natural-born warrior with royal blood coursing through his veins, the most gifted of fighters. Little did he realize that in comparison to Broly, his own talent was hardly noteworthy. Noticing the shock etched upon Vegeta's face, Lin Chen smiled and continued, "Yet, do not despair. Talent merely determines one's starting point and rate of growth. If you dedicate yourself to diligent practice, in due time, you may well catch up to Broly." "Really? I can truly catch up to Broly? And what about you, your Majesty Linkus? Can I surpass you? Perhaps that remains to be seen." Lin Chen replied with a smile, remaining enigmatic. After offering encouragement to the future proud prince, Lin Chen sent the two children on their way. He then turned his attention to Broly. After more than a month apart, Broly's face indeed bore signs of weariness. Observing this, Lin Chen casually suggested, "Broly, why don't you accompany me to Earth?" "Earth?" Broly echoed. "Yes, clearly, the Saiyan lifestyle does not suit you. Ever since I left you on Namek for 5 years, your demeanor has diverged completely from that of a traditional Saiyan. You possess a calmness and introspection that belies your youth, akin to an old sage, unperturbed by the chaos around you. This is advantageous, as it alleviates my concerns about you erupting in fury unexpectedly. Since Broly showed disinterest in residing on planet Vegeta, it seemed more fitting for his character to venture to Earth." Lin Chen was aware of an individual there who would undoubtedly resonate well with Broly. Not long after, in the serene hall of the Earth's Kami, Lin Chen and Broly materialized. Observing the tranquil surroundings, Broly's curiosity piqued. "Kami," Lin Chen called out. After a brief moment, Kami and Mr. Popo approached. "Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you back?" Kami inquired, beads of cold sweat forming as he felt the immense pressure emanating from Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could offer an explanation, Broly, upon seeing Kami, exclaimed in astonishment, "You're a Namekian." Kami, taken aback, responded, "You recognize me, little one?" "Indeed. Aren't you a Namekian? How did you end up on Earth?" "A Namekian? I was once a Namekian?" Realizing his true identity brought Kami unparalleled joy, to the extent that he readily acquiesced to Lin Chen's request to have Broly remain in the Kami's sanctuary. Under the celestial guardianship, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of assurance regarding Broly. The celestial being was, after all, a Namekian, a fact that would render Broly familiar with him. Moreover, in terms of temperament, the Celestials and Mr. Popo's unassuming natures would undoubtedly resonate with Broly's disposition, leading Lin Chen to believe that he would find great joy in their company. With his concerns laid to rest, Lin Chen ventured to West City to resume his training. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, over 9 months had elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task, within 1 year. Ensure that over 50 Saiyans possess combat power exceeding 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have concurrently fulfilled 3 objectives. All rewards are now being issued. 5 vials of cell serum, 1 time chamber, and the talent of a novice martial arts genius. In the gravity chamber set to a staggering 50 times Earth's gravity, Lin Chen lay upon the floor, lost in slumber. However, upon hearing the system's announcement of his accomplishments, he sprang to his feet, fully alert. "System, has my task been completed?" Ding. Detection complete. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. With a mere thought, Lin Chen accessed his system space and was delighted to find 2 new items awaiting him. A set of 5 vials containing cells that bestow upon Saiyans the capability to transform into Super Saiyans, a process that usually requires a peaceful environment for the cells to flourish within their bodies. The other item was a capsule containing the time chamber. Furthermore, Lin Chen's skill set now included the talent of a novice martial arts genius, granting him a 30% chance to instantly acquire any unique techniques demonstrated before him. Receiving 3 rewards at once for a year-long endeavor proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 28. The Birth of the Super Saiyan and the Revision of Combat Power. Lin Chen flipped his right hand, causing a test tube to drop into his grasp. Within it, a faint golden liquid shimmered, a solvent brimming with cells. System. How is this utilized? Simply consume it to enhance your cells. Typically, for a Saiyan to augment their cell count is an arduous task. Otherwise, the legend of a Super Saiyan emerging only once every millennium would not exist. However, Lin Chen had no personal need for these cells, as his combat power had already surpassed 1 million. According to the system's previous notifications, he possessed ample cells within him to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, these cells would be allocated to another. With this thought, Lin Chen seized the vial and, with a swift instant transmission, arrived at the Saiyan Royal Palace on planet Vegeta. Inside Hannah's chamber, a cacophony of dialogue filled the air. Upon entering, Lin Chen found Hannah engrossed in a soap opera. "Hannah, you are slacking again. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I have already attained a combat power of 500,000. Very well, since you prefer to avoid training, I shall present you with a splendid gift." As he spoke, Lin Chen produced the 5 vials of cell serum from his pocket and handed them to Hannah. Hannah eyed the vials with curiosity and inquired, "Your Majesty, what are these?" "Drink them all. I shall explain shortly, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing these words, Hanasia did not hesitate to consume all 5 vials of the serum. After downing the 5 vials, her expression twisted with nausea, suggesting the serum was far from palatable. However, beyond this discomfort, no other noticeable changes occurred. Your Majesty, may I inquire what that was? Observing Hanasia's lack of reaction, Lin Chen felt a stir of uncertainty. Surely, the items provided by the system could not be devoid of purpose. Hannah, do you not sense any alterations within your body? None, Your Majesty. Are you suggesting that you have administered poison? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Hannah, why not attempt to summon your anger? Anger? I'm afraid, Your Majesty. I cannot muster any ire towards you, Hanasia replied with an awkward smile. Just then, a sudden tearing sound pierced the air, followed by the explosive crack of something detonating. Hanasia's demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression hardening. Unforgivable. Even if it is the sovereign, this cannot be forgiven. Heat surged within her, and in an instant, her hair began to flow as if caught in a breeze, transforming from black to a brilliant gold. As her hair fully transitioned to golden strands, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. At that moment, every power detector across planet Vegeta, engaged in scanning battle power, inexplicably detonated. Those not activated also triggered alarms, indicating high energy readings. With a piercing scream, a section of the Saiyan royal palace's outer wall was obliterated, and Hanasia soared into the sky through the gaping breach. A torrent of ferocious energy emanated from her, causing the very ground of planet Vegeta to tremble. In this instant, every Saiyan on the planet felt the oppressive atmosphere, halting their activities as they gazed towards the palace. Then, all beheld Hanasia, suspended in the air, her golden hair aglow. Who is that? Is it Hanasia, the queen? How has her hair turned to gold? Murmurs spread among the crowd. Golden hair? Are not Saiyan's tresses always black? How could the queen's hair change to gold? Bewilderment enveloped the onlookers, though some recalled an ancient legend, the golden-haired Saiyan. Your Majesty, could it be that Queen Hanasia has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Lin Chen speculated. Instantly, King Vegeta's breath caught in his throat. The fabled Super Saiyan. Was it not a being who appeared once in a millennium, the mightiest Saiyan in history? How could their queen have ascended to such heights? Was not Queen Hanasia's battle power inferior to his own? How could she achieve the status of a Super Saiyan before him? Amid the astonishment of others, Lin Chen felt a growing confusion. Why was it that Hanasia, now a Super Saiyan, exhibited such low battle power? The finest large-scale battle power detector on planet Vegeta had a maximum detection range of merely 1 million. Thus, Lin Chen utilized the innate capabilities of his internal system to assess the strength of Hanasia after her transformation. According to the system's observations, Hanasia's combat power at that moment was a mere 11 million, signifying an increase of less than 20-fold. Previously, when Lin Chen transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he noted discrepancies in his power amplification compared to the original work, and the same was true for Hanasia's transformation into a Super Saiyan. It was evident that something was amiss. Contemplating this, Lin Chen inquired within his mind, System, I require a reasonable explanation. Ding. Host, there is no need for doubt. In this world, the combat power amplification of a Super Saiyan in its first form is limited to 20 times. Higher forms will yield greater amplifications. However, the first form of the Super Saiyan possesses a cap on combat power. Surpassing this limit results in only a minimal increase in strength. What? Such a thing exists? What about my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Ding. Host, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is akin to an ordinary bloodline, but upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, the combat power amplification will reach 50 times, without any upper limit. So that is the case. Lin Chen began to grasp that the transformation effects of Super Saiyans in this world differed from what he previously understood, or rather, were logically more consistent. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form remained overwhelmingly powerful, with a limitless setting that could effortlessly crush ordinary Super Saiyans. Chapter 29, The Contest of Super Saiyans. A dream for the Saiyans. Wow, Your Majesty, what have you given me? What is happening to me? Whoosh. Lin Chen stepped forward, vanishing into the sky. Hannah, you have already become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, what is that? The legend of the Super Saiyan in this era is scarcely remembered, even among the Saiyans themselves. Only a handful possess any knowledge of it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and deliberately used a voice loud enough for the entire royal capital to hear, explaining to all present, including Hanasia, the Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years. However, it is merely a special transformation form of the Saiyan, akin to the Great Ape transformation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can augment your combat power by several dozen times. By the way, Hannah, your current combat power is already at 1 million. 1 million? Me? Hanasia gazed at herself incredulously, then turned her gaze toward the distant mountains beyond the royal capital. A key blast, which Hanasia felt required little effort, was launched toward the barren mountains. Moments later, a visually striking mushroom cloud erupted in the distance. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocked everyone in the royal capital off their feet. As the shockwave dissipated, the once formidable mountain had vanished. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the royal capital. All right, Hannah, this is the homeland of the Saiyans. Do be careful not to destroy it. If you wish to understand your strength, I shall accompany you. Your Majesty, you. Upon hearing this, Hannah suddenly recalled something and turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. She then beheld Lin Chen's pupils abruptly transform into a striking blue, his hair standing on end as if electrified. A presence more terrifying than Hannah's surged forth from Lin Chen, akin to a tempest, radiating outward in all directions. The Saiyans, previously daunted by Hannah's aura, could no longer withstand the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Chen. Many fell to their knees, surrendering to this dreadful power. With a thunderous roar, lightning streaked across the sky. After the flash, Lin Chen's hair had completely turned golden. Super Saiyan. Your Majesty, you too can become a Super Saiyan? Of course. Otherwise, how could I assert dominance? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. After his battle power surpassed 1 million, Lin Chen had transcended the limitations of his previous pseudo-Super Saiyan form, acquiring the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, at this moment, he had only achieved the ordinary Super Saiyan form, not the legendary Super Saiyan form unique to his lineage. Similar to Hannah, this form granted him a 20-fold increase in battle power. Lin Chen had previously believed this multiplier was due to the fact that his true Super Saiyan form was the legendary one, rather than the ordinary variant. It was only upon seeing Hannah that he comprehended the reality, that in this world, the battle power of a Super Saiyan increased by a factor of 20, with its own limitations. Nevertheless, Lin Chen seemed far from reaching this limit, his battle power standing at an impressive 20 million, nearly double that of Hannah's. Hannah, why not practice at high altitude? I have yet to engage in combat since becoming a Super Saiyan. No sooner had he spoken than Hannah shot upward like a rocket. With Lin Chen following closely behind, the two ascended like soaring rockets, halting only upon reaching the stratosphere of Vegeta. Without any starting signal, they both sprang into action simultaneously. Boom. The sounds of their bare-knuckle brawl echoed through the sky like thunder, golden energies clashing and reverberating, shaking the very air around them. The Saiyans on the ground were left in awe, stunned by the extraordinary battle unfolding above. Is this truly the power of a Super Saiyan? Father. The astounded King Vegeta suddenly heard his son's voice from beside him. Turning, he saw his son, Vegeta, standing there with a despondent expression. Vegeta, father, is it impossible for me to reach His Majesty's level in this lifetime? Vegeta's youthful face was etched with despair. King Vegeta took a deep breath, uncertain of what to say, and simply placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Initially, King Vegeta had great hopes for his son, believing that in time, even if Vegeta could not surpass Lin Chen, he would surely outstrip his father and become the second most formidable Saiyan after Linkus. Yet now, he realized how naively optimistic his thoughts had been. It turns out that Links and his companions had already reached an unattainable realm. The sky crackled with the continuous clash of two lightning bolts, each collision igniting astonishing sparks and conjuring fierce gusts of wind. These wind blades, if unleashed upon the ground, could instantaneously decimate any Saiyan with a combat power below 100,000. The confrontation between Super Saiyans was indeed terrifying, even though Lin Chen and Hanaxia had deliberately held back. Their mere gestures could annihilate the world. After nearly half an hour of battle, Lin Chen only concluded the fight when Hanaxia began to breathe heavily. Observing his ease, Hanaxia felt a profound shock within her. She had originally believed that attaining Super Saiyan status would render her invincible. Little did she realize that Lin Chen could also transform into a Super Saiyan, and his power seemed to far surpass her own. Although their contest had merely involved hand-to-hand combat, Hanaxia sensed that Lin Chen had barely unleashed half of his might. Truly, he was worthy of being called a monarch. Despite her transformation, she was still no match for him. Noticing their expressions of awe, Lin Chen seized the moment and exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Hanaxia's ability to become a Super Saiyan is due to me. I am the one who enabled her transformation." What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's proclamation, many were struck with astonishment, quickly followed by a wave of yearning. If Lin Chen could grant Hanaxia the power of a Super Saiyan, then could it not mean that he could bestow the same gift upon others? Seeing their intrigued faces, Lin Chen smiled subtly and began to paint a vision for all Saiyans. From my perspective, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an arduous task. As long as you possess the requisite awareness, each of you has the potential to become that legendary figure in the future. It all hinges on your own performance. We too can become Super Saiyans. Indeed, many faces shifted with this revelation. It was not only Hanaxia, even they might have a chance. Lin Chen observed their astonished expressions, remaining silent, yet smiling, as long as the Saiyans adhered to his guidance and diligently served him. Empowering all Saiyans with the ability to transform into Super Saiyans would be an easily attainable feat after all. He was endowed with a system. Chapter 30. The Dilemma of Combat Power and the Choice of Martial Arts. As time flowed on, another year had passed. In the West City, Lin Chen emerged from the 100x gravity chamber, his face clouded with frustration. He discovered that once again, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his training. Over the past 3 months, although his combat power had been gradually increasing, it was peculiar that he had been unable to fully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen remained perplexed by the underlying reasons. Regardless, he could only assume the form of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, which is exclusively tied to the bloodline of the legendary Saiyans, remains unattainable for him. Lin Chen examined his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 1, 280, 000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key control, basic martial arts genius talent. Upon observing his combat power, Lin Chen recalled a peculiar matter. After surpassing the threshold of 1 million in combat power, the rate of his growth had noticeably slowed. Logically speaking, with Lin Chen's legendary bloodline, shouldn't his combat power be soaring like a rocket? Why had his arduous training only yielded an increase of a little over 200, 000? This was indeed disheartening. Reflecting on his training duration, he recalled that during the original Story Cell saga, Son Gohan had surged from a combat power of several hundred thousand to several million in just 1 year. Comparing that rapid ascent to his own progress left Lin Chen with a nagging sense that something was amiss. It seemed that in this world, once combat power surpassed the million mark, further enhancement became increasingly arduous. This notion was further supported by Broly's experience. Despite sharing the same legendary bloodline, Broly's combat power grew effortlessly, and at a rate surpassing Lin Chen's, even without rigorous training. However, Lin Chen remembered visiting the Supreme Kai 3 months prior, where he discovered that Broly's combat power had only incremented to just over 800, 000, far less exaggerated than depicted in the original narrative. Lin Chen found himself perplexed. At that moment, the ceiling of the 100-fold gravity chamber behind him suddenly collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Dr. Brief and his family, staring at the fallen gravity chamber. They were all left dumbfounded. Tai Si approached, expressing concern. Lin Chen, are you all right? Me? I'm fine. What about? Dr. Brief dropped his cigarette in astonishment. Could it be that you've already acclimatized to 100 times gravity? In fact, I adapted to it 3 months ago. Doctor, could you possibly devise a gravity chamber with a higher multiple? How about starting with a maximum of 500 times gravity? Lin Chen proposed. 500 times. Lin Chen, with your 200-pound weight, that would be equivalent to 50 tons. Can you handle that? No problem. I can gradually adjust. However, at 500 times gravity, the materials on Earth may not withstand such density. Lin Chen, I can commence the development of the gravity chamber, but you should also seek out some new high-density metals. Otherwise, it may not be feasible. All right, I will have the people from planet Vegeta prepare it. After promising Dr. Brief, Lin Chen simultaneously made a decision. Since the gravity chamber was temporarily unusable, he ought to consider alternative training methods. Ding. The system detected the host's desire to enhance his strength, triggering the ultimate selection. Option 1. Consult King Kai to learn any King Kai technique. Reward. Evil Energy Sphere technique. Option 2. Consult Master Rashi to learn any technique of his choosing. Reward. Instant Transmission Kamehameha technique. Option 3. Consult the Supreme Kai to learn any divine technique. Reward. Gigantification technique. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the strongest choice available. Given his current status as a novice martial arts prodigy, the selection of techniques seemed somewhat superfluous. However, he quickly realized that the rewards offered were likely techniques he may not acquire through his innate talents in the foreseeable future. The second option's reward was the most comprehensible to him. It would presumably be a technique created by Sun Wukong after mastering instant transmission, fused with the Kamehameha wave. The third option appeared to be a unique ability inherent to the Namekians, akin to their regenerative prowess, which Lin Chen surmised he could not learn through conventional means. As for the first choice, it was entirely unfamiliar to him. System, what does evil energy bomb mean? Ding. Host, the standard energy bomb merely absorbs a small fraction of life energy, while the evil energy bomb disregards the safety of the energy provider and absorbs all of it. Thus, the evil energy bomb possesses greater power, yet requires a longer absorption time for each use, creating a wasteland of death in its aftermath. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen. If the standard energy bomb involved borrowing strength from others, the evil energy bomb was a direct appropriation of another's energy, showing no regard for their fate. Consequently, under equal conditions of energy provision, the evil energy bombs could potentially surpass that of the standard energy bomb by several folds. The energy bomb, having been Wukong's reliable trump card on numerous occasions in the original tale, boasted undeniable potency. The notion that the evil energy bomb could be even more formidable stirred Lin Chen's intrigue. However, upon further contemplation, he ultimately decided on the second choice. Although the evil energy bomb's power was substantial, it still necessitated a lengthy charging time akin to that of the standard energy bomb. Moreover, Its use would drain the life energy of those nearby. If Lin Chen were to employ it on planet Vegeta, his subordinates would likely perish before he could vanquish his foes. He had no desire to become a tyrant. Thus, learning the techniques of the turtle hermit seemed far more prudent. As for the reward of the third option, while the ability to grow gigantic could enhance his combat prowess, it also had notable drawbacks, such as vulnerability to being devoured. Hence, he promptly dismissed that choice. Very well, system, I select option 2. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please complete the task promptly. After making his decision, Lin Chen turned to Tais and said, Tais, I must embark on a journey to meet a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Tais inquired, intrigued. Yes, his name is the Turtle Hermit, also known as Master Rashi. Master Rashi? I know him. Lin Chen, can you take me along? I wish to train in martial arts as well. Chapter 31. A first encounter with Master Rashi, the kneeling sage. Upon hearing Tais express her desire to train, Lin Chen paused for a moment, then raised his hand to pull her closer and kissed her gently. Silly girl, what martial arts do you wish to practice? Over the course of more than a year of training on Earth, the relationship between Lin Chen and Tai Si has flourished remarkably. They have already established their bond. However, the two have not yet married, and Tai Si has not expressed any desire for such a commitment. It's not impossible for you to train. But why didn't you seek me out initially? Lin Chen inquired. Tai Si chuckled. You are not even from Earth. What could you possibly teach me? Master Wu Tian has a reputation both domestically and internationally. He would be a more appropriate choice. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Just as the two reached a decision, Bulma, who was nearby, suddenly chimed in. Brother Lin Chen, I also wish to learn martial arts. Bulma? Both Lin Chen and Tai Si exclaimed in surprise. Tai Si placed her hands on her hips. Bulma, what are you trying to do? What chaos am I causing? Sister, I merely want to pursue martial arts. Bulma explained. In truth, her intention was to spend more time with Lin Chen. Although she still appeared as a young girl, Bulma had already begun to develop feelings. In the original narrative, Bulma exhibited a penchant for infatuation from the moment she was introduced. Now, though she was younger than her original portrayal, she had undeniably been captivated by Lin Chen. However, with her sister Tai Si having taken the lead in their relationship, the young girl had been suppressing her emotions. Lin Chen, oblivious to this dynamic, simply thought that allowing Bulma to train would be beneficial. While the original story did not mention any particular talent Bulma possessed for martial arts, he reasoned that if she were to hone her skills, it would provide her with some means of self-defense during future adventures with Goku. Moreover, given Lin Chen's strength, he would not remain under Master Rashi's tutelage for long. If Tai Si were to abandon her training early, that would be one thing. But if she chose to persist, Bulma's presence would alleviate any potential boredom between the sisters. Thus, Lin Chen persuaded Tai Si to allow Bulma to join them. After bidding farewell to the briefs, Lin Chen set off toward Master Rashi's island with the two sisters. Due to his lack of knowledge regarding the precise location of Master Rashi's residence, he could not utilize instant transmission to arrive directly. Fortunately, he recalled that Master Rashi's home was situated over the ocean, so he flew directly in that direction with the sisters. Additionally, Lin Chen was equipped with a new combat power detector crafted by Bulma. This device was an improved iteration based on the Saiyan portable combat power detector. Although slightly larger, it possessed no upper limit for detection. In other words, this detector would not explode if the combat power of the subject exceeded its maximum threshold. To ensure the accuracy of this device, Lin Chen had previously conducted several tests with Bulma. Master Rashi, possessing an understanding of ki perception, was merely an ordinary old man when not in combat. Thus, locating him solely through ki would be quite challenging. However, with Bulma's new detector, Lin Chen swiftly pinpointed Master Rashi's location. Bulma, this detector of yours is remarkably effective. Is it? Blushing at Lin Chen's compliment, Bulma shyly replied, Brother Lin Chen, I still have 100 capsules for you. Please take them for now. My father has the design blueprints as well, so if you need more in the future, he can make them for you. Meanwhile, on a remote island amidst the vast ocean, Master Rashi sat before the television, holding a roll of tissue as he watched a sultry yoga instructor on screen, trying to stem his nosebleed. Beside him, a turtle lounged lazily in the sun by the window. Suddenly, Master Rashi jolted upright, a sense of urgency overtaking him as he dashed out of the room. Master Rashi, what's wrong? The turtle inquired, perplexed as it followed him outside. A formidable and terrifying aura is approaching us. Master Rashi's brow dripped with cold sweat. The presence he sensed was exponentially greater than that of the nightmarish demon King Piccolo he had encountered in the past. Who could it be? Such terrifying power. Here it comes. As he uttered these words, his muscles bulged instinctively, a primal defensive reaction against the impending threat. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing on the sandy beach. Wow, is this Master Rashi's residence? What a secluded island. No wonder no one knows where he is, one of them exclaimed. The once bulging muscles of Master Rashi deflated as he caught sight of the Tai sisters, particularly the alluring Tai Si, whose captivating figure drew his gaze. However, the next moment, He noticed Lin Chen striding toward them from behind the sisters. His face immediately broke into a sweat. It dawned on him that the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this man. Lin Chen observed the combat power detector indicating Master Roshi's power level at a mere 20. He mused that Master Roshi indeed concealed his energy most of the time. If not for Bulma's detector, he would have struggled to notice the aura of someone with such a low power level amidst the vast ocean. "Hello, Master Roshi." Lin Chen greeted with a warm smile. "What brings you here?" Master Roshi appeared tense. "What do you need, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen replied, "I am Lin Chen. And this is my girlfriend, Tai Si, along with her sister, Bulma. We come from West City to seek your guidance as disciples." "Seek a master?" Master Roshi was taken aback. "Young man, you are far stronger than I am. Why would you need to seek my tutelage?" Coughing lightly, he felt a bit elated, surprised by his newfound fame that even such a powerful individual wished to learn from him. He thought to himself that he would have quite the story to tell Master Shen in the future. Seeking a master is not out of the question, but I have certain requirements for accepting disciples. As the turtle sage was about to propose the conditions for apprenticeship, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. Lin Chen raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the distant sea. With a resounding boom, an astonishing mushroom cloud erupted above the water's surface. Turning around, Lin Chen innocently asked the turtle sage, "Master Wu Tian, what were you about to say?" "Oh, why are you kneeling on the ground?" The turtle sage sniffled. "Welcome to the Turtle School." Chapter 32. The Unexpected Fall of Hanasiya. In the vast expanse of the ocean, on a deserted and uninhabited island, Lin Chen stood under the blazing sun, lifting a massive boulder weighing at least several tons above his head. Suddenly, he hurled the gigantic stone into the sky, simultaneously bringing his palms together, from which a deep blue light began to emanate. Turtle School Technique. Just as Lin Chen uttered the final word, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear high above, nearly parallel to the soaring boulder. "Go," he shouted, releasing a radiant energy wave that glimmered with deep blue light, engulfing the massive stone entirely. The energy wave streaked across the sky, reflecting in the eyes of the turtle sage and the others below. Witnessing the energy wave that was several times mightier than their own full force, the turtle sage's nose began to run once more. Meanwhile, the two girls, Tais and Bulma, who carried turtle shells on their backs, cheered exuberantly. "Lin Chen is amazing." In the sky, Lin Chen gazed at the results of his recent display with immense satisfaction. Indeed, this technique, a reward from the system, was remarkable. The instant transmission turtle school technique not only possessed the capability to unleash an attack far exceeding extreme combat power, akin to the turtle sage's own technique, but its accompanying instant transmission was significantly more agile than the Jebit-style instant transmission Lin Chen currently employed. The Jebit instant transmission was primarily designed to assist the King Kai in traversing the universe, thus lacking in speed. If there was a considerable disparity in power, it would suffice. However, against an equally matched opponent, it proved nearly useless in combat. Conversely, the instant transmission within the turtle school technique was perfectly tailored for battle, allowing one to teleport to any location within their line of sight at will. This capability could effectively catch opponents off guard, enabling a counterattack. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Chen smiled at the turtle sage, "Master Wu Tian, how did my turtle school technique fare?" The turtle sage sighed. Lin Chen, I told you there is nothing more I can teach you, yet you still refuse to believe it." In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Lin Chen had leveraged the turtle sage's demonstrations to surreptitiously learn various techniques, including the turtle school technique and phantom fist. His innate talent as a martial arts prodigy proved incredibly advantageous. While Lin Chen's training journey had reached its conclusion, Tais and the others were only just beginning their path of cultivation. However, with little left to learn, Lin Chen could not afford to waste time with Master Roshi. The original combat power detector, besides its function of measuring combat strength and life force, also served as a communication device. Its communication capabilities far surpassed Earth's technology, allowing for real-time communication even across vast distances of light years. Naturally, Bulma incorporated this feature into the new detectors. At this moment, Lin Chen received a communication request from planet Vegeta. Most of the 100 detectors Bulma had initially produced were entrusted to King Vegeta and his associates. As more Saiyans surpassed a combat power of 30,000, the outdated detectors left by Frieza's army became obsolete. This new batch of detectors perfectly met the needs of King Vegeta's forces, prioritized for the peacekeeping units dispatched on missions. "Beep, Your Majesty. The Galactic Patrol just transmitted a communication. Princess Hanasiya and her team may face an ambush from Frieza's army during this mission." "Frieza? Has he finally lost his patience?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Since the Saiyans formed the peacekeeping units under the Galactic King, they had clashed with Frieza's forces several times. Once a tyrant ruling the cosmos, Frieza's army has long been a formidable foe that both the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol feared. The Galactic Patrol, helpless against Frieza's invasions and the destruction of civilizations, finally found strength in the newly formed Saiyan peacekeeping units. Consequently, half of the missions undertaken by the Saiyan forces on planet Vegeta were related to Frieza's army. From thwarting invasions of planets to liberating colonized worlds, the Saiyans and Frieza's forces had engaged in numerous encounters. During this time, the Saiyans received undeniable news. The Frieza defeated by Lin Chen in orbit around planet Vegeta had not perished. Rather, he was rescued by his father, King Cold. However, due to severe injuries, Frieza had yet to recover over the past few years. King Cold, in his quest to revive his son, not only reorganized the Cold Army, but also engaged in continuous battles to seek methods and technology that could restore Frieza. Recently, it was reported that Frieza had regained both mobility and combat capability. Upon learning this, Lin Chen advised Bardock to ensure that Princess Hanasia personally oversee every peacekeeping mission to mitigate the risk of Frieza's retaliation. Although the Saiyans had grown immensely powerful, only Hanasia, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, could confront the cosmic tyrant directly. However, Lin Chen recalled the combat power analysis he had seen in Dragon Ball, which indicated that Frieza's ultimate form possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million, while Hanasia, in her Super Saiyan form, only boasted a power level of just over 10 million. This disparity left Lin Chen with lingering concerns. In the command center of the Saiyans, Lin Chen beheld the visibly distressed King Vegeta. "Yes, Your Majesty. We have just received the latest report. Princess Hana and the warriors assigned to this mission have all lost contact." King Vegeta expressed his deep concern. "We are currently in communication with the Galactic Patrol to confirm the situation, but it is highly likely that Princess Hana and her team have already fallen victim to Frieza. Princess Hana is dead." Chapter 33, Ambush, Frieza's Revenge. Lin Chen was taken aback. His own princess, the one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, had been slain by Frieza? At that moment, Bardock and Paragus arrived as well. Paragus spoke in a grave tone, "Your Majesty, do not despair too much. This is merely speculation from the Galactic Patrol. The specifics have yet to be verified, and it is possible their communication devices have malfunctioned." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, yet his heart was far from optimistic. After all, Princess Hana's combat power was just over 10 million, which paled in comparison to Frieza, as he understood it. In the Dragon Ball universe he was familiar with, Frieza had never disclosed the full extent of his final form's power, but it was widely believed that when he unleashed his full strength, his combat power soared to around 1.2 billion. If this world's Frieza were indeed similar, then Princess Hana would undoubtedly stand no chance against him. Even Lin Chen, at present, would struggle to defeat Frieza, as his own power, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, only reached a little over 20 million. 20 million against 1.2 billion, a battle of inevitable defeat. Yet, Lin Chen had resolutely decided to venture towards Princess Hana. If she and her companions had perished, he would avenge them. Even knowing the odds, he felt compelled. In the original tale, Son Goku, with merely a few million in combat power, dared to confront the formidable Frieza. How could Lin Chen, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, falter? To fight to the bitter end was the essence of one who bore the legacy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Which planet have they gone to? Provide me with the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock grasped Lin Chen's arm. "I implore you to reconsider. You are our Saiyan King. You must not act rashly." "Bardock, stand down," Lin Chen shouted. However, Bardock did not yield, and even King Vegeta urged, "Your Majesty, the situation remains unclear. It would be prudent to wait for the Galactic Patrol to investigate before making a decision." Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "King Vegeta, do not forget that, aside from Frieza, we Saiyans have another, even more formidable enemy. If we cower before Frieza, how shall we confront that greater foe in the future? Send me the coordinates." King Vegeta was taken aback. He certainly understood that the formidable enemy Lin Chen referred to was the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, compared to Beerus, Frieza was insignificant. With this realization, King Vegeta finally lowered his head and said, "I understand, Your Majesty." Soon, King Vegeta transmitted the coordinates of the planet to which Hana and her companions were to journey. Their mission was to venture to a planet known as TV. This world, bearing a civilization more primitive than that of Earth, was home to a unique metal, exceptionally suitable for constructing spacecraft. According to intelligence gathered by the Galactic Patrol, a band of cosmic pirates had set their sights on this metal, intending to obliterate the civilization and seize the resources for themselves. Given that these pirates hailed from highly combative races, the Galactic Patrol found themselves outmatched and called upon the Saiyans for assistance. However, shortly thereafter, the Galactic Patrol received a tip-off revealing a more sinister plot behind the impending assault. The pirates were merely a decoy, while the Frieza force lay in wait nearby, ready to strike. Once in possession of TV's coordinates, Lin Chen immediately sensed the location and teleported there without delay. At that moment, within the expanse where TV once existed, the planet itself had vanished, leaving behind only colossal fragments of rock, reminiscent of a meteor belt, aimlessly drifting in the vast darkness. Before these remnants stood a grotesque and immense figure, erupting in maniacal laughter. Ha! What splendid fireworks! Foolish Saiyan monkeys! Such beautiful pyrotechnics shall accompany your burial. When you reach the underworld, be sure to thank me. This creature, a hybrid of flesh and machinery, maintained its third form, a visage akin to that of an alien, and laughed with a brutal gleam in its eyes. Although the previous battle had left him battered, his wounds still throbbing, he reveled in the ultimate victory. Even the mightiest Super Saiyans were no match for him. Now, you wild monkeys must understand. I, Frieza, am the most powerful being in the universe. Ha! The crew aboard the spaceship bore expressions of narrow escape, astonished that what had been intended as a meticulously orchestrated ambush nearly resulted in their own demise at the hands of Frieza's forces. Fortunately, their leader, Frieza, proved to be a cut above the rest. They were astonished to learn that among the Saiyans was the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, it was no wonder that Frieza had nearly met his end at the hands of the Saiyans. They were truly fearsome. Yet, the Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space, and that female Super Saiyan had been too reckless. Had it not been for her folly, Frieza might have once again faced death. Regrettably, all the warriors on the planet had perished alongside the Saiyans. Enough. Silence. Bellowed an alien with purple skin and two black horns protruding from his forehead. His authoritative voice compelled the others to fall silent, for he was none other than Captain Ginyu, the foremost warrior of Frieza's forces, second only to Frieza himself. Captain Ginyu wore a stern expression, casting a disapproving glance at his comrades. Are you all unaware of Lord Frieza's temper? If he hears what you just said, we shall all meet our demise here. I have fought tooth and nail to survive, and if anyone wishes to drag me into hell, I shall slay them first. Ginyu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. This ambush against the Saiyans was originally believed to be foolproof. With Frieza's resurrection through advanced technology, he retained the memories of his past encounters, vividly recalling how the Saiyans had triumphed over him by transforming into giant apes. Thus, Frieza approached this revenge scheme with unshakable confidence. However, what they did not anticipate was that the Saiyans, whom the Frieza force had not encountered for years, had remarkably grown stronger beyond recognition. Chapter 34. The Terrified Frieza and Another Super Saiyan. In the past, while the Saiyans prided themselves on being a warrior race, they were often ridiculed within the Frieza force. The combat prowess of most Saiyans rarely surpassed a mere 10,000, had it not been for their ability to transform into giant apes. They might have been dismissed as mere foot soldiers within the ranks. Yet this time, when hundreds of Frieza's warriors launched an assault on the mere 10 Saiyans on Planet TV, those Saiyans displayed an entirely different level of power. A handful of Saiyans managed to rout the Frieza force, leaving them in disarray, and even the elite Ginyu force faced near annihilation. Rikuum, Berta G's, and Guldo, Jinyu's four subordinates, were swiftly dispatched by a female Saiyan. Had Frieza, who had been observing from the sidelines, not intervened upon noticing her unusual strength, Ginyu himself might have been slain. The ensuing battle revealed to Ginyu the source of the female Saiyan's extraordinary might. She was the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Lord Frieza, in her presence, was utterly overwhelmed, having to transform twice in a desperate bid to increase his power. Yet, he was still left battered and bloodied. Fortunately, in a fit of rage, Frieza seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate attack, the Planet Destruction Beam, destroying Planet TV at the last moment. Otherwise, the newly resurrected Lord Frieza would have been killed once more by the Super Saiyan. Damn it, those accursed Saiyans. I must recruit new members for the elite team. I wonder if I can find anyone as exceptional as Rikuum and the others, Ginyu muttered through gritted teeth. Captain Ginyu, a high-energy reaction has been detected ahead. What? Where? Right near Lord Frieza. It appears to be a Saiyan. Whoosh. Lin Chen emerged from his state of instant transmission, materializing at the location of Planet TV. However, in the next instant, he felt the ground beneath him vanish, a suffocating sensation enveloping him completely. In panic, Lin Chen held his breath, only to realize that he was adrift in the vastness of space. Where was Planet TV? No wonder everyone, including Hanasia, lost contact. It turns out that Taiwi Star has been obliterated. In this place, the only one capable of instantaneously annihilating Taiwi Star, leaving even formidable warriors like Hanasia with no chance to escape, can only be Frieza. Where's Frieza? As this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, he sensed an immense aura nearby. Turning his head, he indeed saw Frieza, equally astonished. Not far away. After scanning Frieza from head to toe, Lin Chen realized that the Frieza from earlier had, indeed, survived. The Frieza before him was likely a mechanical version, restored through extraterrestrial technology. However, unlike the original narrative, this mechanical Frieza had assumed a third form rather than the final form depicted in the story. Suddenly, Lin Chen's ears were graced by Frieza's signature sinister chuckle. Given that Taiwi Star had only just been destroyed, remnants of gas still lingered in this cosmic domain. These gases, devoid of oxygen and unbreathable, nonetheless served to transmit sound. Let us see who this is. Isn't this the Saiyan who nearly killed me back then? Frieza scoffed coldly. his expression turning icy as he bellowed at Lin Chen. "You wretched monkey! How dare you brazenly appear before me? Die!" With that, Frieza, without a moment's hesitation, pointed a finger at Lin Chen, unleashing a violet beam of energy. Upon encountering an old adversary, Frieza's rage flared. The last time they met, Frieza had nearly perished at Lin Chen's hands. Now, seeing Lin Chen again, he didn't ponder the reason for his sudden appearance. Instead, he unleashed a deadly attack. The move, which had previously decimated countless foes, hurtled toward Lin Chen, erupting in a blinding brilliance. Amidst this radiance, a smirk curled on Frieza's lips. "Curse you, monkey! At last, I can avenge myself," he continued. "Next, I will deal with Vegeta's planet. All Saiyans shall perish." "Perish? The only one who shall meet their end today is you, Frieza?" Suddenly, a voice pierced Frieza's mind. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure emerged from the blinding light, prompting an involuntary expression of fear on Frieza's face. Golden hair. The Saiyan before him resembled the previous female Saiyan, transformed with golden locks. You are also a Super Saiyan." "No, it cannot be. There can't be so many Super Saiyans in this world. They are mere legends. How could they possibly be real?" Death beam. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's fingers coalesced 3 violet beams, launching them once more at Lin Chen. Boom. The departing beams collided with a drifting meteorite, unleashing a dazzling explosion. "What? How could my death beam?" Lin Chen shouted through his own energy, echoing through the cosmos. "Hurry and unleash your full power. I seek vengeance for Hanasiya and all the Saiyans you have slain." "Full power? A wild monkey Saiyan." Frieza's lips curled slightly as he concentrated, summoning 3 violet beams of energy with the flick of his fingers, directing them once more toward Lin Chen. With a casual flick of his hand, akin to swatting away a fly, Lin Chen effortlessly deflected the 3 beams. The flashes of light soon illuminated the distance, each one sparking brightly. Ding! The innate talent of a primary martial arts genius has activated, granting the ability to learn the technique, Death Beam. Observing the activation of his talent once again, Lin Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow. He merely scoffed coldly. "After allowing you to strike so many times, it is now my turn to retaliate." With that, Lin Chen wiped the smile from his face and charged directly at Frieza. Boom! Before Frieza could react, Lin Chen had already lifted his fist and landed a powerful blow directly to Frieza's head. Whoosh! Frieza was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into a towering rock formation, only to emerge from it and collide with yet another. This continued until, after striking the 7th rock, he finally came to a halt. Chapter 35. The Truth Revealed. Frieza's true combat power. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Captain Jinyu and his crew held their breaths in anticipation. Why? Why had 2 Super Saiyans appeared? Have the Saiyans grown this formidable? Could King Frieza prevail? These Saiyans were truly terrifying. Of course, King Frieza had just slain 1 Super Saiyan. This one would be no exception. Following this proclamation from one of the aliens, a heavy silence fell over the ship. Then, someone ventured timidly, "Wait. Why is this Saiyan still alive? Since when can Saiyans survive in space?" At this utterance, the crew collectively gasped. Indeed, they were currently in the vastness of space. Planet Vegeta had long since perished. How then could this Saiyan possibly survive in the void? At that moment, Frieza on the battlefield pondered the very same question. He gazed incredulously at the approaching Lin Chen, his voice laced with fury. Why? Why are you still alive? Since when can Saiyans endure in a vacuum? Ordinary Saiyans certainly could not, but I am no ordinary Saiyan. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen's demeanor remained calm as he projected his voice through the surrounding energy. The legendary Super Saiyan? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe that I would accept such nonsense? Frieza scoffed dismissively. Yet at that moment, his extraordinary vision detected a faint aura enveloping Lin Chen's form. He surmised it to be some form of energy shield. Frieza's conjecture was correct. The energy shields were indeed a manifestation of Lin Chen's innate Saiyan bloodline abilities. If the vacuum cannot kill you, then I shall take matters into my own hands and destroy you. As Frieza's words echoed, his figure abruptly materialized before Lin Chen, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. However, to Frieza's astonishment, his fist struck as if it were colliding with solid iron. Lin Chen exhibited no reaction whatsoever, while Frieza's own hand throbbed with pain. Yet, within his eyes, there flickered a glimmer of wrath. This time, Lin Chen was genuinely incensed. It was not the death of Hanasiya at the hands of Frieza that stirred his ire, but rather the ignoble manner in which Frieza had dispatched her, not through an honorable duel, but by obliterating her very planet. How could my beloved be slain in such a despicable manner? Come, Frieza, unleash your full might. In avenging those you have slain, I shall defeat you in a fair and just contest. A mere Saiyan, unworthy of my utmost effort? The malevolent aura erupted violently as Frieza was engulfed in a blaze of white energy, his fists raining down relentlessly upon Lin Chen. Bang, bang, bang. All hail Frieza, the invincible, cheered the extraterrestrials aboard Frieza's ship, exhilaration coursing through their ranks. Among them, Only Jinyu wore a mask of trepidation, retreating in fear. As the most formidable warrior on the vessel, Jinyu could discern that despite Frieza's incessant assault, the Saiyan remained wholly unscathed. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly apparent. A Super Saiyan, so terrifyingly powerful. How could this be? After unleashing a barrage of blows, Frieza was astonished to find that he had inflicted no harm upon Lin Chen whatsoever. My battle power is 3 million. Why can I not penetrate your defenses? HM. At Frieza's words, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, Frieza abruptly ceased his onslaught, creating distance between them. Very well. Accursed monkey. Since you wish for me to exert my full power, I shall oblige. Prepare to experience true terror. My final form possesses a battle power exceeding 100 million. Huh. In the next moment, an evil aura erupted, and Frieza's form began to undergo a grotesque transformation. To Lin Chen, this metamorphosis was rather repulsive, for he witnessed Frieza's body contorting and distorting, flesh spilling forth. Lin Chen was unaware that Frieza was deeply reluctant to undergo this ultimate transformation. However, Frieza's reluctance stemmed from a different source than that of his former self. The original Frieza hesitated to transform into his final form due to the difficulty in controlling his power thereafter. In contrast, the current Frieza feared the immense agony that accompanied this transformation. When Frieza had been vanquished by Lin Chen, he had been in his first form. Although the technicians had worked tirelessly to ensure that their mechanical body would not hinder Frieza's ability to transform, the synthetic form could never replicate his original flesh. Each transformation brought great suffering due to the residual damage in his body. Particularly during the transition to his final form, the pain was most acute. Thus, even in his previous encounter with Hanasiya, Frieza had opted to assume only his third form, and when he realized he could not best her, he chose planetary destruction over transforming into his ultimate state to secure victory. However, now facing Lin Chen, who can survive in a vacuum, Frieza could only choose to endure the pain and undergo his final transformation. As the aura enveloping him erupted, a diminutive Frieza finally stood before Lin Chen. Frieza gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he declared, "I've kept you waiting. Saiyan, this is the mightiest form of your king." He raised a finger, sneering at Lin Chen. "Let me inform you, my current combat power exceeds 100 million. Upon hearing Frieza's proclamation, Lin Chen's confusion dissipated, replaced by a smile. 100 million? Frieza, I never imagined your ability to boast was so remarkable. Frieza paused, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Ah, Frieza, Lin Chen chuckled. Could you enlighten me on how you ascertain your combat power is 100 million? To my knowledge, the highest detection limits of your Frieza Force's power measuring devices barely reach 2 million. So, how did you arrive at this figure of 100 million? Frieza's expression stiffened. Lin Chen continued, if I'm not mistaken, your so-called 100 million combat power is merely self-aggrandizement, isn't it? In truth, you have no idea what your actual power level is. The figure of 100 million is entirely fabricated, isn't it? Regrettably, your true combat power is merely 11 million, roughly a tenth of your conjectured strength. Chapter 36, Crushing Dominance, the Emperor's End. Utter nonsense. Frieza roared in fury, yet a sense of insecurity gnawed at him. For Lin Chen's assertions were, in fact, not without merit. Frieza's estimation of his ultimate form's combat power was entirely speculative. Since the invention of the power measuring device, its detection limit had barely exceeded 2 million. This value sufficed for over 90% of beings in the universe, yet it proved inadequate for the Frieza race. Thus, Frieza and his father had always operated under a rough estimation of their combat capabilities. Frieza, convinced that his final form was several times stronger than his third form, had estimated his power to be around 120 million. However, in reality, his judgment was astronomically off. Upon transforming into his final form, Frieza discovered that his combat power had only risen to 11 million, a far cry from the 100 million he had boasted. Initially, he suspected that Bulma's power detector was malfunctioning, but upon checking with his own system, he received the same result, 11 million. The 100 million Frieza had often touted was indeed shrouded in deceit. Originally, Lin Chen harbored thoughts of avenging Hanasiya and was prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. However, it turned out that Frieza's power was but a fraction of his own. Absurd, absurd, absurd. At this moment, Frieza unleashed a furious roar, indignantly exclaiming, "How could my battle power be merely 11 million? Lin Chen pointed to the scouter atop his head. Frieza, allow me to inform you that my battle power detector is a brilliantly crafted, state-of-the-art invention. Its readings are limitless, and it clearly indicates that your battle power is a mere 11 million. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. Furthermore, I boast a battle power exceeding 20 million. And the female Super Saiyan you previously vanquished possessed a battle power of 12 million. Therefore, you are utterly weak. You, a wild monkey, dare to claim that I, Frieza, am weak. How outrageous." Frieza snarled in fury. Suddenly, he bent his left arm and spun halfway around to gather energy. In the next instant, an astonishing wave of energy, akin to flames, was unleashed by Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. The blast struck Lin Chen relentlessly. Yet, it did not end there. Frieza continued to wave his hands, unleashing wave after wave of fiery energy blasts toward Lin Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the technique Flame Split Wave. The dark cosmos was illuminated in crimson flames for nearly a full minute. When Frieza finally paused, panting heavily, a sinister smile crept across his face. Now do you understand the might of this king? Apologies, but you are far too weak. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Frieza froze as if struck by lightning. His pupils dilated, a bone-chilling fear surged from his feet to his brain. As Lin Chen emerged from the smoke, he beheld a Frieza who appeared utterly terrified, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen sighed. In such a state, Frieza, had Hanasea not been unable to survive in a vacuum, would likely have been defeated by her. Alas, this Frieza was exceedingly malevolent and cunning. Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes darted about frantically. For the first time in his life, he experienced the sensation of fear. Confronted with the threat of death, Frieza panicked internally. No, I must leave this place immediately. I need to go to my father. I am no match for him. Only my father can protect me. With the realization that defeating Lin Chen was beyond his reach, Frieza's thoughts turned solely to escape. You scum, I will have you dead. Frieza bellowed, raising his hand to conjure a purple-black energy sphere, brimming with frenzied power. He thrust his finger forward, and the energy sphere shot toward Lin Chen. Ding. Elementary martial arts talent activated. You have learned the technique Planet Destruction Sphere. Just as the system notification resonated in Lin Chen's mind, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, fleeing in the opposite direction of Lin Chen, towards his spacecraft. Though Frieza possesses the ability to traverse the cosmos, his mobility in space pales in comparison to that on a planet. The swiftest means of interstellar travel will always rely on spacecraft rather than the strength of the flesh. As Frieza beheld the vessel growing larger in the distance, he muttered to himself, once I reach my father's domain, I shall train diligently. Those mere Saiyan apes. I will never succumb to you. Born a natural powerhouse, Frieza had never engaged in training, firmly believing that with just a modicum of practice, he could easily surpass that Saiyan. Before long, he approached the spacecraft, even able to glimpse his terrified subordinates through the portholes. However, he suddenly noticed that his subordinates were frantically pounding on the windows, simultaneously gesturing vigorously behind him. Behind me? Frieza turned to look and beheld a blinding blue light, radiant as the sun, suddenly manifesting in the space behind him. Lin Chen joined his palms together, fixating on the distant Frieza, silently intoning, Kamehameha. Just as he uttered the word wave, Lin Chen's form vanished from his position, narrowly evading the energy sphere hurled by Frieza. What are you? Frieza began, but Lin Chen had already completed the final word. Huh? With a thunderous exclamation, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue energy wave that surged forth with formidable momentum. I cannot die. Yet. His palms could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before being obliterated by the overwhelming force. Ah! In the next instant, even Frieza himself vanished within the azure brilliance. Chapter 37. Whispers of the Dragon Balls. Boom. The savage energy manifested in the cosmos as swiftly as it dissipated. Soon, tranquility returned. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he observed the scene before him, where, 1,000 meters away, a mangled form floated in the void. It was none other than the once mighty cosmic emperor, Frieza. Yet, his body now comprised less than a quarter of its original form. Frieza's lower half had completely vanished. His arms were also absent, and the mechanical repairs to his head had entirely disappeared. Remarkably, despite this devastation, Frieza's life signs remained intact. Having directly endured Lin Chen's instantaneous Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan form, Frieza surprisingly still clung to life. Such vitality was truly terrifying. Lin Chen began to comprehend why. Despite possessing the Namekian ability for cellular regeneration, Cell could resurrect even when his upper body was entirely obliterated, whereas Piccolo could perish from a mere energy wave from Nappa. The crux of the difference lay in the extraordinary life force of Frieza's Frost Demon lineage. Lin Chen floated before Frieza, gazing at him, raising his right hand, poised to deliver the final blow. As if realizing his impending doom, Frieza's face contorted into a semblance of pleading. Please, I beg you, save me. Forgive me. Save you? I am no Son Goku, devoid of his benevolent disposition. Lin Chen scoffed. Though Frieza did not comprehend who Son Goku was, he sensed Lin Chen's reluctance to show him mercy. Gradually, fear morphed into despair, which swiftly transformed into fury. Saiyans, this time, you have triumphed. But at least I have taken many Saiyans down with me, including that female Saiyan. She must be your companion, right? Ha! Once I reach hell, I shall teach them a lesson. Fool, they would never accompany you to hell. Lin Chen retorted coldly. What? Frieza was taken aback. Upon your demise, I shall seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect Hanasea and the others. Even this TV star could be restored. Dragon Balls. Frieza stammered. Then go to hell, Lin Chen declared, pointing a finger. A beam of energy, identical in appearance to Frieza's death ray, yet shimmering in gold, shot forth, severing Frieza's remaining arm. Death ray? Why do you possess my technique? Frieza gasped. Merely a trivial skill. Having observed it once, one can easily replicate it. Frieza, let you perish by your own hand. With that, Lin Chen unleashed 5 death rays, each obliterating what remained of Frieza's body. As the final ray struck Frieza's head, his desperate cry of "I don't want to die" echoed. Thus, the notorious cosmic tyrant of the Dragon Ball universe met his end. With Frieza vanquished, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the nearby spaceship of the Frieza Force, slowly extending his fingers. The minions aboard the ship gasped in terror. Flee. We must escape. Please. It was Frieza the Great who provoked you. Why unleash your wrath upon us mere minions? They wept profusely. However, just as the massive spaceship ignited, a powerful energy wave surged forth, shattering it into fragments, incinerating all within. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Just before the explosion of Frieza's ship, he thought he had glimpsed a small spherical spacecraft making its escape. Should I pursue? Lin Chen pondered, but ultimately decided against it. A mere subordinate of Frieza hardly warranted his effort. Instead, he resolved to resurrect Hanasia and the others. With that thought, Lin Chen activated his instantaneous movement, departing the area. Unbeknownst to him, aboard the escaping small craft was not some inconsequential lackey, but Captain Jinyu. This elite underling of Frieza, having witnessed Frieza's brutal defeat at Lin Chen's hands, reacted more swiftly than the others, boarding the circular craft meant for combatants, thus narrowly evading destruction. As he gazed upon his once mighty flagship vanishing amidst the shockwave, Captain Jinyu bore the expression of a survivor, panting heavily. Thank goodness I escaped swiftly. I never anticipated that the Saiyans possessed such terrifying power. But mark my words, Saiyans. I shall resurrect Lord Frieza. The Jinyu force will undoubtedly rise again. Captain Jinyu proclaimed with fervor, utilizing the advanced technology aboard the spacecraft. While Lin Chen relayed the tale of the Dragon Balls to Frieza, the crew, including Jinyu, also learned of this extraordinary phenomenon. The others on the ship seemed unfazed. Yet Jinyu recalled a legend he had encountered in the past. This legend spoke of a mysterious race known as the Namekians, who possessed the wondrous ability to create wish orbs. It was said that gathering 7 of these orbs could grant any wish. The Dragon Balls mentioned by that Saiyan must be the wish orbs. The legend is indeed true. Such entities exist in this world. Just wait. I, Jinyu, will procure the Dragon Balls, resurrect Lord Frieza, and the Jinyu force. Then, it will be our time for revenge. Captain Jinyu shouted exuberantly within the spacecraft. Simultaneously, in the vast expanse of space, thousands of kilometers away from Planet TV, a circular spaceship identical to Frieza's mothership began to accelerate, departing from the vicinity of TV. Lord Cooler, the life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. Upon hearing this report from an alien crew member, a gasp of shock swept through the vessel. What? Lord Frieza is truly dead? Is the Super Saiyan that powerful? Suddenly, an egg-shaped spacecraft drifted before them, and a voice somewhat resembling Frieza's emanated from within. Silence. That fool Frieza is ever so naive. He suffered at the hands of the Saiyans last time, yet he has not learned his lesson. This is all his own doing. Upon recognizing the occupant of the egg-shaped spacecraft, the aliens present fell to their knees, for seated within was their master, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. Chapter 38. A new choice. The target is Broly? A small figure with blue skin, purple features, and white hair turned to Cooler and said, Lord Cooler, should we not go and see? Lord Frieza may still be alive after all. He did manage to escape last time. The subordinate, named Savaza, hesitated for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Indeed, my lord. Although Cooler was far more temperate than the capricious and cruel Frieza, this did not imply that anyone could defy his commands. However, these individuals were oblivious to the fact that their leader, Cooler, had donned a grim expression, his face drawn long with concern. In truth, the reason Cooler had refrained from ordering the ship to approach was not due to a desire to abandon Frieza, but rather stemming from his own fear. An adversary capable of thriving in the cosmos and effortlessly defeating Frieza was likely a foe even Cooler could not contend with. He dared not approach, fearing that the one who had slain Frieza had not yet departed, nor did he wish to linger, anxious that this individual might take notice of them. The formidable Cooler, in a moment of trepidation, found himself fleeing in panic. Such a scenario had never even crossed his mind before. A profound sense of humiliation compelled Cooler to resolve himself inwardly. While King Vegeta and others lamented the demise of Princess Hannah and her companions, they also rejoiced at Lin Chen's complete annihilation of Frieza. Your Majesty, now that Frieza is dead, the threats we face have diminished considerably. I believe we can unleash our potential and embark on a grand endeavor, suggested King Vegeta. What do you propose? Lin Chen inquired. Are you still contemplating the conquest of the universe? Certainly not. King Vegeta quickly shook his head. Having spent considerable time with Lin Chen, he recognized that this monarch was fundamentally different from past Saiyans. Although he harbored ambitions, They were of a distinct nature compared to Frieza's. Furthermore, Lin Chen had repeatedly articulated that the future of the Saiyans must not tread the path of conquest and destruction through violence. Liberate the planets? Lin Chen pondered King Vegeta's words when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Beep. A new choice has been detected for the host, triggering the Supreme Choice system. Choice 1. Liberate over 70 territories of the Frieza Force. Reward, 50 vials of frozen demon serum. Choice 2. Liberate over 70 territories of the Frieza Force, along with over 50 territories of the Cooler Force. Reward, 20 vials of frozen demon serum and 1 vial of 100 cell reagent. Choice 3. Liberate the Southern Galaxy under Frieza Force control. Reward, a card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation experience. This task must be selected as one. Multiple selections are prohibited. Upon seeing the selection activated, Lin Chen immediately gestured for King Vegeta and the others to wait, as he required time to deliberate. He then scrutinized the 3 options presented by the system. System, what is the frozen demon serum? Attention, this frozen demon lineage refers to the primordial frozen demons, not the mutated Frieza lineage. Primordial frozen demons? So, they resemble Frieza's ancestor, Chilled? Lin Chen recalled that these frozen demons seemingly lacked the transformation abilities that Frieza and his ilk possessed, thus their combat power was relatively lower, yet should still exceed 400. Consequently, this serum might seem somewhat trivial for the Saiyans, but if Lin Chen wished to recruit extraterrestrial beings from other races in the future, the serum could prove advantageous. However, more than the frozen demon serum, Lin Chen was far more intrigued by the third option, the card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation experience. System, what is the purpose of this experience card? The legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation? This piqued Lin Chen's interest. He was acutely aware that the system's reference to the legendary Super Saiyan pertained to the transformation he had yet to master, the transformation that only individuals like himself and Broly, who possessed the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan, could attain. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 represents a more formidable transformation of this already potent form. In the original narrative, the mere existence of the legendary Super Saiyan form embodies nearly infinite power. Thus, the prospect of an even further transformation is something Lin Chen has never even heard of. Presently, unable to master the legendary Super Saiyan form, the opportunity to experience a more potent metamorphosis stirs a sense of excitement within him. Both Choice 1 and Choice 2 promise to enhance Lin Chen's power, yet Choice 3 merely offers a temporary enhancement lasting 1 hour. Which shall he select? Upon reflection, Lin Chen suddenly realizes something significant. The liberation of the Southern Galaxy, which is under the control of the legendary Super Saiyan. Wait, isn't this scenario reminiscent of a plotline from the Dragon Ball movie? In that film, the legendary Super Saiyan is none other than an alternate version of Broly. Having lived in this world for an extended period, Lin Chen has deduced that the Broly of his universe is likely the Broly from Dragon Ball Super. If this is the case, why does the mission propose that he eliminate yet another Broly? System, what is the name of the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned in Choice 3? It truly is. But wait, System, isn't Broly located on Earth? How could he be in the Southern Galaxy? At this moment, Lin Chen is filled with questions. Chapter 39, Decision. Preparations for the journey to the parallel universe. Could it be that this Broly is from a parallel universe? It is fortunate that he inquired, for otherwise, how would he have managed to complete this choice? Lin Chen understands that the Dragon Ball universe is, in fact, a vast expanse. This world encompasses the concept of multiple universes, totaling 12 distinct realms. The universe Lin Chen inhabits is but one among these 12. The relationships between these universes can be likened to different nations, each with significant differences. Take the Saiyans, for instance, in Lin Chen's universe. They are a warlike and brutal race. However, in another universe, they may be a peaceful people, while in yet another, the Saiyan race may not exist at all. Furthermore, Lin Chen is aware that this multiverse is underpinned by the concept of parallel dimensions. A parallel dimension refers to a world that, due to certain circumstances, has emerged within a single universe, resembling yet differing from another. For instance, Lin Chen is acutely aware that the world he currently occupies is indeed a parallel dimension of a specific universe. This dimension, owing to his presence, has allowed the Saiyan home planet, Vegeta, to escape the fate of destruction at the hands of Frieza. Aside from this world, there should exist another realm where Lin Chen has not traversed. In that reality, due to his absence, Vegeta would have suffered the same fate as depicted in the original narrative, falling victim to Frieza's devastation. Now, the task assigned to Lin Chen by the system is to confront another Broly in a parallel dimension. The question remains, how is Lin Chen to traverse to the parallel dimension requested by the system? System, how am I to accomplish Choice 3? Will you transport me to that parallel dimension? System, I choose option 3. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his curiosity and opted for the choice that appeared most arduous to realize. After all, the frozen demon serum offered by options 1 and 2 would provide little assistance to Lin Chen, whose subordinates primarily consisted of Saiyans. Ding. The host has initiated the selection. Please complete the task promptly. Due to the considerable difficulty of this mission, the deadline has been extended to 3 years. Having confirmed his new objective, Lin Chen issued fresh commands to King Vegeta and his allies. Starting today, the Saiyans would launch an offensive against the territories formerly held by the Frieza force, liberating the planets that had long suffered under Frieza's dominion. Although this action would not yield any system rewards, it would allow the Saiyans to accumulate valuable combat experience. The lessons learned from Han Asia demonstrated that sheer power could be insufficient. 5 years of peace had caused many Saiyans to forget the brutal realities of battle. With the system's deadline set at 3 years, Lin Chen resolved to resurrect Han Asia and the others first. Master Roshi, Tais, Bulma. After greeting them, Lin Chen playfully teased Tais before stating his purpose directly. You want this Dragon Ball? I've studied it for years and still can't decipher its nature, Master Roshi remarked, lifting the Dragon Ball that hung from his neck with a bemused expression. Indeed, this is known as a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, and gathering them all can grant you a wish. What? So remarkable? Master Roshi exclaimed, yet he still handed the Dragon Ball to Lin Chen. You're already so powerful. You must have an urgent matter at hand. Thank you, Master Roshi, Lin Chen replied gratefully. After taking the Dragon Ball and bidding farewell to the trio, he used instant transmission to depart. However, after Lin Chen left, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bulma's eyes. Could it be true that the dragon Lin Chen spoke of actually exists? Having acquired Master Roshi's Dragon Ball, Lin Chen next arrived at the Bao Bao Mountain. There, the solitary Goku was hunting outside. Lin Chen quietly expressed his apologies before taking the 4-star ball. He then proceeded to the Supreme Kai's temple. Brother Linkus. The first to greet Lin Chen was Broly, who had been residing there for over a year. Clad in attire resembling that of a deity, Broly had grown significantly, rendering him nearly unrecognizable to Lin Chen. Ah, Broly. Upon seeing the amiable Broly, who bore little resemblance to his former self, Lin Chen reflected on the task that required him to confront a different version of Broly. He felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing he had managed to transform Broly into such a person. How have you been here, Broly? Lin Chen inquired with a smile, lifting his gaze to the approaching Supreme Kai. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen articulated his intent. Supreme Kai, I have come to request your assistance in locating the remaining Dragon Balls. I currently possess 2. Lin Chen revealed the 2 Dragon Balls he had collected. The Celestial being glanced over and remarked, Mr. Lin Chen, I believe I have previously mentioned to you that you are unaware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, are you? Lin Chen interjected, Celestial, assist me this once, and I shall take you to visit your homeland. Namek? The Celestial's eyes widened. When Lin Chen previously brought Broly, the Celestial had learned of his extraterrestrial origins. However, he soon furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, No. I am the Celestial of Earth. I cannot leave this celestial temple for too long. Lin Chen promptly reassured him, Fear not, it will not take long. I can teleport us to Namek in but a moment. At this, the Celestial was thoroughly intrigued. A few hours would indeed pose no significant issue. Chapter 40, Resurrection. The Dragon of 2 Planets. Is this truly Namek? The Celestial trembled upon witnessing his homeland for the first time. A profound sense of familiarity resonated from the depths of his soul, compelling him to inhale deeply, as if the very air bore a familiar scent. Come, Celestial. I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder. Lin Chen patted the Celestial's shoulder and led him toward the Grand Elder's abode. Soon, the Celestial encountered a Namekian for the first time, aside from Demon King Piccolo. They were greeted by the Grand Elder's guardian, Nail. What followed was a harmonious reunion, as the Celestial learned from the Grand Elder that he was the child of a Namekian named Catus, who had sent him to Earth during the cataclysmic climate disaster that befell Namek. Throughout this time, Lin Chen quietly observed the scene. After the Celestial and the Grand Elder reminisced, the Grand Elder addressed Lin Chen, saying, Mr. Lin Chen, you have come, perhaps, for the Dragon Balls? Indeed, Grand Elder. I wish to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Must I undergo the trials once more? The Grand Elder chuckled. Ah, Mr. Lin Chen. The Dragon Balls of Namek are always at your disposal. Possessing a degree of prophetic ability, the Grand Elder had foreseen Lin Chen's potential assistance to the Namekians. Furthermore, he had noticed that with each encounter, Lin Chen appeared stronger than before. Establishing a relationship with such a formidable individual was deemed valuable by the Grand Elder. Having received the Grand Elder's permission, Lin Chen swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the various Namekian villages, utilizing his teleportation abilities. Once the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were assembled, the Celestial produced the 7 Dragon Balls he had brought from Earth. Are these your Dragon Balls? You truly are an exceptional Namekian, the Grand Elder praised upon seeing the Earth Dragon Balls. Thank you for your kind words, Grand Elder. Now, Lin Chen, shall we begin? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded. Dragon, arise. Grant my wish, the Celestial exclaimed. Immediately thereafter, Nail recited the incantation to summon the dragon in the Namekian language. In the next moment, the sky of Namek was suddenly engulfed in darkness. 14 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant golden light simultaneously. Following this, Two dragons, one large and one small, emerged from the golden glow. The Dragon of Earth and the Dragon of Namek appeared at the exact same time and place. A scene that had never transpired in the original narrative, unfolding before Lin Chen and his companions. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen's first utterance was, "Heavenly God, your dragon is rather diminutive." The heavenly god, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, replied with embarrassment, "Indeed, I am far from the Grand Elder in comparison." The Grand Elder chuckled softly and reassured him, "Fear not, appearance is but an illusion. The true essence lies in the power of your dragon, which is commendable." "Thank you, Grand Elder." The heavenly god expressed his gratitude before turning to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, please articulate your wish." Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Chen first addressed Nairu. "Mr. Nairu, for my initial wish, I kindly request the Namekian dragon to restore planet Tivi." He then turned to the Earth dragon. "Please resurrect the lives that were obliterated on planet Tivi by Frieza." This was the reason Lin Chen summoned the dragons of two planets simultaneously. His intent was to revive not just Hanasiya, but a multitude of lives. However, the Namekian dragon could not resurrect multiple beings at once. Thus, if he wished to restore lives, he had to rely on the Earth dragon. Yet, since the Earth dragon could grant only a single wish, reviving the inhabitants of planet Tivi necessitated the planet's restoration first. Consequently, Lin Chen had collected the Dragon Balls from both planets. Once Lin Chen articulated his wishes, the eyes of Purunga, the Namekian dragon, and the Earth dragon glowed brightly in succession. Purunga spoke first. "Saiyan, your wish has been granted. Planet Tivi has been restored." Following him, the Earth dragon added, "Your wish has been fulfilled, Saiyan. Thank you for allowing me to reunite with my brother. Farewell." With that, the Earth dragon spiraled upward, transforming back into 7 Dragon Balls, prepared to scatter across the globe. Therefore, before the Dragon Balls could depart, Lin Chen leapt high into the air and caught all 7. At that moment, on planet Tivi, many individuals stood up, bewildered, including those who had previously perished, such as Hanasiya and several Saiyans. "Frieza!" Hanasiya exclaimed immediately upon revival, only to realize she seemed to be on planet Tivi. How strange. Where are Frieza and the others? Many recalled that they were supposed to be dead. Hearing their conversation, Hanasiya suddenly remembered that she, too, had perished when the cunning Frieza had unexpectedly unleashed a devastating attack on planet Tivi. Yet, why had they all returned to life? And how had planet Tivi been restored? As Hanasiya and the others grappled with their myriad questions, some extraterrestrial beings on the planet hastily boarded nearby spaceships, eager to flee into the cosmos. These extraterrestrials are combatants of Frieza's army. Previously, during an ambush on the Saiyans, they descended upon the planet, only to be slaughtered by Frieza, who also annihilated planet Tivi. Now, having suddenly resurrected, they are oblivious to the circumstances that have transpired. Yet they still recognize the nearby Saiyans. Among them, the female Saiyan is a formidable being who had once delivered a severe beating to King Frieza. Now, will they not flee, but rather await another execution? Meanwhile, on Namek, Nail addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Mr. Lin Chen, your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" "The second wish? I seem to have not thought it through," Lin Chen replied with an embarrassed chuckle. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai and others collapsed to the ground in dismay. Chapter 41, Captain Jinyu's Survival Chronicles. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chen's initial purpose in summoning the dragon was to resurrect Hana and her companions. However, since the Namekian dragon could not resurrect multiple individuals at once, he had to summon the Earth-S dragon as well. Yet, aside from the resurrection, Lin Chen had not contemplated any other wishes. What would be a worthy wish? Lacking prior preparation, he found himself pondering at that moment. "Eureka! Purunga, for my second wish, please reinforce planet Vegeta, ensuring it cannot be easily destroyed by external forces." Lin Chen had derived this from Hana's experiences. Even Super Saiyans may find themselves unable to save a planet in time. While Frieza is now deceased, the cosmos still harbors countless unknown and formidable foes. In the Dragon Ball universe, planets can be obliterated with ease. Even a power level of merely tens of thousands possesses the capacity to annihilate a planet. Lin Chen does not fear encountering strong adversaries. He is merely apprehensive that someone, in their madness, might seize the opportunity to ambush planet Vegeta in his absence, resulting in utter devastation. That is quite simple. Purunga's voice resonated powerfully, his eyes igniting with brilliance. Moments later, he proclaimed, "The second wish has been fulfilled. Now, speak forth your third and final desire." "Lin Chen, please declare your third wish," Nail urged. "My third wish is to acquire the potential development techniques akin to those of the Elder," Lin Chen declared with conviction. This ability had long piqued Lin Chen's interest. Although the Elder's potential development was not as potent as that of the future Grand Kaishin, it would prove invaluable in the early stages. With this ability, Lin Chen could elevate the overall strength of the Saiyans, thus compensating for his previous inability to enhance his own power through tasks. This wish is quite easy. As Purunga's eyes glowed red once more, Lin Chen suddenly felt something merging with his consciousness. Instantly, he witnessed a transformation in his personal attributes panel. Host, Lin Chen. Battle power, 1, 360,000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key control, intermediate martial arts genius talent, intermediate potential development technique. Techniques, planet destruction bomb, death ray, flame rift, turtle school Kamehameha, residual image fist. Saiyan, your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. With these words, Borna ascended into the sky, transforming once more into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the expanse of Namek. The entire sky brightened anew, as the resplendent sunlight bathed the land, casting a warm and peaceful aura. Witnessing the realization of his wishes, Lin Chen smiled contentedly, casually retrieving a fruit from the Tree of Might from his system space and handing it to Nail. This is the fruit of the Tree of Might. It can enhance combat power, but its greater purpose lies in fortifying physical recovery and mental vitality. You should give it to the Grand Elder. It will extend his lifespan. Lin Chen remarked. Is that true? Thank you. Nail expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen harbored a premonition that he might soon find himself in need of the dragon on Namek once again. Thus, presenting the Grand Elder with a fruit was also a means of fostering camaraderie among them, as Lin Chen summoned the dragon to fulfill his own wish. In a distant corner of the universe, a circular spaceship descended upon a planet known as Kurd 001. As the name suggests, this location served as the stronghold of King Kurd, Frieza's father. Upon the ship's arrival, a group of extraterrestrials quickly encircled it. Those aboard the ship come out for inspection. Despite the vessel bearing the insignia of Frieza's army, its unannounced arrival rendered the Kurd army's warriors on high alert. Compared to Frieza's forces, the Kurd troops were far more disciplined. Soon, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and a purple figure emerged. Do not attack. I am Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force under Frieza's command. Captain Jinyu? The aliens paused momentarily before quickly recognizing the infamous captain. Captain Jinyu, this is King Kurd's domain. What brings you and Frieza's forces here? I have urgent news to report to King Kurd. Frieza has been killed, Jinyu declared, his expression grave. Shortly thereafter, within the palace of King Kurd, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form, the king received the devastating news of his son's demise. In a fit of rage, King Kurd struggled to control the energy coursing through him. What? My son Frieza is dead. Sensing the atmosphere around him tremble, Jinyu knelt in fear. Forgive me, King Kurd. Frieza was slain by the Saiyans, and it appears they were the legendary Super Saiyans. With a forceful gesture, Kurd dismissed the notion, Super Saiyan? Absurd. That is merely a myth. It is no myth, my lord. We encountered 2 Super Saiyans during this ordeal. One of them can even survive in a vacuum. It was that Saiyan who brutally ended Frieza's life. And what of you? While Frieza was slain, what were you doing? King Kurd glared fiercely at Jinyu. My apologies. Esteemed one. At that moment, I was aboard Frieza's spaceship, where the battles had escalated beyond our capability to assist. However, I possess a piece of information. Captain Jinyu had intended to relay to King Cold the intelligence he had inadvertently overheard regarding the Dragon Balls. If they were to locate all 7, they could resurrect Frieza. Yet, before Jinyu could finish his words, a deadly beam pierced his body. King Cold, with a grim expression, questioned, since you cannot aid my son, what purpose does your continued existence serve? With a sickening thud, Jinyu collapsed, unable to fathom that he was to perish in such a manner. He had come bearing news that could revive Frieza, loyal to the Frost Demon clan. Why? An alien resembling a lizard offered a salute and proceeded to carry Jinyu's lifeless form toward the palace's crematory. However, just as the alien entered the incineration chamber, a voice echoed, exchange. A purple light abruptly illuminated the room, and then, silence enveloped once more. Moments later, the lizard-like alien emerged, wearing the unmistakable smile that once adorned Captain Jinyu's face. I shall not perish so easily. Chapter 42, The Ambitions of Captain Jinyu. Days later, on planet Cold 001, the world believed Captain Jinyu to be dead. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the Jinyu who had perished that day had his essence supplanted by an unknown extraterrestrial warrior. Meanwhile, the true Captain Jinyu, under a new guise, sat alone in a bar on the planet, drowning his sorrows. The betrayal he faced, having come with loyalty to inform King Cold, only to be ruthlessly slain, haunted him still. He had always taken pride in being a member of Frieza's Legion, never anticipating that his loyalty would nearly lead to his demise. Had it not been for my ability to exchange bodies, I would have long since met my end. The truly foolish one is your dim-witted son, Frieza. Yet you lay the blame at my feet. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. With a furious punch, Jinyu smashed the table before him. At that moment, a robust alien approached, lifting Jinyu effortlessly. Hey you, how dare you damage the bar? Hand over your money, or prepare to die. Jinyu disdainfully spat in response. Forgetting that he was no longer the formidable Captain Jinyu with a combat power of 120,000. The alien's scouter beeped as it registered Jinyu's power level, and it sneered. Ha ha ha, A fool with a mere 5,000 power level dares to act tough. With that, the alien grasped Jinyu's head and dragged him toward the back alley of the bar, while the patrons regarded the scene with indifference. Here lies the domain of King Kurd. The fundamental law here is the survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered. Yet, moments later, a voice echoed from the dimly lit alley behind a tavern. Exchange. A flash of purple light swiftly pierced the darkness. Shortly thereafter, the robust extraterrestrial emerged from the alley, but within him, the essence of Jinyu had taken residence. A combat power of merely 10,000? Such paltry strength renders one utterly useless. Jinyu spat disdainfully. Simultaneously, a thought began to germinate within him, birthed from this confrontation. I cannot persist in this manner. I require a more formidable vessel. I must grow stronger. I shall no longer allow my life to be dictated by others. I will. Suddenly, Jinyu froze in his tracks, his gaze fixated upon a grand statue looming in the vicinity. It was the effigy of King Kurd himself. Jinyu's eyes gradually turned cold, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Ha ha ha. How could I have forgotten? The most suitable body for me lies right before my eyes. King Kurd, you have betrayed and humiliated me. It is only fitting that I seize your form. Ha ha ha. Not long after, mysterious assaults erupted on planet Kurd 001, creating a tumultuous uproar. Numerous elite members of the Kurd Legion were ambushed and slain. These attacks were shrouded in enigma. The corpses revealed that the victims had been killed at close range, and curiously, there were no signs of struggle on their bodies. As the death toll rose, and the combat prowess of the deceased escalated, an atmosphere of dread enveloped the entirety of planet Kurd 001. King Kurd, already seething with rage over his son's demise, was infuriated upon learning of this matter. A pack of inept fools. The invader must possess formidable strength. Deploy the scanners to locate him. Yes. Following the king's orders, the entire Kurd Legion mobilized, conducting extensive searches across the planet for any suspicious individuals. Anyone not part of the Kurd Legion with a combat power exceeding 10,000 was detained as a suspect and subjected to interrogation. Nevertheless, the perpetrator remained elusive. On this day, after receiving reports indicating the assailants' continued anonymity, King Kurd erupted in fury, leaving his subordinates in fearful silence. I shall grant you 3 more days. If the culprit is not uncovered within this time frame, you shall all face death. Yes, yes. Just as King Kurd's attendants hurriedly departed, a personal guard suddenly returned. Your Majesty, I have something to report. King Kurd furrowed his brow slightly, then a smile graced his face. Very well, speak. The guard stepped forward, glancing around at the attendants surrounding the chamber before lowering his voice. Your Majesty, I believe I have discerned the true identity of the assailant. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Your Majesty, may I request that they leave first? I wish to disclose this individual's identity to you in private. Upon hearing this, King Kurd gently waved his hand. His attendants immediately formed a line outside the room and closed the heavy door. Now may I speak? Who is the true murderer? Kurd asked. The murderer is I. The moment the loyal guard's words fell, he suddenly dashed out, hurling an energy blast towards King Kurd. Boom. The place where King Kurd stood erupted in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, felt by everyone within the confines of Kurd's palace. The attendants outside were the first to realize that the explosion had occurred right beside King Kurd's chamber. They shouted in panic, trying to open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Quick, find a way to open the door. Amidst the attendants' frantic efforts, the loyal guard, now possessed by Captain Jinyu, charged into the thick smoke. Although he knew the energy blast posed no real threat to King Kurd, he still surged forward. In the next moment, Jinyu was seized by the neck by the king himself. Huh. King Kurd sneered. I never imagined that my loyal guard would be the murderer. What were you thinking? Attempting to assault me? What was I thinking? Jinyu chuckled. I merely wished to be closer to you. Huh. King Kurd's expression shifted immediately. In the next instant, he saw the man he had captured suddenly open his mouth and scream. Exchange. Upon hearing this word, a name from the recesses of his memory echoed in King Kurd's mind, a name he thought long dead. He vaguely remembered that his son had mentioned this individual. Father, I recently encountered a most fascinating being. This creature belongs to a rare race in the universe. They possess no combat prowess, yet can exchange bodies with other life forms. Before I met this being, he had already exchanged bodies with dozens of lives. I never anticipated such an intriguing entity existed in the universe. I intend to appoint him as captain and form a special forces unit. Gula commands the Gula Mecha Corps, and I shall have a special operations team as well. Oh, that sounds intriguing. What is this person's name? Jinyu. Jinyu. So this is the one, Jinyu. Chapter 43, The All-Knowing Lord Zuno. Bang. Upon hearing King Kurd's shout from within, the guards outside could no longer afford to delay. They promptly shattered the door with a shockwave. King Kurd. As they burst into the room, they beheld King Kurd gripping the lifeless body of a guard. The guard's head hung limply to the side, clearly deceased. King Kurd. You inept fools. He is the perpetrator behind the recent spate of attacks. King Kurd tossed the corpse to the ground. Clear the scene and incinerate this wretch. With that, King Kurd strode out of the chamber. Yes, yes. A multitude of attendants knelt upon the ground, their eyes following the departure of the king of the Kurds. Subsequently, they gazed at the lifeless body before them, puzzled, and remarked, this fellow was the king's personal guard. How could he dare to lay hands on the king? Who knows? Perhaps he has gone mad. Even as a personal guard, he remains oblivious to the terror of the king of the Kurds. What a fool, unbeknownst to these attendants. The king of the Kurds they spoke of was, in fact, the very corpse lying on the ground. The individual who had just exited was none other than Jinyu, who had seized the body of the king. Is this the body of a member of the Frozen Demon clan? The power surging within this vessel is overwhelming, as if it might explode at any moment. Ah yes, the Frozen Demon clan possesses the ability to transform. Much like Frieza, the king of the Kurds has always suppressed his power. If I were to transform again, would I not become invincible? Suddenly, Jinyu regained his composure. No, I am not yet invincible. Even if I were to assume my final form, I doubt I could rival a Super Saiyan's might. I must grow stronger. This body should be capable of further training. It harbors much untapped potential. Moreover, there is the Dragon Ball. I shall utilize it to achieve immortality. As long as I possess eternal life, combined with the strength of this frozen demon body, I, Captain Jinyu, shall undoubtedly reign over the entire universe. Wait for me, Science. Once I surpass the limits of the Frozen Demon clan, I shall seek you out. The universe's mightiest emperor will be neither Frieza nor any of you Science. It shall be I, Jinyu. Is that Zuno truly all-knowing? Gak inquired. Of course. Lord Zuno is the most formidable being in the universe. His knowledge may even surpass that of your dragon. Gak replied while piloting the spaceship. At that moment, Lin Chen and Tais were aboard Gak's vessel. Their destination was a wondrous planet located somewhere in the cosmos, home to the extraordinary figure known as Zuno. According to Lin Chen's recollections, Zuno was an incredible being, possessing knowledge of all things. The reason for Lin Chen's quest to find Zuno was to discover a means of traversing parallel dimensions. Although he had the ability to teleport, he did not know the location of Zuno's planet, and thus relied on Gak to guide them. As for Tais, upon hearing about Zuno, she was eager to witness such a being for herself. What could be more fascinating than an all-knowing extraterrestrial? Initially, Bulma had clamored to join them, but Lin Chen, aware of the young girl's true intentions, had firmly declined. The journey to Zuno's planet was quite lengthy, and after several hours of flight, the group began to lose patience. Gak, how much longer until we arrive? Tais inquired, her boredom palpable. Approximately 2 hours, I estimate, Gak replied. What? 2 hours? This spaceship is far too slow. Lin Chen's teleportation is much more convenient. Taiwei Star? I have heard Lin Chen mention it. Gak, does that mean you died back then? Hey, what is the afterlife like? Tell me, Tais asked, filled with curiosity. I have no idea. Gak responded, turning away. Tai Si promptly grasped his shoulder and inquired. Oh, don't be stingy, do tell me. I could use it in my new book. Jace responded with curiosity. New book? Iasync Galactic Patrol Jace completed? Indeed, it is, she replied. But my current serialized work is titled My Saiyan Boyfriend, and it has claimed the top spot on the new book bestseller list, far surpassing the achievements of Galactic Patrol Jace. Humph. Then I shan't divulge anything, Jace retorted, turning away in a huff. Amidst their banter akin to a comedic dialogue, they finally arrived at the planet Zuno. Much like its namesake, Zuno's planet, Zuno Star, possessed an aura of mystique. The planet was modest in size, merely a few times larger than King Kai's planet, and its appearance resembled a colossal wooden box encasing a celestial body. The surface was adorned with a vibrant array of colors, featuring solely Zuno's palace. The palace exuded a traditional Japanese architectural style, yet before it stood an enormous escalator that lent an oddly incongruous feel to the entire structure. As the three ascended the escalator and reached the corridor before the palace, they encountered a long queue ahead. No sooner had they steadied themselves than several alien beings resembling samurai approached, each clutching a small notebook. Upon seeing these warriors, Tai Si queried, How peculiar they look. Which one of them is Zuno? None of us are Zuno. We are the attendants serving Lord Zuno. The samurai aliens replied in unison. They then surrounded Lin Chen, stating, Lord Zuno has reported an uninvited guest, so we have come to investigate. Uninvited guest? Tai Si questioned, perplexed. Indeed. Lord Zuno does not meet with those who arrive without an appointment, one attendant explained. What? Jace, why didn't you inform us? Tai Si fumed at Jace, frustrated after hours of travel only to find they could not meet. Jace, equally taken aback, realized this was his first visit to Zuno Star and the first time he was aware of such a regulation. At that moment, the attendant opened his notebook and stated, If you wish to make an appointment now, the earliest available slot is in 5 years. What say you? Would you like to schedule an appointment? 5 years. Jace responded awkwardly. Well, I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Could there be some leniency? What to do? Jace found himself at a loss. Simple. Lin Chen smiled as he stepped forward. I have an appointment. Allow me to meet Lord Zuno. The attendant paused for a moment, flipping through the pages. What is your name? Let me check. Lin Chen. My Saiyan name is Linkus. After a careful examination, the attendant regretfully declared, I'm sorry. You are not on the appointment list. Before he could finish, a golden light suddenly illuminated before them. In the next instant, Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the corridor. How foolish. Zuno Star is under the protection of Lord Zuno's power. You cannot harm the planet, they scoffed. Boom. The energy wave collided with a distant forest, piercing through the ground and erupting on the other side of Zuno Star. Upon witnessing this scene, all the guards and guests widened their eyes in astonishment, tears streaming down their faces. Have you found my name? Yes, we have. Lin Chen, is that correct? Please come in. The guests who had been queuing immediately parted to create a path for Lin Chen, just as Tai Si was about to follow. She was restrained by Jacker. Tai Si, is that the Super Saiyan? After saying this, she glanced at Jacker and added, You're not thinking of arresting him for the destruction he just caused, are you? Jacker quickly shook his head. Of course not. We are comrades, haha. Before long, the crowd arrived at the depths of the building, entering a grand hall where a figure resembling a Japanese samurai sat atop a bowl-like flying vessel. He was none other than the master of this planet, Lord Zuno. Beside Zuno, a servant was whispering to him, evidently reporting on the events that had just transpired outside. As Lin Chen stepped in, Zuno immediately assumed a stern expression and said, You are the one who violated the rules and barged in, are you not? Do you have any objections? Lin Chen inquired. At this moment, another attendant standing beside Zuno interjected, Please present your tribute. However, how could Lin Chen, the proud Saiyan King, engage in such a degrading act? What is this tribute? Lin Chen raised a finger, conjuring a planet-destroying bomb in his hand. This was one of Frieza's most formidable techniques. A force capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. As someone endowed with mysterious powers, Zuno immediately recognized the gravity of this move and hastily nodded, Enough, enough. You may ask one question, or three, or as many as you wish. Very well. Lin Chen flicked his hand, crushing the planet-destroying bomb. Now listen carefully. My question is, how does one traverse to a parallel universe? Zuno cleared his throat and began to explain as if reciting a mantra, to traverse parallel universes. There are the following methods. The first method is to use a time machine. Theoretically, time machines do not actually exist. Each use of a time machine is essentially a journey to a parallel universe. The second method is to become a Kaioshin and utilize the Kaioshin S-time ring. When different parallel universes emerge, green time rings are created. Using the corresponding ring allows one to reach different parallel universes. Before Zuno could finish, Lin Chen interrupted. Wait, Zuno, I want to know how to reach a specific parallel universe. Lin Chen realized that perhaps his question had been misphrased, as Zuno's answer did not align with what he sought to know. In the parallel universe I wish to visit, there exists a legendary Super Saiyan who has conquered the entire South Galaxy. I need to know how to get to that universe. You know about this? Lin Chen was taken aback and incredulous, surprised that Zuno was aware of such details. Impressive. Lin Chen genuinely felt a sense of admiration for this seemingly comical figure. Indeed, to reach the universe you mentioned, there are two methods. The first is to obtain the assistance of the Time Kaioshin, Kane. The Time Kaioshin governs all parallel spaces and possesses the ability to observe and freely enter all parallel universes. However, it is worth mentioning that the Kaioshin of Time transcends all universes, existing independently beyond the control of the Omni King. Unless summoned by the Kaioshin of Time, mere mortals cannot hope to encounter her. Lin Chen then inquired, what about the second option? Just as Zuno began to speak about the second method, he suddenly appeared to falter, his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Zuno's guards, witnessing such a state for the first time, rushed forward in alarm. However, at that moment, Zuno raised his hand, signaling them to keep their distance. The second method involves locating the Tamuleep's metal. Tamuleep's metal? What is that? Lin Chen asked. It is an exceedingly rare metal in the universe, also known as time metal. The Kaioshin's time-space ring is crafted from this very material. By the way, this metal has become extinct in our universe. That is not a problem. I can summon the dragon to manifest it. Then what? Lin Chen continued to probe. Well, without waiting for Lin Chen to finish, Zuno interjected. Black holes are realms abundant in time and space. Infusing the power of time and space into the time metal requires casting it into a black hole. Is that all it takes? Lin Chen frowned, finding this method rather dubious. Zuno nodded, affirming, indeed, that will suffice. However, the reality is that this will merely open a temporal gateway. It does not grant control over where that gateway leads. Nevertheless, Zuno suddenly adopted a serious expression. My abilities indicate that if a Saiyan named Lin Kasai were to undertake this, he could unveil a path to a specified realm. Me? Lin Chen was taken aback, questioning why he alone could unveil such a pathway. Hey, are you speaking nonsense? My brother Lin Chen lacks any superpowers. How could he possibly accomplish this? Tai Si shouted from the side. Zuno did not even spare her a glance, stating, You have no offerings. Thus, you may not inquire. What? You fat buffoon, ugh. Tai Si's protest was abruptly muffled by Jack's hand. Please, Tai Si is not Lin Chen. How can you speak to Lord Zuno in such a manner? Zuno remarked. If it is not a case of sharing a name, then it refers to you. You possess a unique power with the time metal in hand. Making your way to a black hole will allow you to open a pathway to the designated realm. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to grasp Zuno's implication. The unique power Zuno mentioned likely referred to the system within Lin Chen's body. In other words, if he were to take the time metal to a certain black hole, his system might assist him in reaching another dimension where Broly resides? Is that the implication? Lin Chen silently pondered. It seems that is the case. Lin Chen smiled and said, All right, I understand now. Thank you. With that, he prepared to depart. Yet, just as he turned, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, by the way, is there any way to quickly grant me power sufficient to rival that of a god of destruction? You have exhausted your opportunity to inquire, Zuno remarked habitually. Yet he soon noticed the luminous energy sphere igniting at Lin Chen's fingertip. The first method involves embracing the training of angels. Such training can swiftly augment your strength. As for the second method, it is non-existent. Power can only be cultivated through one's own efforts, and there has never been a shortcut to greatness. Zuno closed his eyes, reflecting momentarily, then abruptly opened them to gaze at Lin Chen. No, if it were you, perhaps a shortcut to greatness might indeed exist. You truly possess boundless knowledge, Zuno said, exhaling in relief as he observed the place where Lin Chen had vanished. His attendant, displaying evident frustration, questioned, My Lord Zuno, just who is that Saiyan? Should we summon the Supreme Kai to confront him? Enough. He is beyond our capability to challenge, and even the Supreme Kai would be powerless against him. Subsequently, Zuno solemnly instructed his attendant to close the grand doors, declaring a temporary cessation of visitors for the day. Although the Metal of Time, Tamuleeps, which Zuno mentioned, was said to no longer exist in this realm, Lin Chen knew that as long as he could summon the dragon, he would certainly acquire a piece. However, the dragon from the two planets had recently been summoned, and Lin Chen would have to wait at least 130 days before he could make a wish to the dragon of Namek. While this waiting period was lengthy, it served as a fortuitous opportunity for Lin Chen to enhance his training. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Chen diligently trained on both Earth and Vegeta. At times, he would rigorously practice within the 500 times gravity chamber on Earth, and at other times, he would engage in combat training alongside Hanasea, honing his skills as a Super Saiyan. Yet, despite such arduous training, Lin Chen felt it was still insufficient. After all, he was preparing to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who shared the same bloodline. This Broly, while resembling the one Lin Chen was familiar with, was an entirely different entity. He embodied all the negative emotions of the Saiyans, and, due to the adverse effects of his bloodline, had long since lost his sanity. Driven solely by the impulses of battle and slaughter. In the tales Lin Chen had heard, even when Son Goku and his allies combined the strength of 4 Super Saiyans, they struggled to overcome the formidable Broly. Ultimately, it was only through the collective energy of all warriors focused on Son Goku that they managed to defeat him with great difficulty. Lin Chen was acutely aware that, in his current state, he would find it challenging to contend with Son Goku and the 4 Super Saiyans simultaneously, let alone 4 Hanaseas. If he could not swiftly elevate his own power, his venture into the parallel dimension could very well spell disaster. As time flowed onward, the days until the Dragon of Namek's revival dwindled, yet Lin Chen felt he still fell short. Compared to over 100 days prior, his combat prowess had indeed increased. But the rate of his enhancement remained woefully inadequate in light of the formidable challenges he was about to face. Hanasea, lacking innate talent for combat, was inherently weaker than Lin Chen. Engaging in practice with her offered him no new insights. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. What if he were to battle the Broly from this world? Although the formidable foe he would ultimately confront was the Broly from another realm, this world also possessed its own Broly. A confrontation with this Broly might provide him with valuable experience for dealing with his counterpart from another world. With this notion in mind, Lin Chen promptly made his way to the Heavenly Palace, where he encountered Broly and disclosed his intentions. Brother Link, do you wish to fight me? Indeed. I may soon face a formidable adversary and hope to enhance my strength. Hanasea can no longer assist me, which is why I thought of you. Lin Chen gazed at Broly with a sense of delight. Although Broly was currently suppressing his aura, and the combat power detector indicated a mere 5,000 points, Lin Chen's own system revealed that Broly's actual combat power had reached an astonishing 1.2 million. Lin Chen was acutely aware that Broly had never trained since birth, yet he possessed such immense power. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Broly's lineage differed slightly from Lin Chen's. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Broly's bloodline was that of Dragon Ball Super, while Lin Chen's was derived from the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. In terms of combat power amplification, Broly's lineage was vastly superior to Lin Chen's. Therefore, a battle with Broly would undoubtedly benefit him. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Broly expressed reluctance upon understanding Lin Chen's intentions. Brother Link, I do not wish to fight, not even with you. Broly, we merely wish to practice. Brother Link, have you forgotten why I came to Earth in the first place? Lin Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Broly had come to Earth to escape the relentless challenges posed by the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Now, Lin Chen's desire for a fight made him no different from those challengers. My apologies, Broly. I failed to consider your feelings, Lin Chen acknowledged, realizing his oversight. Yet, he soon found himself in a predicament. If he could not battle Broly, how could he possibly enhance his power? Chapter 46, The Enigmatic Mr. Popo. Lin Chen, if you're seeking to increase your strength, I might have a solution for you. Just as Lin Chen wrestled with his dilemma, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. Turning to look, he saw the Supreme Kai speaking. Supreme Kai, can you assist me? To be precise, it is not I who can help, but rather Mr. Popo. The Supreme Kai replied with a smile. Mr. Popo? Lin Chen turned to glance at the nearly expressionless figure of Mr. Popo. Could he truly provide the assistance he sought? Bobo's eyes, resembling copper coins, remained devoid of emotion as he gazed at him innocently. Since even the divine being has spoken, Bobo is willing to offer you some guidance. How do you intend to proceed, Bobo? By the way, I don't have much time. Lin Chen did not immediately decline, although on the surface, he seemed genuinely unaware of what insight someone like Mr. Bobo, with merely a few hundred combat power, could impart. He understood that Mr. Bobo was far from simple. Perhaps he indeed had something valuable to teach. I have a rough understanding of your strength. Conventional methods may not be beneficial to you, so I plan to guide you in a different manner. Regarding the time constraint, allow Bobo to take you to a certain place, shall we? Divine Being, is that acceptable? The Divine Being nodded and said, Mr. Bobo, are you heading there? Very well, please escort Mr. Lin Chen. Understood. Meanwhile, Broly expressed his regrets to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, Brother Lin Kasai, I cannot assist you this time. There's no need to apologize, Broly. You are a good child. Combat is indeed not suited for you. Lin Chen pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse that a combat genius had become this way. Nevertheless, for Broly, this life was what he truly desired. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Mr. Bobo deeper into the temple of the Divine Being. At this moment, Lin Chen discerned the destination Bobo intended to take him. Are you leading me to the room of spirit and time? Indeed, I possess one myself, located on planet Vegeta. Lin Chen's room of spirit and time now resided on planet Vegeta, serving as a training ground for young Saiyans with potential. The gravity within the room of spirit and time was relatively minor compared to planet Vegeta, yet the vast emptiness posed a significant test to one's mental fortitude, making it ideal for young Saiyans to cultivate their willpower. Upon hearing that Lin Chen also owned a room of spirit and time, a hint of surprise crossed Mr. Bobo's face, yet he merely opened his mouth in astonishment before resuming his role as the guide. After a considerable detour, the two finally arrived at the very bottom of the temple, standing before a grand golden door. We have arrived. Bobo pushed open the door, stating, Since you are familiar with the room of spirit and time, I shall refrain from further explanation. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. Training here should not hinder you, correct? Not at all, Lin Chen replied with a smile as he stepped inside. Before long, they found themselves in a sweltering, low-pressure expanse bearing tenfold gravity. Without wasting any time, Lin Chen swiftly began his training under Bobo's guidance. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the true meaning of the Divine Being's words. Mr. Bobo intended to instruct Lin Chen on the mastery of energy control. Although you currently possess immense power, your application of that power is quite poor. If you were to unleash your full strength, would it not be quite effortless for you to obliterate a planet? Mr. Bobo inquired. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement. This was also the reason he could only practice with Hanasia on planet Vegeta, as that planet had been reinforced by the dragon. If not on planet Vegeta, had they been on another celestial body, Lin Chen and Hana, if they unleashed their full potential, could inadvertently obliterate the planet. This is due to your inability to control your power with finesse. True masters, even with the ability to bring about cataclysmic destruction, can wield their strength without endangering others. Mr. Popo remarked. Lin Chen nodded, comprehending the truth in his words. He recalled that in the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction Beerus had once engaged in combat on Earth. With Beerus's might, he could annihilate a planet with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet despite battling for an extended period, he inflicted no harm upon the Earth whatsoever. In fact, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, some believed the power hierarchy had collapsed, unaware that these elite fighters had mastered the art of controlling their strength. The earlier instances of tearing the Earth asunder and piercing celestial spheres had become avoidable for these seasoned warriors. Mr. Popo continued, I have heard Broly mention that your training regimen has predominantly focused on raw strength and physical prowess. While this approach may yield short-term gains, it is insufficient for genuine growth. Henceforth, I shall instruct you in the mastery of Ki. You must pay close attention. Understood, Lin Chen replied, realizing that it was only after hearing those words that he understood why he felt he had hit a plateau. The crux of the matter lay in his lack of control over Ki, which could not keep pace with his burgeoning physical strength. It was akin to wielding a formidable weapon while his body lagged behind, rendering him incapable of utilizing it effectively. Had he not heard Mr. Popo's insights today, he might have remained oblivious to the root of his dilemma. Merely from that exchange, the experience of entering the hyperbolic time chamber with Mr. Popo had already proven invaluable. Yet, Lin Chen was further astonished when Mr. Popo instructed him to transform into a Super Saiyan and engage in sparring with him while in that state. Are you certain, Mr. Popo? A single punch from me might be fatal. Lin Chen could not help but inquire. You may give it a try. Mr. Popo is quite formidable, he replied. Reflecting on the original Dragon Ball story, Lin Chen recalled that Mr. Popo indeed had experienced sparring with Super Saiyans, albeit with 2 children, yet they were still Super Saiyans. With this thought, Lin Chen smiled slightly. All right, Mr. Popo, here I come. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure appeared directly before Mr. Popo, his right fist aimed squarely at his face. Out of caution, he exerted only 50% of his strength, yet his speed had reached its zenith. Curiously, despite the apparent ferocity of Lin Chen's strike, Mr. Popo merely tilted his neck and effortlessly evaded the blow. What? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 47. Breakthrough, Complete Preparation. Here, your punching lacks decisiveness. And here, your movements are excessively redundant. True attacks must be executed with precision and clarity. Here, it is evident that there are redundancies. One should temper their energy during an attack. With such a reckless approach, the enemy may remain unscathed while you exhaust yourself. Control your inner self and attune to the flow of your energy. Indeed, Bobo's strength is unfathomable. Despite the absence of any overwhelming aura around him, Lin Chen, already in his Super Saiyan form, finds himself unable to even graze Mr. Bobo. Moreover, while evading Lin Chen's attacks, Mr. Bobo appears to have the leisure to observe Lin Chen's movements and offer guidance. This composure drives Lin Chen to the brink of madness. How is he achieving this? As Lin Chen swept his leg, Mr. Bobo effortlessly dodged. Just as Lin Chen prepared to pursue further, Mr. Bobo raised his hand and said, Mr. Lin Chen, your mind is in disarray. Pause for a moment and recalibrate your state of mind. Lin Chen, panting, looked at Bobo and inquired, Mr. Bobo, who exactly are you? Hadn't Bobo claimed to be formidable? Lin Chen scrutinized Bobo, unable to resist utilizing his system's capabilities. System, what is Mr. Bobo's combat power? Soon, Lin Chen beheld Mr. Bobo's attribute panel, Bobo. Combat power, 1000. 1000? Are you jesting? With his own combat power exceeding 1 million in its normal state, how could he possibly be outmatched by someone with merely 1000? At that moment, a flash of insight struck Lin Chen. Mr. Bobo, could you be an angel? Angels serve as the masters, servants, attendants, and overseers of the gods of destruction. The strength Mr. Bobo displayed could only be rationalized by the notion that he is indeed an angel. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo's expression remained unchanged. Angel? What is that? Seeing this, Lin Chen refrained from pressing further. If Mr. Bobo truly belonged to such a celestial echelon, he must harbor some profound secret. With his current capabilities, it would be wise not to provoke him. Subsequently, under Mr. Bobo's tutelage, Lin Chen continually refined his mastery over energy, striving to achieve a level of effortless control. Time flew by, and soon Lin Chen had nearly spent a year within the hyperbolic time chamber. Although his combat power did not experience a meteoric rise, his aura gradually transformed into something distinct. On a particular day, merely 1 day after Lin Chen had entered the chamber, the heavenly temple remained as tranquil as ever. Broly sat cross-legged at the temple's edge, gazing down at the mortal realm. This ability was typically reserved for the gods. Yet Broly had learned it during his time in the temple. During moments of boredom, he would observe the world below to pass the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression shifted, and he stood up, murmuring, that energy, is it from Brother Linkus? Has he emerged? Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the figures of Lin Chen and Mr. Bobo emerged from the entrance of the temple. Upon arriving, the celestial being, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Chen, could not help but remark, your strength has not significantly changed, yet your presence exudes a newfound steadiness. Indeed, Lin Chen acknowledged, this is largely thanks to Mr. Bobo. Turning to Bobo, he bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance over the past year. You have a long journey ahead. Remember that strength does not equate to everything, Mr. Bobo advised sagely. At that moment, Lin Chen's attribute panel reflected significant changes. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 1, 56 million. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, elementary martial arts talent. Basic potential development technique, perfect control of chi. Techniques, planet destruction sphere, death beam, flame ripple, Kamehameha, afterimage fist, instant transmission Kamehameha. Over the course of the year, aside from a 300,000 increase in combat power, Lin Chen's most notable achievement lay in the enhancement of his skills. The original skill of chi control had evolved into perfect control of chi, though it appeared to be a mere addition of 2 words. Lin Chen understood that this transformation had augmented his true strength by a considerable 30%. Now, with the Dragon Balls of Namek nearly restored, it was time for Lin Chen to embark on his system mission. However, as he would be traversing parallel dimensions, he was uncertain how long he would be away and felt the need to make proper arrangements. Whether it was for Tai Si and the others or for Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen had to ensure everything was in order. Once these preparations were complete, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. As the deep bass resonated, dark clouds began to gather in the skies above Namek, plunging the planet, devoid of night, into darkness. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the colossal figure of Shinran Purunga appeared above. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Purunga's voice echoed through the realms. Now, Lin Chen, declare your wish. Nairo urged him. Nodding, Lin Chen proclaimed his desire. I wish to obtain the Medal of Time, the Tamileep's medal. When Nairo conveyed Lin Chen's request, Purunga fell into a brief silence before responding. The Tamileep's medal can only be wielded by the Kais. What purpose do you intend to serve with it? I have my reasons. Surely you can manifest it? Lin Chen replied. Purunga declared, I can, but the Medal of Time is a divine artifact, and to acquire it, you must expend 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Very well. Lin Chen consented. Having summoned the dragon, he had no other particular desires beyond the Medal of Time. 3 wishes would suffice. In the next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal materialized before Lin Chen. Despite its plain appearance, upon grasping the metal, Lin Chen felt an odd force emanating from it. This peculiar energy unsettled him, compelling him to refrain from prolonged contact, and he attempted to store the metal in his system space. However, just as the Medal of Time was about to enter the space, it unexpectedly rebounded out. The Medal of Time and Lin Chen's system space seemed to generate an inexplicable repulsion. Is it due to the incompatibility of the temporal power within this metal and the system space? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving a box, placing the metal inside, and grasping it with one hand. Naru, I am departing for a distant place. If there are urgent matters on Namek, you may contact Planet Vegeta. With that, Lin Chen executed instant transmission, leaving Namek behind. Chapter 48. The system's new function, acquiring temporal points. In the vast cosmos, black holes are not uncommon. These invisible traps scattered throughout the universe are marked on the interstellar maps of every race capable of traversing the cosmos. Having secured the temporal metal, Lin Chen's next destination was Planet Vegeta. He did not linger here, merely confirming the location of the nearest black hole before utilizing instant transmission to arrive in the starry expanse near it. As he exited the state of instant transmission, Lin Chen instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, simultaneously enveloping himself in an energy shield for protection. The black hole is over there. With a slight perception, Lin Chen detected the presence of the black hole. In a specific direction, he sensed nothing at all. Black holes attract all matter, including energy. Therefore, wherever he felt an absence of sensation, that must be the location of the black hole. After an hour of flight, Lin Chen gradually began to feel the astonishing gravitational pull of the black hole. Continuing forward might bring peril. Thus, he halted and, following Zuno's intel, retrieved the temporal metal. Throwing the temporal metal into the black hole would open the temporal gate, and my system can control its destination? Lin Chen murmured, hesitating briefly before casting the temporal metal towards the black hole. I hope Zuno has not deceived me. Otherwise, I shall make him pay. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, the rare metal, long extinct in the universe, slowly drifted towards the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a brilliant, shimmering light erupted from the metal, and Lin Chen witnessed the once solid form of the temporal metal being distorted by a powerful force, twisting into bizarre shapes. Subsequently, it appeared as though the metal could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, shattering and vanishing from sight. The precious temporal metal, for which Lin Chen had expended 3 wishes, was gone just like that. Just as he was about to curse Zuno's unreliability, a series of blood-red spatial rifts, resembling gaping maws, emerged where the metal had vanished. These rifts expanded, ultimately forming a colossal opening through which Lin Chen could pass. Could this be the temporal gate? As Lin Chen sought confirmation, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Temporal gate confirmed. Activating temporal traversal function. Please consume temporal points to select your desired destination. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Zuno had foretold. At the moment the time-space portal was activated, Lin Chen's system manifested a new functionality. According to the notification, this newfound feature conveniently allowed Lin Chen to select the world he wished to traverse. However, what exactly were the time points? It appeared that the host could acquire time points by rectifying the current timeline's history. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Rectifying the current timeline's history? What could that possibly mean? Yet, this time, the system refrained from providing any clarification, instead presenting Lin Chen with a countdown. Ding! The system cautioned the host that the newly emerged time-space portal remained unstable, urging him to expend time points to confirm his destination within an hour. Otherwise, the portal would close. What on earth? Upon witnessing the countdown before him, Lin Chen instinctively scratched his head. This system certainly relished in creating chaos. Had it known of such a function, couldn't it have informed me ahead of time? Now, it grants me but an hour. Where am I to procure these time points? Wait a moment. In the divine realm, the deity was observing the next generation when he suddenly sensed Lin Chen's presence behind him. The Dragon Balls? I have already secured them. My creation of the Dragon Balls was intended to provide humanity with the impetus to realize their aspirations. Yet alas, humanity. All right. Divine being, please retrieve the Dragon Balls for me. Lin Chen implored hastily, his tone serious, startling even the deity. Huh. Oh. The deity, taken aback, instructed Mr. Popo to present the Dragon Balls, though at this moment, they retained their stone form. Lin Chen frowned and inquired, Divine being, could you enlighten me on the star ratings corresponding to these stones? Certainly, this one is a 1-star ball, this is a 2-star ball, and this. Lin Chen mentally noted each designation, then seized all the spheres and cast them into his system space. Divine being, I shall deliver these Dragon Balls to the mortal realm. Farewell. With that, Lin Chen vanished once more before the deities. Observing Lin Chen's swift departure, the deity was momentarily taken aback, asking Mr. Popo, what on earth is Lin Chen planning? At that moment, atop Baizi Mountain, Lin Chen materialized in Sun Wukong's abode. This time as before, the home of little Wukong was devoid of inhabitants. Lin Chen lingered not, retrieving the 4-star ball, still in its stone guise, and rolled it beneath Sun Wukong's bed. Next, he ventured to Kame House, which too was empty. Lin Chen did not tarry, placing the 3-star ball down before departing. Continuing to utilize instantaneous movement, Lin Chen distributed several Dragon Balls to various locations, including the castle of the Ox Demon King. Once all 7 Dragon Balls had been appropriately placed, a notification indeed surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. History has been confirmed as rectified. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 time point. As expected, Lin Chen clenched his fist. The notion of rectifying history essentially entailed steering the world's trajectory towards the original narrative of the Dragon Balls. Originally, due to the affairs concerning Taiwei Star, Lin Chen had compelled the deity to retrieve all the Dragon Balls from Earth, which could potentially prevent the saga of Dragon Balls from unfolding in this realm. Chapter 49. A journey through time and space, a world both familiar and strange. The rapid, high-density use of teleportation was a novel experience for Lin Chen. After a brief pause, he gazed at the seemingly unchanged portal before him, inwardly questioning, System. Can I now ascertain the destination of the time-space portal? If so, I wish to traverse to the realm where I may fulfill Selection 3. In the next instant, Lin Chen felt a surge of power emanating from his being, striking the time-space portal. Immediately, the color of the crimson portal began to morph, transitioning gradually from its original blood-red hue to a deep blue. Once the portal stabilized in a rich shade of azure, the system emitted a notification, Ding. The time-space portal has been locked. Please proceed with haste. It was imperative to clarify this matter. So, this point in time essentially serves as a one-time round-trip ticket. Does it? Contemplating this, Lin Chen resolved to step boldly through the portal. Here lay a realm within the cosmos, time unknown. In the midst of an initially silent void, a crimson rift suddenly manifested in what should have been an empty expanse. This fissure spread outward, ultimately solidifying into a rectangular portal large enough for a person to pass through. Whoosh! A figure abruptly emerged from within, and as he did, the portal behind him began to constrict rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a nearly imperceptible crimson sphere. Was this a parallel universe harboring another Broly? The figure that had traversed the portal was none other than Lin Chen himself. As he beheld the dazzling constellations surrounding him, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and promptly utilized teleportation to navigate towards the coordinates of planet Vegeta embedded in his memory. Upon arriving at the location of planet Vegeta in his original world, it came as no surprise that he found no sign of the planet, which had been relocated by the dragon. In the place where planet Vegeta ought to be, there remained only an abyss of nothingness. Indeed, this was another world. Thus, it was time to seek out Broly, as he recalled that he resided in the South Galaxy. In Lin Chen's recollections, the tales of the legendary Super Saiyan rampage unfolded in the South Galaxy. This narrative depicted events prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, where King Vegeta, fearing that Broly, the son of the Saiyan Paragus, would pose a threat to their world, inadvertently caused his demise. Unbeknownst to them, both Broly and Paragus survived, escaping peril through Broly's formidable strength and making their way to the South Galaxy. Subsequently, Paragus harnessed Broly's power to wreak havoc in the South Galaxy, establishing new planet Vegeta, intent on exacting vengeance upon the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Now that the system required Lin Chen to liberate the South Galaxy from the clutches of the legendary Super Saiyan, it was only natural for him to seek out Broly and his associates. After a moment of focused contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly found himself at a loss. Where indeed was the South Galaxy? Even in the original world, Lin Chen had never ventured to the Southern Galaxy, and his ability to teleport was contingent upon knowing the destination's location. What was he to do? Lin Chen scratched his head, and then inspiration struck. In the next moment, he activated his teleportation once more, this time targeting Earth. He recalled that, within the narrative, Paragus had journeyed to Earth specifically to exact revenge on Vegeta, and if he timed it right, he might accompany them. Yet, he pondered whether the timeline of this world had progressed to the events of Super Battle. However, should that not be the case, it would not pose a problem. Lin Chen could seek out the deity of this realm to guide him to the underworld, and from there, proceed to King Kai's planet, thus ascertaining the location of the southern galaxy. Upon materializing on Earth, Lin Chen immediately discerned that the era of this world was likely several years ahead of his own. Due to his frequent visits to West City, Lin Chen always landed there upon teleporting to Earth, and this occasion was no exception. However, as he appeared above West City, he noted that it was far more prosperous than the one he had known. The city was adorned with numerous billboards he had never encountered before. This indicated that the timeline of this world had indeed advanced significantly, suggesting that the events of the Dragon Ball saga had commenced. Yet, he was uncertain of the precise year and the age. Contemplating this, Lin Chen cleared his mind and began to sense the auras present across the planet. Soon enough, he detected several powerful presences, among which he recognized a few distinctly belonged to Saiyans, one of whom felt particularly familiar. Was that Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta was on Earth. And since no battle had yet unfolded, it could only mean that this timeline was situated after Frieza's defeat. However, he remained unsure if they had reached the events of Super Battle. With that thought, Lin Chen teleported directly to the vicinity of Vegeta's location. He found himself amidst a grove of cherry blossom trees, and the instant he appeared, his aura was sensed by those present. Who goes there? In the blink of an eye, he was encircled by a group of individuals. Upon seeing their familiar faces, Lin Chen felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Vegeta, future Trunks, Son Gohan, Master Roshi, Bulma, Oolong, and others. This timeline was indeed set many years ahead of his own, and judging by the circumstances, the androids had likely already made their appearance. Hello, everyone. Lin Chen greeted them with a wave and a smile. However, his salutation did little to dispel their wariness. Vegeta scrutinized Lin Chen, his gaze first sweeping over his combat attire before settling on the tail coiled around his waist, exclaiming, "A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan?" "Yes. I am a Saiyan, named Lynx. You may also refer to me by my Earth name, Lin Chen." Chapter 50, A Different World, a timeline without the Cell games. Impossible. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission of being a Saiyan, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, stating, "In this world, the only Saiyans that remain are myself, Kakarot, and our son. There are no others." Observing Vegeta's disdainful expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but concede that, compared to the grown-up Vegeta before him, the younger version from his own world, who had eagerly sought him out to become his master, was undeniably more endearing. "You are partially correct, yet also mistaken. I am indeed not a Saiyan from your world. I hail from an alternate dimension." An alternate dimension? The revelation momentarily stunned the group. Most present struggled to grasp Lin Chen's words, yet one individual, Bulma, a genius in her own right, was not easily perplexed. Cradling her infant son Trunks, she maneuvered through the crowd. "An alternate dimension? Are you a Saiyan from another parallel universe, like Trunks?" Bulma stepped back. "This individual is highly suspicious," Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed to see his wife approaching Lin Chen. Trunks, equally anxious, urged, "Mom, be careful. Don't worry. He is unlikely to be lying." Bulma, with her characteristic boldness, responded, "This world's Bulma shares your carefree nature, Lin Chen. Remember, Trunks, you too come from a parallel dimension, don't you?" At this, Trunks stood frozen, contemplating his mother's words. Indeed, she was correct. He was from a future that existed in a parallel dimension. Thus, the emergence of another Saiyan from a different reality did not seem implausible. "How did you arrive in our world? Do you possess a time machine as well?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Chen explained, "I inadvertently found myself here due to an unexpected turn of events, not by means of a time machine. My power detector sensed formidable energy in this vicinity, prompting me to investigate, and I never anticipated encountering all of you." Observing the group's demeanor, Lin Chen deduced they were engaged in a cherry blossom viewing celebration, and he had arrived just before the events of Super Battle were about to unfold. In that narrative, Paragus made his appearance during a cherry blossom festival. Lin Chen suspected that Paragus could emerge at any moment, hence he refrained from excessive elaboration. Fortunately, aside from Bulma, the others were primarily focused on training, food, and beauty, and Bulma's laid-back personality meant she did not press further when Lin Chen remained vague. Consequently, the topic of Lin Chen's origins was soon set aside. Instead, Gohan and the others warmly welcomed this traveler from a different timeline to join their cherry blossom festivities, with Gohan mentioning that he would introduce Lin Chen to his father upon his arrival. As the cherry blossom gathering resumed, the group reclined on the grass, serenading in song. The proud Vegeta retreated to a nearby tree, closing his eyes in meditation. Everything unfolded just as Lin Chen remembered from the plot of Super Battle. Knowing that Paragus would soon arrive, Lin Chen chose not to hastily seek out Broly, opting instead to allow the narrative to unfold naturally. Moreover, engaging in conversation with these familiar figures was a rare delight for Lin Chen. After all, many among them had yet to be born or were merely children in Lin Chen's original timeline, making his current interactions with them at this age particularly meaningful. As Krillin began to sing, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about the Saiyans on Earth, turning to Gohan for insights about this timeline. To his astonishment, Lin Chen discovered that this parallel universe diverged significantly from the Dragon Ball world he was acquainted with. If the Dragon Ball original narrative represented the primary universe, then Lin Chen's own world could be regarded as a parallel realm. Like Lin Chen's universe, this world also stood apart from the main timeline. In this reality, the Cell games had never transpired. Although the androids and Cell had appeared sequentially, the story diverged after Cell absorbed Android 17, leading to a narrative distinct from what Lin Chen remembered. Here, in order to defeat androids 17 and 18, Vegeta and Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber, attaining powers that surpassed Super Saiyan. Consequently, during Cell's second form, Vegeta did not allow Cell to absorb Android 18 as he did in the primary universe. Instead, he decisively ended him. Thus, the storyline took a different course. This world, devoid of the perfect form of Cell, lacked the Cell games. Humanity remained unaware of the existence of such a horrifying creature, allowing peace to prevail, much like the tranquility Lin Chen now observed. So that was it. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen finally unraveled a long-standing enigma. Previously, while watching Super Battle, he had been puzzled by the notion that the timeline should occur 10 days before the Cell games. With the ultimate showdown imminent and a formidable adversary like Cell lurking, why did Vegeta and the others venture so far into the southern galaxy? And why, with the apocalypse looming, were people on Earth still queuing to enroll their children in tutoring classes? It all stemmed from the fact that Cell had already been vanquished. Trunks, your father was the savior all along. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Trunks, who stood nearby. At that moment, Bulma chimed in with a laugh. Even if he is the savior, he's still a guy who can't even sing well. Do you know why he is hiding away? It's because he feels embarrassed about not measuring up to Krillin's singing. Laughter erupted among the others. Suddenly, Vegeta leapt from behind a cherry blossom tree, his face contorted in anger. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and a massive spaceship materialized before them. They're here. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The others stood up, their expressions shifting to caution. Trunks, is that ship? Gohan inquired anxiously. Indeed, it seems there is a Saiyan up there. Trunks nodded. Humph. What is happening today? Why is there yet another Saiyan? Vegeta inquired, his haughty demeanor returning. No, I do not recognize this spacecraft or the Saiyan aboard it. Lin Chen replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the spacecraft ultimately descended upon the grassy expanse not far from them. Subsequently, a throng of extraterrestrials clad in purple armor emerged from the ship, racing towards the gathered individuals. Chapter 51. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Journey to New Planet Vegeta. As these unknown beings surged towards them, everyone adopted a wary stance. Only Vegeta displayed disdain, for he sensed that these aliens were merely weaklings. This sentiment was corroborated by Lin Chen's battle power detector, which revealed that their combat strengths hovered around a mere 1,000, marking them as insignificant minions. However, as they reached Vegeta, they abruptly knelt in unison, proclaiming, "All hail, Prince Vegeta?" Vegeta responded, "Who are you? What do you seek? We have been searching for you." Prince Vegeta. A voice that Lin Chen found somewhat familiar emerged as a Saiyan stepped forward from among the aliens. It was Paragus from this world. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Indeed, I am Paragus." Paragus knelt on one knee before Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, we have come specifically to welcome you as the king of New Planet Vegeta." New Planet Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Yes," Paragus continued. "This is a new world I have established. As you are aware, after our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, I have longed to rebuild it, to once again allow the might of the Saiyan race to resonate throughout the cosmos. Yet, this endeavor is beyond my solitary capability. It can only be realized under your leadership." Vegeta dismissed the notion, turning to depart. The legacy of the Saiyan race held no allure for him. It was a relic of the past in which he held no interest. Seeing this, Paragus was compelled to reveal his trump card. "Prince Vegeta, even if you are disinclined to restore the Saiyan Empire, do you not have any desire to confront the fabled Super Saiyan?" The fabled Super Saiyan? Vegeta halted. Indeed, recently, a legendary Super Saiyan has emerged in the southern galaxy, possessing extraordinary power and obliterating countless planets. Already, several planets near New Planet Vegeta have fallen victim to his assaults. If this continues, the newly established New Planet Vegeta may also face annihilation. Your Majesty, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to address this unruly Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan? How intriguing. Vegeta turned around, saying, "Very well, I shall go and take a look." Upon witnessing Vegeta striding towards the spacecraft, Trunks promptly approached, asserting, "Father, do not heed him. What legendary Super Saiyan are you speaking of? Are we not already Super Saiyans ourselves?" "What?" Paragus paused momentarily, taken aback. "Huh." Trunks suddenly unleashed his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen glanced at Trunks' battle power. Earlier, Lin Chen had utilized the system to assess their individual combat strengths and noted that, despite being from two parallel universes, their battle power systems appeared remarkably similar. Even the formidable Vegeta had a base battle power of merely 1.5 million, which was comparable to Lin Chen's. This was already the level of power observed during the Cell Saga, indicating that Lin Chen's prior estimations regarding battle power were indeed accurate. In the true Dragon Ball realm, battle power was not as exaggerated as depicted in the original series, where later characters boasted figures in the hundreds of millions or even trillions. As one's strength escalated, the rate of increase in battle power would gradually decelerate. For instance, even after the Android Saga, Vegeta still possessed the capability to defeat Cell's second form, yet his base battle power lingered around 1.5 million. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained uneasy. After all, in this world, the power derived from transforming into a Super Saiyan was not discernible by the system. He feared that the increments in battle power for Super Saiyans in this universe might differ from those in his own. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, upon observing the system's scan of Trunks' battle power, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. 22 million. Trunks' base battle power was 1 million thus. A battle power of 22 million implied that his increase upon transforming into a Super Saiyan was, like in Lin Chen's world, merely a factor of 20. See, both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. So what fearsome traits can this so-called legendary Super Saiyan possess? Trunks declared. Paragus, astonished, gazed at Trunks and then at Vegeta, but soon regained his composure. "You must be Prince Trunks, heir to the bloodline of King Vegeta. Regrettably, while you do resemble the legendary Super Saiyan, there remains a distinction between you and that fabled warrior." "What?" "Oh," Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. "Paragus, what do you imply by that?" "Your Majesty Vegeta, the Super Saiyan who wreaked havoc in the Southern Galaxy, is said to be a warrior of legend, appearing only once every millennium. He is the embodiment of destruction, a being solely driven by slaughter. I have heard accounts from survivors who were attacked by him, describing that this Saiyan's appearance differs from that of a prince in transformation. Most crucially, the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is a hue of yellow-green, not the golden aura of a prince. How intriguing." Paragus, immediately proceed to new Vegeta. "I am eager to witness this so-called legendary Super Saiyan for myself." With that, Vegeta no longer hesitated and strode directly towards the spacecraft. What legendary Super Saiyan could possibly rival Cell? Now, he has become the invincible Super Vegeta of the universe, unperturbed by anything. "Father," Trunks wished to persuade further, but was halted by Paragus. "Your Highness, why not join us as well?" Trunks hesitated. At that moment, Lin Chen stepped forward. "Trunks, let us venture forth together. I am quite intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan." "Mr. Lin Chen?" "Lin Chen." Paragus was taken aback. "You are also a Saiyan?" "Indeed," Lin Chen replied, arms crossed. "I am a wandering Saiyan, uncertain of your welcome." "Absolutely. The newly formed Saiyan kingdom embraces every homeless Saiyan." Paragus chuckled. Thus, Lin Chen accompanied Vegeta aboard the spaceship. Concerned for Vegeta's well-being, Trunks felt compelled to follow. Also joining them were the drunken Master Roshi, who had forcibly boarded the ship, and the inadvertently entangled Gohan, Krillin, and Oolong. Chapter 52. The First Encounter with Broly, the Allure of the Legendary Bloodline. New planet Vegeta. Situated in the Southern Galaxy, Paragus' spacecraft, employing some alien technology, traversed the distance from Earth to this location in merely a day. On board, Paragus lavished praise upon Vegeta with fervent flattery, reaching almost ludicrous heights. Master Roshi, unable to contain himself, whispered to Trunks, "Trunks, this Paragus does not seem trustworthy. You must remain vigilant." Trunks nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat in a corner, meticulously gathering intelligence on the naive Gohan. "Gohan, who is stronger, your father Goku or Vegeta?" After Cell's defeat, Uncle Vegeta has been eager to spar with Dad, but Dad has been too busy, so I am uncertain," Gohan pondered. Scratching his head, "Perhaps my father is slightly stronger? Though Uncle Vegeta did defeat Cell, so Goku's combat power should be higher than Vegeta's." Then, Lin Chen began to feel a tinge of concern. As it stands, Vegeta could at least transform into a Super Saiyan second grade. Given his current combat power of 1.5 million, Vegeta's ultimate strength might exceed even Lin Chen's own. Moreover, Goku could very well have reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, suggesting that his strength surpasses Vegeta's. Yet, even so, in the original storyline, they were utterly powerless against Broly. Could such a formidable foe be confronted by him? As Lin Chen pondered these uncertainties, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Detection of host's self-doubt has triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Employ strategy to defeat Broly and Paragus without allowing Broly to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward: combat power 1 million. Choice 2. Collaborate with Goku and others to vanquish Broly. Reward: combat power 3 million. Choice 3. Defeat Broly alone. Reward: combat power 5 million. A pure combat power selection task? Without a doubt, Lin Chen naturally opted for the highest reward. System: I choose 3. It is worth mentioning that choice 1 would have been the simplest. Lin Chen had indeed contemplated a strategy that required no bloodshed, to immediately seize control of Paragus and take the device from his grasp, ensuring that Son Goku would not cross paths with Broly. If he could accomplish these 3 tasks, all it would take was a few days until a comet collided with New Vegeta. While Broly would not perish, he would be grievously injured, and Paragus and his cohorts would descend into the depths of hell alongside the comet, thus fulfilling the mission with ease. As for choice 2, it mirrored the original narrative, where Son Goku and his 3 fellow Super Saiyans, along with Piccolo, engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately triumphed over Broly. With Lin Chen joining their ranks, their chances of victory would certainly increase. However, whether he chose option 1 or option 2, Lin Chen perceived both as acts of cowardice. As the king of Saiyans, destined to challenge even the gods in the future, how could he retreat at this juncture? Furthermore, although he appeared to be at a disadvantage against Broly, Lin Chen was acutely aware that he possessed one final, decisive technique. Beep. The host has made a selection. Please complete the mission promptly. Wait, system. I must confirm. Does defeating Broly alone count if I engage in a wheeled battle, or must I confront him entirely by myself? This clarification was imperative for Lin Chen. Otherwise, should Son Goku intervene unexpectedly, it could jeopardize the completion of his task. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Soon after, the spacecraft descended upon New Vegeta. A glance around revealed a planet in a state of disarray, with towering structures rising from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green aliens were laboriously moving stones, erecting new edifices. Yet, Lin Chen understood that this scene was merely an illusion crafted by Paragus to deceive Vegeta. Once disembarked, Paragus and his entourage proceeded toward a distant palace. There, a motley crew of villains from across the galaxy clamored for Vegeta's attention, welcoming his arrival. Among the throng, Lin Chen spotted his target, Broly of this universe. In stark contrast to the Broly of Lin Chen's world, this version appeared frail and listless, wearing a perpetual expression of dejection. Yet, Lin Chen knew this was all a facade. Beneath Broly's serene exterior lay a heart filled with wrath. Unlike the Broly from Lin Chen's realm, this version was devoid of any shred of benevolence, embodying pure malevolence. Your Majesty Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I hope you will consider promoting him in the future, Paragus purred with a sycophantic smile. Vegeta cast a cursory glance at Broly, showing little interest. Indeed, from Vegeta's perspective, the Broly before him exuded a presence that barely surpassed that of Gohan. However, Lin Chen, utilizing his own system, was able to perceive that at this moment, Broly's base combat power had reached an astonishing 1.6 million, surpassing both Lin Chen and Vegeta. Yet, Broly was currently restrained by the energy suppression device shaped like a headband, rendering him undetectable to Vegeta, who merely considered Broly a weakling. Hello, I am Broly. He greeted politely. Just then, a soldier nearby reported, Report. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared on the planet Mamacat. What? Vegeta halted, immediately proclaiming, Let us depart at once. I must meet this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, come along with me. The two promptly made their way towards the palace exit. As they were about to head towards the spaceship, Broly suddenly paused, brushing past Lin Chen. Broly? Paragus inquired, noticing his son had not followed Vegeta, only to see Broly's gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his expression gradually shifting. Lin Chen sensed the cause. Broly had detected the Super Saiyan bloodline within him. Two individuals sharing the same bloodline felt the presence of a similar force within each other. The fabled Super Saiyan bloodline, a rare lineage that appeared once every millennium, was, in truth, the true royal bloodline among the Saiyans. And with only one true king, Broly, possessing the royal bloodline, instinctively regarded Lin Chen with hostility. Yet Lin Chen, not one to back down, maintained an impassive stare in return. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable energy clashing subtly between them. Chapter 53, Fated Encounter, Goku and Broly. Lin Chen and Broly locked eyes, an electric tension shimmering between them. Broly's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger surfacing upon his features. Who are you? Broly gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. I am Lin Chen, though you may also refer to me as Linkus, a Saiyan, Lin Chen replied. Linkus? The shared power within their bloodlines drew them closer, and with Broly's already volatile emotions due to the Super Saiyan lineage, the recognition of a similar bloodline ignited his competitive spirit, threatening to spiral out of control. Broly, Paragus, sensing the shift in Broly's demeanor, rushed forward, activating a control device in his hand. Broly, calm yourself. As Paragus acted, the headband on Broly's forehead illuminated as well. After a moment, Broly regained his composure and hurried after Vegeta. Once the spaceship ascended into the cosmos, Trunks dashed over. Mr. Lin Chen, that person seemed quite dangerous. Indeed, I can sense a malevolent aura. Gohan chimed in. Vegeta went out with him. Will he be alright? Krillin gazed up at the now-vanished spaceship. Rest assured, Vegeta should be fine, Lin Chen assured him. From the recent events, it appears that Broly, aside from his own nature, loses control only upon encountering Son Goku. One might ponder the roots of this animosity. Was it merely the echoes of Goku's cries during their youth that instilled such a lifelong hatred? Lin Chen could not help but feel a sense of relief that, when the system enabled him to merge with the Super Saiyan bloodline, it eliminated the associated drawbacks. Although this rendered his Super Saiyan abilities less formidable than the original lineage, it spared him the fate of succumbing to madness, as Broly did. After Vegeta and the others departed, Krillin and the others suggested they explore the planet. With little else to occupy his time, Lin Chen joined them. Indeed, why establish a Saiyan nation in such a desolate location? Krillin and Gohan were both perplexed. Perhaps Paragus never intended to create a Saiyan nation at all, Lin Chen speculated. What? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening. At that moment, Krillin suddenly pointed towards a construction site in the distance of the abandoned city. What is that place? It looks like a mine. No, it resembles an energy plant, perhaps extracting resources from underground to supply the palace. No wonder that area is lush and green amidst the barren landscape. At the construction site, numerous diminutive extraterrestrials toiled under the supervision of Paragus's subordinates, enslaved to their tasks. Lin Chen, well-versed in the Dragon Ball saga, recognized these aliens as the indigenous inhabitants of the nearby Shamo planet, captured by Paragus to construct the new planet Vegeta. However, the entirety of this endeavor was but a ruse, from the name of the new planet Vegeta to the opulent palace. It was all orchestrated to prolong Vegeta's stay on this planet. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the sky. At this moment, though invisible to the naked eye, a comet was hurtling towards the new planet Vegeta at an alarming speed. In less than 2 days, it would collide with the planet, leading to the demise of all Saiyans beneath its impact. This, indeed, was the true intention of Broly's father, Paragus. Regrettably for Paragus, he had miscalculated, overlooking one crucial individual, Bardock's son, Kakarot, better known as Son Goku, who would ultimately influence Broly. A group of warriors with power levels merely in the thousands were naturally no match for Gohan and his companions. At that moment, Son Goku, who had been tracking Broly's energy signature, instantaneously appeared at the scene. Dad. Huh. Gohan. Krillin. What brings you here? And who is this Saiyan? Goku inquired, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. Dad, this is Lin Chen. He is a Saiyan from another world. Gohan explained. Another world? Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku readily accepted Lin Chen. Hello, Lin Chen. You seem quite powerful. Perhaps we could spar some time? Certainly, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others shook their heads, apologizing. Forgive us, Lin Chen. Goku is just like that. He can't resist a challenge when he senses strength. No worries. I too am eager to engage with a master, perhaps at another opportunity. Is Mr. Sun Wukong currently pursuing the legendary Super Saiyan? Oh, how do you know? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Because we are also in search of the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Gohan explained their situation. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. I am following the energy signature of the legendary Super Saiyan. Could that person be Paragus? Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Paragus's voice resonated nearby. You have come as well, Kakarot. You are Paragus? Paragus, observing the familiar face before him, smiled. Indeed, how about we share a dinner together? Kakarot, you are just like your father Bardock. Very well. Sun Wukong, utterly defenseless before food, agreed. Thus, the group made their way to the palace for a grand feast. During the meal, Sun Wukong informed everyone that the energy he sensed did not belong to Paragus. Once satiated, the group promptly approached to inquire whether Vegeta had discovered any leads on the legendary Super Saiyan. Hey Vegeta, Kakarot, did you come here specifically for me to slay you? Are you still the same as ever? I am here in search of the legendary Super Saiyan. With that, Vegeta turned to leave. Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, that guy Vegeta is at it again, trying to act cool. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly froze. He turned his head and immediately spotted Broly following Vegeta away from the spaceship. Destined rivals, they were set to meet once more. Chapter 54, Rampage, the legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Broly instantly recognized Sun Wukong's appearance. In this world, Broly and Sun Wukong were born on the same day, with their incubation pods placed side by side. At that time, Sun Wukong had been frightened to tears by Broly's immense combat power. Ironically, his cries instilled fear in Broly, leaving a significant shadow over him regarding Kakarot. Now, upon seeing Sun Wukong before him, Broly's energy surged uncontrollably. This energy exuded immense pressure, causing all present to instinctively become alert. Is this the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking? Sun Wukong immediately identified Broly's energy. He had previously been tasked by the King of Worlds to investigate the legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy. The residual energy he had sensed on a recently destroyed planet belonged to the very Broly before him. This is bad, Paragus exclaimed in alarm, swiftly activating the control device in an attempt to calm Broly. Vegeta had not yet distanced himself. If he were to be disturbed, all of his plans would be ruined. Broly, calm down. Broly, Kakarot. The headband control device on Broly's forehead illuminated, temporarily stabilizing the surge of his energy. However, what perplexed Paragus was that although Broly's energy had not increased, it also showed no signs of diminishing. Paragus suddenly activated, and during the day, when Broly encountered Lin Chen, he nearly lost control. Although he was quickly subdued by the controller, it seemed that the device was already approaching its limits. Damn! How could this happen at such a critical moment? Paragus, what are you doing? He was astonished to see Broly emanating a golden aura reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Paragus, what is happening to Broly? Vegeta exclaimed. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan we have been searching for. What? King Vegeta protested. That can't be true. Broly could not possibly be a Super Saiyan. He is merely. Before Paragus could further argue, Trunks flew in, declaring, Father, Mr. Goku is correct. This Paragus is deceitful. Everything on this planet is a lie. The city over there is nothing but ruins. This man is full of lies. You must be cautious. I. Paragus faltered, and suddenly, the suppressed Broly's aura surged once more. Kakarot. Broly's battle power erupted like a volcano, skyrocketing. His hair transformed, taking on a purplish-red hue. The false Super Saiyan, Lin Chen, sharing Broly's bloodline, immediately recognized the transformation. He had not anticipated that Paragus's controller would begin to fail at this moment. The narrative, due to Lin Chen's arrival, seemed to be shifting unexpectedly. The climactic battle that was meant to occur the following day appeared to be imminent. With a resounding bang, the controller in Paragus's hand exploded, and despair washed over him. He had initially hoped to conceal the truth, but ultimately surrendered. Damn it. Fine. Vegeta, you fool, just like your father. Are you truly deceiving me? Indeed. Paragus retorted, flinging his hand dismissively. What is there to cherish on this pathetic planet? Moreover, it is about to be obliterated by a comet. My true objective is Earth, where you currently reside. I intend to use it as the stronghold for my and Broly's empire to dominate the universe. Once you and this planet are annihilated by the comet, there will be no obstacles for Broly and me. Although plans have changed, the outcome remains the same. Go, Broly. Without needing further instruction from Paragus, Broly advanced toward Goku with heavy strides. Kakarot. Freed from the controller's constraints, Broly's aura continued to swell, and he soon transitioned from the false Super Saiyan form to that of a true Super Saiyan, although his forehead still bore the remnants of the control device. Preventing his hair from turning golden and instead rendering it bluish-green, the power he exuded unmistakably signified his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen could see that Broly's battle power had now soared to 32 million, far surpassing his own capabilities. However, this level of power pales in comparison to Vegeta, who once vanquished Cell, the legendary Super Saiyan. Preposterous. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and transformed into a Super Saiyan himself, his combat power skyrocketing to 30 million. Yet, Vegeta's transformation was far from complete. His energy continued to surge. Suddenly, his aura exploded with a ferocious intensity, unleashing an overwhelming force that whipped a fierce whirlwind across the faces of all present. Very well, let me witness the true might of the so-called legendary Super Saiyan. Combat power, 52,500,000. Lin Chen clenched his fists, a twinge of envy stirring within him. Though his base power may not match Lin Chen's, Vegeta had already surpassed him through transformation. It was no wonder that Vegeta remained confident even upon witnessing Broly's transformation. Broly, your adversary is I? Vegeta shouted, his figure flashing as he appeared beside Broly, delivering a swift kick aimed at his neck. However, Broly seemed impervious to the attack, not even flinching as he continued his relentless advance toward Goku. What? Vegeta was taken aback. How could Broly remain unscathed by such a powerful strike? Meanwhile, Goku's expression grew serious. How can he withstand Vegeta's blow without a scratch? If that is the case, then let the battle commence. Kakarot. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Kakarot. Witnessing Broly's utter disregard for him, Vegeta ascended into the sky, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy toward Broly, entirely neglecting Goku's presence nearby. Vegeta, stop. Boom. The energy wave struck Broly with pinpoint accuracy, causing the ground to tremble, yet the resulting shockwave sent everyone present flying backward. Haha, what legendary Super Saiyan? I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed maniacally, poised to turn his gaze toward Paragus, ready to deal with the one who had dared to toy with him. Yet, his attention abruptly shifted back to the epicenter of the explosion. There stood Broly, completely unscathed. Chapter 55, Terror, the Legendary Power. Vegeta's earlier strike had created a deep crater in the ground, and the shockwave had nearly obliterated the nearby palace. Even Goku had to utilize instant transmission to escape to safety. Lin Chen and the others, positioned at a distance, also took refuge in the air. However, Broly, having directly endured such a colossal attack, remained utterly unharmed, his aura showing no signs of waning. No, not only was it not diminishing, but Broly's power was actually increasing. How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the astonishing power radiating from Broly. Father, everyone, be cautious. Goku shouted a warning. Acutely aware of Broly's transformation, Lin Chen, too, felt a cold sweat trickle down his face. In his eyes, Broly's combat power was once again on the rise. 55 million, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. As Broly's power surged, the sky trembled and the earth quaked. A sudden expression of anguish crossed Broly's face. Roar! Boom! Out of nowhere, the sky was suddenly illuminated by countless bolts of lightning. These electric arcs pierced the air, exploding mid-flight and shattering into myriad streaks that plummeted to the ground. Thunderous crashes echoed as many of Paragus' minions, who had rushed to the scene, were struck by the lightning and instantly vaporized. Be careful, Goku shouted, shielding Gohan and the others from the descending bolts. Lin Chen waved his hand forcefully, dispersing a streak of lightning. Goku glanced at Lin Chen, noting the sudden surge of energy that had drawn his attention. However, their focus quickly returned to Broly. At that moment, the golden aura enveloping Broly began to shift, transforming from its original hue into a yellow-green radiance. Vegeta recalled a statement made by Paragus during their initial encounter. The legendary Super Saiyan's aura is yellow-green. This individual was already a Super Saiyan. Could he possibly undergo another transformation? Unfortunately, Vegeta's speculation proved accurate. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly suddenly roared like a beast, his muscles expanding dramatically. A brutal and savage energy radiated from him, sweeping through the surroundings. In the next instant, Broly's pupils faded to colorlessness as a surge of yellow-green energy erupted forth. Soon, everyone present felt an overwhelming aura, a chilling dread enveloping them. You are all doomed. There is no one who can save you now. Broly is beyond control. He will not rest until the entire universe is obliterated. Paragus cried in despair, witnessing Broly's final transformation into the fabled Super Saiyan. Broly's hair floated, his colorless eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. He had transformed into a figure of immense stature, resembling a demonic deity. The legendary Super Saiyan, under the oppressive energy emanating from Broly, Vegeta found himself involuntarily reverting from his Super Saiyan state, collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way as he knelt. Gasping for breath. Vegeta, do you feel it? Paragus crawled out of a pit, a grim smile on his face. It seems your pure Saiyan bloodline has recognized it. The legendary Super Saiyan, this is the true bloodline of the Saiyan royalty. Before him, all Saiyans are inevitably subdued. Vegeta attempted to resist, but found himself utterly powerless. An unprecedented terror gripped his heart. This fear and despair were feelings he had only experienced before in the face of Frieza, and he had never imagined they would resurface today. We will die? This notion was shared not only by Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Lin Chen were similarly affected, both pure-blooded Saiyans experiencing an overwhelming sensation akin to bloodline suppression. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Broly's power. His combat strength had surged to an astonishing 80 million. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation had enhanced his abilities by a staggering 50-fold, far surpassing the ordinary 20-fold increase typical in this realm. Could he truly defeat such a formidable opponent alone? Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Kakarot. Broly glared at the visage he detested, a cruel smile creeping across his face. I shall reduce you to dust. As soon as the words left his lips, Broly launched himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he barreled towards Lin Chen. Father! Gohan cried out, eager to assist Sun Wukong, only to be firmly embraced by him. Run, Gohan! Even the battle-hungry Sun Wukong, influenced by the bloodline's weight, recognized the chasm between himself and Broly, and in that moment, his fighting spirit waned, prompting him to flee with Gohan in tow. Broly pursued them relentlessly. Seeing this, Trunks called out to Lin Chen, hastening to join the chase. Mr. Lin Chen, please take Mr. Krillin and the others to safety. Lin Chen nodded, guiding Krillin and the others away from Broly's path. True to his original plan, Lin Chen intended to refrain from intervening in the initial skirmish, only stepping in when Sun Wukong and his allies were overwhelmed, for otherwise, he could not fulfill the task of choosing option 3. But could he truly defeat Broly on his own? In the distance, Sun Wukong and Gohan evaded Broly's relentless pursuit, azure energy spheres raining down behind them, obliterating the earth. Time and again, Sun Wukong and Gohan narrowly escaped capture, relying on his instant transmission technique to evade peril at the last moment. However, after a brief chase, Broly suddenly halted. With a sinister grin, he conjured a cerulean energy sphere in his hand, and hurled it towards a nearby construction site. Amidst the blue flash, a cacophony of screams erupted. Countless lives of the Shamo Star slaves lying on the site were extinguished in that blinding light. Ha! Kakarot, if you do not engage me, I shall obliterate this planet. You fiend. I will not allow you to succeed. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in fury as he and Gohan landed on the ground, and with a roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nearby, Gohan and Trunks also descended, transforming in succession into Super Saiyans. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from the three Super Saiyans, Broly merely responded with a cruel laugh, charging forward with reckless abandon. The ground trembled as a shockwave surged forth. Chapter 56, An Overwhelming Disparity. Lin Chen enters the fray. As Lin Chen led Krillin and the others away, the distant sky echoed with thunderous sounds, reminiscent of a storm. Mr. Lin Chen, are Goku and the others all right? Krillin inquired, carrying Master Roshi on his back. I cannot say for certain. That Broly is indeed terrifying, Lin Chen replied. Are you not going to assist them? You are also a Saiyan, are you not? Oolong, cradled in Lin Chen's arms, asked. I will intervene, but first, you must board the spaceship and leave. This planet is on the brink of destruction, Lin Chen warned them, revealing the imminent approach of a comet. The group was instantly taken aback. What? What about Goku and the others? Fool. Isn't Goku capable of instant transmission? We are the ones who should be concerned. We must flee at once. Upon landing, the group hastily made their way towards Paragus' spaceship. At that moment, Lin Chen spotted Paragus also fleeing towards the vessel. You all go ahead. I shall confront that Saiyan, Lin Chen declared, swiftly appearing before Paragus. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Paragus halted. If you intend to escape with me, then follow. Otherwise, get out of my way. Are you not going to stay and support your son? Lin Chen asked. Broly is no longer under my control. He is now a hindrance to my endeavors. Paragus retorted. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. Paragus, you have indeed been coerced by reality far too much in this world. Allow me to grant you liberation. What? Paragus was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the implication of Lin Chen's words. He released his aura, preparing to strike, but Lin Chen's hand pressed firmly against his chest. Paragus, you are a pitiable man. I lament your plight in this life. However, rest assured, the Paragus of another world lives quite well. What are you saying? In a flash, a crystalline beam of white-blue light pierced through Paragus' heart. The man, who had spent his life in suffering and had become selfish and extreme due to external circumstances, met his demise at Lin Chen's hands. In truth, for Paragus, dying at Lin Chen's hands was a stroke of fortune. Had Lin Chen not intervened, Paragus' fate would have been to be crushed to death by his own son Broly within the confines of the spaceship, ultimately discarded into the comet's path. Observing Paragus fall to Lin Chen, Krillin and the others remained silent, devoid of any sympathy. After all, had it not been for Paragus' machinations, many lives in the southern galaxy would not have been lost at Broly's hand. His hands were stained with blood, comparable to that of Frieza. Returning to Krillin and the others, Lin Chen swiftly entered the spaceship, eliminating Paragus' subordinates before emerging to address Krillin. Mr. Krillin, this ship is in your charge. Depart as soon as possible. I will check on Goku. Understood. Krillin nodded, but then his gaze sharpened as he turned towards the direction of Goku's battle. Over there. The energy signatures of Goku and the others were rapidly waning. This is bad. It seems Goku and the others are in trouble. Krillin exclaimed, turning to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, I entrust this to you. I am merely a human from Earth. I can no longer intervene in such a battle. I understand. Leave it to me. Lin Chen nodded in farewell and swiftly soared towards the battlefield. However, midway, he sensed that the energies of Sun Wukong and his companions were waning, as if they were nearing their limits. Just as Lin Chen contemplated accelerating his pace, an unfamiliar aura abruptly intruded upon the scene. Was it Piccolo? Indeed. Upon Lin Chen's arrival at the desolate city transformed into a battleground, he beheld Piccolo administering Senzu beans to Wukong and the others. Once revived, the four warriors encircled Broly, and it was at that moment that Lin Chen entered the fray. Broly cast a disdainful glance at him and scoffed, no matter how many come. It is of no consequence. To me, you are all merely refuse. Saiyan? Wukong, who is he? Piccolo inquired. He is Lin Chen, a wandering Saiyan. Wukong replied before asking. Mr. Lin Chen, could you lend us a hand? This guy is formidable. Apologies, I prefer not to collaborate. If you all falter, then I shall intervene, Lin Chen responded. Wukong felt a twinge of regret, while Piccolo, unaware of Lin Chen's true strength, paid little heed. After all, they were confronting a foe they had never encountered before, and if Lin Chen proved inadequate, his presence would only hinder them. Wukong, enough chatter, let us all attack together, Piccolo shouted. All right, ha ha ha, submit and perish, and you shall suffer less. Why can you not understand? The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, as the energy escalated, gradually strips one of rationality. However, Broly, having been suppressed by Paragus, had not entirely lost his wits at this moment. Though the rampaging Broly was relentless and fearless, the rational Broly was, in truth, even more despair-inducing. After regaining their strength with Senzu beans, Wukong and his companions resumed their assault. Each of the 3 Super Saiyans possessed a power level exceeding 20 million, while Piccolo, likely merged with the Supreme Kai, boasted a battle strength of over 30 million. Yet, their combined efforts could not even inflict a scratch on Broly. What was even more disheartening was Broly's seemingly boundless stamina. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is inherently a form that can only sustain short bouts of combat. The higher the transformation, the greater the physical toll. Thus, Super Saiyans are not suited for prolonged battles. However, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form appeared to be devoid of such limitations. Since the battle commenced, Wukong and his allies had consumed a Senzu bean, bolstered by Piccolo and the recently rejuvenated Vegeta, who had reignited his fighting spirit. 4 Super Saiyans, along with a Super Namekian, were unable to diminish Broly's energy in the slightest. Boom. Ugh. With a muffled groan, Vegeta was thrust into a massive boulder by Broly's palm. A crater resembling the impact of a colossal meteorite formed on the boulder's surface, with countless wide cracks spreading across, gradually enveloping the entire stone. Vegeta found himself ensnared at the center of a pit, his head clutched by Broly, who delivered a series of savage blows that rendered him unconscious, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan form. The fall of Vegeta signified the cessation of the battle, apart from Lin Chen, who was spectating. No one else remained standing. Is this how it ends? Humph. Trash is ultimately just trash. Broly released his grip, allowing Vegeta to slump to the ground. Then, as if to flaunt his might, he let out a thunderous roar. Amidst the cacophony, an aura of golden energy erupted around Broly, resembling a blazing golden flame, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Broly. Broly, hold your celebrations for a moment. Do not forget, I am still here. The figure confronting Broly was none other than Lin Chen. However, upon recognizing him, Broly's face twisted into a sneer. Where did this trash come from? As Broly's surging energy manifested, the weary Goku and others lifted their heads. Lin Chen, he can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Hope blossomed in Trunks' heart as he thought, Mr. Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore an expression of fury. As for Vegeta, he strained to lift his head, glanced over, and then wearily closed his eyes. It's futile, we are all doomed. Broly, upon witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, exhibited no alarm, merely revealing a cruel smile as he pointed a finger at him, declaring, even if you can transform, trash is still trash. You will soon discover whether I am trash or not. Lin Chen's form vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Broly. With a powerful thrust of his leg, he unleashed a fierce kick aimed squarely at Broly's chest, generating a shockwave and a thunderous sound that was formidable indeed. However, Broly did not even adopt a defensive stance. He met Lin Chen's assault head-on with his chest. Did you exert yourself? Broly grinned maniacally. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he pivoted, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Broly. He poured every ounce of his strength into each blow. Had they struck a planet, they might have shattered its core. Yet, as his fists connected with Broly, they produced a series of resounding impacts, each reverberating through the air. Are you finished? Broly's voice dripped with disdain. In an instant, Lin Chen's face contorted with alarm, and he ceased his barrage, retreating swiftly. Almost simultaneously, a cerulean energy sphere coalesced in Broly's palm. Explosive strike. With a sweeping motion, Broly hurled the azure energy sphere towards Lin Chen with ferocity. This energy sphere possessed a tracking ability. Even if Lin Chen attempted to escape by leaping into the air, it was too late. He could only cross his arms defensively in front of him, bracing for the impact. Boom. The explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Is he dead? Huh. Suddenly, Broly was taken aback, only to witness a green light emerge from the smoke. A violent explosion followed as a cerulean energy sphere, nearly identical to the one Broly had just unleashed, shot forth from the mist, hurtling towards him. However, unlike Lin Chen, Broly merely waved his hand lightly, deflecting the energy sphere, which subsequently detonated above him. Your technique is not particularly difficult to master. Lin Chen emerged from the fog, smiling at Broly. How about this move? Broly erupted into laughter, a radiant glow emanating from his hand as he forcefully hurled another azure energy sphere, which sped toward Lin Chen. Aware that evasion was futile, Lin Chen raised his arms once more, bracing for impact. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The novice martial arts genius talent has been activated. You have learned the technique Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower? This is bad. Lin Chen immediately relinquished his defense, bringing his hands together. Simultaneously, the small energy sphere in the distance suddenly expanded, its diameter swelling to several dozen meters. The force of this strike, should it collide with the ground, would likely obliterate the planet. In the instant before being engulfed by the energy sphere, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he stood directly behind Broly. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light surged through the air as a terrifying wave of energy erupted forth, engulfing Broly's form completely. What? He can perform the Kamehameha too? Wasn't he that just Goku's instant transmission? The spectators, including Goku and others, were left astonished. Lin Chen transforming into a Super Saiyan had already shocked them. But now he was executing Goku's signature move. No wonder he wanted to fight alone. Mr. Lin Chen is incredibly powerful, Trunks exclaimed, somewhat exhilarated. Yet Vegeta clenched his teeth, asserting, no, it's useless. The gap is too vast. Vegeta's statement held truth, for upon directly facing Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha, Broly unexpectedly pivoted within the energy wave, casting a sinister grin at Lin Chen. What are you doing? No sooner had he spoken than Broly charged forward, as if traversing a river, directly into Lin Chen's Kamehameha. What? Bang! Broly's fist connected with Lin Chen's face. The overwhelming force transformed into a transparent shockwave, propelling Lin Chen like a projectile, culminating in a thunderous crash into a towering building. With a resounding collapse, the structure buckled under the impact, and amidst the debris, Lin Chen emerged, gasping for air, hastily swallowing the remnants of a senzu bean. Had it not been for the bean, that last punch would have rendered him as incapacitated as Goku and the others. Haha. It seems you can endure a bit more than they can. Let us continue the game. With a fierce roar, Broly charged at Lin Chen, who also gathered his resolve. Two radiant streaks of light traversed the brightening sky, colliding violently, erupting in a cacophony of sound. Bang, bang, bang. The sky intermittently erupted with thunderous roars, the sound of two formidable fists colliding with one another. Under the force of such astonishing power, the newly formed planet Vegeta began to tremble violently, its chaotic energy triggering earthquakes across its surface, causing mountains and rocks to collapse. Not far away, the regrouped Goku and his companions watched Lin Chen facing off against Broly, their eyes wide with concern. They were gravely injured and had only just begun to regain a fraction of their strength, far from being ready to rejoin the fray. Though Lin Chen was undeniably powerful, he was no match for Broly. Even from a distance, the onlookers were not ordinary beings. They could perceive the battle's status through their awareness of energy. Before Broly, Lin Chen's energy was steadily waning, while Broly's presence only continued to surge. The outcome of this clash was all too clear. Piccolo, do you still have any senzu beans? We need to assist, Goku exclaimed. Piccolo shook his head. The senzu beans we had are all gone. At that moment, Gohan noticed something peculiar. Dad, why does Mr. Lin Chen's energy fluctuate so dramatically? It's quite strange. The others turned their gaze toward the distant battle, and indeed, as Gohan described, Lin Chen's energy would plummet to a low, only to surge back up moments later. Chapter 58, Despair, an unwinnable battle. It must be senzu beans. That Saiyan has senzu beans. The Namekian's superior vision and hearing allowed Piccolo to discern Lin Chen's secret first. Earlier, none of the five stood a chance against Broly, so it was inconceivable for Lin Chen to hold his ground alone for so long. Fortunately, in preparation for this battle, Lin Chen had procured a substantial supply of senzu beans from his world Korin, just in case. Despite the impression that senzu beans were scarce in the original story, there were actually dozens of jars within Korin Tower. Their diminished availability in later tales was due to the gluttonous Majin Buu consuming them as if they were a staple food. In Lin Chen's world, however, Majin Buu had yet to arrive at Korin Tower, and Korin had expanded the cultivation of senzu beans due to his collaboration with Lin Chen. Thus, Lin Chen had prepared at least several hundred senzu beans for this encounter. Wait, Lin Chen actually possesses senzu beans? Why hasn't he shared any with us? Goku questioned in confusion. Gohan pondered before responding. Dad, perhaps Mr. Lin Chen intends to use the senzu beans to enhance his combat power? Enhance combat power? Ah, I had forgotten about that method. Goku realized. Saiyans experience a significant boost in strength each time they return from the brink of death, a trait that had allowed him and Vegeta to rapidly elevate their power in the past. However, Vegeta sneered, foolish. That applies only to ordinary Saiyans. Our bodies have undergone relentless refinement. Such a method would yield minimal gains. If Lin Chen were present, he would undoubtedly commend Vegeta's words. From the onset of battle until now, he had been on the brink of death at the hands of Broly multiple times, consuming over a dozen senzu beans. Yet the enhancement in his combat power was almost negligible. Even with the magnified boost from his Super Saiyan transformation, he barely reached a few 100,000, a figure that was virtually inconsequential. However, it was only today that Lin Chen came to this realization. After all, in his original world, since merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, he had never been so close to death. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked across the horizon, carving a massive chasm 100 meters wide, followed by an energy sphere that erupted, creating a crater a kilometer in diameter. The colossal energy orb lingered for quite some time before gradually dissipating. Just as it began to fade, Broly heard a voice. Kamehameha. In the next instant, Lin Chen reappeared before Broly, forcefully thrusting his hands forward to unleash a powerful wave of energy. The thick beam of light engulfed Broly entirely. Yet, as the beam dissipated, Broly tilted his head, a mocking smirk adorning his face. Didn't I say it was futile? Death beam. Lin Chen brought his fingers together, invoking Frieza's signature technique. A myriad of golden energy beams intertwined, forming an impenetrable net that descended upon Broly. Each ray of energy contained terrifying power, capable of piercing flesh with the slightest miscalculation. However, when these rays struck Broly, they could not even break through his skin. Before reaching Broly, each beam was intercepted by a golden-green protective barrier. A force field? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply, a bitter taste forming at the corner of his mouth. What about this? Planetary destruction sphere. What? In the distance. Upon witnessing Lin Chen raise a finger to the sky, a purple energy sphere began to coalesce, startling Goku and the others. This technique was familiar to everyone present. How could he wield Frieza's move? Forget about that. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks. Hold on to me. The planetary destruction sphere, as its name implied, could effortlessly obliterate a planet. With time running out to board a spaceship, Goku had no choice but to find a way to gather everyone and teleport them away. Don't touch me, Kakarot. I will not accept your help. Vegeta exclaimed, swatting Goku's hand away. Dad, Vegeta. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen finally hurled the planetary destruction sphere towards Broly. This time, he showed no mercy. Even if the planet were to be destroyed, he could survive in the cosmos. As for Goku and the others, he could always seek the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect them. Ultimately, when confronting a formidable foe like Broly, hesitation was not an option. Seeing the planetary destruction sphere hurtling towards him, Broly smirked cruelly, attempting to swat it away with his hand. However, the moment Broly's body made contact with the sphere, his expression shifted dramatically. The planet-destroying ball, a technique that concentrates all energy into a single point, was unleashed by Frieza. This formidable attack embodied the entirety of Lin Chen's strength, and even Broly, caught off guard, found himself struggling momentarily against its overwhelming force. The devastating energy descended upon him, propelling him like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling towards the ground. With a resounding crash, Broly was effortlessly driven into the earth, continuing his descent without pause, buried deeper still. As he soared backward, a profound rage etched itself onto his face, an emotion he had never before experienced to such an extent. Damn it! Suddenly, Broly's falling form came to an abrupt halt. In an astonishing display of strength, he thrust his body forward, pushing with both hands, and remarkably sent the planet-destroying ball soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The energy ball shot upwards like a rocket, piercing through the ground and continuing its ascent, ultimately breaching the atmosphere. Moments later, far above, it appeared as though another sun had emerged in the heavens, its dazzling light painfully blinding all who gazed upon it. The thunderous roar reverberated in all directions, nearly rendering listeners deaf. After a brief interval, as the smoke cleared and the storm subsided, Lin Chen cast his gaze downward, his pupils constricting in shock, cold sweat forming on his brow. Broly emerged slowly from the crater, gasping for breath. Remarkably, his body bore no wounds, and his aura remained unyielding, even intensifying beyond its previous state. His combat power having surged by an astonishing 5 million. This was dire. Lin Chen realized he may have overestimated his capabilities. In that moment, he regretted his earlier decisions. Had he known that the legendary Super Saiyan would prove so insurmountable, he would have opted for a task that required no bloodshed. Am I truly raising a stone to crush my own foot? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 59, Awakening, the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan. As despair enveloped Lin Chen, Broly hovered before him, his body radiating a yellow-green aura. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on Lin Chen. A glint of cold fury sparkling within, a low growl emanating from his throat. My energy is swelling. It's about to explode. Roar. Kill. 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 Suddenly, Broly paused, clenching his fists tightly, unleashing a frenzied howl. A vast amount of energy began to coalesce around him, enveloping Broly in a sphere of immense power. Moments later, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of azure energy orbs erupted from Broly's being, resulting in violent explosions erupting all around. Even Goku and the others, who were spectating from a distance, found themselves nearly swept into the chaos. Fortunately, Goku managed to utilize instant transmission just in time, transporting everyone to safety. However, the other areas of the planet were not as fortunate. The minions who had previously escaped, along with the Shamo slaves still awaiting their spacecraft, were all engulfed by the torrent of green energy orbs. In close proximity to Broly, Lin Chen found himself under a relentless barrage of gunfire. Having already expended a significant portion of his stamina in a previous attack, he was unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground. Even the form of a Super Saiyan eluded him, as his hair reverted to its natural black. Cursed fate, summoning the remnants of his strength. Lin Chen retrieved a sense of being from the system space, just as Broly suddenly appeared above him. So, You rely on that bean to restore your strength, do you? Broly sneered, descending rapidly. With a resounding thud, his legs came crashing down upon Lin Chen's wrist, which clutched the precious bean. Ah! The bones in Lin Chen's right hand shattered instantaneously. Broly let out a chilling laugh, leaping once more to deliver another crushing blow, this time directly onto Lin Chen's abdomen. Pooh! Blood erupted from Lin Chen's mouth. This excruciating pain ignited a fierce anger within him. Why had he not transformed yet? Despite his dire condition, why couldn't he ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan form? Danger is the precursor to opportunity. Lin Chen resolved to confront Broly alone, fully aware that this was not a reckless path to destruction. His final hope lay in the legendary blood of the Super Saiyan coursing through his veins. This extraordinary lineage not only promised the ability to transform into the fabled Super Saiyan form, with combat prowess that would only grow with age, but also bestowed a remarkable ability. The legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger in the face of adversity. Lin Chen's intention was to challenge Broly, compelling himself to awaken into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, it appeared his hopes were dwindling. Repeated injuries had not catalyzed his transformation. With another overwhelming force, the earth beneath Lin Chen trembled under the pressure, and his body lay shattered, his life force nearly extinguished. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected sensation surged within him. Billions of cells began to tremble wildly, golden energy radiating throughout his being, only to be absorbed and expended by countless cells, erupting once more in a powerful surge. This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. Everyone, lend me your energy. Grant me the strength to defeat Broly. As Lin Chen seemed on the brink of collapse, Goku struggled to rise, preparing for one last desperate effort. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from the ground, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. What is this? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. It's Mr. Lin Chen's energy. But why? Trunks questioned, bewildered. Meanwhile, Vegeta trembled, gritting his teeth in disbelief. How is this possible? The legendary Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years. Why is that man also? In the distance, amidst flashes of lightning, Lin Chen, who should have been utterly defeated, began to levitate, emanating an awe-inspiring golden-green aura. Lin Chen's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. He now stood nearly as tall as Broly, towering over 2 meters with a physique brimming with robust muscles that rivaled Broly's. The only distinguishing feature was Lin Chen's eyes, which retained their serene emerald hue. Indeed, in this moment, Lin Chen had finally ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan form. It became clear that to achieve the legendary transformation, one must harness the power of anger as a catalyst. Gazing at his formidable self, Lin Chen experienced a moment of profound realization. No wonder he had struggled to break through in the past. It was solely because he had always sailed smoothly through life, effortlessly dispatching foes like Frieza. In such a state, he could hardly summon any anger. Yet, like the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation, the legendary one also required an extreme emotional outburst as its ignition. Just moments ago, in a moment of despair, Lin Chen's fury finally enabled him to complete the transformation. Upon successfully attaining the legendary Super Saiyan form, Lin Chen's aura underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. This form not only healed his wounds, but catapulted his combat power from a baseline of 1.6 million to an astonishing 80 million, a staggering increase of 50-fold, nearly matching Broly's might. Unlike Broly, who was beginning to lose his sanity, Lin Chen retained control over his emotions even in this legendary form, avoiding the descent into a mere killing machine. Feeling the potent energy coursing through him, Lin Chen smiled. His gaze shifted to Broly, and with a playful gesture, he beckoned him closer. Roar! Kill! Broly suddenly unleashed a ferocious roar, his demeanor turning frenzied. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward, his massive fist aimed squarely at Lin Chen's face. With a resounding clash, Broly's fist was abruptly seized mid-flight by Lin Chen's hand. How does it feel to be overpowered? Lin Chen chuckled. After enduring your blows, it's now my turn. With a thunderous strike, Lin Chen's fist connected, causing Broly to spew an unknown liquid and double over in agony. Remarkably, the once impervious Broly displayed visible pain under Lin Chen's blow. Boom! Lin Chen's iron fists rained down like a tempest upon Broly, propelling him from the sky to the ground and back again. Broly seemed to have lost his ability to respond, akin to a punching bag, as Lin Chen unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes without any semblance of resistance. For the first time, Broly's energy began to genuinely wane. Chapter 60, Legendary Clash against Legendary Clash. Bang! 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 The two legendary Super Saiyans, Lin Chen and Broly, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, fist against fist, foot against foot. However, this time, Broly found himself bereft of the overwhelming advantage he once wielded against Goku and others, instead being dominated by Lin Chen's relentless assault. In terms of combat prowess, Broly indeed surpasses Lin Chen. However, the current scenario depicts Broly being relentlessly assaulted by Lin Chen with each punch and kick from various angles, to the point where Broly's neck appears to be contorted, as if he is on the verge of defeat. The training Lin Chen underwent under the guidance of Mr. Popo in the hyperbolic time chamber has finally come to fruition in this evenly matched confrontation. Simultaneously, the fierce battle between the two seems to be bringing the new planet Vegeta to the brink of destruction, as the chaotic energy causes the very rocks beneath their feet to defy gravity and float, while mountains and stones collapse with a thunderous roar. Not far off, Goku and the others can only watch in stunned silence. Even Goku must concede that the battle unfolding in the sky exceeds their capabilities. Even if he were to gather everyone's energy and join the fray, it might not be of any assistance. Truly, in such an intense clash, we have no opportunity to contribute. Goku scratched his head in exasperation, never anticipating that Mr. Lin Chen would be so formidable. Had he known, he would have sought to spar with him earlier. Gohan chimed in. Dad, I can no longer discern their movements. Frustration etched across Vegeta's face. Ever since his victory over Cell, he had believed he had surpassed Goku, becoming the strongest Saiyan, only to encounter two immensely powerful Saiyans that left him feeling hopeless. This was a humiliation for Vegeta, who had always taken pride in being the prince of the Saiyans. Just as Lin Chen continued to dominate Broly with relentless blows, Broly suddenly curled his body and then expanded outward. A radiant yellow-green light enveloped Broly entirely. Lin Chen's fists met this luminous barrier, akin to striking a solid wall, producing a series of resounding impacts. Ding! The system notification echoed in his ears. Beginner martial arts genius talent activated, defensive shield acquired. Hearing this, Lin Chen ceased his assault momentarily to catch his breath. Broly, do you not consider yourself invincible? Why do you only know how to defend, rather than counterattack? Provoked by Lin Chen's taunts, Broly suddenly roared. His muscles trembled with the force of his cry, and his aura surged in waves, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Broly's energy had ascended once more. A monster. Are legendary Super Saiyans truly such beasts? As the roar subsided, Broly grinned maniacally at Lin Chen, devoid of any rational thought. In the midst of the ongoing battle, Broly's sanity had faded, transforming him into a feral creature solely driven by the instinct to fight. Under the influence of his frenzied consciousness, Broly charged forward recklessly. Lin Chen, refusing to let down his guard, summoned all the energy insights he had learned from Mr. Popo. With Broly's power once again heightened, a considerable gap in strength began to emerge between them, causing the effectiveness of Lin Chen's techniques to wane as the disparity in power reached a critical point. In this encounter, although Lin Chen still held the advantage, Broly had begun to mount effective counterattacks. With a resounding thud, a yellow-green energy sphere materialized in Broly's other hand. He pressed it directly against Lin Chen's chest and propelled it outward, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. As if reveling in his success, Broly roared once more, but this time, his bellow was abruptly cut short. As the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Chen stood before him unscathed, a yellow-green protective shield shimmering in front of him. Beneath the shield, Lin Chen gasped for breath. Having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he had, like Broly, gained seemingly limitless power. Yet, despite this boundless strength, fatigue still lingered. Observing Broly before him, Lin Chen realized it was time to revise his strategy. Defeating such a monstrous entity as the legendary Super Saiyan through conventional means was simply impossible. Their powers were too closely matched. Continuing this way would yield no resolution. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon something behind Broly. Unbeknownst to him, the sun of new Vegeta had risen, and a colossal white energy mass now occupied a significant portion of the azure sky. It was the comet. According to Paragus' original plan, he intended to use the comet to annihilate Vegeta and his companions, and the comet was set to collide with new Vegeta today. Unwittingly, the battle between Lin Chen and Broly had stretched throughout the night, and the enormous comet was now perilously close to new Vegeta. Eureka! Just as Lin Chen conceived a plan, a torrent of energy blasts surged toward him, ignited with an impressive intensity, resembling a tsunami. These energy blasts collided against Lin Chen's energy shield, erupting one after another. Amidst the haze, Lin Chen suddenly ascended toward the sky. The frenzied Broly, without hesitation, pursued him closely, continuously hurling energy spheres in his direction. What were they up to? Below, Goku and his companions watched in bewilderment as the two soared higher, nearly breaching the atmosphere of new Vegeta. But soon, they could spare no further thought for the enormous comet had entered their line of sight. Oh no, it's the comet. Piccolo, where's your spaceship? Over there. Hurry. Vegeta, stop dawdling. As Goku and his friends raced toward the spacecraft, Lin Chen and Broly finally burst through the atmosphere. Both of them were enveloped in a yellow-green protective shield as they continued their relentless chase. With Broly in tow, Lin Chen nearly reached the comet before pausing. Broly's palm once again coalesced an energy sphere, which he hurled toward Lin Chen. Initially, the sphere was no larger than a fist, but halfway through its flight, it suddenly expanded to an immense size. The colossal energy sphere hurtled straight toward Lin Chen's body. However, at that moment, Broly discovered that Lin Chen, engulfed by the energy sphere, suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. It turned out that Lin Chen was merely a phantom. Chapter 61. Homeward Bound. I am the king of Saiyans. Phantom Fist. In the next instant, Lin Chen reappeared behind Broly, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Ha 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 ha. All the power within Lin Chen erupted at that moment, as he clutched Broly firmly and propelled them both towards the oncoming comet. The legendary Super Saiyan is nearly invincible unless faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength. The only strategy Lin Chen could conceive to defeat Broly was to harness that comet. Even Broly, when confronted with a comet capable of effortlessly annihilating planets, could not withstand its might. Yet, as Lin Chen embraced Broly, accelerating towards the comet, even the Broly who had lost his senses sensed the impending danger under the comet's immense pressure. Broly began to pummel Lin Chen's back with his fists, striving to free himself from Lin Chen's grasp. Bang, bang, bang. Let go of me. Perhaps sensing the peril to his life, Broly suddenly regained his senses and cried out. Simultaneously, he conjured two energy spheres in his hands and pressed them against Lin Chen's back. Boom. Lin Chen had exhausted all his energy in restraining Broly, leaving him no reserve to conjure a protective shield. He could only grit his teeth and endure the impact. Fortunately, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his body was as indomitable as Broly's. But this was merely the beginning. Next, Broly, in a frenzied state, unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Lin Chen's back. The explosions rained down like a torrential downpour, and even Lin Chen, now a legendary Super Saiyan, began to feel slightly dazed. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not relinquish his grip. He exerted every ounce of strength, propelling himself and Broly ever closer to the comet. Above them, the colossal comet loomed, its white gaseous form dominating the sky. Let go. We shall both perish. No, only you shall die, and I shall survive. Instant transmission. Lin Chen suddenly executed instant transmission, landing on the surface of New Vegeta, precariously perched on a shattered rock. He struggled to lift his head and gaze at the sky above. Without Lin Chen, Broly finally halted, but at that moment, the comet was perilously close. There was no time to escape. Broly descended into madness once more. He spread his arms wide, roaring, as a tremendous surge of energy radiated from his body. He intended to halt the comet with sheer force. Bang! When Broly's body collided with the comet, there was a fleeting moment when it seemed as if the comet had paused. But alas, in the next instant, the massive comet engulfed Broly entirely. His aura extinguished in that very moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice, defeating Broly alone. Reward, Combat Power 5,000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, liberating the South Galaxy from the grasp of the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward, 1 experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Shall you use the experience card immediately? No. How could I possibly use it at a time like this when New Vegeta is on the brink of destruction? With Broly's demise, New Vegeta is nearing its end as well. Lin Chen swiftly made his way to their spaceship and, as he approached, executed another instant transmission, leaping aboard the vessel. Inside the spaceship, Lin Chen greeted Goku and the others with a smile, before collapsing onto a seat, panting heavily. Host, Lin Chen. Battle Power, 6 million. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Novice Martial Arts Talent, Basic Potential Development Technique, and Perfect Control over Ki. Techniques, Planet Destroying Bomb, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave. Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. This recent confrontation with Broly brought Lin Chen closer to death than ever since his arrival in this realm. Yet, the rewards were equally astonishing. Aside from the almost mythical experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Lin Chen's battle power had surged several-fold. His current maximum battle power had reached 3 billion, representing a significant qualitative leap compared to the past. It was akin to attaining sudden wealth overnight. Indeed, opting for the most arduous challenges, risking death, proved worthwhile. However, Lin Chen's joy was fleeting as he quickly regained his composure. While 3 billion might seem invincible, he recalled that the battle power increase from Super Saiyan 2 was double that of Super Saiyan 1. Moreover, in this world, numerous adversaries could rival Super Saiyan 2 in strength, not to mention beings like Beerus, who resided at the pinnacle of combat prowess. At present, he was far from being invincible. His future still held many paths to traverse. Mr. Lin Chen, are you truly leaving? Goku and the others had already come to understand Lin Chen's intention to depart. Yes, although our time together was brief, I have accomplished my objective. It is time for me to prepare for departure. Piccolo glanced at Lin Chen. He had already learned from Gohan that Lin Chen was a Saiyan from a parallel universe. Suddenly, he inquired, your purpose for coming to our world, it cannot be solely for Broly, can it? Now, Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai, possessing the wisdom of the deity. Thus Lin Chen's intentions were not easily concealed from him. Indeed, Goku then asked, Mr. Lin Chen, Could you share with us the circumstances of your world? Upon hearing that in Lin Chen's world, the Saiyans not only survived but triumphed over Frieza and embarked on a new journey, Vegeta's face flushed with excitement. He stood up to bid farewell to Goku and the others. Yet at that moment, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, who exactly are you? To transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, you must be no ordinary individual on the Vegeta of that world." Chapter 62, An Unexpected Turn, Year 749 of the AG calendar. Upon issuing his command, a surge of energy erupted from Lin Chen's being, striking the shadowy expanse before him. In the next instant, the time portal that had transported Lin Chen opened wide. From within the portal emanated a sensation that was all too familiar to him. How should one describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to the essence of his homeland. Without hesitation, Lin Chen plunged into the portal. Instantly, he found himself in a resplendent and vibrant realm beyond comprehension. Having traversed this space before, Lin Chen recognized it as a mysterious dimension existing outside of time. However, to his bewilderment, he lingered in this realm for an extended period. Gradually, a sense of unease began to envelop him. Ding! The time anchor has vanished, forcibly opening a time portal for the host. Wait, the time anchor has disappeared? What does that imply? A wave of foreboding washed over Lin Chen. Shortly after his departure, two figures materialized in this space. One was tall and imposing, while the other was diminutive yet appeared to command respect. "Lord King of the universe, the anomaly in the time continuum is right here," exclaimed the taller figure. "How curious that it has manifested at this location. Perhaps it is due to the influence of the black hole. Jebbit, let us not squander time. We must prepare quickly. Otherwise, if something were to breach the time portal and disrupt the temporal order, it could spell disaster." Understood. The two figures raised their palms, directing their focus towards the space where the time portal had once appeared. Soon after, an indescribable force was exerted upon this realm. Hours seemed to pass before the two figures vanished, and the previously tranquil space was once again disturbed as a blood-red time portal swung open. As Lin Chen emerged, that very portal vanished in an instant. "System? I require an explanation. Speak plainly." "What? 6 years?" Lin Chen could hardly fathom how. Despite having spent merely a few days in another time, a staggering 6 years had elapsed in his original timeline. "System, are you pulling a fast one on me? Why has this happened? Time continuum. Do not give me such vague responses. I demand clarity." "Erasure? Who could that be?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to hasten back to planet Vegeta. 6 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. He was anxious to ascertain whether any calamities had befallen his home. In the next instant, Lin Chen found himself hovering above planet Vegeta. As he beheld the world below, it was a bustling scene of peace, vastly transformed from 6 years prior. Countless spacecraft were traversing the skies, and a mere flicker of energy perception revealed that, in addition to the Saiyans, numerous extraterrestrial beings now inhabited planet Vegeta. Just as Lin Chen began his descent towards the planet's surface, the blaring of sirens pierced the air. Several spacecraft adorned with flashing lights approached, and a group of Saiyans and aliens emerged, their expressions alert and defensive, surrounding Lin Chen. "Here lies planet Vegeta. Unfamiliar stranger. State your purpose immediately." A Saiyan adorned with a power-level scouter shouted at Lin Chen. Sweat trickled down his face as the readings indicated that this enigmatic individual possessed a combat power exceeding 500,000. This level of strength was comparable only to the elite warriors on planet Vegeta, led by Princess Hanasia, while their own defense team, with mere tens of thousands in power, questioned whether they would endure until the elite warriors arrived. "Wait, this figure seems somewhat familiar. Have I encountered him before? Who could it be?" Observing their tense demeanor, Lin Chen pondered whether numerous foreign adversaries had visited planet Vegeta during his 6-year absence. Otherwise, these warriors wouldn't exhibit such apprehension, would they? Alas, 6 years had wrought significant changes. Contemplating this, Lin Chen continued his descent. Noticing their inaction, a young Saiyan, seemingly no older than a teenager, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, impulsively unleashed a ki blast towards Lin Chen. "Fool! All units, prepare for combat immediately." Yet at that moment, the onlookers witnessed the ki blast collide harmlessly with Lin Chen, only to dissipate, while he appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his descent. "What?" Everyone turned their gaze towards the young Saiyan, who looked equally baffled. I exerted my full force." "Enough of this. Promptly notify the defense headquarters that there has been an unauthorized breach of planet Vegeta." In short order, dozens of Saiyans soared into the sky, converging towards Lin Chen. "Is that Paragus?" Sensing a familiar aura among them, Lin Chen smiled. Moments later, it became evident that Paragus was indeed leading a group of young Saiyans. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's face, Paragus suddenly froze in place, then erupted into an ecstatic shout. At that instant, the entirety of planet Vegeta seemed to fall silent. Subsequently, a golden aura surged from the royal palace. Racing towards Lin Chen, King Lynx, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Hanasia collided into Lin Chen's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. Chapter 63. The changes on planet Vegeta over 6 years. Furthermore, it was primarily the younger generation of Saiyans who did not recognize Lin Chen. Most of the Saiyans still vividly remembered his visage. Upon confirming that the figure in the sky was indeed their king, who had been absent for 6 years, a multitude of Saiyans knelt in unison, bowing towards Lin Chen. Hey, what is wrong with you all? Who is that person? What are you doing? The aliens on the ground looked perplexedly at their Saiyan companions, who had paused their activities to kneel, voicing their confusion. Silence. That is our Saiyan king, King Lynx. What? Lynx? He is King Lynx? The aliens present erupted in astonished exclamations. The renown of King Lynx of the Saiyans now resonates throughout the cosmos, echoing like thunder. Even those who have never laid eyes upon his visage have heard the tale of how Lynx personally vanquished the tyrant Frieza on the planet TV. Your Majesty Lynx. Another figure ascended swiftly from the capital of planet Vegeta, racing towards Lin Chen. It was King Vegeta himself. Lin Chen had appointed 4 leaders to oversee the Saiyan kingdom, yet only Bardock had yet to make his appearance. Indeed, moments later, order on the planet was restored to its usual state. The Saiyans who had previously surrounded Lin Chen stood frozen in place, paralyzed by uncertainty. Upon hearing the command, they retreated in haste, as if granted a reprieve. Lin Chen, accompanied by King Vegeta and others, descended to the surface. As they approached planet Vegeta, Lin Chen noticed the remarkable changes that had taken place. In 6 short years, buildings had risen from the ground, and the capital city bustled with life. Spaceships came and went in a continuous flow, reminiscent of a vibrant trade hub in the universe. At the heart of the city stood a towering statue, soaring to a height of 100 meters, depicting Lin Chen in his Super Saiyan form. Lin Chen chuckled upon seeing it. For it was no wonder those Saiyans had failed to recognize him. They had grown accustomed to his Super Saiyan visage over the years, likely forgetting his original appearance. All hail King Lynx. Beneath the throne, aside from King Vegeta and his companions, a number of other Saiyans had gathered in the palace to pay their respects to Lin Chen, including 2 representatives from alien races. King Vegeta elucidated that these individuals were key officials in charge of various affairs on planet Vegeta. One was the ambassador of the Galactic Patrol stationed on the planet, while the other represented the Galactic Trade Alliance. King Vegeta elaborated further. Although Lin Chen had been absent for 6 years, this duration was but a fleeting moment for the Saiyans. In the past, during their servitude under Frieza, they often undertook missions that required them to be away for several years. Those children, exiled to lesser planets due to their low combat power, frequently spent 6 or 7 years completing their assignments. Thus, during Lin Chen's absence, life on planet Vegeta continued smoothly, adhering to the plans he had set forth. After his departure, King Vegeta and the others followed Lin Chen's guidance, diligently developing and expanding planet Vegeta. In terms of military power, they maintained ongoing collaboration with the Galactic Patrol, fulfilling missions while organizing their forces, led by Princess Hannah and Bardock, to launch assaults on territories once belonging to Frieza, liberating planets under his dominion. In the span of 6 years, 70% of Frieza's domain had been liberated, granting countless natives their freedom. Throughout this period, the reputation of the Saiyans underwent a gradual transformation. When the Saiyans first embarked on their mission as Galactic Patrol officers, some weaker civilizations mistakenly perceived them as invading demons. Filled with trepidation, upon the liberation of planets once subjugated by Frieza, there were those who believed they had merely exchanged one tyrant for another. However, as the Saiyans' esteemed reputation began to spread, certain lesser races proactively reached out to planet Vegeta to establish a contractual arrangement for the Saiyans to safeguard their worlds. This led to a plethora of similar collaborations. With such partnerships, it became necessary for representatives to reside on the planets to facilitate daily communications with the Saiyans. Consequently, the presence of aliens on planet Vegeta began to increase. Beyond mere military might, a collaboration initiated by Lin Chen on Earth enabled the Saiyans to penetrate the Galactic Trade Alliance. Dr. Brief's universal capsule unexpectedly emerged as a bestseller across the cosmos. Initially, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta had not contemplated the capsules as a tradable commodity. However, a serendipitous incident allowed the aliens on planet Vegeta to witness the capabilities of the universal capsule, leading to a swift surge in demand from other civilizations. Paragus, serving as an advisor, played a pivotal role in recognizing this commercial opportunity. He promptly facilitated an agency agreement between Hannah and Dr. Brief, designating them as representatives for the sale of universal capsules on planet Vegeta. The Saiyans, generally indifferent to wealth, found themselves irresistibly drawn to food. Yet, their prodigious appetites necessitated substantial imports from foreign planets to satiate their hunger, as the agricultural output of planet Vegeta was merely sufficient to prevent starvation. The majority of their remuneration from the Galactic Patrol had been exchanged for sustenance. The sensation surrounding the universal capsule introduced a new financial avenue for the Saiyans. With the capsule's burgeoning popularity, food from across the universe began to flow into planet Vegeta, becoming a staple in the Saiyans' diet. And the abundance of nourishment even influenced their birth rate. Since acquiring this lucrative resource, the Scion's birth rate has increased by a remarkable 10%. Chapter 64, Potential Development and the Reward for Meritorious Service. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen could not help but commend Paragus. It was quite remarkable that, as a Scion, he could conceive of engaging in commerce. Although the notion of Scions participating in trade may seem absurd, the mere fact that he had elevated their birth rate warranted significant recognition. It is essential to understand that, in this world, the Scions were teetering on the brink of extinction without Frieza's intervention. The population of the Scion homeworld was alarmingly low, with fewer than 10,000 individuals, posing a dire threat to their species' survival. This predicament persisted even after Lin Chen liberated the Scions from Frieza's grasp and maintained a 5-year isolation for planet Vegeta, as the scarcity of food continued to limit the number of newborn Scions. However, due to Paragus's efforts, there are finally signs of improvement in this regard. According to Paragus's report, the current Scion population has surpassed 10,000. Almost every Scion family has welcomed a newborn. Even King Vegeta has experienced a resurgence, fathering another son. King Vegeta, that is commendable, the king jested, his face flushed. Your Majesty is jesting, King Vegeta replied, blushing. Meanwhile, Hanasia cradled Lin Chen and whispered in his ear, Your Majesty, when will we have our own children? Lin Chen cleared his throat, hastily shifting the topic. King Vegeta, what is the current state of the Scion strength? King Vegeta responded, Your Majesty, after these 5 years, the number of Scion warriors with a combat power exceeding 10,000 has surpassed 2,000. Those exceeding 100,000 have gone beyond 300, and beyond 500,000. There are 3 more besides us. Speaking of the achievements the Scions have made over the past 6 years, King Vegeta was filled with exhilaration. In his lifetime, the Scions had never been this powerful, let alone the presence of Lin Chen and Hanasia, 2 super Scions, which made every Scion worthy of pride. Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the Scion strength. Nodding before asking, By the way, King Vegeta, how about you all? Has anyone besides Hanasia become a Super Scion? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention them, King Vegeta's expression changed immediately, exchanging glances with Paragus. The 2 knelt on one knee, their faces filled with remorse. We apologize, Your Majesty. We have squandered your spirit tree fruits. Over these 6 years, aside from Queen Hanasia, no new Super Scions have emerged among the Scions. Even our combat power has not seen significant enhancement. Oh, Lin Chen, intrigued, activated his combat power detector and scanned the 2. Indeed, King Vegeta's combat power now stood at only 690,000, while Paragus had at least 600,000, showing little improvement compared to 6 years ago. As for Hanasia in Lin Chen's arms, despite her ability to transform into a Super Scion, her base combat power was merely 640,000, even less than King Vegeta's. And Bardock? Lin Chen inquired. Bardock has been fighting outside, and his combat power has increased significantly. But he is still only at 730,000. We are truly sorry, Your Majesty. It seems we have reached our limits. Limits? Lin Chen chuckled. Indeed, King Vegeta and Bardock, in terms of potential, did not compare favorably to the future generation of Vegeta, and even with the latest training methods, they had nearly exhausted their potential. But did he believe they had reached their limits? Lin Chen did not share that opinion. Setting Hanasia down, Lin Chen stood and approached King Vegeta and Paragus. You both have performed admirably during my absence over the past 6 years. As a reward, allow me to enhance your potential. What? Upon seeing Lin Chen place his hand on his head, King Vegeta appeared somewhat flustered. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? I aim to awaken your latent potential. Latent potential? Does such power truly exist? I feel as though I have reached the limits of my training. As King Vegeta's words fell, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from him, drawing the attention of those nearby. Power! Power! My strength has suddenly intensified. King Vegeta exclaimed with exhilaration, promptly activating his scouter to assess himself. Incredible! My battle power has increased by a staggering 100,000. Your Majesty, what exactly did you just do? I merely awakened your latent potential. Not only that, but your limits should also be elevated. With diligent training, there remains the possibility for further enhancement, Lin Chen elucidated. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Following this, Lin Chen proceeded to employ the potential development technique on Paragus and Hana, significantly augmenting their battle power as well. Especially for Hana, her strength surged to an astonishing 900,000. How marvelous! Your Majesty, how did you accomplish this? I shall refrain from elaborating on the method. Suffice it to say, what transpired earlier was a reward for the 3 of you over these past 6 years. King Vegeta, Lin Chen declared, disseminate this information. Henceforth, anyone who achieves merit during missions shall receive my reward of awakened potential. Understood, King Vegeta replied with excitement, while the Scion officers present felt a tinge of emotion in their eyes. In his chamber, Lin Chen embraced Hana, fulfilling the void she had experienced for 6 long years. Following a passionate encounter, Hana rested upon Lin Chen's chest, listening intently as he recounted the tale of his 6-year absence. Upon learning that he had traversed to another timeline, Hannah gasped in astonishment. Another timeline? No wonder we had not heard any news of your majesty for these 6 years. You were in a different realm. The Saiyans of that timeline are reduced to mere remnants? The legendary Super Saiyan? I had thought that we were the ones who transformed into Super Saiyans. It appears we are not the Super Saiyans mentioned in the legends, Hannah mused as she absorbed Lin Chen's words. However, when she expressed her thoughts about an individual from that timeline, Lin Chen suddenly fell silent. Kakarot? Isn't that Bardock's son? I recall his battle power was only 2 at birth, yet I never imagined he could become a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen abruptly sat upright, inquiring, Kakarot, what have I almost forgotten? Your Majesty? What did you forget? Hannah, what month is it on Earth? Lin Chen rolled out of bed, hastily donning his attire as he posed the question. What month? It seems to be September, Your Majesty, Hannah replied. Are you planning to leave? Hannah asked. I apologize, Hannah, but I must make a trip to Earth. Earth? Your Majesty, you do not intend to seek out ties, do you? Bardock's son? Why? September of the year 749. As chronicled in the original tale, marks the moment when Kakarot, named Son Goku, first embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 65, the story begins. A unique tale. In the year 749 of the Age of the Gods, on September 1st, a tranquil region known as Baozi Mountain, surrounded by towering peaks and nestled in seclusion, lay nearly deserted. Yet on this particular day, the roar of engines reverberated throughout the mountains. A rugged vehicle sped through the terrain, its youthful driver, a girl, juggling the steering wheel with one hand while scrutinizing the Dragon Ball radar in the other. Ahead lay the 4-star ball. How utterly useless Master Roshi is. He can't even perform the flying technique. If only he could, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. I've only collected 2 so far. The girl grumbled, her mind wandering into a realm of daydreams. What wish should I make once I summon the eternal dragon? Should I inquire about the whereabouts of Brother Lin Chen? Or perhaps I should wish for Brother Lin Chen to fall in love with me. Yes, that sounds splendid. This spirited young lady is none other than the now-grown Bulma. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed, transforming the once little girl into a blossoming maiden. Much like in the original tale, in this world, Bulma has embarked on her quest to gather the Dragon Balls. In truth, her desire to collect them had been ignited many years prior. Ever since she discovered the existence of such miraculous orbs, Bulma had fantasized about uniting them to win Lin Chen's affection. To this end, Bulma diligently sought out legends surrounding the Dragon Balls. And through eavesdropping on conversations involving Lin Chen and others, she learned that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes. Once, she even contemplated deceiving Master Roshi to acquire his Dragon Balls for research, hoping to create a device capable of locating them. However, just as she was about to act, Master Roshi's Dragon Balls mysteriously vanished. Without the Dragon Balls, Bulma was unable to develop her radar. It wasn't until a serendipitous day 6 years later, when she stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in her home's storage, that she finally succeeded in crafting the Dragon Ball radar and set forth on her quest. As Bulma's mind wandered, a colossal fish unexpectedly appeared on the mountain path ahead. How could there possibly be fish on a mountain road? Before she could process what was happening, she realized it was a young boy carrying the large fish. There's no time. Just as her vehicle was about to collide, Bulma slammed on the brakes, managing to stop just before hitting the boy. Startled, he leaped up, brandishing a stick. You beast! You must be here to steal my food. Witness my power. Sun Wukong threatened, poised to strike the car. But at that moment, Bulma sprang from the vehicle. Hey, you little brat, this is my car. What do you think you're doing? What? A monster with a monster in its belly? Bulma was taken aback, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. How dare this insolent boy call me a monster? Bulma retrieved her power level detector and directed it towards the young boy, bursting into laughter. Your power level is merely a pathetic 10. Just watch, I shall teach you a lesson. Over the years, Bulma had trained under Master Roshi. And although her aptitude for martial arts was average, the guidance of a renowned master had bestowed upon her strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. With her power level reaching 20, come at me if you dare. I'm ready for you. Upon witnessing this, the boy brandished his staff and advanced towards Bulma. However, moments later, thuds echoed as Bulma unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the boy sprawled on the ground with his backside in the air. Ouch! This monster is formidable. Grandpa, I'm sorry I've lost. Seeing that the boy had exhausted all his strength, Bulma clapped her hands, satisfied, and prepared to take her leave. Just then, her eyes were drawn to something resembling a monkey's tail protruding from the boy's backside. Oh, you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan? A Saiyan? The boy struggled to sit up. I'm not a Saiyan. I'm Son Goku. Fool, I didn't mention your name. I'm referring to your race. Race? What I say race? Can it be eaten? Bulma rolled her eyes. I ask you, is your tail real? Of course. Goku lifted his rear and waved his tail in front of Bulma. Upon seeing this, Bulma confirmed that this child was indeed a Saiyan, just like Lin Chen. Although she was puzzled by the presence of a Saiyan child, she felt an unexpected affection for Son Goku. Considering you are a Saiyan, I'll forgive you. Next time you meet a girl, remember to be polite. You're a girl? Yes. So girls are this powerful. Bulma paused for a moment, then replied. I'm special. With that, she hopped into her vehicle and continued her journey towards the Dragon Balls. Goku watched Bulma's departing figure, blinking in excitement. That girl was indeed impressive. Grandpa was right. There are truly many masters in this world. In his exhilaration, Goku paused, observing the receding silhouette of her vehicle, and exclaimed, Wait. Isn't she heading in the direction of my home? That is wonderful. Now I'll have 3 Dragon Balls. However, his current power level was merely half of Bulma's, and he was easily knocked down once more. Yet, Goku remained undeterred. Seeing this, Bulma relented, saying, All right. Let me show you. With that, she produced 2 of her Dragon Balls. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Oh, how can there be 2 more, Grandpa? How strange. This is a Dragon Ball. Bulma smiled. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls allows you to summon Shinron, who can grant you 1 wish. Is that so? Goku nodded, somewhat confused. So, how about giving your 4-star ball to your sister? I promise I won't let you suffer. Bulma grinned. Absolutely not. This is my grandfather's relic. I cannot give it to you. Sun Wukong shook his head in refusal. Bulma, hands on her hips and brow furrowed, contemplated her options. Although she was tempted to seize it outright, considering his Saiyan heritage, she proposed, How about this? I don't require your Dragon Ball. I merely need to borrow it during the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. It can stay with you otherwise. Are you suggesting that I accompany you into the outside world? Yes. Are there many individuals as strong as you in the outside world? Little Goku inquired curiously. Haha, there are indeed many who surpass me in strength. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fine, but I will only lend it to you once. It must be returned afterward. All right. Bulma wore a triumphant expression. Besides tricking Goku into relinquishing the 4-star ball, Bulma sought to have a companion. Although she could not best her foes single-handedly, she felt that this little Saiyan, being more formidable than an ordinary human, would serve her well as a bodyguard. On their journey, Bulma had encountered numerous dangers, though she could now easily handle such threats. Physical confrontations could be detrimental to a young lady's complexion. With little Goku by her side, her burdens were significantly lightened. Thus, while diverging slightly from the original narrative, Bulma and Sun Wukong embarked on their quest to locate the Dragon Balls. Chapter 66, Wukong and Master Roshi. The subsequent tale unfolded much like the original, with Sun Wukong and Bulma setting forth to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. However, unlike the original tale, Bulma was no longer a defenseless maiden due to Lin Chen's influence. She had transformed into a martial arts expert surpassing Sun Wukong in skill. After departing from Baozi Mountain, they encountered an attack from a pterodactyl. The creature intended to capture Bulma for a meal, but was swiftly subdued by her with a single blow. Instead, it was Wukong who faced Bulma's ire for failing to fulfill his duty as her protector, allowing her to be ambushed. Bulma, you are far more fearsome than the pterodactyl. Why do you still require my protection? What nonsense are you speaking? I am but a fragile girl, Bulma exclaimed. Wukong could only shrug in response. Soon after, they encountered bandits and robbers. This time, Wukong finally played his part, resolving the troublesome situation for Bulma. Throughout their travels, their bond grew stronger. And Bulma was astonished to discover that after several battles, Sun Wukong's combat prowess was indeed on the rise. Wukong, your combat power has increased slightly? It is now at 11. Combat power? What is that? That evening, as they journeyed toward the east coast, they stopped in a building for the night. After bathing, Bulma idly checked the combat power detector on Sun Wukong and noted the change in the boy's capabilities. Combat power reflects the intensity of your strength. The higher the number, the mightier the individual, Bulma elucidated. Is that so? Then what is your combat power, Bulma? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. Mine is at 20 points. Bulma, with a hint of pride, declared, among ordinary individuals, none can rival me any longer. Wow, you truly are remarkable. Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration. Bulma, how did you become so powerful? Sighing, Bulma replied, Oh, don't mention it. I trained under the guidance of a rather lecherous old man for several years to achieve what I have today. The lecherous old man? Sun Wukong tilted his head in confusion. Let us not discuss it. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. But you truly embody the essence of a Saiyan, don't you? In just a few days, you've enhanced your battle prowess. If you continue to fight, you should surpass me in no time. Saiyan. Sun Wukong inquired. Bulma, you keep referring to me as a Saiyan. What exactly is a Saiyan? Bulma explained. Saiyans are actually an extraterrestrial race. They resemble humans, yet all possess tails. Just like you, Wukong. So I'm not human? Sun Wukong pondered, scratching his head. No wonder my grandfather told me I fell from the heavens. Bulma chuckled at Wukong's words, unable to contain her amusement. You, my friend, if it weren't for your tail and innate fighting abilities, wouldn't he resemble a Saiyan at all? Most of them are rather aloof. In any case, Saiyans are formidable beings from the cosmos. Although you may be weak now, you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. With a clap of her hands, Bulma continued. By the way, once we locate the Dragon Balls, Would you care to visit my home? A few Saiyans come by each month for various matters. You could inquire about your origins. Sure. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically. The following day, as in the original tale, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered a lost turtle in the mountains. However, this time, Bulma not only did not oppose Wukong rescuing the turtle, but she also recognized it as Master Roshi's turtle. You foolish turtle. Master Roshi thought you were dead. I had no choice. I never expected to get lost in the mountains, the turtle replied, astonished to reunite with familiar faces. Well, since it's someone we know, we can't just leave it to fate, Bulma said. In a blend of adherence to the original story and divergence from it, Bulma took the turtle along. And after dealing with a troublesome tiger bandit, they made their way to the ocean's edge. Bulma, what was it doing? Wukong asked. How should I know? Perhaps it was searching for that lecherous old man. As fate would have it, not long after, the turtle returned, carrying Master Roshi on its back, swimming from the sea. Ah, so you are the ones who rescued my turtle? Master Roshi greeted from a distance, but his surprise deepened upon spotting Bulma. Bulma, what brings you here? He exclaimed. What? Do you not wish to see me? Bulma retorted with a cold smile. Not at all. Master Roshi stammered, discreetly wiping sweat from his brow. He believed that promising Lin Chen to teach martial arts to Bulma and her sister was the gravest mistake of his life, as he found himself unable to muster the courage to even glance at the two enchanting girls, given their formidable connections. However, Bulma and her companions were quite overbearing. Even during their time with Master Roshi, they forbade him from viewing the yoga tutorials, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Just when he had finally managed to send them away, he unexpectedly encountered them again today. Bulma, since we are all familiar with each other, I shall forego any gifts. How does that sound? All right, it seems you have nothing of worth to offer anyway, do you? Bulma suddenly paused, her gaze falling upon the Dragon Ball pendant around Master Roshi's neck. Master Roshi, isn't that a Dragon Ball? Indeed, he replied, producing the necklace from around his neck. I thought I had lost this, but it resurfaced during a recent spring cleaning at the Kame house. In that case, you may gift me this. Just as in the original narrative, Master Roshi intended to propose a condition, but upon reflection, he decided to simply hand over the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Forget it. Forget it. This girl is Tai's sister, and Tai's boyfriend is that formidable Saiyan. I cannot afford to provoke them. Master Roshi, this child also saved me, said the turtle. Adjusting his sunglasses, Master Roshi dismissed Bulma and turned his attention to Goku, saying, since you are the one who saved my turtle, allow me to present you with a token of gratitude. Subsequently, akin to the original tale, Master Roshi gifted Goku a flying nimbus. Watching Goku soar through the sky on the nimbus like a bird, Master Roshi suddenly paused. Wait, Bulma, why does this child have a tail? Of course. He is a Saiyan. What? Lin Chen and Tai have a child? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. No, not at all. I encountered him in the mountains. His grandfather is named Son Gohan. Master Roshi hesitated, calling Goku down to confirm, and soon realized that this child was actually adopted by his former disciple, Son Gohan. I never expected Gohan to adopt a Saiyan child. Chapter 67. The Love of Parents. The Dragon God reappears. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Goku and Bulma's adventure continued. As in the original story, they obtained the 5th Dragon Ball in a small mountain village plagued by monsters and captured a pig named Oolong. To prevent Oolong from causing further trouble, they decided to travel with him bound. They soon encountered the desert bandit Yamcha. After a fierce battle, Goku and his companions continued their journey, while Yamcha, unwilling to accept defeat, trailed them from a distance. Throughout this ongoing adventure, no one, including Bulma, noticed that someone had been silently observing their exploits from above. This individual was Lin Chen, who had come to Earth. Upon realizing that the Dragon Ball saga was nearing its commencement, Lin Chen arrived on Earth with a pilgrim spirit, quietly watching over Goku and his companions on their grand adventure. Although the unfolding adventure differed slightly from Lin Chen's previous knowledge due to Bulma's newfound strength, the discrepancies were thankfully minimal. On this particular day, after Sun Wukong and his companions resolved the troubles of the Fiery Mountain and began their quest for the last Dragon Ball, Lin Chen suddenly discerned that, apart from himself, there were others in the distance observing Sun Wukong's group. Was that energy signature from Bardock? To think he had come to Earth. Sensing the presence, Lin Chen smiled faintly and swiftly moved closer. Indeed, at an elevation of nearly 10,000 meters, Lin Chen encountered Bardock, whom he had not seen in 6 years, accompanied by a female Saiyan. Bardock. The sudden call startled both Bardock and the female Saiyan. However, upon recognizing Lin Chen, their shock transformed into joy. Oh, I wondered why I did not see you on planet Vegeta. So, you've come to Earth? Lin Chen nodded. Your Majesty, this is my wife, Jine. We are actually here to visit Kakarot. Through Bardock's explanation, Lin Chen learned that over the past 6 years, Bardock and Jine had made it a point to visit Earth annually to check on their son. After the relocation of planet Vegeta, they could reach Earth in just a week using the latest high-speed spacecraft from the Galactic Patrol. Yet, each time, they merely observed his growth from a distance. No. Bardock shook his head, smiling at his wife. Jin had considered it, but sending Kakarot to Earth was your idea, your majesty. And what brings you here this time? I am also here to see Kakarot. The potential of this child is boundless. Really? Jin asked, her excitement palpable, as any matter concerning her child's future would be. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, I believe Kakarot may one day become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Jin was momentarily taken aback. For only 2 individuals on the entire planet Vegeta could currently transform into such legendary warriors. Her son Kakarot's fighting power was a mere 10. Could he truly become a Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, is that really possible? We shall see. Kakarot's future will be a beacon of hope for the Saiyan race. Lin Chen remarked, offering such praise for son Wukong. Bardock and Jin were visibly thrilled. Ever since Lin Chen claimed the throne of the Saiyan King, his words had never missed the mark. If he had made such a proclamation, Kakarot's future was indeed promising. Although Kakarot's current fighting power was lamentably low, Lin Chen's assurance suggested the possibility of a remarkable turnaround. No need to trouble yourselves. I shall transport you with instant transmission. Meanwhile, the tale of Wukong and his companions had progressed to Emperor Pilaf. Though Wukong had shown some growth and had Bulma as an ally, their combined strength remained feeble. Caught in one of Emperor Pilaf's traps, both son Wukong and Bulma fell victim, and the entire group was ultimately ensnared. With all 7 Dragon Balls falling into Emperor Pilaf's hands, were they about to summon the Eternal Dragon once more? Lin Chen observed the unfolding scene below, a faint smile gracing his lips. If the original plot were to be followed, the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon would be squandered by Oolong. Although he intended to watch the adventures of Goku and his companions from the sidelines, the rare opportunity to utilize the Eternal Dragon's power was not something he wished to miss. He chuckled softly, ha ha ha, I, Pilaf, shall become the ruler of the world. In the square, Pilaf exclaimed with excitement, flanked by the dog-headed man, Shu, and the exuberant Mai. Meanwhile, in the underground dungeon of the castle, Yamcha and the others wore expressions of despair. My Dragon Balls. Bulma was so enraged she was nearly driven to madness, striking the wall with forceful punches. Each blow sent tremors through the wall, leaving Yamcha and the others in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that within Bulma lay a power surpassing even that of Goku. Though Bulma's fury was palpable, her strength proved ineffective against the sturdy wall. Damn it! Why can't I break through? This is infuriating. My Dragon Balls. My wish. Just then, Yamcha suddenly conceived a plan. That's right, Goku. Use the Kamehameha. How did you know I could perform the Kamehameha? Stop with the pleasantries and do it. Overhearing their exchange, Bulma let out a fierce roar. Fine. Goku immediately assumed his stance, aimed at the wall, and declared, Kamehameha. Following the blast of white energy, a small hole finally appeared in the wall. While it wasn't large enough for an escape, it would at least allow Oolong and Puar to squeeze through. Simultaneously, in the square, Pilaf successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon. Arise. Eternal Dragon. Chapter 68. The first encounter with Goku, the initial meeting of 2 Saiyans. As Pilaf's words echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly radiated intense light, ascending towards the heavens. Boom, boom. Golden lightning, like furious electric serpents, struck down from the inky night sky, crashing into the 7 Dragon Balls. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's roar resonating through the cosmos, the green figure of the Eternal Dragon appeared in the sky. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant any desire. The booming voice resonated like a great bell across the wilderness. The onlookers, many witnessing the true form of the Eternal Dragon for the first time, were momentarily struck dumb by awe. However, Pilaf quickly regained his composure, opening his mouth to articulate his wish. But at that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, waving at Pilaf and his companions. In the next instant, a fierce wind erupted from the ground, lifting Pilaf and his companions into the sky and whisking them away. The figure then turned towards Oolong and Puar, who were rushing towards the Dragon Balls, extending 5 fingers. Who is that person? What is happening? Hearing the strange commotion outside, Bulma and the others, previously engulfed in despair, eagerly attempted to peer through the small hole to discern the situation. Finally, the 3 of them squeezed together at the opening, their gazes fixed on the mysterious figure. Tears suddenly welled up in Bulma's eyes. Though still a considerable distance away, she had already recognized the silhouette of that person. It was indeed him. Having dispatched Pilaf and his entourage, and intercepted Oolong and the others, it was none other than Lin Chen. In the original narrative, this instance of the dragon's wish culminated in Oolong seizing the opportunity to conjure a pair of underpants. A fate Lin Chen would not permit for the sacred wish of the dragon. Fortunately, Lin Chen had his own plans regarding the dragon's wish. He soared before the dragon and inquired, "O mighty dragon, may I first ask if you can grant immortality? Immortality is a feat beyond even divine capabilities. Such a wish is beyond my power to fulfill. The dragon's abilities have their limits, and the notion of eternal life appears to surpass those bounds." Lin Chen's desire was to secure longevity for himself and those dear to him, but since the dragon could not provide that, It was of little concern as he had alternative plans. What means do you possess to prolong life? In the underworld, there exists a divine spring known as the Fountain of Youth. It is the essence used by deities to craft elixirs of immortality. Mortals who partake of it can indeed extend their years. The Fountain of Youth? Very well, I desire this. This wish is exceedingly simple. In the next moment, the dragon's eyes glowed crimson, and a silver flask suddenly descended from the heavens, hovering in Lin Chen's grasp. Upon opening the vessel, he discovered a colorless, tasteless liquid within, sufficient for 3 to 5 individuals if consumed in sips. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, spinning in the sky before soaring off to distant realms. Since the dragon has made an appearance, I shall meet him. Lin Chen chuckled and proceeded towards the castle. Not good, not good. That strange person is coming for us. As soon as Oolong regained his form, he exclaimed in terror. Do not worry, I am acquainted with him, Bulma said, having regained her composure and wiped away her tears. Moments later, the wall shattered, and Lin Chen flew into the prison. Greetings, Lin Chen, big brother. With a gentle pat on Bulma's head, reminiscent of times past, he said, Bulma, it has been a long while. Big brother Lin Chen, I am no longer a child. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing, instead directing his gaze towards the others. Witnessing Lin Chen's effortless entrance, Yamchu, Oolong, and Puar greeted him with deference, their expressions reflecting their apprehension. In contrast, Son Goku wore an expression of innocent curiosity. Big brother, you are so impressive. Just moments ago, I could barely make a small hole in this wall with all my strength, yet you smashed it open. Lin Chen replied with a smile, with diligent training. You too can achieve such feats. Diligent training? Ever since my grandfather passed, I have been training hard. Oh, you have a tail too, Son Goku exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the tail coiled around Lin Chen's waist. Is that a real tail? Indeed. Lin Chen unfurled the tail from his waist, swaying it behind him. Like you, I am also a Saiyan. Saiyan. My goodness, are they extraterrestrials? Yamcha and the others immediately stood straight against the wall. Little Goku gazed at Lin Chen with a look of bewilderment. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Outside the castle, a colossal robot charged towards it, piloted by none other than the previously sent flying King Pilaf and his companions. King Pilaf bellowed, forcefully pressing a red button on the control panel. Instantly, the robot raised its right arm, extending a massive cannon from its forearm. Boom. In the next moment, a cannonball hurtled towards the castle. Everyone, be careful, Yamcha shouted, clutching Puar and diving to the ground. Oolong desperately tried to squeeze into Yamcha's embrace. Only Lin Chen, Bulma, and Goku stood motionless. Bulma trusted Lin Chen, while Goku was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, a second later, a tremendous explosion erupted at the site where the cannonball landed. The towering castle was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Ha 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 ha. King Pilaf laughed maniacally as he watched the castle vanish. Asu and Xiaowu were at a loss, lamenting, Lord Pilaf. All our possessions were in the castle. Silence. What do you mean possessions? I will not rest until they are dead. My hatred cannot be quenched. Just as Pilaf finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Asu and Xiaowu gaped in disbelief at the monitor. Beneath the ruins of the castle, Lin Chen emerged unscathed, slowly rising from the debris. Chapter 69, Goku's Future, Choices Revisited. Upon seeing Lin Chen suspended in the air, Pilaf and his companions momentarily held their breath. Moments later, all three screamed in unison, a ghost. Amidst their shrieks, a Kamehameha wave sliced through the air, piercing the robot's armor. Thunderous booms erupted amidst the flames as Pilaf and his companions were once again sent flying. Once Pilaf and his group vanished into the sky, Bulma leaped with excitement. Big brother Lin Chen. We won. Yamcha and the others remained in stunned silence. Yet, no one noticed that little Goku's gaze was fixed on the full moon above, his expression becoming increasingly dazed. Roar. Suddenly, Son Goku emitted a primal roar, his body visibly enlarging at an alarming rate. He's transforming, Lin Chen sighed, calling out to Yamcha and the others. Get out of here. He has lost control. Lin Chen then took Bulma into his arms and rushed outside, distancing themselves from the now giant ape Goku. Big brother Lin Chen, what's wrong with Goku? Why has he become a monster? Bulma asked in panic. He just looked at the full moon. Saiyans transform into giant apes upon seeing a full moon, succumbing to madness. Goku is still young. Once transformed, he will lose all reason, Lin Chen explained. Hearing this, Bulma turned to Lin Chen. Big brother Lin Chen, what about you? Rest assured, I have mastered the ability to control my transformation, and I did not gaze at the moon, Lin Chen declared. What about Wukong? Bulma inquired anxiously. Do not worry, I shall resolve this matter, Lin Chen stated before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself behind Son Wukong. Even in his great ape form, Wukong's combat power scarcely exceeded a mere 100. Indeed, he possessed the aura of a protagonist. With a sigh of realization, Lin Chen reached out and grasped Wukong's tail. Though unconscious, Wukong's instinctive combat reflexes sensed the grip on his tail. His colossal form turned, and he swung a massive fist toward Lin Chen. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen effortlessly caught the enormous fist, then exerted force in return. Wukong's tail fell to the ground, and his vast body began to deflate like a punctured balloon, swiftly reverting to its original form, unconscious on the ground. Lin Chen, are you all right? Bulma rushed over, her concern evident. I am fine. Please find a garment to cover Wukong, lest he catch a chill, Lin Chen replied. Bulma turned to see that little Wukong lay bare on the ground. Initially, she feared he might be dead, but soon she heard his gentle snoring. He was merely asleep. Bulma crossed her arms, reflecting. I once heard Wukong mention that his grandfather was slain by a monster. Could that monster have been him? Perhaps. Though merely a child, once transformed into a great ape. A Saiyan is no ordinary foe, Lin Chen responded. However, gazing at Wukong, whose combat power was still only in the teens, Lin Chen suddenly pondered a crucial matter. Currently, Wukong's future nemesis, Vegeta, had grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative, and even his brother Raditz boasted a combat power exceeding 10,000. Should he not assist Wukong in accelerating his training? Ding. The system detected the host's hesitation regarding Wukong's future and activated the ultimate choice system. Option 1. Allow Wukong to grow autonomously. Reward. Universal textbook on key perception, time point. 1. Option 2. Train Wukong for 1 year. Enhancing his combat power by 10,000 points. Reward. 1 vial of 100 cell solvent. Am I to determine Wukong's fate? Lin Chen mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Initially, he insisted that Bardock send Wukong to Earth. Drawn by the prospect of Wukong's astonishing potential and the evidence of his son Gohan's hybrid strength as a testament to the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines. In Lin Chen's eyes, if the development of planet Vegeta stagnated in the future, the Wukong on Earth would become their ultimate hope. Yet, with planet Vegeta's progress now flourishing, Wukong's combat prowess had begun to seem rather unimpressive to Lin Chen. After all, the rewards from his chosen tasks had significantly enhanced his battle capabilities. Even a typical Super Saiyan at the second level would find it challenging to compete with Lin Chen. Thus, for him, for planet Vegeta, the assistance that Goku could potentially provide was, at least until he attained the realm of Super Saiyan 3, rather inconsequential. The sole value that Earth could still offer Lin Chen was to serve as an observer and a devoted admirer of Dragon Ball, witnessing the familiar narrative unfold before his eyes. Contemplating this, Lin Chen had made a decision. System, I choose 1. Regarding Goku, Lin Chen resolved to let nature take its course, at least until Goku possessed the capability to traverse the cosmos. Lin Chen did not intend to interfere excessively with his journey. Upon reflection, it became evident that Goku's initial increase in combat power was rather gradual. He belonged to the category of individuals who achieve greatness through substantial accumulation over time. Although the battles on Earth did not swiftly transform Goku into a formidable warrior, they laid a solid foundation for his future growth. It was these experiences that enabled Goku, despite his initial potential as a lower-tier fighter, to eventually evolve into the first Super Saiyan. Should Lin Chen interfere with his development, it might indeed bolster Goku's strength in the short term. Yet it could also stifle his potential for growth, yielding the unintended consequence of hindering progress. It would be best to allow him to mature at his own pace. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Rewards have been credited. Within Lin Chen's system space, a universal video tutorial format appeared, and his attribute panel reflected an increase in time points. Soon after, young Goku finally awoke from his slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he remained oblivious to the transformation that had occurred and instead wondered why his clothes and tail had disappeared. Yamcha and the others initially planned to conceal the truth from Goku, fearing that revealing he was responsible for his grandfather's demise might cause him distress. However, Lin Chen exposed the reality of the situation. So I caused my grandfather's death. Even the innocent Goku found it difficult to accept the truth. Lin Chen, brother, this is too cruel. Bulma exclaimed. No, this is all for his own good. Lin Chen, with arms crossed, spoke to Goku with solemnity. Goku, all of this is due to your weakness. If you were strong enough, you would be able to maintain your will, even after transforming. Ultimately, you lack sufficient training. Upon hearing this, Goku clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, Brother Lin Chen, can you teach me how to train? Chapter 70. Parting Ways. Lin Chen's wedding. You want me to teach you how to train? Lin Chen regarded Goku with a frosty demeanor. Yes, big brother, you are so amazing. I want to learn from you. Goku's face bore a rare, earnest expression. Very well, as long as you can find me, I will teach you, Lin Chen replied. Great. Young Goku nodded vigorously, adopting a posture of readiness. However, at that moment, his stomach suddenly growled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, young Goku said, Oh no, I'm hungry. Big brother, can you wait while I find something to eat? No need. Lin Chen directly tossed a senzu bean to Goku. Eat this. What is this? Goku inquired curiously, placing it in his mouth and chewing, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a senzu bean, one can fill your stomach. Brother Lin Chen, do you have any left? Could you spare a little for me? If you happen to encounter me, I can offer you some in return. Very well then. I shall make my move. With renewed determination, little Wukong repositioned himself and charged directly at Lin Chen with a mighty shout. Although his spirit was formidable, the disparity in their strength was stark. At his current level, Wukong stood no chance of even grazing Lin Chen. After indulging Wukong for a while, Lin Chen grew impatient. I shall retaliate now, be cautious. What? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Chen's tail lashed out, and before Wukong could process the situation, he was knocked unconscious by a swift strike. Wukong. Oolong and the others rushed over, gently tapping Wukong's head until he regained consciousness. Brother Lin Chen, that was rather harsh, wasn't it? Bulma inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Lin Chen shook his head and addressed Wukong. Do you now understand the chasm that separates us? The gulf is too vast for you to learn anything from me. In fact, you could easily meet your demise during training. Little Wukong scratched his head, a look of disappointment absent from his face, merely expressing regret. Oh dear, it seems that way. Seeing his innocent demeanor, Lin Chen smiled. Perhaps it was Wukong's simplicity that would enable his rapid growth in the future. Contemplating this, Lin Chen asked, Wukong, do you remember Master Roshi? You should seek him out for training. He is your grandfather's mentor, and given your current abilities, it is the most suitable course of action. By the way, Bulma has also trained under Master Roshi. Having made his decision, Lin Chen was resolute in not altering Wukong's destiny. Furthermore, Wukong could indeed acquire a wealth of martial knowledge from Master Roshi. Really? That is fantastic. I will go train with Master Roshi and become stronger. Wukong, I want to join you. Yajirobe suddenly interjected. Young Master Yajirobe? Pu'er questioned, puzzled. Pu'er, I too wish to grow stronger. After meeting Lin Chen, I've realized how naive my past self was. I must become powerful and one day match Lin Chen. I at least cannot fall behind a woman like Bulma. Yajirobe added silently to himself. Haha, that might be a tall order, Bulma chuckled. Oolong, what about you? Pu'er asked. Oh, I think I'll pass. Bulma, can I accompany you to the city? I heard there are many girls in the big city. Oolong looked at Bulma with hopeful eyes. All right, although you're quite lecherous and bothersome, just say it if you don't want me to go. With their futures decided, the group parted ways. Lin Chen took Bulma and Oolong and promptly vanished from the scene using instant transmission. As they watched the three disappear, Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Lin Chen's technique is remarkable. I didn't even see how he left. Indeed, Yajirobe mused. There are truly many formidable individuals in this world. In West City, after bidding farewell to son Wukong and the others, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at Bulma's home through instant transmission. In this moment, Lin Chen reunited with the long-missed Ties and the Brief family. After 6 years apart, Ties appeared more mature and womanly. Observing her, Lin Chen felt a pang of regret and embraced her, solemnly declaring, Ties, we have known each other for so many years. Will you marry me? Ties replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. She had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Beside them, Bulma stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. How can it happen so quickly? Bulma, what are you saying? Ties has waited so long for this, Mrs. Brief admonished. My dear. Bulma. Ties gazed at her sister's departing figure, wishing to offer an explanation. Yet Lin Chen interjected, it's all right, I understand her thoughts. But you. Ties recognized that Lin Chen already had a Saiyan queen, and thus she had no qualms about sharing her husband with her sister. However, Lin Chen shook his head, saying, no need to say more, I regard Bulma as a sister. In time, she will find someone suitable for herself. A month later, in West City, Lin Chen and Ties celebrated their wedding. The ceremony was splendid, befitting Lin Chen's stature as the Saiyan king. Although the wedding took place on Earth, Planet Vegeta had prepared an array of lavish gifts, including rare gemstones collected from various planets. Additionally, as part of Lin Chen's entourage, Bardock and others attended. With Hannah assisting Ties in understanding the customs of the Saiyan royal family, many of Ties' friends were also present, including Jocko, though the esteemed Dr. Brief, the inventor of the first-time machine, had sadly passed away. The wedding festivities spanned an entire day, concluding only at night when Lin Chen carried Ties into their bridal chamber, located in West City, not far from the Brief residence. The chamber had been purchased by Lin Chen with a fist-sized diamond shortly after he decided to wed Ties. The entire villa had undergone a thorough renovation before the wedding. Finally, when Lin Chen and Ties found themselves alone, he produced a vial of the elixir of immortality. Ties, take a sip of this. Although curious, Ties did not press further and obediently drank from the vial. What is this? It tastes peculiar. It isn't poison, is it? She inquired after swallowing. This is the elixir of immortality I received after making a wish to the eternal dragon. A single sip can extend your life by centuries. As a Saiyan, I often traverse the cosmos. With this, you need not fear growing old, Lin Chen explained. Why would I be worried? Ties responded with a shy smile. Yet deep within, she felt a surge of joy. No woman could resist the allure of eternal youth and immortality. Ties, we should rest now. After a moment of bliss, Lin Chen gently embraced Tai's smooth form and whispered in her ear. The lights in the room dimmed accordingly. Chapter 71. Experience, the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Following their nuptials, Lin Chen and Tai's embarked on their honeymoon journey. As the wife of the Saiyan King, Tai's honeymoon promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. The footprints of two individuals have nearly traversed every planet under the dominion of the Saiyans. During this period, Lin Chen experienced rare moments of relaxation, indulging in the pleasures of life for the first time since his rebirth, without dedicating all his time to cultivation. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen's leisure was limited. After a brief honeymoon, he resolved to resume his training. Upon discovering that Lin Chen's instant transmission could be learned from the Aradrat people, Tai's had intentions to journey to Aradrat to acquire this skill. Moreover, one must not forget that Tai's is primarily a novelist. For a writer, there is perhaps no ability more advantageous than the capacity to traverse anywhere at will. In terms of combat prowess, following Lin Chen's use of potential development techniques, Tai's combat strength exceeded 10,000, alleviating Lin Chen's concerns for her safety, leading him to send her forth without hesitation. The Aradrat people are a peace-loving race, known for their hospitality and disdain for conflict. They readily agreed to Tai's request. Once it was confirmed that Tai's had commenced her training, Lin Chen departed from Aradrat, preparing to attend to his own affairs. For Lin Chen, the most pressing matter at hand was to utilize the reward obtained from his previous temporal journey, the legendary Super Saiyan 2 experience card. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 6. 68 million. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, intermediate martial arts talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of ki. Techniques, planetary destruction sphere, death ray, flame split wave, Kamehameha, afterimage fist, instant transmission Kamehameha. Since his temporal traversal, Lin Chen's combat power has seen a remarkable enhancement. Typically, once one's combat power surpasses 1 million, the speed of cultivation dramatically diminishes. However, thanks to the system's rewards, Lin Chen's base combat power surged nearly 5-fold, coupled with a 50-fold enhancement during his transformation. Lin Chen's combat power has escalated beyond 5-fold compared to his past. Upon transforming into the fabled Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's combat power not only surpassed 100 million, but exceeded 300 million. This figure, when compared to the combat powers of Goku and others from another timeline, suggests that it may even surpass Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form. Yet, the journey of growth is limitless. Formidable foes still abound in this world, and thus Lin Chen cannot afford to stagnate. In addition to honing his skills and enhancing his strength, Lin Chen's next endeavor is to explore further transformations. The ordinary Super Saiyan possesses various forms beyond the initial stage, including Super Saiyan 2 and 3, while Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form differs from the ordinary variants. It stands to reason that there are corresponding advanced transformations awaiting discovery. However, such transformations remain uncharted even in the original narrative, leaving Lin Chen in a state of uncertainty. Hence, the Super Saiyan 2 experience card acquired through his current mission holds immense value for him. Though his experience was limited to merely 1 hour, it was sufficient to illuminate a path to strength for Lin Chen. On this day, he instantaneously transported himself to a foreign and desolate icy planet. Despite the apparent desolation, beneath the frigid surface lay a covert base belonging to cosmic pirates. Lin Chen had learned of this place after visiting the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol to receive a mission to eradicate the space marauders. He undertook this task in order to fully experience the might of Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, merely transforming without engaging in battle would not allow him to truly grasp its formidable power. System, activate the Super Saiyan 2 experience card. After preparing himself, Lin Chen began utilizing the experience card within the system's space. As his command echoed in the air, his aura suddenly surged uncontrollably. It was as if a switch had been flipped within him, involuntarily transmuting him into the legendary Super Saiyan form. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. In a brief span, his combat power astonishingly soared beyond 300 million and continued to escalate. Accompanying the eruption of Lin Chen's aura, the icy planet beneath him began to tremble violently. The terrifying energy emanating from him triggered blaring alarms deep within the pirate base. Are we under attack? Bellowed a cosmic pirate leader, resembling a shark, from within the base. However, he soon heard a panicked cry from the monitoring room. Boss, the energy detector has exploded. An energy source exceeding the maximum threshold has appeared outside. What? Everyone, hurry outside and see who dares to stir trouble here. Immediately, a throng of pirates, each with combat powers ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, surged forth from the secret entrance of the base. At that moment, Lin Chen was utterly astonished. Having already transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he sensed that his power was still climbing. 350 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. When Lin Chen observed through the system that his combat power had ultimately stabilized at 668 million, the sudden surge of power finally ceased. The yellow-green aura swirling around him roiled like boiling oil, surging intensely before erupting into a jet-like form. His formerly upright yellow-green hair grew even longer than before. The most dramatic transformation, however, was the brilliant yellow-green arcs of electricity that danced around him, crackling and popping in a spectacular display. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 668 million. This was the form of the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of power surging within him, an inexhaustible force eager to be unleashed. Just then, a torrent of energy blasts surged towards him from below. The pirates, having emerged from their concealed base, were launching an assault against Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's prowess had entirely surpassed the comprehension of these cosmic pirates. It was akin to an ant being oblivious to the immense strength of a human. Although these pirates could sense the astonishing aura emanating from Lin Chen, they were utterly incapable of discerning the chasm that lay between them and him. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and thus, the cosmic pirates launched their assault without hesitation. Chapter 72, Terrifying Power, Next Target. Waves of energy akin to raindrops surged toward Lin Chen, only to be dispersed by the arcs of electricity that danced across his body before they could even reach him. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at these individuals, a cruel smile suddenly gracing his lips as he slowly raised his right hand. The relentless blizzard that had been sweeping across the planet abruptly ceased in that moment. In the next instant, a vibrant green orb of light materialized in Lin Chen's palm. This orb was a reservoir of astonishing energy, so potent that it created an effect reminiscent of a black hole, drawing in all surrounding matter into its core. Perish, Lin Chen murmured as he gently hurled the energy sphere toward the group of cosmic pirates, watching as it drifted languidly in their direction. However, in an instant, the orb expanded tremendously, its blinding radiance causing the pirates to gape in astonishment. Though they had previously been unaware of Lin Chen's terrifying capabilities, the sight of this nearly planet-destroying energy sphere made it abundantly clear just how formidable the individual before them truly was. Yet, at this juncture, it was far too late for any of them. The dread energy sphere engulfed the cosmic pirates in its wake, plummeting downward and burrowing deep into the planet's core. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted from the fissures created by the energy sphere's impact, illuminating the interior of the planet with a spectacle akin to fireworks. Spaceships scrambled chaotically from beneath the icy plains, desperate to escape the planet, only to be consumed by the torrents of molten lava that surged forth from the depths. Before long, the ice planet met its demise with a resounding roar, collapsing into a fine dust. Amidst the fading remnants of the planet's destruction, Lin Chen's figure emerged in the cosmos. He gazed indifferently at the aftermath, suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter. Yet, at that very moment, his laughter abruptly ceased. As if awakening from a profound dream, Lin Chen found himself drenched in cold sweat, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Did I truly do this? He gasped, breathing heavily as he stared at the obliterated planet. Had he really annihilated an entire world? Moreover, how could such an act elicit a sense of exhilaration within him? Contemplating this, a wave of dread washed over Lin Chen. He suspected that he had momentarily succumbed to a fit of uncontrollable rage. Yet, his transcendent bloodline had already undergone transformation. Why had he nearly succumbed to such a rage? Mental fortitude? With this thought, Lin Chen promptly retrieved the last few precious fruits of the mental tree from his system space, consuming them without a moment's hesitation. As the essence of the spirit tree's fruit entered Lin Chen's body, waves of pure spiritual power were continuously absorbed and refined by him. Gradually, Lin Chen's mind achieved a profound tranquility. However, he could sense that as he consumed more of the spirit tree's fruit, the enhancement of his spiritual energy began to wane noticeably. It seemed that ultimately, self-cultivation of spiritual energy was still necessary. In the blink of an eye, an hour had swiftly passed. Suspended in the vastness of space, Lin Chen experienced the fleeting power of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation while quietly reflecting upon this brief experience. Through his recent surge of power, he had come to a fundamental understanding. The legendary transformation of the Super Saiyan was a manifestation of an individual's spiritual power being inferior to their physical strength. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan possessed an overwhelming energy that rendered those with the Super Saiyan bloodline unable to control it. Take Broly, for instance, as well as Caulifla from Universe 6. Both succumbed to uncontrollable rage due to insufficient spiritual power following their transformations. Later, when Caulifla fused with Kale to become Kefla, she managed to maintain her composure, which was quite evident. At that point, Kefla possessed the combined spiritual power of both individuals, enabling her to harness the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation. As for Lin Chen, despite his perfect Super Saiyan bloodline, he was not immune to the risk of losing control. While he could manage his power during the Super Saiyan 1 phase due to the changes in his bloodline, He found himself struggling to control it during the Super Saiyan 2 phase. Just moments ago, he had become as ferocious as Broly due to the overwhelming surge of power. It appeared that my next objective should be to strengthen my spiritual power. As for the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, once my spiritual energy reaches the requisite level, I can break through at any moment. This brief hour of experience was not a mere illusion. Lin Chen had etched that feeling into his memory. He was confident that with ample spiritual power, he would successfully transcend into the Super Saiyan 2 form. From that day forward, Lin Chen embarked on a new cycle of training. Time flew by, and several months had elapsed. Now, as the midpoint of the year 750 in the Age of the Earth approached, he recalled that the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, in which young Goku would participate for the first time, was about to commence. Such an intriguing event was one Lin Chen could not miss. Just as he was about to arrange a visit to Earth with Bardock and his wife to witness Goku's growth, an unexpected incident forced him to suspend his journey. Hannah was injured again. Lin Chen was taken aback by Paragus' report. Paragus quickly clarified, "My apologies, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. The princess is not injured. However, we have just received news that she may be pregnant." Pregnant? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, his expression more astonished than when he had heard of Hannah's possible injury. Under his urging, Paragus hurriedly explained the situation. According to Paragus, Hannah had encountered an unforeseen incident while on a mission. This time, Hannah is leading an expeditionary force on a mission to protect a planet. The task has been commissioned by the Galactic Patrol Organization, and its difficulty has been set to the highest level. The adversary in this mission is none other than King Cold, one of the two most dangerous figures identified by the Galactic Patrol following Frieza's demise, who happens to be Frieza's elder brother. A planet named Everlit has recently been marked as a target for conquest by King Cold's forces. Everlit is a world with a rich history, highly advanced technology, and is renowned for possessing the most comprehensive library database in the entire universe. Upon receiving this alarming news, the inhabitants of Everlit immediately sought urgent assistance from the Galactic Patrol. The Saiyans became the supporting force for the Galactic Patrol and were dispatched to the scene without delay. An unexpected event occurred when Hannah arrived at the battlefield and began to engage in combat. Chapter 73, The Battle of Everlit. The planet Everlit is a fiery red sphere. Currently, the sporadic eruptions of cannon fire and energy fluctuations render the planet's hue even more intense. At that moment, a large spacecraft commonly utilized by the Galactic Patrol hovered above the planet, distinct from typical Galactic Patrol vessels, as it bore the insignia of the Saiyans instead of the Patrol's emblem. This spacecraft was piloted by a special operations team led by the Saiyan princess, Hannah. The ship was not operated by Saiyans, but by a group of pilots sent by the Galactic Patrol to assist the Saiyans. As the spacecraft began to penetrate the atmosphere, one of the pilots remarked, "Princess Hannah, below lies Everlit. We have detected King Cold's ship hovering over the capital. Shall we descend and confront them directly?" "Prepare to open the hatch," commanded Hannah. However, the pilot interjected, "Wait, Your Highness. The Everlit citizens have just sent a distress signal. Their evacuation convoy is under attack. We must prioritize their rescue." "What?" "I was eager to engage King Cold in battle," Hannah grumbled, but then acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed to their aid first." Meanwhile, beneath the surface, the sounds of artillery echoed and smoke billowed. An evacuation convoy of Everlit citizens, having escaped the capital, was being toyed with by a group of King Cold's soldiers. The Everlit people are a subhuman species, comparable in stature to T in this instance. The Africians found themselves pitted against the formidable Gula Legion, renowned throughout the cosmos. Unlike the previous Frieza Legion, which relied heavily on sheer numbers and a multitude of lesser warriors complemented by a few elites, the Gula Legion boasted a smaller, yet entirely elite force, with even the lowest-ranked warriors possessing a battle power exceeding 10,000. The most elite of their mech units, though consisting of only 3 members, each wielded a staggering battle power of over 100,000, striking terror across the universe. As such, the disparity between the Africians on the battlefield and their opponents was strikingly vast, leaving them with little recourse. Occasionally, one could witness the armored Africians vanishing beneath the onslaught of their adversaries' energy waves. Amidst the despair, the Africians within the convoy watched in anguish as their protective warriors fell one after another, when suddenly, a group of human warriors, adorned with tails and dark hair, appeared soaring through the sky. One member of the Gula Legion, noticing the unidentified forces above, promptly alerted his comrades while activating his battle power detector to assess the newcomers. "Lord Frieza, it appears reinforcements from the Africians have arrived. Their battle power is..." Before he could finish, the detector exploded in a violent burst. Shortly thereafter, the detectors of other Gula warriors succumbed to the overwhelming energy, erupting in a series of explosions. Upon receiving the alarming news, Frieza, the commander of the mech unit stationed at the rear, could not resist soaring into the sky, only to be met with astonishment as he realized that the incoming forces were not Africians at all, but Saiyans. "Fools! The Saiyans are here. Forget about those Africians. Prepare for battle. Even the illustrious mech unit, renowned for its prowess, dared not underestimate the Saiyans. The past 6 years had revealed to all the immense strength of their kind, especially following the misfortunes endured by the Frieza Legion. Moreover, the Gula Legion had not been without its encounters with the Saiyans in the past. However, those confrontations had invariably concluded with the Gula Legion's retreat. Frieza himself had once clashed with a Saiyan, particularly a scarred warrior whose visage haunted his memories, for that encounter had nearly cost him his life. Lord Gula, the Saiyans have arrived. Just as Frieza's words echoed in the air, the Saiyans surged onto the battlefield. The Gula warriors, who had previously held the upper hand against the Africians, now began to grasp the latter's plight. Faced with the oncoming Saiyan warriors, most of them found themselves utterly outmatched. Leading the charge was a fierce Saiyan woman, who advanced like a tempest, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. With a mere flick of her arm, she unleashed a torrential downpour of energy spheres, raining down upon her foes. Any unfortunate enough to be struck by these orbs was reduced to mere fragments. The Gula Legion, already a small contingent, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, at that very moment, a purple shadow ascended into the heavens, revealing a battle power that caused the engaged Saiyans to halt in their tracks. Unlike the combat power detectors equipped by the Gula Legion, those utilized by the Saiyans are derived from Earth, thus allowing them to distinctly ascertain the horrifying combat strength embodied within that purple figure. Combat power, 16 million. Princess Hannah. She is the frozen demon. I have seen it. The leader, Hanasia, gradually wore a grave expression. Although the figure before her was purple and starkly different from Frieza's predominantly white appearance, its form and long tail bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza's final transformation. Without needing to inquire further, Hanasia understood that this must be Gula, the leader of the Gula Legion and Frieza's elder brother. Step aside, everyone, I shall handle him, Hanasia declared, immediately transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Gazing at the golden figure standing not far away, a flicker of anger flashed in Gula's eyes. Those damned Saiyan monkeys. It seems they are everywhere. Shall I make my move? Crack. Gula's tail lashed through the air, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead locking eyes with Hanasia in a tense standoff. The atmosphere grew suffocating under the weight of the impending conflict, prompting murmurs among the Saiyans. Is that Gula? Such terrifying power. It surpasses even Frieza. No need to panic. Our Princess Hannah currently possesses a combat power of 18 million. Indeed, with Frieza dead, what threat does Gula pose? Chapter 74. The Lost Power. Is Hanasia pregnant? The female Super Saiyan. Is she not the one who defeated Frieza? Gula licked his lips, his gaze deep and menacing. Ever since learning of Frieza's demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan, Gula had been relentlessly seeking ways to grow stronger. Unlike Frieza, Gula's cautious disposition prevented him from provoking Super Saiyans without absolute certainty of victory. Consequently, during the 6 years that Lin Chen ventured into parallel dimensions, the Gula Legion maintained a strategy of contraction and defense. However, it became evident that mere evasion would not suffice. Gula clenched his fist, murmuring, "Before I acquire sufficient strength to deal with that Super Saiyan, I shall first take down you, woman." A bloodthirsty killing intent surged forth in an instant. Huh? Are we about to engage? Hanasia sensed Gula's murderous intent and burst into laughter. Ever since she gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, she had not feared anyone in battle, aside from Lin Chen. Even the frozen demon was no exception. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky, and as the raindrops landed upon the two combatants, these two formidable warriors, each boasting a power level exceeding 10 million, abruptly sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies surged forward, colliding midair. In an instant, the sounds of their fists and feet striking one another filled the air. Their blurred figures danced across the sky, akin to leaves swept away by the wind. The warriors on Gula's side could no longer keep pace with the swift movements of the two combatants, only hearing the explosive sounds of their clash echoing around them. Within the ranks of the Saiyans, although their vision began to falter, many chose to close their eyes, relying instead on their ki to sense the movements of the two combatants. The perception of ki. Ever since Lin Chen received the task reward, he had handed over the universal textbook on ki perception to planet Vegeta, initiating a widespread promotion across the entire planet. Though the promotion has only recently begun, a significant number of warriors, accustomed to frequent battles, have already mastered it. With the aid of ki perception, they could barely keep pace with the combat speed of Hannah and Asia. What a vexation. Those despicable Saiyans. Why is it, when the Frieza race is deemed the mightiest in the universe, that I cannot triumph over this Saiyan? Cooler's teeth nearly ground to dust. Since witnessing the tragic demise of his brother, he had devoted himself to relentless training, yet even so, he found himself unable to bridge the gap with the Saiyans. Moreover, the opponent he faced was merely a female Super Saiyan. He had heard tales that it was the Saiyan King who vanquished Frieza, the true mightiest Super Saiyan. The female Super Saiyan before him ranked only second. After 6 arduous years of training, could he truly be unable to best even the second-ranking Super Saiyan? Suddenly, a punch struck Cooler in the abdomen, the immense force nearly causing him to spew blood. Yet, more unbearable than the pain was the overwhelming humiliation and fury. I am Cooler, the king of the universe. How can I possibly lose to a mere woman? As Hannah approached to pursue, Cooler's tail unexpectedly lashed out, striking her squarely in the face. This blow was fueled solely by his rage, with no expectation of any significant outcome. To his astonishment, Hannah's movement slowed just then, and she was struck dead on. Instantly, she shot away like a cannonball, swiftly becoming a mere speck in the sky. Cooler was momentarily stunned. How could that blow have landed? The Saiyans surrounding them were equally taken aback, bewildered by the sudden strike on Princess Hannah. At that moment, 2 Saiyans whispered to one another. Hey, did you feel that? What? Princess Hannah's ki has weakened. What? Impossible. In truth, it was not just these 2. Others who had learned ki perception also sensed that Princess Hannah's ki seemed to diminish abruptly. Some, defying disbelief, picked up their battle power detectors, and to their astonishment, they confirmed that Hannah's combat power was indeed diminishing. Hannah herself was equally perplexed. Having only just begun to warm up, how could she feel her strength waning? It must be an illusion. After a brief exchange, Cooler seized the opportunity during a dodge, landing a kick squarely on Hannah's chest. Although she crossed her arms in defense, she was unable to mitigate the force of the blow and was sent flying once more. Princess Hannah, are you all right? Someone inquired urgently through the communicator. Struggling to regain her balance, Hannah gasped for breath, more labored than before. Why? My ki is depleting. Hannah, perplexed, instinctively placed a hand upon her abdomen. Observing her movement, a female Saiyan present suddenly brightened, whispering into her communicator, Your Highness, we should retreat immediately. There may be changes in your body. What? What is wrong with my body? Hannah inquired. Your Highness, you might be pregnant. Upon hearing this exchange, the other Saiyans stood in shock. Pregnant? Many suddenly grasped the implications. For female Saiyans, once they reach pregnancy, their combat abilities inevitably diminish. It was no wonder Hannah's strength had suddenly waned. Realizing this, the Saiyans swiftly surrounded Hannah, ensuring her safety while hastily retreating from the scene. At this point, the Evrician's evacuation convoy had already departed, leaving no reason for them to remain and fight to the death. Frieza, congratulations. You have defeated that Super Saiyan. One exclaimed. Foolish. Did you not see that they were retreating themselves? My apologies. Gula barked, then turned to scrutinize the direction the Saiyans had fled, his mind clouded with doubt. How peculiar. That female Super Saiyan's strength had diminished so abruptly. Was there some sinister plot at play? Gula, torn with uncertainty, contemplated pursuing the female Saiyan to eliminate her as an obstacle for his future conflict with the Saiyans, yet feared it might be a ruse. Gazing intently in the direction the Saiyans had departed for some time, Gula finally clenched his fists. Frieza, confirm whether the Evrician's database has been fully evacuated. Once the task is complete, depart immediately aboard the spacecraft and await my return in outer space. My lord, what are you? I intend to deal with those Saiyans. Chapter 75. A false alarm. Gula, terrified, let go of me. I am not finished yet. In reality, halfway through their flight, Hannah found herself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, her power plummeting to a mere 500,000. At present, the only one capable of contending with Gula was Lin Chen. However, it was soon revealed that Hannah was not pregnant, but rather suffering from food poisoning. What? Food poisoning? Upon hearing this news, Hannah was infuriated, nearly dismantling the machine, but was swiftly overcome by excruciating pain, collapsing onto the medical apparatus. How could a distinguished Super Saiyan like myself succumb to poisoning? Hannah lamented weakly. Your Highness Hannah, did you consume anything unusual today? Inquired the attending extraterrestrial medic. After a moment of thought, Hannah recalled, I believe I had some fruit from Jorga. Clang. The crowd around them fell silent, startled. Hannah, perplexed, glanced at them and asked, What is the matter with you all? A female Saiyan leaped up, exclaiming, Your Highness, Jorga is a Balarian. Their planet is heavily polluted. Therefore, the food from that world is rife with super heavy metal contaminants. The digestive system of the Ballstar beings has adapted to those substances, allowing Jorga to consume them without consequence. However, creatures from other planets would surely perish if they dared to partake. My lord, your abdominal discomfort is likely a result of your being a Super Saiyan. I find it peculiar that the fruit tasted so dreadful. Upon learning that Hannah was not pregnant, but rather suffering from food poisoning, the Saiyans aboard the spacecraft exhaled in relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. After all, since Lin Chen had led the Saiyans into a new era of development akin to a phoenix's rebirth, the prospect of Lin Chen's progeny had become a subject of great interest among many Saiyans. Had the princess truly been with child, it would have been a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for all Saiyans. At that moment, An alarm suddenly blared throughout the spacecraft. Trouble. It's Gura. This is dire. The princess cannot engage in battle now. We must protect her. Although it pains us to abandon the Erythians, retreat is our only option. Weighing the pros and cons, the Scions resolved to withdraw, with only a handful of warriors boasting power exceeding 500,000 choosing to remain behind. Determined to delay for the sake of the spacecraft's escape. Outside the vessel, Gura hovered before it, his expression chilling as he noted the absence of the female Scion. He had suspected something unusual had befallen her, and now it seemed his instincts were correct. Otherwise, why would she not emerge? Drawing a deep breath, Gura called out. That woman, come out now. Our battle is not yet concluded. His booming voice reverberated through the air. Moments later, the hatch of the Scion spacecraft opened, and Gura anticipated the appearance of the woman. To his surprise, however, he was confronted by several ordinary Scions, whom he regarded as little more than insects. Humph. It appears that the female Scion has indeed encountered some misfortune. Gura, your adversaries are us. In a bid to cover the spacecraft's retreat, these Scions unleashed their full power the moment they appeared, launching a tempest of energy blasts toward Gura. Yet, these energy waves were as ineffective against Gura as mere tickles. Observing these individuals behaving like foolish jesters, Gura's conviction deepened that the female Scion must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, how could the Scions possibly retreat without a fight? Seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, Gura cared not for the circumstances of his foes. Any chance to inflict harm upon the Scions was one he would not forfeit. Supernova. Gura's cruel smile widened as he pointed a finger, summoning a colossal fireball brimming with immense energy that hovered ominously overhead. In an instant, the fireball surged toward the Scions and the spacecraft behind them. As the massive fireball loomed closer, the Scions, initially intent on stalling for time, were engulfed by despair. Their energy blasts proved utterly futile against the fireball, being consumed entirely. Meanwhile, the spacecraft that had turned to flee had yet to accelerate, forced to witness the monstrous fireball inching nearer. As the impending doom of the Scions loomed, Gula erupted into laughter. Today's slaughter of these Scions was merely the prologue to his future annihilation of planet Vegeta. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before the immense fireball. Sensing the encroaching inferno, the figure turned, their gaze sharpening. In the next instant, a colossal yellow-green aura erupted forth like a volcano. From a distance, Gula, upon witnessing the sudden apparition, fell momentarily dumbfounded, then without hesitation, turned to flee, disregarding the fate of the fireball behind him. It must be said that Gula's reaction was remarkably astute, for as he made his desperate escape, the newly arrived figure had already spread their fingers wide, forcefully bringing their palms together to halt the massive fireball. The figure then lifted a foot, and, in a split second, sent the planet-destroying energy sphere soaring into the sky like a mere ball. Boom. Moments later, the fireball exploded in outer space, transforming the very heavens and earth of the planet Ivlet. Once the dense energy dissipated, the figure turned to the stunned Scions and inquired, "Where is Hannah?" "Your Majesty Linkus." "Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Hannah?" Lin Chen sighed in relief before asking, "Is she truly pregnant?" "No." Upon hearing this, several Scions exchanged wry smiles. "Your Majesty, Princess Hannah is not pregnant. She merely has an upset stomach." "An upset stomach?" Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. With that, he turned his gaze toward the direction Gula had fled. His initial intention had been to witness the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet he was now compelled to be here. He couldn't vent his frustration on Hannah. Thus, Gula would have to bear the brunt of it. After all, it would be best if the frozen demons were all eradicated. In the next moment, Lin Chen pursued Gula. It was unmistakable. That was the one. That was the one who had slain Frieza. The instant Lin Chen appeared, Gula immediately recognized him. After a few years apart, that Super Saiyan had indeed grown even stronger. Even with just a fleeting glance, Gula could sense the immense power radiating from his opponent. "I am Gula, the Emperor of the Universe. Why am I so afraid? Unforgivable, unforgivable." Behind him, Lin Chen, resembling a golden demon, relentlessly closed the distance. Chapter 76, The Return of Ties. "Stop!" Gula cried out in panic. Yet he could not halt Lin Chen's relentless approach. Seeing this, Gula gritted his teeth and concentrated all his energy into a singular energy sphere, then hurled it downwards. This energy sphere contained enough power to obliterate a planet. Lin Chen, who had been closely pursuing him, could only frown and redirect his flight towards the energy sphere. In an instant, Lin Chen positioned himself before the energy sphere, displaying no form of defense. With a thunderous shout, a yellow-green energy shield materialized before him, absorbing the fierce impact of the energy sphere. A terrifying energy, potent enough to obliterate a planet, erupted instantaneously. Thunderous roars reverberated as the immense, dreadful force radiated outward, transforming the energy sphere into a colossal flame that surged thousands of meters into the sky. The clouds overhead were violently dispersed in an instant. and invisible ripples began to propagate along the fabric of space. At that moment, the entire planet seemed to tremble slightly. Gula swiftly entered his spacecraft, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he commanded, "Take off. Engage full speed immediately." "What? Lord Gula, the ship's engines are not yet warmed up." Full-speed flight could cause the engines to explode, a pilot from the cosmos cautioned, turning to him. However, before he could finish his warning, a beam of light pierced through his head. Gula, filled with fury, barked, "Who else wishes to waste time? Depart at full speed now." At that moment, the smoke on the planet's surface dissipated, revealing Lin Chen unscathed, standing midair. He raised his gaze to see Gula's spaceship ascending beyond the atmosphere. With his hands lifted high, he gradually moved them to his waist, executing the signature pose of the Kamehameha technique. In the next instant, Lin Chen suddenly teleported behind Gula's ship and thrust his hands forward. A robust wave of golden energy surged forth, poised to engulf Gula's vessel. Yet, almost simultaneously with Lin Chen's attack, Gula's spacecraft abruptly vanished from its position, leaving a trail of explosive sounds as it soared away. So close, yet so far? Never mind. It was all because of him that Lin Chen missed the opportunity to participate in the greatest martial arts tournament. He needed to vent his frustration somehow. Meanwhile, not far from the planet Yiflet, Gula's spaceship suddenly halted from its high speed. Inside the ship, shrill red alarms blared throughout. Gula, now composed, stood motionless with his arms crossed in the center of the command room. "Lord Gula, the ship's engine is damaged and requires time for repairs," reported Frieza, approaching him. "Indeed." Gula replied, then inquired, "Frieza, what has happened to the Yiflet database?" The Yiflet people are renowned as one of the oldest civilizations in the universe. Although their strength may not be formidable in Gula's eyes, their planet harbors a database preserved for millions of years, containing many secrets of the cosmos. Gula's recent assault on the Yiflet planet was motivated by the potential existence of methods to enhance power within that database. The analysis has commenced, and the technicians are searching for information in the database that may relate to power enhancement. Frieza paused before continuing. "By the way, Lord Gula, I just overheard the technicians mention an intriguing planet they discovered in the database, which the Yiflet people have classified as a life-restricted zone." "Oh, what is the name of that planet?" With a sharp sound, Gula's tail struck the deck. "Frieza, once the ship is repaired, order a course to that planet." "Yes, Lord Gula." Thus concluded the momentary scare caused by an upset stomach. "Your Majesty, I am not pregnant." "Well, if I'm not pregnant, then so be it. What is the big deal? However, I truly yearn to bear the Emperor's child. It's all right, we can strive for it in the future." "All right, Your Majesty, let us commence at once." Upon hearing this, Hennessy disregarded their surroundings and dashed towards Lin Chen. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Chen missed the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. As the Saiyan warrior whose combat prowess is second only to Lin Chen, Bardock's strength, having undergone Lin Chen's potential awakening, has finally surpassed 1 million. From Lin Chen's observations, Bardock's cells are primed, and with further training, he may become the third Super Saiyan on planet Vegeta, following Hennessy. Should a third Super Saiyan emerge on planet Vegeta, Lin Chen would not have to single-handedly undertake every frontline rescue, especially in events akin to the recent incident on planet Ifrit. Thus, Lin Chen intends to personally mentor him. Meanwhile, on Earth, as in the original tale, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with the duel between Goku and the Turtle Hermit, who was disguised as Jackie Chan. The outcome remained the same. The Turtle Hermit narrowly secured victory. Believing he had nothing left to teach Goku, the Turtle Hermit suggested that Goku begin training independently. At this moment, Bulma inadvertently mentioned the Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple, places she had visited with Lin Chen in her youth, igniting a fervent desire in young Goku to train there after locating his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. However, en route, Goku encountered an ambush from the Red Ribbon Army, leading to an all-out battle for the Dragon Balls. As young Goku boldly ventured into Muscle Tower, a blonde girl suddenly appeared on the streets of West City. Tai Si stretched her body with excitement, surveying the familiar surroundings, completely oblivious to the bewildered gazes of passers-by. "Hey, did that girl just materialize out of nowhere?" "Yes, it seems so. Is she a ghost?" Chapter 77, The Misfortunes of the Red Ribbon Army. Finally, taking a deep breath, Tai Si became aware of the stares directed at her. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and placed a finger on her forehead. In the next moment, amidst the astonished crowd, Tai Si vanished once more. While the previous occurrence could be attributed to mere surprise, this time, everyone genuinely believed they had witnessed a phenomenon. A chorus of screams erupted around them. Meanwhile, the source of this commotion, Tai Si, was actually perched atop a nearby building. Having not seen her family for a long time, she felt a pang of longing for her parents and began to sense their locations. Are Bulma and the others at home? How strange. This energy. Is Bulma in a fight? Noticing the chaotic aura emanating from Bulma, Tai Si furrowed her brow in confusion. At this moment, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and gunfire. Tais furrowed her brow and immediately activated her instant teleportation. Upon reappearing, she found herself in the familiar confines of her home, where a scene of chaos unfolded before her eyes. Dr. Brief and his wife were crouched behind a table, while Tais' sister, Bulma, engaged in a fierce battle with a violet-haired female soldier. Tais dear, let me see you. Upon seeing their eldest daughter, the Briefs momentarily cast aside their fear and rushed to greet her. Even Bulma couldn't help but turn her head, exclaiming, Sister, there's an opening. The female soldier, seizing the moment, attempted to ambush Bulma, but Tais swiftly extended her hand, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The soldier was instantly sent sprawling as if struck by an unseen vehicle, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Sister, there are still enemies outside. Hearing Bulma's cry, Tais stepped outside, only to spot a peculiar army, marked by strange insignias, engaged in a fierce firefight with the West City security forces. The security team seemed intent on breaching the Brief's home for a rescue, while the strange army aimed to delay their efforts. One by one, this is my home, Tais shouted as she charged forward, dispatching the soldiers with a flurry of punches and kicks. A tank aimed its cannon at her, but before it could fire, Tais obliterated it with a powerful energy wave. The surrounding security forces, witnessing the chaos unfold, were momentarily paralyzed when they saw a mere girl reduce the tank to rubble. Have you taken care of them all? Tais, you've turned into quite the troublemaker after a few months, Dr. Brief remarked in astonishment. Shut up. I just saved you, all right? Ultimately, it was Bulma who explained the recent events to her sister. It turned out that the strange army was none other than the infamous Red Ribbon Army, notorious for its high-tech equipment, vast resources, and ruthless warriors that instilled fear even in regular military forces. Recently, the Red Ribbon Army had set its sights on Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation, which, due to its collaboration with the Saiyans, had introduced numerous innovative products utilizing extraterrestrial technology, such as high-strength alloys and new anti-gravity engines. These advancements piqued the interest of the Red Ribbon Army, which had previously overlooked the Capsule Corporation, prompting them to repeatedly attempt to recruit Dr. Brief. However, the doctor steadfastly refused their overtures, leading to today's assault. The Red Ribbon Army dispatched a special forces unit led by Colonel Violet, initially intending to abduct the Brief family. But their plans were thwarted by Bulma's intervention. Upon receiving the news, the security forces of West City clashed violently with the Red Ribbon Army outside. However, had it not been for Tais arriving today, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, the Red Ribbon Army boasted an array of formidable experts. Although Bulma had trained in martial arts under Master Roshi for several years, her interest waned following Lin Chen and Tais' marriage, resulting in a decline in her abilities. The detestable Red Ribbon Army. How dare they bully our family? Mother, father, wait at home for me. I shall obliterate the Red Ribbon Army, Tais declared, her fists clenched. Wait, Tais, don't act rashly, Bulma and her sister immediately urged. Indeed, sister, while you seem stronger, the adversaries are beyond what even the regular army can handle. If we do not confront them, do you wish to be kidnapped daily, Bulma? One of them questioned. No, surely not, Bulma replied, taken aback. Dr. Brief's lips twitched as he remarked, it is indeed a possibility. The Red Ribbon Army spares no effort in their pursuits. Sister, quickly defeat the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma exclaimed. All right, Tais nodded and approached the still unconscious Colonel Violet. Hey, stop feigning death. Tell me where the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army is. Violet raised her head, sneering coldly at Tais. Dream on. I will not betray my organization. Without further ado, Tais unleashed a powerful energy wave, blasting through the wall beside Violet. Seeing the gaping hole larger than her own body, Violet shivered and exclaimed, all right, please spare me. I confess. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, once a formidable force on Earth that instilled fear in countless hearts, now faced a series of calamities. First, Colonel Silver's search team was defeated, and the Dragon Balls were seized. Soon after, the northern stronghold of Misruta fell to an unknown assailant. When the image of the enemy who conquered Misruta was revealed, General Red's fury erupted. A mere child? Have we, the proud Red Ribbon Army, been bested by a child? Unbelievable. His aide, Lieutenant Black, expressed his astonishment as well. The attempt to abduct Dr. Brief by Colonel Violet also ended in disaster. Chapter 78, Dr. Gero's Vow, the points of time falling from the sky. What? After a brief moment of shock, General Red erupted in rage. That incompetent Violet. Relay my orders. Summon all elite members to headquarters immediately. And send for the assassin Tao Pai Pai. I shall ensure that those who dare to defy us understand that the Red Ribbon Army is invincible. Yes, in an instant, the Red Ribbon Army mobilized with great urgency. The ability to rally forces that could rival the world government was indeed formidable, and soon, several generals scattered across the globe, along with the world-renowned assassin Tao Pai Pai, gathered at headquarters. Humph, such an overreaction. Upon learning that the Red Ribbon Army's task was to deal with a mere child and to capture Dr. Brief of the Capsule Corporation, Tao Pai Pai scoffed disdainfully. Very well, do as you wish, but I shall not negotiate on the terms of payment. Of course, General Red nodded in agreement. Though Tao Bai Bai was merely his final trump card, he was unwilling to spare any expense for the sake of caution. Aside from Tao Bai Bai, the other generals approached the mission with a sense of ease. In their eyes, facing a mere child and a doctor was hardly a challenge for the renowned Red Ribbon Army. However, they were oblivious to the fact that, as they gathered, a figure had finally soared near the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Is this the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? The newcomer was Tais. Although Tais had mastered the art of instantaneous movement, her perception of energy was still somewhat unrefined. She found it difficult to distinguish the auras of strangers apart from those of familiar faces. Thus, she opted to fly directly instead of using her teleportation. As Tais approached, the reconnaissance aircraft of the Red Ribbon Army quickly detected her presence. The crew aboard the aircraft was utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing Tais soaring through the skies. Someone is flying in the air. My goodness, alert the headquarters immediately. Just as these reconnaissance planes transmitted their messages, they were swiftly taken down by Tais. The sound of the aircraft exploding resonated below, and one plane even plummeted directly onto the Red Ribbon headquarters. The violent explosion sent tremors through the rooms filled with personnel. What? Who dares to attack the Red Ribbon Army? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire base. Red Ribbon Army. Do you think the Brief family is someone you can provoke? Boom. A wave of energy cascaded down from the sky, falling like artillery shells upon the Red Ribbon base, obliterating a significant portion of the compound in an instant. Before Marshal Red and the others could comprehend the situation, their surroundings were engulfed in a violent explosion, leaving them with no time to react. As Tais gazed down at the remnants of the Red Ribbon base, now reduced to rubble, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite her combat prowess exceeding 10,000, marking her as perhaps the strongest human on Earth, this was her first experience with killing. Nevertheless, her mindset quickly stabilized, for she recognized that her victims were despicable villains. It's all Lin Chen's fault. It seems my temper has also transformed into something akin to a Saiyan since being with him. Little did she know that her intervention had prematurely removed the Red Ribbon Army from the stage, which was destined to have a significant encounter with Sun Wukong. After Tais departed, an unknown amount of time passed before an old man arrived at the now desolate remnants of the Red Ribbon Army base. Is this a nightmare? Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated in an instant? Who could have done this? Just then, the old man suddenly spotted a photograph clutched in the hand of a corpse within the rubble. The individual in the photograph was none other than Sun Wukong, who had shattered Miss Ruda. Is this little brat responsible? Unforgivable. I, Glofa, vow to avenge the Red Ribbon Army with these very hands. Suddenly, a battered hand emerged from the debris, grasping for salvation. Dr. Gero turned around, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is it really you? How fortuitous. If it is indeed you, failure is not in your repertoire. Meanwhile, at Korin Tower, Goku, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, unexpectedly encountered the Bra family. This serendipitous meeting not only led him to discover his grandfather's 4-star ball, but also revealed that the towering structure before him was none other than Korin Tower, which Bulma had previously mentioned. Korin Tower? I recall hearing from a friend that there is a sage atop the tower. Indeed. Legend has it that if one ascends the tower through sheer will and consumes the sacred water bestowed by the sage, their power will exponentially increase. Marvelous. This is precisely the place. With thoughts of Bulma's tales of the sage and the Supreme Kai's temple above Korin Tower swirling in his mind, Goku was filled with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the tower and began his ascent towards the pinnacle. Though the narrative diverged from the original tale, Goku's journey intertwined with that of the cat sage at Korin Tower, potentially granting him permission to reach the higher realms of the Supreme Kai's temple in the future. Ding. Historical correction confirmed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point of time points. Far away on planet Vegeta, Lin Chen was engaged in meditation training with Hanasia. This mirrored the imaginative exercises that Krillin and Gohan practiced during their journey to Namek in the original story, where the two trained together in meditation. While such training was a necessity for Krillin and Gohan due to circumstances in the original narrative, it nonetheless proved effective in honing mental fortitude. Just as Lin Chen was fully immersed in his training, an unexpected notification from the system interrupted him. A windfall from the heavens? How curious. To have received a point of time points. Ding. The historical correction, influenced by those connected to the host, has granted time points as well. Those connected to me? Who could it be? What have they done? Lin Chen's inquiries remained unanswered until Tai Si teleported from Earth, providing clarity. Chapter 79. A call from Namek, the Elder's request. On planet Vegeta, after Tai Si's arrival, Lin Chen accompanied her on a tour around planet Vegeta and several nearby celestial bodies before entrusting Hanasia to accompany Tai Si, who had just mastered instant transmission, on an adventure through the cosmos. Meanwhile, he resumed his own training. Having heard that Goku had ventured to Korin Tower, Lin Chen pondered whether the lack of certain events would affect Goku's strength. With thoughts of Earth behind him, he redirected his focus to his own cultivation. Mental training is a rigorous endeavor, and unlike physical training, where one can simply consume a senzu bean to recover from injuries or fatigue. Mental exertion requires time to recuperate fully. However, it is not entirely without remedy. There exists a substance that acts similarly to the senzu bean for mental fortitude, allowing for rapid recovery, the fruit of the spirit tree. In this regard, Lin Chen has already verified it with the last few spirit tree fruits in his system space. Although these fruits no longer significantly enhance his power, they are indeed a nourishing treasure for mental fortitude. A mere bite can instantly rejuvenate a withered spirit. Alas, had he known the profound utility of such fruits, he would not have so hastily destroyed the spirit tree in the first place. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. Perhaps he should seek out Shenlong one day to procure some spirit tree fruits for himself. As he contemplated this, he made his way toward the council hall. Yet, before he could leave the palace, he was approached by King Vegeta and Paragus, who seemed to have urgent matters to discuss. Your Majesty Linkus, the item you left behind has suddenly illuminated. There may be trouble on Namek, King Vegeta announced, producing a green crystal sphere resembling a Dragon Ball. Lin Chen recognized the sphere as the communication orb entrusted to him by the Namekians upon his departure. They had informed him that this orb was a product of their wish to Shenlong. There were 2 such orbs, allowing contact across the vastness of the universe. If the orb emitted light, it signified a crisis on Namek, necessitating Lin Chen's immediate assistance. Before venturing into the parallel universe, Lin Chen had entrusted this orb to King Vegeta and his companions for safekeeping. Trouble on Namek? King Vegeta, I shall investigate immediately, Lin Chen replied. After offering some instructions, he swiftly activated his instant transmission. Namek was the origin of it all. It was through the Elder's potential development that Lin Chen had gained the initial leverage to contend for the throne against King Vegeta. Thus, he held the Namekians in high regard. However, upon his hasty arrival on Namek, he discovered that the situation was not as he had anticipated. Prior to teleporting, he had assumed that Namek was under siege by external foes. Yet, upon his arrival, everything appeared as tranquil as ever. There was no sign of smoke or cannon fire, nor could he sense any malevolent presence. Perplexed, Lin Chen executed instant transmission once more, arriving at the residence of the Elder. Here, too, there were no signs of conflict. How strange. Just as Lin Chen prepared to descend, the Elder's door swung open, and Neru emerged, bowing respectfully toward him in the sky. Mr. Lin Chen, the Elder has been awaiting your arrival. Everything is well on Namek. This time, the Elder has some personal matters for which he seeks your assistance. Personal matters? Lin Chen inquired, though Neru assured him that the Elder would explain further. Thus, Lin Chen followed Neru into the Elder's abode. It has been a long time, Elder. After several years, the Elder appeared considerably older. Indeed, Lin Chen, well versed in the narrative, was aware that the Grand Elder's life was swiftly approaching its end. It has been a long time, Mr. Lin Chen. You have grown stronger than ever, the Grand Elder remarked, slightly opening his eyes before closing them once more. Lin Chen inquired, Grand Elder, is there a particular matter that prompted your sudden contact? I just heard from Neru that you have a personal request for assistance. Indeed. The reason I sought you, Mr. Lin Chen, is that I wish for you to confront someone, an inhabitant of Namek, replied the Grand Elder. A Namekian? Lin Chen responded in astonishment. Yes, Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder sighed softly. Not long ago, a stranger, both familiar and unfamiliar, visited Namek. This individual is the Namekian I wish for you to deal with, a being of pure malevolence. A malevolent Namekian? Lin Chen momentarily faltered, a name suddenly surfacing in his mind. When it came to purely evil Namekians, aside from the sealed demon King Piccolo on Earth, only one other came to mind, the Super Namekian. Is it Slug? The Grand Elder was slightly taken aback. You are familiar with him, Mr. Lin Chen? Indeed. Slug was once among the leaders contending for cosmic supremacy against the Frozen Demon Clan. It is only natural that you would have heard of him. Is it truly Slug? Slug, a character from the Dragon Ball films, had, like the God of Earth, been sent to another planet to escape the great catastrophe on Namek. However, unlike the god, Slug's heart was steeped in wickedness, embodying a super Namekian with a truly evil disposition. Chapter 80. The decision reemerges, target Slug. Mr. Lin Chen, some days ago, after Slug's arrival, he forcibly seized the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the eternal dragon Purunga. Through Purunga, Slug realized 3 wishes. His first wish restored his youth. The second granted him a lifespan far exceeding his previous one. The third wish endowed him with a near-immortal regenerative ability. So long as the core of his brain remains intact, he can restore his body indefinitely. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Grand Elder, when Slug attacked, why did you not call for my assistance or that of Planet Vegeta? How could you allow him to take the Dragon Balls so easily? Lin Chen had previously promised the Grand Elder he would protect Namek. Had they sought help at that moment, even in Lin Chen's absence, the inhabitants of Planet Vegeta would have rushed to their aid. Listening to the Grand Elder, Lin Chen found it inconceivable that they had endured in silence until all of Slug's wishes were fulfilled before contacting him. The Grand Elder, confronted with Lin Chen's inquiries, fell into silence. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Neru. Neru, I wish to speak with Lin Chen privately about the matter at hand. Please leave us. Understood. Neru replied obediently and departed. The Grand Elder finally spoke. Mr. Lin Chen, it was I who instructed Nairu and the others not to seek your assistance when Slag arrived. And it was also I who directed the elders to hand the Dragon Balls over to him. What? Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Mr. Lin Chen, to be candid, Slag is, in fact, my child. During the calamity that befell planet Namek, many intelligent Namekians, much like myself, bore children who embodied our essence, sending them into the cosmos in hopes of preserving the Namekian lineage. The deity of your planet and Slag are among such children. However, it is regrettable that few survived in the end. Slag fled to a planet named after himself. A decision I made knowing that its inhabitants were not particularly strong, allowing even a child like Slag to survive. Alas, I underestimated one critical aspect. Slag's planet is a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The malevolent energies of that world transformed Slag into a wholly wicked Namekian. As the Grand Elder recounted this, he let out a long sigh. Slag's planet is perpetually shrouded in darkness, obscured by thick clouds, resulting in a severe scarcity of resources. The creatures there are forced to kill to survive. Young Namekians, like blank canvases, are easily swayed by their environment. It was during this time that Slag became tainted by overwhelming malevolence, morphing into the pure embodiment of evil that he is today. Lin Chen resonated deeply with the Grand Elder's words. For was it not the case that the deity on Earth birthed the malevolent incarnation known as Demon King Piccolo due to the corrupting influence of humanity? Clearly, Slag encountered far greater malevolence than the deity did, leading him to become a wholly evil Namekian, unlike the Earth deity, who ultimately retained some goodness through his offspring. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen spoke. Grand Elder, do you perhaps feel guilt, which prompted you to allow Slag to use the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder sighed again. Indeed. When Slag came to the planet and demanded the Dragon Balls, I recognized him immediately. In an effort to inspire change in Slag, I revealed his origins to him, hoping he would mend his ways. However, Slag insisted that if he were to reform, he must be granted the Dragon Balls. Little did I anticipate that the darkness within him was far too potent. You were too naive, Lin Chen muttered to himself, astonished that even the so-called wisest Grand Elder could falter when confronted with familial ties. After regaining his youth, Slag did not harm the Namekians initially, but it wasn't long before I heard he was reassembling his forces and had already attacked numerous planets. Because of my actions, Slag has grown even stronger, and the deaths of those people weigh heavily upon my conscience. Thus, Mr. Lin Chen, I implore you, seek out Slag and put an end to his tyranny. To confront Slag? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. According to the portrayal in the Dragon Ball movie, Slug, as a Super Namekian, is rumored to possess strength surpassing even that of Frieza and Super Saiyans. However, his performance in the film ultimately proved to be rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, this is a reality divergent from the original narrative. Thus, the true extent of Slug's power remains uncertain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Reject the Grand Elder. Reward. 1 time point. Choice 2. Agree to the Grand Elder's request. Locate Slug with Zeno's help and swiftly eliminate him. Reward. Namekian regeneration ability. Upon witnessing the activation of the choice system once more, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The option to refuse the Grand Elder for a mere time point was a decision he could make without hesitation. However, the subsequent 2 choices warranted careful consideration. The 2 options, as their titles suggest, represent one that is swift and decisive, while the other demands time and effort. Yet, both rewards are undeniably intriguing. The Namekian regeneration ability, without a doubt, ranks just below that of the Magian's regenerative powers. Should Lin Chen acquire it, combined with his transcendent physique, the resultant effect may rival that of Cell's regeneration capabilities. As for the superpower, Lin Chen pondered briefly before arriving at an understanding. In the Dragon Ball universe, there exist 4 forms of power. The first is pure physical strength, or corporeal might, manifested through punches and kicks. The second is the power of ki, expressed through techniques such as the Kamehameha and energy blasts. Both can be categorized as physical forms of offensive power. The other 2 forms of power delve into the realm of the mental. One is magic, with characters like Majin Buu and the sorcerer Babidi excelling in this domain. The second is psychic ability. In the narrative, Kaiatsu epitomizes psychic prowess, and Frieza also appears to wield such powers, as evidenced when he employed a psychic attack to kill Krillin. For Lin Chen, while the Namekian regeneration ability is indeed valuable, it merely enhances his physical resilience. Conversely, the psychic ability, reliant on mental strength, could effectively compensate for Lin Chen's current deficiencies. In fact, the Saiyan race has always exhibited shortcomings in mental power. Their transformation system solely amplifies physical strength without any enhancement to their mental faculties. For ordinary Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta, a lack of mental fortitude may not be significant. But for Lin Chen, it poses a challenge. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form imposes rigorous demands on his mental capacity. Should Lin Chen aspire to further his evolution, he must find ways to continuously refine his mental prowess. Thus, the opportunity to obtain psychic abilities is one he cannot afford to overlook. With this resolution, Lin Chen promptly made his final choice. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Confirming the host selection, please complete the task promptly. At this juncture, Lin Chen addressed the Grand Elder, stating, Grand Elder, I accept your request. Leave Slug to me. The Grand Elder cautioned, Mr. Lin Chen, Slag possesses formidable strength. He is a combat-oriented Namekian. I am aware that you have attained the form of a Super Saiyan, but I fear that even in that state, he may prove exceedingly difficult to confront. Moreover, due to the power of the Dragon Balls, Slag currently wields an exceptionally potent regenerative ability. You must exercise utmost caution, Mr. Lin Chen. I shall be vigilant, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Grand Elder, are you currently aware of Slag's whereabouts? Slag has transformed a planet into a spacecraft, making his movements erratic. The last I heard, he was in pursuit of something. In search of something? Very well, I shall dispatch individuals to seek him out. Lin Chen nodded. Due to the constraints of the mission, he could not rely on external forces such as Zuno or the Dragon. Thus, Lin Chen had prepared himself for an extended endeavor. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Lin Chen promptly issued orders for the Saiyans to gather intelligence regarding Slag's location. Even the Galactic Patrol received Lin Chen's commission. Concurrently, information concerning Slag was steadily accumulating. According to the Galactic Patrol's records, Slag, in his youth, had displayed an inherent and extraordinary combat prowess, defeating the experts of Slag Star and declaring himself king, styling himself as a demon lord. Gradually, he amassed a significant following and began his reign of terror across the cosmos, committing heinous acts without remorse. During his prime, Slag was notorious, rivaling the fearsome Frieza. However, as the years progressed, his influence began to wane, and reports of his activities had diminished. Nonetheless, recent investigations indicated that Slag and his cohort had begun to resurface with alarming frequency. 3 planets had already fallen victim to their assaults. Strangely, following these attacks, all 3 planets vanished from their respective star systems. Given the increasing size of the planets involved, the Galactic Patrol suspected that Slag might be in the process of replacing his planetary spacecraft. These 3 planets were likely repurposed for interstellar travel. Upon receiving this report, Lin Chen inquired, what of their whereabouts? We have initiated a pursuit. However, Your Majesty Lin Kex, the vastness of the cosmos makes tracking Slag's group exceedingly challenging. Unless they launch another attack, it may take considerable time to locate them. Take your time, Lin Chen acknowledged, understanding the necessity for patience. There was no urgency to immediately uncover Slag's location, especially since the mission imposed no time constraints, allowing him to train while he awaited further developments. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a planet cloaked in dense clouds was hurtling through space at an astonishing speed. This planet was the very spacecraft altered by Slag and his followers. Within a palace on the planet's surface, Slag, the target of Lin Chen's search, was listening to a report from his subordinates. King Slag, we shall reach our destination in 1 week's travel. Nodded the tall Namekian seated upon the throne. This Namekian was none other than Slag himself. Compared to Bick, Shrag possesses a more imposing physique. Having regained his youth, he embodies a reservoir of pure energy. Beneath Shrag are several of his most trusted aides. Among them are natives of Shrag's planet who have allied with him, as well as his own progeny from the Demon Clan. Most are adorned in attire befitting either the Demon Clan or the fashion of Shrag's world. Yet one diminutive extraterrestrial with purple skin stands out distinctly, clad in the battle garb of the Frieza Force. Upon hearing the report from one of his subordinates, one among them addressed the battle-dressed individual. Rakasilu, the treasure of Dale should lie somewhere on this planet, correct? The being named Rakasilu immediately responded with a beaming smile. My Lord Doladebo, I cannot assure you of that. Dales is a creature who trusts no one. The true location of the treasure is known solely to him. Thus we are left to search one by one. Search one by one. Would that not consume an inordinate amount of time? The demon warrior named Doladebo expressed his dissatisfaction. At that moment, Shrag, seated upon his throne, suddenly erupted into a thunderous laugh. Time. I am no longer in want of it. Doladebo, there is no rush. Yes, my king. Doladebo promptly bowed his head. However, Rakasilu, though I am abundant in time, it is not to be squandered carelessly. Should we ultimately fail to locate Dales' treasure, or discover that it lacks the item we seek, you are well aware of the consequences. Rest assured, my king, the seed of the spirit tree must indeed reside within Dales' treasure. This intelligence cannot possibly be erroneous. You have my word. Shrag snorted softly, his shadowy gaze shifting towards the screen, yet his thoughts wandered to the aforementioned spirit tree, as revealed in the prior exchange. This Rakasilu had once been a subordinate of the Saiyan Dales. Though Dales and his main forces were obliterated on Vegeta, remnants of his followers still lingered elsewhere in the cosmos. Upon learning of Dales's demise, these individuals scattered, yet Rakasilu sought refuge under Shrag's command, bringing forth news of great significance to Shrag. In the past, to avert a backlash from the natives during the planting of the spirit tree, which could lead to failure, Dales had preserved an additional seed of the spirit tree as a contingency. Besides this seed, Dales had also retained a portion of the spirit tree fruits harvested previously for future needs. These items were stored together, referred to by Dales's remaining subordinates as Dales's secret treasures. Rakasilu happened to possess vital clues concerning their whereabouts. Chapter 82. The commencement of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Shrag had heard whispers of the spirit tree fruits. They are life-giving fruits that condense the essence of a planet. And consuming one allows one to absorb the life energy of an entire world, significantly enhancing one's longevity and power. Though Shrag has long since abandoned the pursuit of longevity, he remains fervently eager to enhance his strength. After all, Shrag has not forgotten the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Frozen Demon clan during his waning years. In his youth, Shrag was virtually unmatched in the North Galaxy, renowned throughout the cosmos as a formidable and ruthless emperor. However, after his encounter with the Frozen Demon clan, he suffered a devastating defeat. The prowess of the Frozen Demon clan rivaled even that of the Super Namekians, yet more crucially, they possessed a remarkably extended lifespan. As centuries passed and Shrag aged, his combat abilities waned while his former adversary, King Cold, remained in his prime, having sired two equally competent offspring. Ultimately, the vast territory Shrag had amassed through years of conflict were completely consumed by the Frozen Demon clan, leaving him to retreat to the modest confines of Shrag Star. This marked a profound disgrace in Shrag's life. Now, having regained his strength, Shrag is naturally inclined to seek vengeance against the Frozen Demon clan. However, upon hearing that the prodigious Frieza from the clan had been slain by a Saiyan, he was struck by a sense of astonishment. While he is confident in his current ability to contend with Frieza, Shrag ultimately resolves to first locate the spirit tree's fruit to augment his power. 3 years have swiftly elapsed. During this time, Lin Chen has inquired about Shrag's whereabouts on multiple occasions, but alas, the latter seems to be in pursuit of something elusive, never lingering in one place for long. This has rendered Lin Chen's efforts fruitless each time. Fortunately, there is no deadline in dealing with Shrag, and Lin Chen remains unhurried. He diligently trains while patiently awaiting the right opportunity. Meanwhile, on Earth, the long-awaited martial arts tournament, after a 3-year hiatus, is set to commence once more. Lin Chen missed the 21st tournament due to an oversight by Hanasiya, and this time he is determined not to let the opportunity slip away. I must thoroughly enjoy this event. Hanasiya and the others find Lin Chen's excitement somewhat perplexing. While it is understandable for Bardock and his wife, who are eager to see their son, it is less clear why Lin Chen, amidst a gathering of fighters whose power levels barely exceed 1,000, would be so thrilled. They remain unaware of the deep significance the tournament holds for Lin Chen. It embodies a cherished sentiment. Were it not for the embarrassment of overwhelming the weaker contenders, Lin Chen would have relished the chance to participate himself. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, as he makes his way to Earth, a report reaches Shrag on a desolate planet in a distant corner of the galaxy. King Shrag, we have made a discovery. The treasure of Dales is located on this planet. Upon hearing this, Shrag rises in excitement. Excellent. What are the spirit tree's fruit and seeds? They have been located. In addition to one seed, there are 20 spirit tree fruits. Well done. Your Majesty, a recently discovered planet is merely a week away, and with full speed. We could arrive in just 3 days. One of his subordinates reported after meticulous calculations. The Galactic Patrol? When did I, Shrag, begin to fear that bunch of incompetents? Set the course immediately. I must expedite the cultivation of new spirit tree fruits. Shrag's voice was deep and brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, his subordinates stood at attention and responded in unison, yes. Shrag erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, once I consume these spirit tree fruits, those frost demons and scions will learn who the true ruler of the universe is. Papaya Island, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, was bustling with excitement. The previous tournament's thrilling showdown between Sun Wukong and Master Roshi had significantly heightened interest, prompting numerous martial artists to register for this competition. Even Master Roshi's arch-nemesis, Master Crane, had his 2 prized disciples, Tianjing Fan, renamed for Harmony, and Dumpling, enter the fray. Thus, this tournament promised an unprecedented spectacle, at least from the perspective of Earthlings. However, for Lin Chen and his companions who had come to observe, the so-called grandeur of the event was overshadowed by the realization that most participants were of a caliber inferior to even newborn Saiyan infants. My dear, I truly do not understand why you are so eager to witness such a low-level competition, Hannah said, stretching lazily. That simply won't do. It's not every day we visit Earth, and I am looking forward to indulging in some delicious food. In contrast to Hannah's nonchalance, Bardock and his wife appeared rather uneasy, particularly in their casual attire, which made them feel quite out of place. Your Majesty, do we really have to dress like this? And this hat is such a nuisance, Bardock said, adjusting the wide-brimmed hat that was perpetually pushed up by his hair while lowering his facial mask. If you do not dress this way, Kakarot will recognize you instantly, considering you two look identical, Lin Chen remarked. Are you planning for a father-son reunion today? That would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? I suppose we must endure it, Bardock replied, feeling conflicted. He preferred not to disrupt his son's training on Earth, and thus chose to bear with the discomfort. Lin Chen, did you hear that Bulma has also arrived? Shall we go see them? Tai Si inquired. Certainly, he replied. Soon, outside the preliminary venue, Lin Chen and his group encountered Bulma and her companions, including the familiar Oolong and Pure, as well as the newly introduced Lan Chi. Upon spotting Lin Chen and Tai Si approaching, Bulma's expression suddenly shifted. Bulma, it's been a long time, Lin Chen greeted her. Hello, brother Lin Chen, Bulma replied, her smile faltering slightly as she lowered her head, her voice softening. Ah, what was that again? Right. Saiyan, Oolong and Pewter chimed in, equally astonished. Chapter 83, The Assault of the Androids. Since Lin Chen and Tai Si's marriage, Bulma had maintained her distance from him. Although the two residences on Earth are merely separated by a street, it is rare to see Bulma pay a visit. Lin Chen observed this and could only shake his head in lamentation. It wasn't that he failed to comprehend the little girl's sentiments, but rather that Bulma's future did not belong to him. After a while, the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament were nearing their conclusion, with the 8 finalists determined as Son Goku, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Oolong, Yamcha, the Wolfman, and Baput. This was largely consistent with the original narrative. The formal competition was scheduled to take place in the afternoon on the outdoor martial arts platform, and the next order of business was lunch. Goku and the others reunited with Bulma, and Lin Chen seized the opportunity to greet them. Lin Chen, big brother. Long time no see, Goku exclaimed with palpable excitement, a smile of reunion brightening his face. Yamcha, having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable strength, respectfully bowed in his direction. As for Master Roshi, upon seeing Lin Chen once more, he was as nervous as a mouse in the presence of a cat. Only Krillin remained oblivious, unable to grasp who Lin Chen truly was. Goku, who is he? Why does everyone seem so frightened? Krillin inquired, perplexed. This man is an unparalleled powerhouse. Not even 10 Master Roses could match his strength. Yamcha whispered discreetly. Although Master Roshi took offense to this statement, he refrained from disputing it. Krillin was instantly taken aback by the revelation. After exchanging pleasantries, they all shared a meal together. However, Bardock and his wife refrained from joining the group, fearing that Goku might recognize them. In the afternoon, the finals of the martial arts tournament commenced as anticipated, and the proceedings unfolded similarly to the original story, albeit with some variations. Tianjin Fan, who could have easily advanced to the finals, encountered difficulties right from the first round against Yamcha. Lin Chen's presence had inspired Yamcha to resolve to become stronger, leading him to train at Kame House much earlier than in the original timeline. Consequently, his combat power had reached an impressive 160, while his opponent, Tianjin Fan, stood at a mere 180. As the opening match of the finals, their confrontation immediately showcased a level befitting the championship. After a fierce battle, Tianjin Fan ultimately triumphed over Yamcha through a diverse array of techniques, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. Observing this outcome, Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that his appearance had indeed elevated Goku and his companion's strengths compared to their original portrayals. Goku, seemingly spurred by Lin Chen's influence, had attained a combat power of 200, surpassing his original strength by 20 points. In the original narrative, Tianjin Fan was destined to be the champion of this martial arts tournament, but it appeared that Goku was poised to claim his first championship title ahead of schedule. As Lin Chen immersed himself in the unfolding spectacle, suddenly, Tais tugged at his sleeve, holding a mobile phone in her hand. Lin Chen, it seems there is trouble at home. Tais exclaimed urgently in his ear. At home? Dr. Brief's house? Is it about Tao Bai Bai? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Wasn't Tao Bai Bai killed by Tais? Even if he had survived, according to the original storyline, Tao Bai Bai would only return after undergoing mechanical transformation for the 23rd martial arts tournament. How could he possibly appear at Dr. Brief's house now? How infuriating. I haven't even watched the finals yet. Lin Chen lamented. After all the effort to witness the martial arts tournament, why couldn't these individuals wait patiently for him to finish watching before causing a ruckus? After all, she could teleport instantly, and Tais did not believe there was anyone on Earth capable of threatening her now. Yet, Lin Chen remained uneasy. The timing of Tao Bai Bai's appearance felt off. He sensed something amiss. Shall we go together? Huh. Lin Chen, are we leaving? Henna asked, puzzled by Lin Chen's decision to depart. Although she had insisted that such tournaments were dull, after watching a few matches, she had discovered the thrill and gradually became engrossed. Tais has matters to attend to. We should check on her. Would you like to remain here? Lin Chen inquired. Tais quickly shook her head, gripping Lin Chen tightly. With a smile, Lin Chen bid farewell to Bardock and his wife, as well as Bulma, before vanishing in an instant. The sudden disappearance of the three caused quite a commotion among the spectators. Wait, that Saiyan has left? Oma, do you know what happened? The finals are about to start. Oolong queried, bewildered by Lin Chen's abrupt exit. Due to Yamcha's sniping and Goku's considerably enhanced strength compared to the original narrative, this final indeed unfolded differently. Goku effortlessly claimed the championship, while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, under Master Roshi's guidance, reformed their ways. As Goku jubilantly leaped on stage, elsewhere, in West City. Despite some alterations in attire and appearance, the figure at Dr. Brief's residence was unmistakably the assassin, Tao Bai Bai, as Lin Chen remembered him. But hadn't Tao Bai Bai perished during the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army? Even if he had survived, he should have been reduced to mere fragments. If he were to re-emerge, he ought to resemble a cyborg, yet this Tao Bai Bai appeared entirely human. Lin Chen suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling anomaly. Daddy. Tais rushed to the briefs, expressing her concern. After confirming their safety, she pointed at Tao Bai Bai and demanded, Hey, who are you? Why did you invade my home? Miss Tais, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The man who bore a striking resemblance to Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, seemingly intent on approaching Tais. You know me? Who are you really? Who am I? You don't recognize me? Huh, why would I know you, old man? My past name was Tao Bai Bai. My current designation is Android 11. Remember this name, for it belongs to the one who shall take your life. A cold smirk played upon the lips of the former Tao Bai Bai, now Android 11. Chapter 84. The Genius Dr. Gero, Android 11 Beyond Humanity. Android, what is that? Tais asked, her face a mask of confusion. However, Lin Chen's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why the seemingly deceased Tao Bai Bai had appeared before them in this form. It turned out he had been transformed into an artificial human. This revelation implied that the mastermind behind Tao Bai Bai's transformation was also lurking nearby. Hey, Dr. Gero, I know you must be watching us through him, right? Come out and speak. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his words, Hannah Xiao wore a perplexed expression, while Dr. Brief gaped in astonishment. Dr. Gero? Lin Chen, are you saying he is Dr. Gero? I have seen him before, and he doesn't look like this. No, he is not Dr. Gero. The person before us is merely an artificial human created by Dr. Gero, who is likely observing us through his eyes. Isn't that right, Dr. Gero? Suddenly, a red light emanated from Tao Bai Bai's eyes, and moments later, a voice that was entirely different from Tao Bai Bai's, aged and gravelly, emerged from his lips. Kid, you actually know about me and the artificial humans? Indeed, I am Dr. Gero, the most esteemed scientist in the Red Ribbon Army back in the day. Dr. Brief looked utterly incredulous. Dr. Gero, you actually joined the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed, no one in this world supported my research. Only the Red Ribbon Army provided me with ample funding and research materials. Thanks to them, I was able to pursue my long-held ambitions. But everything was destroyed 3 years ago, and the culprit behind it all is your daughter, Dr. Brief. Me? Taisi was taken aback. What does that have to do with me? What? You don't remember? Although Tao Bai Bai wore a frigid expression, one could discern that Dr. Gero, far away, was likely seething with rage at this moment. You dare to forget? How despicable. I have thought of nothing but vengeance every single day. To defeat you. I have been gathering information about you and researching day and night. What stands before you now is my latest masterpiece, Artificial Human Number 11. The preparations for my revenge are complete. Once I eliminate you, I will also kill that fellow named Sun Wukong, and then use this artificial human to reign supreme and rebuild the Red Ribbon Army. This is my vengeance. Huh. Just as Dr. Gero's emotions reached a fever pitch, Hanasia yawned at an inopportune moment. Taisi, how much longer do you intend to listen to this guy's nonsense? Hurry up and deal with him. True enough, Taisi replied, placing her hands on her hips. Dr. Gero, I am quite powerful, you know. Your artificial human is about to be rendered obsolete. Indeed, your strength is astonishing, almost inhuman. Though you have never revealed your power to the world, I know that compared to you, those martial artists are merely a joke. Your strength is even more astonishing than the novels you write. Hey, what is wrong with my novels? I am currently a best-selling author. Taisi exclaimed. Yet, Dr. Gero paid her no mind, continuing to speak to himself. In just a moment, you will witness something extraordinary. My artificial human number 11 possesses strength far surpassing yours. What? Him? What power can a being devoid of any trace of life possess? Taisi scoffed disdainfully. You'll see soon enough, number 11. Go forth and eliminate Taisi, and ensure the others accompany her to the grave. Yes, Dr. Gero. The artificial being, number 11, once again unleashed its voice, raising its hands in a stance reminiscent of the one often employed by Tao Bai Bai. Taisi, appearing unfazed, prepared for battle. Yet, at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Taisi, be cautious. The android lacks any life force. This one may indeed be stronger than you. What? Taisi was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, number 11 charged forward, delivering a kick that propelled Taisi into the sky, shattering the roof as she flew out. Taisi. The Briefs couple gasped in horror. Fear not, Doctor. Hannah and I will keep an eye on Tai Si. With that, Lin Chen and Hannah soared through the roof. In the heavens above, number 11 and Tai Si clashed fiercely. However, it soon became apparent that Tai Si was at a distinct disadvantage. Number 11 merely used one hand to deflect all of Tai Si's assaults. Androids do not possess a life force. They rely on their bodily energy, Lin Chen remarked, drawing out a combat power detector. Unlike sensing life force through intuition, the detector directly gauges energy levels, which Lin Chen believed would prove useful against androids. Indeed, when he aimed the detector at number 11, readings appeared on the display. 120,000. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Dr. Gero was truly a monster. This power surpassed that of many formidable races in the universe. Even during the era of Frieza in the original story, it would still rank among the top-tier powers. Remarkably, they had only just entered the arc of Majin Buu, yet Dr. Gero had already created such a creature. No wonder that within a decade or so, he would be able to produce androids 17 and 18, who would surpass even the Super Saiyans. While Lin Chen contemplated this, Tai Si in the sky ceased her attacks. Panting and sensing something amiss, she had exerted her full strength, yet number 11 had effortlessly blocked all her strikes with a single hand. Was the gap between them truly this vast? Lin Chen had claimed to be the strongest earthling for several years. How could this be? At that moment, number 11 displayed a look of disdain. Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn. Number 11 raised its right hand, fingers poised to jab towards Tai Si's forehead. If this strike landed, given their disparity, it could very well spell the end for Tai Si. However, just as the fist was about to connect, a hand suddenly seized it. Number 11 looked in surprise at Lin Chen, who had appeared before him. When did you? Tai Si is my woman. If you intend to harm her, have you consulted me first? With a surge of strength, Lin Chen effortlessly crushed the wrist of android number 11. Chapter 85. The Ultimate Choice, Dr. Gero's Fate. My hand. Number 11 shouted in surprise, stepping back with indignation as he glared at Lin Chen. How did you do that? Who are you? Me? I am Lin Chen, husband of Tai Si. Lin Chen. Across thousands of miles. Dr. Gero observed through the monitor, his body trembling involuntarily at the sight of the dangerously imposing Lin Chen. This was Lin Chen, the one mentioned in the intelligence reports as Tai Si's husband? The surveillance drones had failed to detect him. I thought this kid was dead. Who exactly is he? You dare to damage my body. The artificial being known as number 11 was a new type of android created by Dr. Gero through human modification, not a mere mechanical construct. Therefore, he retained a part of the emotions of his predecessor, Tao Bai Bai, including the latter's once proud disposition. For Tao Bai Bai, his body was a source of immense pride, especially since it had nearly been shattered by Tai Si. Thanks to Dr. Gero, he had been bestowed with a powerful and perfect form. Consequently, Tao Bai Bai held this body in the highest regard, treating it as a treasure. Upon witnessing its damage, number 11 was instantly engulfed in rage. Calm down, number 11. This kid is peculiar. Dr. Gero, monitoring the situation from his laboratory, noted the unusual readings from number 11 and urged him loudly. Unlike the later models, 17 and 18, number 11 adhered to drive Gero's commands without question. Upon hearing this, number 11 regained his composure. Beep, beep, beep. Unusual sounds emanated from number 11's head, and a smirk formed on his lips as he coldly remarked, "No wonder you're so arrogant. Your energy levels exceed even Tai Si's. I understand now. This woman's prowess is taught by you, isn't it?" Lin Chen chuckled softly. "Do you carry an energy detector within you? Indeed, your energy is formidable, but regrettably, mine far surpasses yours. Just now, I intentionally suppressed my energy to teach Tai Si a lesson. Now, I shall let you experience true terror." At these words, Lin Chen scoffed. True terror? Very well. I look forward to witnessing it. You seek death. Number 11 roared, launching an assault on Lin Chen. Every punch and kick he executed could have instantly annihilated Tai Si. However, regrettably for him, he was not facing Tai Si, but Lin Chen. Dr. Gero, your technical prowess is indeed impressive, but it pales in comparison to reality. Lin Chen's indifferent voice echoed in number 11's ears, and in the next moment, Lin Chen had seized number 11 by the neck. You. As an artificial being, number 11 was not hindered by the inability to breathe from being choked. However, he was astonished to find himself unable to escape Lin Chen's grip. How is this possible? In the laboratory, Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief. Number 11, what are you doing? Stop holding back your energy. Use your full strength at once. What do you mean, I? Dr. Gero, do you comprehend the vastness of the universe? Though number May 11th reigns supreme on Earth, his might pales in comparison to the formidable beings that inhabit the cosmos. To them, extinguishing number 11 would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The universe? Could it be that you are not of this earth? Suddenly, number 11 uttered Drive Gero's voice. Correct. Yet, there is no reward. Cold sweat beaded upon number 11's brow as he sensed Lin Chen's grip tightening. Soon, his neck would meet the same fate as his previously crushed wrist. In that moment, even transformed into a cyborg, he could not help but feel a surge of fear. I apologize. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Were he on the ground, number 11 would undoubtedly kneel before Lin Chen. With a pleading expression, he implored, I beg you. I shall never commit misdeeds again. Please spare me. Spare you? Lin Chen's words were abruptly interrupted as number 11's face contorted into a sly grin. His left hand suddenly pointing at Lin Chen's head. Booming wave. A wave of energy, concentrated with all of number 11's might, struck Lin Chen's head with tremendous force, resulting in a colossal explosion upon his visage. Yet, to number 11's utter shock, as the smoke cleared, Lin Chen regarded him with an unscathed countenance. How can this be? My full-power booming wave. This farce can come to an end. With a swift motion, Lin Chen forcefully separated number 11's head from his body. As the shattered remains of number 11 fell, Lin Chen casually unleashed 2 energy blasts, obliterating the remnants into smithereens. Upon landing, Hanasia inquired with curiosity, Lin Chen, was that fellow a robot? A mechanical being with a combat power of 120,000? Such technology exists on Earth? The genius behind its creation rivals even that of Dr. Brief, Lin Chen replied. Is that true? Hanasia exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Brief's intellect is recognized throughout the universe. His development of the universal capsule technology is unmatched across the cosmos. I never anticipated that Earth's technological prowess could be so formidable. Indeed, Dr. Jero is a true genius, Brief remarked. However, it is disheartening that he has allied himself with the Red Ribbon Army. Both Dr. Willow and Dr. Jero are prodigies among humans. Yet they have chosen to descend into moral depravity. Nevertheless, Your Majesty, such individuals pose a grave threat. It is best to eliminate them swiftly. Thankfully, we are currently on Earth. Otherwise, Tai Si would be in peril, Hanasia asserted. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen had yet to make a decision when a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host's intent to act against Dr. Jero, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Ignore Dr. Jero, allowing him to run rampant. Reward. Intermediate super ability. Time stop. Choice 2. Eliminate Dr. Jero, thereby halting the creation of further cyborgs. Reward. A gravity chamber with 1,000 times the gravity, inclusive of a training robot. Choice 3. Subjugate Dr. Jero, compelling him to serve under you. Reward. Advanced version of teleportation. Chapter 86. Wukong and Lin Chen, 2 individuals saving the world. Upon contemplating the choices presented regarding Dr. Jero, Lin Chen found himself ensnared in deep reflection. It is undeniable that Dr. Jero is an exceptionally rare super genius within the realm of Dragon Ball. One could even assert that he is the true guardian of human dignity in this universe. Not to mention the android number 11 that Lin Chen currently observes. Should fortune favor him, Dr. Jero will likely create androids number 16, 17, and 18, surpassing even the Super Saiyan level. Moreover, one cannot overlook Cell, whose perfect form possesses power rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2. To extinguish such a talent would indeed be a lamentable loss. Thus, Lin Chen refrained from making an immediate decision, choosing instead to ponder further. System, could you elucidate the rewards available this time? What distinguishes time stop technique from flash time technique? The time stop technique is a supernatural ability that halts time. In contrast, the flash time technique allows for a mere 2 seconds of time suspension, during which the user cannot harness their ki. Time suspension? This is indeed an alluring supernatural ability. Lin Chen recalled that in the original Dragon Ball series, only Hit and Guldo from the Jinyu Force possessed such skills. However, this time stop technique seems akin to Guldo's ability, yet the restriction of being unable to use ki during the time stop imposes significant limitations, rendering even flight impossible. Lin Chen nodded. This reward could serve as an exquisite tool for cultivation, alongside the 1,000-fold gravity chamber. After the creation of the 500-fold gravity chamber, Dr. Brief had informed Lin Chen that, constrained by energy and material limitations, crafting a chamber with a higher multiplier would be nearly impossible without a technological leap. And what of the third choice, the upgraded version of instant transmission? The system responded, indicating that the host had already acquired Gibbet's instant transmission. Thus, this upgraded version pertains to combat-oriented instant transmission. Combat-oriented instant transmission? Lin Chen immediately grasped its significance. This must resemble the instant transmission utilized by Metal Cooler. Within the Dragon Ball universe, aside from the omnipotent King Zeno's instant transmission, there are primarily 3 forms of this technique. That of the Yardratians, the Kaioshin's exclusive transmission, and finally, Metal Cooler's version. The upgraded instant transmission must belong to the latter category. This form can be activated at will. Although the range is limited, one can teleport anywhere within their line of sight. Currently, Lin Chen's instant transmission requires time to initiate, rendering it nearly impractical in combat. Securing this upgraded version would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Remarkably, each of the 3 rewards boasts distinct merits, rendering the decision quite challenging. Ultimately, The sole consideration remains the potential impact of these choices on the future. After deliberation, Lin Chen arrived at his conclusion. System. I choose 3. Ding. The host's choice has been confirmed. Please complete the task promptly. Rewards will be dispensed upon Dr. Gero's submission. After confirming, Lin Chen turned to Dr. Brief and inquired, Dr. Brief, do you know where Dr. Gero resides? Dr. Brief pondered for a moment before replying. I believe his laboratory is situated in the mountains near the northern city. Lin Chen nodded and said, All right, Hannah, accompany me on this trip. Tai Si, you shall remain here to attend to the doctor and the others. Lin Chen, are you planning to confront Dr. Gero? Dr. Brief asked hesitantly. If possible, could you spare his life? Dr. Gero is a genius. It would be a great loss if he perished. While Lin Chen was occupied with matters concerning Dr. Gero, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close with Goku's victory. As Goku and the others celebrated, Bardock prepared to depart with Chi-Lai. Chi-Lai, our child has grown once again. Indeed, although still quite weak, you are correct. He is brimming with potential. Just as the couple was about to leave, Bardock suddenly sensed a malicious aura nearby. As a seasoned warrior, Bardock was particularly attuned to such malevolence. Though faint, it was unmistakably close. Bardock, what is it? Chi-Lai asked. Wait a moment, Bardock replied, producing a power level detector. Once dawned, he surveyed the vicinity. To his relief, Bardock discovered a presence with a power level of approximately 160 lurking behind the martial arts stage. Seeing this minor threat, Bardock felt momentarily at ease. Such a trivial opponent posed no danger to his son. However, their plans to leave would have to be postponed. Very well, he said. Bardock and Chi-Lai then held their breath, soaring into the sky to observe the unfolding events below. They soon witnessed the entire episode where Demon King Piccolo's subordinate, Tambourine, seized the Dragon Balls and killed Krillin. Before long, an enraged Goku pursued Tambourine but was swiftly defeated due to his hunger. With the intention of testing their son, Bardock and Chi-Lai remained hidden, even when Goku momentarily lost consciousness. However, they were taken aback when a Namekian appeared. A Namekian? How could there be a Namekian on Earth? Bardock and Chi-Lai understood well that Namekians are a formidable race, rivaling the Saiyans in battle prowess. Although the Namekian below exhibited a power level of only around 230, it still surpassed that of Goku. Indeed, despite Goku's enhanced strength compared to the original tail, he ultimately fell short against Demon King Piccolo, who outmatched him in every technique. As Goku's heartbeat ceased, Chi-Lai felt an overwhelming urge to rush down and eliminate Demon King Piccolo, but Bardock restrained her. Do not act impulsively. Look at your detector. Goku still shows signs of life. Upon hearing this, Chi-Lai realized the truth in his words. Bardock, don't you have senzu beans? Let me go down and give Kakarot one. No, we cannot interfere with Kakarot's training. Bardock, striving to maintain his composure, stated, His Majesty, Linkus, once remarked that Goku's training on Earth lays the foundation for his future development, and I wholeheartedly concur with His Majesty's words. Perhaps through this trial, Goku's combat prowess may once again ascend. Look, his companions are approaching. Under their watchful gaze, Midorub awakened Goku, just as in the original tale, and with his aid, they set forth towards the Korin Tower. Although Goku now had the option to seek assistance from Lin Chen, he chose not to do so. Krillin, I shall avenge you personally. One Dr. Gero, one Demon King Piccolo. Unbeknownst to the world, Lin Chen and Goku each embarked on their own quests to save the world. Chapter 87, Subduing Dr. Gero. Regarding Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Brief only possessed a general understanding. Many years ago, before Dr. Gero vanished from public view, a scientific magazine had conducted an interview with him, mentioning that his laboratory was situated in the mountainous region of the northern metropolis. Although it was possible that Dr. Gero had relocated, Lin Chen distinctly remembered that Dr. Gero's laboratory was indeed hidden within a secretive mountain range. Thus, without further hesitation, he took Hanasia and soared northward. In the cold, snow-capped Chulin Mountains of the north, a pristine blanket of white adorned the peaks, presenting a breathtakingly stark vista. In such vast, rugged terrain, locating a well-concealed secret laboratory was no trivial task. Just as Lin Chen and Hanasia commenced their search for Dr. Gero, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. What is happening, Your Majesty? Why has the sky turned black? Hanasia exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the pitch-black heavens. Someone is summoning the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen replied as he looked upward. At this time, it must be Demon King Piccolo reclaiming his youth. It's surprising that Goku, despite his newfound strength, remains no match for him. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The more life-and-death battles he endures, the further son Goku will grow. Contemplating this, Lin Chen activated the battle power detector, switching it to life detection mode. If he wished to witness Goku's ultimate confrontation with Demon King Piccolo, he needed to act swiftly. The detector, an enhancement derived from Bulma's modifications to Frieza's army model, retained many functions while altering the method of combat power detection, including the life detection feature. This capability could sense life signals from organisms of insect level and above. which was particularly useful given the desolate northern mountains, where few creatures capable of emitting life signals existed. Searching for them one by one would undoubtedly be more effective than aimlessly wandering in pursuit of Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Indeed, after a little over an hour of continued searching, Lin Chen finally discovered the secret entrance to Dr. Gero's laboratory. He summoned Hanasiya, and together they approached the entrance. Before them loomed a massive steel door, at least half a meter thick, obstructing their path. "Allow me, Your Majesty. I shall open the door," Lin Chen offered. "Very well," she replied. Hanasiya stepped forward, her fingers delicately twirling, and with a brilliant surge of energy, she unleashed a powerful wave that blasted open a gaping hole at the cave's entrance, revealing the passage within. Dr. Graal's research facility, not only situated in a remote and clandestine location, was fortified with extraordinary security measures. Shortly after the two entered, a multitude of sentry robots surged forth, opening fire on Lin Chen and his companion without hesitation. "How laughable," Hanasiya scoffed, waving her hand. And the robots were all obliterated by the force of the resulting shockwave. Meanwhile, deep within the research facility, Dr. Graal was drenched in cold sweat, engulfed in despair. Why in this world could there exist such formidable beings? Had I known, I would never have allowed the artificial beings to be released so soon. How infuriating. If only I had more time. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from behind Dr. Graal. He spun around and found Lin Chen and Hanasiya standing before him. "If given time, my creations would surely triumph over you two monsters," he exclaimed. "Huh, you think those scrap metal contraptions could stand a chance?" Hanasiya retorted disdainfully. Yet Lin Chen was acutely aware that Dr. Graal spoke no idle threats. The artificial beings he was destined to create would possess the strength to challenge even deities. Such a genius was indeed worthy of recruitment. Pushing Hanasiya aside, Lin Chen took a step forward and addressed Dr. Graal. "You must realize by now that you have nowhere to flee. I present you with two choices. First, you may ally with me. I will permit you to continue your research on artificial beings, but from this point onward, your allegiance will not lie with the long-defunct Red Ribbon Army, but with me, Lin Chen, and the Saiyan Kingdom I command." "Saiyans, aren't you Earthlings?" Dr. Graal's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, we hail from planet Vegeta, and even the one you wish to eliminate, Son Goku, is a Saiyan as well. No wonder you are so powerful," Dr. Graal thought, clenching his fists. He had speculated on how humans could be so strong, only to discover that his opponents were extraterrestrials. Lin Chen continued, "As for your second option, should you refuse to submit to me, your research will be buried alongside you in this cavern." Upon finishing his statement, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, rendering Dr. Graal nearly immobile, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Well, life or death, Dr. Graal, what will you choose?" Lin Chen said coolly. At that moment, Dr. Graal was so paralyzed with fear from Lin Chen's presence that he could scarcely utter a word, despite his future creations being capable of rivaling deities. He himself was merely an ordinary human. Observing Dr. Graal's state, Lin Chen retracted his oppressive aura. Dr. Graal gasped for breath as if he had been freed from suffocation. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze to Lin Chen and asked, "You wish for me to submit to you? What is it that you desire from me?" "Nothing at all. Simply continue your research," Lin Chen replied. "We Saiyans are a warrior race, often compelled to venture forth into battle. However, our population is scant. Your androids may very well become a boon for the Saiyans. As for how to utilize Dr. Gero after his capture," Lin Chen could only contemplate these notions for the time being. Historically, Saiyans have engaged cultivated beings for training and combat assistance, but with the advent of Dr. Gero's androids, the necessity for cultivated beings may soon fade. In terms of training and support, androids should undoubtedly surpass cultivated beings by a considerable margin. "Dr. Gero, I shall ask you once more, are you willing to follow me?" Lin Chen inquired, seeking confirmation. Dr. Gero hesitated momentarily before bowing his head. "I understand, Mr. Lin Chen. I am willing to submit to you." Ding. Congratulations, host, on capturing Dr. Gero. Reward, advanced instant transmission. Upon the system's announcement, Lin Chen's attribute panel displayed a new enhancement in the instant transmission section. With a slight smile, Lin Chen nodded and said, "Very well, Dr. Gero, prepare your laboratory. In the future, it will be established on planet Vegeta, where I will arrange for some extraterrestrial scientists to assist you." Chapter 88. The Demise of the Dark Lord. "I understand, my lord." The prospect of venturing to an unknown planet for research instilled a flicker of trepidation in Dr. Gero regarding the future. Just then, Dr. Gero felt Lin Chen's hand resting upon his head. "My lord, what is this?" "I am enhancing your strength. Otherwise, with your frail physique, you would surely be crushed the moment you arrive on planet Vegeta, where the gravity is tenfold that of Earth." A brilliant golden light suddenly emanated from Dr. Gero's body, and in an instant, this man in his 50s felt as though he had regained several decades of youth. "Power. My body is brimming with power." Through Lin Chen's potential development, Dr. Gero's combat prowess surged beyond 900, comparable to the lower-tier warriors of planet Vegeta from the past. Work diligently for me. And perhaps one day I may restore your youth, Lin Chen remarked. Yes, yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, Dr. Gero appeared merely to be at the outset of his advanced android research, with those androids possessing powers far exceeding Earth's warriors yet to be conceived. Thus, in a remarkably short span, Dr. Gero utilized his universal capsules to transport all his laboratory equipment. My lord, I am ready. Lin Chen nodded, surveying the now barren laboratory, and inquired, have you taken the computer from the underground facility? He recalled that beneath Dr. Gero's laboratory lay a computer, which had continued the research after Dr. Gero's demise, ultimately culminating in the creation of the ultimate android, Cell. Underground? Dr. Gero, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, paused in confusion. My lord, there is nothing down there. Realizing he may have overthought the matter, Lin Chen understood that Dr. Gero had likely not yet expanded his laboratory. Very well, then let us depart. Having spoken, Lin Chen, accompanied by Dr. Gero and Hanasia, instantaneously transported themselves to planet Vegeta. In the original narrative, this marked the first monumental battle encountered by Son Goku, and Lin Chen was determined not to miss it. At that moment, the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo had invaded the royal palace of the human kingdom, declaring himself the new king. Meanwhile, Goku, having endured the torment of the super divine water, finally harnessed its power alongside his Saiyan bloodline, experiencing a rebirth and achieving a battle power of 270, surpassing the Demon King Piccolo by a slight margin. As Lin Chen soared above the palace, he chanced upon Bardock and his wife, Jine, who had yet to depart. Bardock, you are still here? Your Majesty. Bardock and Jine bowed to Lin Chen. Kakarot is on his way here. We intend to witness how he will confront this Namekian. Let us await the outcome together. As in the original tale, prior to this, Master Roshi had perished after exhausting his energy in an attempt to thwart the Demon King Piccolo with the Mafuba technique. Tian Jingfan, inheriting Master Roshi's will, ventured forth alone after mastering the Mafuba, only to discover that the rice cooker used to perform the technique was broken, compelling him to face the Demon King Piccolo head-on. Yet, at this juncture, the warriors were still exceedingly weak. The martial arts passed down on Earth were insufficient to produce fighters capable of vanquishing extraterrestrial foes. It was not until Tian Jingfan faced imminent defeat that young Goku finally arrived. Kakarot's battle power has reached 270 in less than a few hours. He has increased his strength by a third. How has he accomplished this? Jine exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Son Goku's displayed power. Such is the marvel of Earth. Lin Chen mused. Although Earth is but a trivial speck in the cosmos, it harbors many extraordinary phenomena. Super divine water, Namekian Dragon Balls. These exceedingly rare treasures reside on this planet, which is indeed wondrous. As they observed, the battle between the Demon King Piccolo and Son Goku commenced, their fierce confrontation unfolding around the palace. Waves of energy blasts swept through the area, transforming what was already a landscape of rubble into a desolate wasteland. Gradually, the battle approached its conclusion, despite Piccolo's relentless efforts. He realized he was no match for Son Goku. At this critical moment, the Demon King Piccolo suddenly seized the immobile Tian Jingfan, intending to use him as leverage against Goku. You'd best not move, or I shall crush his skull. Tian Jingfan, you fiend. Young Goku, filled with frustration, found himself paralyzed with fear. Noticing this, Piccolo coldly picked up a stone, preparing to exploit the situation to cripple Goku's limbs. Don't move, kid. One twitch, and he essay goner. Piccolo sneered, aiming the stone at Goku before forcefully blowing towards it. Just as the stone was about to collide with Son Goku, a figure suddenly intervened, shielding him from the impending projectile. Gazing vacantly at the figure that appeared before him, Goku was met with the astonished exclamation from Bardock above. Oh no, Kine, that foolish girl. The figure standing in front of Goku was none other than his mother, Kine. You foolish child, why haven't you dispatched that Namekian yet? Auntie, what are you talking about? I can't just, why are you so soft-hearted? You don't resemble a Saiyan at all. Alright, let me assist you this time. With that, Kine swiftly moved to the side of King Piccolo, deftly severing his left arm with a mere flick of her wrist, rescuing Tan in the process. My hand. King Piccolo howled, utterly taken aback, as he had not anticipated that another formidable opponent would emerge from nowhere, aside from the boy before him. What had transpired on Earth during his centuries of confinement? Alright boy, I've saved your friend. Now swiftly eliminate this Namekian. I understand. Thank you, Auntie. Goku shouted, channeling all his strength into his right fist and charging at King Piccolo with full force. In a frenzied state, the disarmed King Piccolo hurled multiple energy blasts at Goku, who was engulfed in a blinding explosion upon impact. Yet, amidst the brilliance, Goku suddenly darted out and delivered a decisive blow that pierced through King Piccolo. Chapter 89. The rescuer must save themselves. King Piccolo, unable to fathom the situation, glanced down to discover a gaping hole had been created in his chest. I have lost, he uttered with a bitter laugh, suddenly expelling a white egg from his mouth and casting it towards the distant northern reaches. My son. You must avenge your father. The source of evil must not be extinguished. With a violent explosion, King Piccolo was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The entire sequence, from the expulsion of the egg to his utter annihilation, transpired in mere moments, leaving those present largely oblivious. However, Lin Chen and Bardock, high in the sky, witnessed the event with clarity, as did Kine on the ground. Seeing that her son had not eradicated the threat entirely, Kine was poised to intervene once more. Yet, at that moment, Bardock's voice resonated through her communicator. Enough, Kine. Your intervention has been sufficient. Let Kakarot rectify his own mistakes. Very well, Kine acquiesced, halting her actions and allowing the egg to disappear into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha and the others, resolute in their perilous endeavor to aid Tien, arrived on the scene. Upon learning of King Piccolo's demise, they erupted in exuberant celebration. We did it. Goku has defeated King Piccolo. Marvelous. King Piccolo has been vanquished. Goku, you have saved the world. Supported by his friends, Goku managed a pained smile, acknowledging, it wasn't solely me. Had it not been for this auntie's assistance, both Tien and I might have perished. Auntie. The group, upon hearing this, finally noticed the presence of another individual at the scene. Although Yamcha was unfamiliar with her, Oolong and Por both found the woman somewhat recognizable. As for Bulma, she immediately identified her as one of the Saiyans who had come to Earth alongside Lin Chen. With her presence confirmed, Lin Chen was surely nearby. Bulma raised her head and soon spotted Lin Chen and Bardock descending from the sky. Big brother Lin Chen. Bulma exclaimed. Hello, Bulma and everyone. Lin Chen greeted them with a warm smile as he landed gracefully. It's you. Yamcha retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Why have you only just shown up? Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Why didn't you lend a hand? Don't you know that Master Roshi and Krillin are dead? How dare you? A sudden surge of energy erupted from Bardock, sending Yamcha flying. Oolong and Por hastily rushed over to help Yamcha to his feet. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan was taken aback. Just a fleeting glance revealed that these two men were likely more fearsome than the Demon King Piccolo himself. Enough, Bardock, Lin Chen interjected, turning his gaze toward the equally perplexed Goku. Goku, do you also believe I should intervene? Yes, yes, Goku exclaimed. Big brother Lin Chen, you're so powerful. If you had acted sooner, many lives could have been saved. But we are not Earthlings. Why should we save you? Lin Chen countered unexpectedly. Goku was momentarily speechless, and Tianjin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Goku, do you recall when I told you that we are not of this Earth? Thus, the fate of the Earth holds no significance for us, Lin Chen continued. This universe is fraught with myriad dangers, and threats like the Demon King Piccolo are but trifles in comparison. We may save you once, but we cannot perpetually safeguard your planet. If you wish for Earth to be truly safe, it is only through your own strength that it can be achieved. To save others, one must first save oneself. Only when you possess the power to protect Earth can you ensure its peace. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Goku and Tianjin Fan fell silent. Yamcha, though reluctant, had to concede that he was correct. If they had been strong enough, the chaos caused by the Demon King Piccolo would not have resulted in so many casualties. But Master Roshi and Krillin are dead. Yamcha protested despairingly. That is not a problem. We can use the dragon to bring them back, Goku replied. Tianjin Fan's expression darkened at this. Goku, you don't understand. The dragon has already been killed by the Demon King Piccolo. What? Then what about Grandpa Roshi and Krillin? Goku gasped, trembling in shock. Fear not. The dragon was created by the gods. As long as we request it, the dragon can be resurrected, Lin Chen assured him. The gods? Goku was taken aback. Oolong, however, scoffed dismissively. How could there be gods in this world? No, gods do exist. Bulma interjected suddenly. Goku, the gods are atop Korin Tower. I once ascended there with big brother Lin Chen. Then what are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud. Goku called out, ready to set off for Korin Tower. Wait. Tianjin Fan called after him. The Korin Tower you just mentioned? Is it the legendary sanctuary of martial arts? Indeed. In the past, I had undergone training there, and this time, my ability to defeat the Demon King Piccolo is attributed to the assistance of a sage known as the Cat Sage from Korin Tower. It turns out that the legends are indeed true. Please take me with you. I aspire to grow stronger. This encounter with the Demon King Piccolo has made me realize how much I still lack, and I am determined to become more powerful next time. I shall not require your aid to rescue me, Tianjin Fan declared. I wish to join as well. Yamcha stepped forward, stating, this time, I was unable to assist in any way, but I will surely catch up with you all. Everyone turned to Goku, who nodded vigorously. All right, let us journey to Korin Tower together. The three, ignited with fighting spirit, prepared to set forth on the path to Korin Tower. After bidding farewell to the others, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan boarded a plane, while Sun Wukong leapt onto the flying Nimbus. On the day I become powerful enough, I hope you, brother Lin Chen, will come to teach me. Very well, I shall await that day, Lin Chen replied with a smile and a nod. Then, farewell. Sun Wukong waved to them as he was about to depart. Just then, a voice called out, Kakarot. Sun Wukong halted. Uncle, is there something you need? Do your best to grow stronger, Bardock urged, suppressing his emotions. Stay safe, Jin added. Sun Wukong nodded at the two before vanishing into the horizon. Goodbye, Bulma launch. Oolong Puer, Tianjing Fan and Lepin also bid farewell to everyone as they pursued Wukong. Chapter 90. The Seance at the Heavenly Temple. After parting with Lin Chen and the others, Wukong, along with Tianjing Fan and Yamcha, made their way to Karen Tower. Having defeated the Demon King Piccolo, Wukong successfully obtained the Cat Sage's permission to ascend to the Heavenly Temple and meet the god. Meanwhile, Tianjing Fan and Yamcha would begin their ascent from the base of Karen Tower. As the two commenced their climb, the Cat Sage escorted Sun Wukong to the pinnacle of the tower. Insert the Rui Bang into the groove. It will extend and allow you to reach the temple. He continued, and these bells serve as your credentials to meet the god. Sun Wukong nodded, following the instructions, and with the aid of the Rui Bang, soared into the clouds, swiftly disappearing from sight. The Cat Sage stroked his beard, smiling gently. Lin Chen is indeed correct. The martial arts on Earth have been far too primitive. For the safety of Earth, it is time to revitalize its martial arts. One who saves others must first save themselves, huh? By the way, Wukong is sure to be astonished when he meets those two at the Heavenly Temple. Wow, how fast! Karen Tower is already out of sight. Shortly thereafter, after passing through thick clouds, Sun Wukong finally beheld the Heavenly Temple suspended in the sky. With precision, the Rui Bang inserted into the groove at the temple's base, and Sun Wukong climbed the side ladder, leaping onto the temple's platform. Gazing at the magnificent palace, curiosity filled Sun Wukong, and at that moment, he spotted a figure not far away. In the original tale, it was Mr. Popo, the servant of the god, who welcomed Sun Wukong. However, in this world, the figure appearing before Wukong was a young man with black hair, seemingly a few years his senior. Oh, you are the god? I am not just anyone. I am Broly, a candidate for the god of destruction. The young man with ebony hair is, in fact, Broly, who has resided in the Divine Hall for many years. Candidate? What does that mean? Goku blinked in confusion. The deity replied, one day, I shall become the next god of destruction. Wow, so you could be considered a god? Greetings. I wonder if you can resurrect the eternal dragon for me? Goku performed a respectful bow. I am afraid that is a task reserved for the god of destruction. If you wish to meet him, you must undergo a trial. Broly stated matter-of-factly. A trial? Wouldn't this bell suffice? Goku produced the bell belonging to the Cat Sage. Broly cast a glance at it and remarked, the bell merely serves as a token allowing you to take the trial. To meet the god of destruction, further challenges await. What kind of challenges? Goku inquired. Simply put, you must be able to touch me, Broly replied. Huh, this trial sounds oddly familiar, Goku murmured, shrugging it off. Alright then, let us begin. Well, the original trial was a martial contest, but I am not fond of fighting. Is that so? What a pity. I find martial contests quite enjoyable. Ever since defeating Demon King Piccolo, Goku has felt an unwavering confidence, believing that few could rival him in combat. Little did he know, the being before him existed in a realm far beyond his own. Here I come. With that, Goku suddenly vanished from his original spot. However, the next moment, he found himself struck by an unseen force, tumbling to the ground just 2 steps away from Broly. Ouch! What was that just now? Goku exclaimed, bewildered as he picked himself up, finding nothing amiss. How strange. Could it have been my imagination? Mr. Broly, here I come. Goku unleashed his afterimage technique, attempting to flank Broly. Yet, as he executed the move, something struck him on the face once more, leaving it swollen. Goodness, that hurts. What on earth was that? Goku looked up, his expression turning to astonishment as he finally discerned that it was Broly's tail, an appendage identical to his own. Why, you are also a Saiyan. Indeed, Broly affirmed. It was Brother Linkus who brought me here. Linkus? You mean Lin Chen? Ah, so it is him. No wonder. Goku exclaimed in realization. So may I train here? Broly raised an eyebrow. Yes, I wish to undergo rigorous training and then pass the trial to meet the god of destruction, even with such a vast difference between us. You refuse to give up? Indeed. Goku clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Broly smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this Goku is indeed as Brother Linkus described, completely unlike any typical Saiyan. At that moment, the god of destruction, who had been observing from the shadows, decided to finally meet Goku. Subsequently, Goku encountered the old god of destruction, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo, and witnessed the god's power to resurrect the eternal dragon. After fulfilling his mission of visiting the Divine Hall, Goku soon learned of a staggering revelation. Sun Wukong, you have vanquished the Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. A truly remarkable feat the heavenly god praised, yet lamented, for the Demon King Piccolo had not perished. In his final moments, he left behind a doppelganger, one even mightier than himself, destined to wreak havoc upon the world once more. For specific reasons, both Broly and I cannot confront this threat directly. Thus, in the coming 3 years, you must engage in rigorous training to safeguard the peace of Earth in the future. I understand. Brother Lin Chen has taught me that we can only protect the Earth with our own strength, and we cannot rely on others. Wukong declared. Your resolve is commendable. The heavenly god nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, the dragon revived, and those slain by the demon king Piccolo were resurrected, including Master Roshi and Krillin, who awoke from their coffins. Aware that all this was due to Wukong's efforts, Krillin resolved to ascend to Kirin Tower to cultivate himself. Meanwhile, on Earth, as a ripple effect from Lin Chen's actions, the warriors began training with even greater fervor than before. On planet Vegeta, Your Majesty Linkus. We have received news from the Galactic Patrol. They have confirmed the whereabouts of Slug. Within the Saiyan Royal Palace, Lin Chen received urgent intelligence from Paragus. Is it confirmed? We cannot allow them to escape this time. Lin Chen inquired. That should not be the case, Your Majesty, for according to the Galactic Patrol's information, Slug appears to be cultivating a Tree of Might. Chapter 91, The Battle for the Tree of Might. The Tree of Might? Did I not destroy it already? Lin Chen gasped. Years prior, after merging with the Ultra Bloodline, Lin Chen encountered a desperate Darius attempting to cultivate the fruits of the Tree of Might on planet Vegeta. To accomplish his mission, Lin Chen effortlessly obliterated both Darius and the tree. How could another Tree of Might have emerged, especially in the hands of the malevolent Namekian Slug? The Tree of Might. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though he had once believed the fruits of the tree to be of no further use to him, they remained invaluable for the science of planet Vegeta, offering a rapid enhancement of power in a short span. Moreover, the fruits could aid him in honing his mental fortitude. Therefore, he resolved not to let the opportunity of the tree slip away again. How long does it take to travel from planet Vegeta to planet Lalu? That far. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lalu lies within the Eastern Galaxy, well beyond our operational radius. The Galactic Patrol has suggested, if all else fails, that Your Majesty might need to intervene personally. Very well, inform the Galactic Patrol that I shall take action myself. Additionally, Paragus, organize a team to investigate the Northern Galaxy for any planets suitable for life, yet devoid of intelligent beings. Paragus raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, you mean? If possible, I intend to acquire the seeds of the Tree of Might. I understand. I shall commence the investigation at once. Paragus, having tasted the fruits of the tree, was well aware of their benefits. Your Majesty, will you be acting alone this time? Lin Chen inquired. Summon Bardock and Hanasia, and gather 5 elite warriors. I shall transport them all using instant transmission. He resolved decisively. While he could likely handle Slag alone, it was prudent to bring additional allies to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Paragus nodded and promptly began assembling the necessary personnel. As Paragus hurriedly sought out reinforcements, an elderly figure suddenly obstructed his path. Glancing at the individual, Paragus recognized him as Dr. Groh. Your Majesty is embarking on a mission, and I am to rally the troops. Is there something amiss? And no, nothing at all. I was merely curious. Is it true that Lin Chen, or rather, His Majesty Linkus, is personally undertaking this mission? Is the adversary particularly formidable? Dr. Groh's expression was one of keen interest. Indeed. Otherwise, why would His Majesty take the field himself? Paragus furrowed his brow. Dr. Groh, you have only just arrived on planet Vegeta. It would be wise to refrain from prying into such matters and focus on your research. Yes, I understand. Dr. Groh nodded vigorously. Seeing the matter settled, Paragus turned his attention back to the task at hand. Soon after, Bardock and the others arrived at Lin Chen's side. In addition to Bardock and Hanasia, the 5 warriors Paragus had gathered were all formidable fighters, each possessing a battle power exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing the mission details, they promptly placed their hands on Lin Chen, who initiated instant transmission, whisking them all away to the planet Lalu, a once thriving agricultural planet. Had not developed a civilization of its own. However, after being discovered by a certain civilization under the Galactic Patrol, it was transformed into a lush agricultural haven dedicated to cultivating various crops. Yet now, this planet, which should have been teeming with vitality, had succumbed to desolation. The landscape appeared lifeless, with wilting plants and extinct fauna. The only remnant of life was a colossal tree that stretched into the stratosphere, its expansive canopy blocking the warm sunlight from the star above. Beneath this giant tree, the soldiers of Slag's Legion stood vigilantly, patrolling the area to protect the growing fruit of the spirit tree from would-be thieves. Meanwhile, within Slag's spacecraft, he savored a spirit tree fruit he had procured from Dales's treasures, impatiently demanding, how much longer until the spirit tree fruits mature? My king, the fruits should be ripe by today at the latest. Excellent. This spirit tree truly provides sustenance worthy of the gods. After consuming just a few, I can feel the vitality surging through every cell of my being. If I could devour all the fruits from this planet, no one in this universe would stand as my adversary. Just as Slag raged, the energy detector aboard the ship emitted a series of incessant beeps. Moments later, a voice called out, My king, strangers have suddenly appeared on the planet. Their battle power seems extraordinarily strong. Extraordinarily strong? How formidable are they? Slag inquired. My king, their battle power exceeds 3 million. We dared not continue our exploration, For the risk of explosion from the ships, detectors loomed ominously. 3 million? Upon hearing this figure, several of Shrag's direct subordinates gasped in disbelief. Yet, Shrag merely lifted his gaze coldly, fixing his stare upon them. His subordinate immediately trembled, hastily attempting to clarify, "My lord." What I meant was, but Shrag would not allow him to continue. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a beam of light, silencing the subordinate forever. A paltry 3 million battle power is sufficient to make me retreat? How absurd. I, Shrag, have no need for such cowardly subordinates. Yes, yes, my lord. The others responded in unison. Shrag cast aside his cloak and, with resolute strides, ventured outside. Come, let us discover which fool dares to covet the fruits of my spiritual tree. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions were equally astonished by the colossal form of the spiritual tree, casting a shadow over the sky. In comparison to the spiritual tree on Vegeta, this one was far more immense. The size of a spiritual tree is determined by the life energy present on the planet. As Lalula is an agricultural planet, its vitality far surpasses that of Vegeta, resulting in a spiritual tree nearly 10 times larger than that on Vegeta. Particularly, the fruits adorning its branches resembled a myriad of stars, countless and resplendent. Chapter 92, Super Namekian. My lord, there must be thousands of spiritual tree fruits here. Hennessy remarked in awe. This planet seems to be at least twice the size of Vegeta, which likely accounts for this phenomenon, Bardock added. Lin Chen clenched his fists and declared, "These spiritual tree fruits belong to us Saiyans. Hennessy, Bardock, take your people and deal with Shrag's subordinates. I shall confront Shrag." "Yes, Lord Lin Chen," Bardock replied without hesitation. However, Hennessy interjected, "Your Majesty Lin Kes, allow me to handle Shrag." "You? Hannah, have you consulted the detector? Shrag's battle power has reached a staggering 20 million. What?" Hennessy exclaimed, promptly activating the energy detector. Bardock and the others, alarmed, also turned on their devices. Moments later, gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could a Namekian possess such formidable battle power? Hennessy questioned in confusion. She was not entirely ignorant of Namek. The warriors from that planet typically had powers merely in the thousands, some even lower, akin to the Namekian on Earth, whose power was not even 1,000. Yet suddenly, a Namekian appeared with a power exceeding that of the frozen demon, prompting an instinctive assumption that their detectors were malfunctioning. However, the Saiyans who had come to Lalula had all learned to sense ki. When they set aside their detectors to perceive Shrag's aura, they were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming presence, far surpassing that of Frieza, and even more potent than the ancient Gula they had encountered on Ivert Star. Shrag is a super Namekian, akin to a super Saiyan, representing the pinnacle of power among his kind. "Hannah, you are no match for him now," Lin Chen remarked. "And what about you, your Majesty Lin Kex?" Hannah's complexion turned pale. Ever since she had transformed into a super Saiyan, she had never before experienced such a sense of helplessness. "Fear not. If it were another super Namekian, I might indeed struggle. But Shrag is still far from being a challenge," Lin Chen replied with a cheerful smile, revealing his pristine white teeth. In truth, had he been confronted by the Piccolo from the original narrative, who fused with the Elder Kai during the Android saga, even Lin Chen, possessing the bloodline of the Transcendent, would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. For at that time, Piccolo's strength was at least 5 times that of the original Frieza, boasting a combat power exceeding 500 million, which would roughly translate to around 50 million in Lin Chen's current world, augmented by the extraordinary abilities of the Namekians. However, compared to the future Piccolo, Shrag seemed to lack rigorous training, possibly due to his prolonged period of aging. Thus, even restored to his youthful vigor, his combat power exceeded Frieza's by less than a factor of 2. Hannah nodded gently, contemplating Lin Chen for a moment. Very well. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It appeared that Hannah, who had always been disinclined towards training, was now spurred on by Shrag's presence. As he watched Hannah and her companions charge towards Shrag's subordinates, Lin Chen stretched his limbs. "I hope you won't disappoint me." At that moment, the demon warriors emerging from the spaceship were already under attack from Bardock and his team. In their presence, these fighters, whose power barely reached tens of thousands, were effortlessly vanquished as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Lord Shrag, upon witnessing one of his subordinates scream as he was vaporized by a wave of energy, Shrag snorted coldly, ready to retaliate. However, at that instant, Lin Chen appeared before him in a flash. Shrag was taken aback. He had sensed no indication of Lin Chen's arrival. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, and even with Shrag's superior Namekian vision, he could not catch his movement. "Shrag, your opponent is me," Lin Chen stated calmly. You are a Saiyan?" Shrag's gaze fell upon the tail at Lin Chen's waist. "Indeed, I am Lin Kex of planet Vegeta." "Lin Kex?" Shrag's eyes narrowed as he recalled the legend of the Saiyan who had slain the tyrant Frieza. "So it is you? A Saiyan? I hear you killed Frieza? That is indeed remarkable for one of your kind. But if you believe that makes you invincible, you are sorely mistaken." Shrag's tone gradually dripped with malice. "With my current power, Killing Frieza would be akin to crushing an ant. I hold no grudge against you, Science. Leave now while you still can. Otherwise, once I harvest this batch of spiritual tree fruits, my next target will be your planet Vegeta. Huh? Lin Chen scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a death beam directly toward Shrag. The golden beam shot forth with incredible speed, instantly striking Shrag. The sound of an explosion echoed, startling the surroundings. However, when the smoke cleared, Shrag stood unharmed, although his attire had been significantly shredded. Even his helmet, which he had always worn, lay in ruins, revealing the iconic two antennae of a Namekian. Seeking death, Shrag roared, his aura erupting in an instant. The chilling, dark energy momentarily stunned the fighting Scions nearby. How powerful! This presence is indeed stronger than both Frieza and Kula. Hanasiya and the others widened their eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Filled with concern for Lin Chen's safety, Shrag, as if to flaunt his might, continuously released his aura, believing Lin Chen before him had been rendered speechless by fear. But at that moment, Shrag suddenly noticed Lin Chen's lips curling into a smile. So this is how one intimidates others with presence. What? Shrag was taken aback. Yet, the next instant, he witnessed Lin Chen suddenly unleash a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy surging forth as if a long-dammed reservoir had burst open, flooding uncontrollably. The erupting aura sent Shrag and his subordinates into a state of shock. They stared wide-eyed, completely entranced. On the seemingly lifeless Lalulala planet, dark clouds loomed overhead, and golden lightning struck down, exploding midair. Meanwhile, their formidable foe beneath them emitted a series of deep tremors, as small fragments of rock began to levitate due to the immense power. Chapter 93, Transformation into a Giant. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 130 million. When Lin Chen's aura finally ceased its eruption, his appearance had drastically transformed. Shrag gazed at him in disbelief. You are a Super Saiyan? Before him stood Lin Chen, radiating golden flames, his hair standing on end. Shrag's expression stiffened, as a being who had lived for centuries. Shrag had certainly heard the legends of the Super Saiyans. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder you Saiyans could slay Frieza. Indeed, you are remarkable. But before me, Shrag, all of you shall perish. Roar. A surge of energy erupted from Shrag, radiating outward. The fragments of rock drawn skyward by Lin Chen's power, along with the rumbling thunder, either shattered or scattered under this force. Simultaneously, Shrag moved, launching the first punch of the battle. Bang! Shrag's furious punch landed heavily on Lin Chen's face. Immediately after, Shrag retracted his fist, shifting positions, attacking Lin Chen from various angles. Bang! 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 His fist struck Lin Chen repeatedly, producing a dull thud, while Shrag's punching speed accelerated, crackling through the air like firecrackers. Witnessing Shrag's overwhelming dominance in battle, his subordinates erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live! King Shrag is invincible. Eliminate those Scions. Go, my king. Meanwhile, the Scions wore expressions of grim resignation. Suddenly, they heard Bardock's encouraging voice. Don't lose heart. His Majesty Lincus's aura remains unyielded. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had been enduring the blows, finally unleashed his first strike of the battle. Bam! His fist connected squarely with Shrag's face, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep, bottomless pit. Hiss! The demonic warriors collectively gasped in shock. This is how you throw a punch, Shrag. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. At the bottom of the pit, Shrag's limbs lay fractured and shattered, yet his wish to the dragon granted him rapid recovery. Despite his astonishing healing abilities, pain was inescapable, twisting his face into a grimace. Super Saiyan. Incredible. Had this been before I restored my youth, you might have been the universe's greatest warrior. Alas, I have wished for my youth through the Dragon Balls. Now, I am invincible. Prepare to feel fear. Witness the true power of my Super Namekian form. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, an ominous energy erupting once more. All who could sense the aura realized that Shrag's power was escalating again. How could this be? How could that Namekian possess such strength? 30 million, 40 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million? Lord Bardock, Shrag's battle power exceeds 200 million. What? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a towering, grotesquely fierce Namekian emerged from the vast pit. This colossal Namekian was none other than Shrag himself. Is this the Namekian's giant transformation? Lin Chen mused, gazing at the titan like Shrag. The Namekian transformation differs from that of other cosmic races. It is a transformation of stature. Not only has his physique grown enormous, but his battle power has also increased tenfold. Previously, Shrag's power was 20 million, multiplied by 10. It surpasses 200 million. This exceeds Lin Chen's current 130 million battle power by 70 million. The terrifying and immense aura caused even the Super Saiyan Hanasia to tremble involuntarily. How do you feel, Scions? Do you sense the boundless power within me? Now, prepare to meet your doom. Schlag roared, launching himself into the sky. Although his body had grown colossal, his speed remained undiminished, even more agile than before. Bam! 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 Schlag and Lin Chen exchanged powerful blows, their forms becoming fleeting shadows, appearing and vanishing throughout the sky and ground. The golden aura and Schlag's energy surged, enveloping the entire Lalu star in an apocalyptic atmosphere, where various calamities and anomalies unfolded relentlessly. Occasionally, Schlag's demon warriors were caught in the crossfire of their battle, obliterated into mere fragments. Witnessing this, the others hastily retreated to the ground to avoid being ensnared. Alas, who would have thought that the strength of the Namekians was so formidable? They could rival His Majesty Linksys? Not merely rival, Lin Chen's aura had already surpassed that of His Majesty Linksys. Such a formidable adversary was something the Saiyans, who had followed Lin Chen, had never encountered. Ever since they learned that Lin Chen had ascended to Super Saiyan status, they had believed their Linksys to be the strongest in the universe. Yet today, they discovered someone who could overshadow Linksys in battle power. This cannot stand. I must aid His Majesty. Seeing Lin Chen seemingly at a disadvantage, Hanasiya immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to assist. Wait. Bardock grasped Hanasiya's arm. Your Highness, that level of combat is beyond even your capabilities to intervene. What then? Am I to stand by and watch Linksys suffer defeat? Do not panic. Have you not noticed? Although His Majesty Linksys may not match that Namekian in combat power, he is at least still able to hold his ground, despite the evident disparity in battle power. How is it that Lin Chen remains unyielding? This question was one that Schlag pondered as well. You agile monkey. The current battle left Schlag feeling particularly frustrated. Despite his overwhelming power, the situation on the battlefield remained evenly matched. Do you not understand? How foolish. You possess great strength, yet lack the skill to wield it. You have disappointed me greatly. Effortlessly dodging Schlag's attacks, Lin Chen spoke with a hint of regret. He had anticipated that Schlag's giant form would compel him to unleash his full potential, but alas, that was not the case. Perhaps it was because he had been sent to Schlag's planet at such a young age. Since reaching adulthood, Schlag had become virtually invincible, facing few challengers. Thus, although he was a super Namekian, he lacked finesse in the application of his power. Chapter 94, The Immortal Body? Non-existent. Disappointed? How laughable. What are you to dare speak so boldly before me? Schlag's resounding voice reverberated through the air. With a fierce expression, he swung his colossal fists with a thunderous roar. Like a meteor, his enormous fists were both domineering and awe-inspiring. Yet before they could strike Lin Chen, he evaded with a premonitory grace. On Namek, there exists a unique technique known as key perception. A fellow Namekian, who wandered to other planets during the catastrophic times on Namek, refined this technique into a special martial art, allowing one to anticipate an opponent's movements solely through the perception of the flow of energy, without the need for sight. Compared to that Namekian, your power, though formidable, remains unutilized. Upon hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant words, Schlag's forehead throbbed with veins. Silence. His empty fist suddenly swept toward Lin Chen. Yet once again it was effortlessly evaded. Instead, Lin Chen stood atop Schlag's fist, sprinting along his arm with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen's fist struck Schlag's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Following this powerful blow, a barrage of rapid attacks ensued. In an instant, Lin Chen's fists and feet rained down countless strikes upon Schlag's head, culminating in a fierce thrust of both palms that erupted with a golden radiance. Kamehameha. A wave of energy, emanating a golden glow, shot forth like a roaring dragon, crashing mercilessly against Schlag's head. As the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld the shocking sight. Schlag's head had vanished. Oh, King Schlag! The demon warriors cried out in despair. Meanwhile, the Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! Long live King Lin Chen! As the cheers resonated, these elite Saiyan warriors from planet Vegeta pondered Lin Chen's earlier words, especially Bardock, who felt a profound understanding. It became clear that sometimes, the disparity in strength does not dictate the outcome of battle. Lin Chen's words struck like a revelation, resonating deeply within them. However, just as everyone believed the tide had turned, Lin Chen did not lower his guard. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the headless corpse of Schlag. Suddenly, Schlag's head burst forth from his body, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Even the demon warriors were taken aback, unable to fathom that Schlag could revive despite losing his head. Gasping for breath, with bloodshot eyes, Schlag glared at Lin Chen. Damn it! My power is clearly superior. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. With a sudden roar, Schlag opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful energy blast. This attack surpassed Lin Chen's Kamehameha in potency. If it struck the ground, it would surely penetrate the mantle. Yet, such a formidable move proves futile if it cannot find its target. Before the energy blast could reach Lin Chen, he vanished, reappearing beneath Schlag, then surged upward, channeling his fury into his fist. How can you be so swift? By the time Slag reacted, he barely managed to raise his arms in an attempt to block the impending strike. A resounding impact reverberated as searing pain erupted from his chest. Looking down, Slag was shocked to find a gaping hole where his heart once resided. Ah! Slag howled in anguish, his face contorted in rage. Yet, in an instant, he turned, sneering at the airborne Lin Chen. With a surge of energy, the gaping wound in his abdomen rapidly healed, restoring him to his former state. Saiyan, you are indeed powerful, but I have wished for immortality from the dragon Purunga. No matter how many times you kill me, I shall never perish. Empowered by the dragon of Namek. Shrag's regenerative abilities have reached a level that rivals that of the future android, Cell. Observing Shrag's aura, it seems he does not suffer the same exhausting drawbacks of regeneration that ordinary Namekians do. Unless faced with an absolute disparity in power, Shrag is nearly invincible. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered Lin Chen. Immortal? Such a notion holds no weight before me. It is merely a matter of enhanced recovery. Should I reduce your entire being to nothingness, how will you resurrect? Lin Chen scoffed. Shrag paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ridiculous. With such feeble power, how could you render me to nothingness? I shall see what you can truly accomplish. Then fix your gaze upon me. With that declaration, Lin Chen suddenly let out a roar, his form expanding dramatically, the already formidable aura intensifying. He quickly grew to over 2 meters tall, surrounded by a blazing aura of yellow and green flames. Why you transformed again? As he beheld Lin Chen's terrifying figure, Shrag swallowed hard, a flicker of fear igniting within him. It was not just him. The entire planet's residents, including Bardock and Hannah, were gradually immobilized beneath Lin Chen's overwhelming presence. How terrifying. Is His Majesty not a Super Saiyan? Is there truly another transformation beyond Super Saiyan? Hannah, as a Super Saiyan herself, felt the profound disparity between her and Lin Chen. The other Saiyans, under the weight of the Super Saiyan bloodline suppression, found themselves rendered speechless. Ha ha ha, what a charlatan. Do you think that merely changing your appearance will lead to my demise? Shrag laughed defiantly, only to hear Lin Chen reply, of course. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from view, reappearing beside Shrag's head, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. The impact caused Shrag's head to explode like a balloon, sending him crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Shrag's body slammed against the earth, but as he rose, his head had already regenerated. Dazed and disoriented, Shrag struggled to comprehend the situation. How could that Saiyan, having merely swelled in size, seem like an entirely different entity? Could his transformation, akin to my own, be capable of doubling his combat prowess? You need not rise. Lie down and await your demise. Lin Chen bellowed from the air, flipping his palm and pressing down with force. The space around them seemed to solidify, and under the weight of his might, Shrag was forced back to the ground. Boom. Chapter 95, Subduing Shrag, Mastery of Telekinesis. A colossal handprint appeared over a radius of several kilometers surrounding Shrag. Beneath this imprint, he was buried deep within the earth, his bones feeling as if they were fracturing. Though his body was rapidly regenerating, the intense agony left him with a sensation worse than death itself. Lin Chen descended gracefully, his hand clasping Slag with an effortless grip. Astonishingly, he lifted the colossal figure from the ground using a physique scarcely 1/10 the size of Slag's. Cursed scoundrel. Slag roared, suddenly spreading his arms wide and seizing Lin Chen with all his might. Ha ha, you cannot escape now. I shall crush you. Yet, as Slag exerted his strength, he discovered that his hands could not press down at all. No matter how fiercely he tried, he was unable to crush Lin Chen as he had envisioned. How can this be? Why is this happening? Lin Chen's cold voice resonated in the air. Slag, do you believe yourself to be the strongest? How little you comprehend the truth that there are always greater forces beyond your own. With ease, Lin Chen pried Slag's hands apart, and amidst the twisted expression of his opponent, he hurled Slag into the sky. In a swift motion, he unleashed 2 vibrant green energy orbs. Massive meteor. The energy spheres pursued Slag, expanding dramatically in midair, resembling twin green suns. Upon contact, Slag's body began to suffer catastrophic destruction, every cell eroding into nothingness beneath the overwhelming energy. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me. In that moment, Slag finally sensed the chilling threat of death. He understood at last that Lin Chen's prior words were not mere jest. He truly possessed the capability to annihilate Slag in an instant. Even with Slag's enhanced regenerative abilities, should every cell in his body evaporate simultaneously, restoration would be impossible. As the reality of impending doom enveloped him, Slag let out a desolate roar, his visage contorting in despair. Lin Chen silently observed the scene, when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Reminder to the host. You have unfinished optional tasks. Startled, Lin Chen recalled his objective. With a swift gesture, the 2 energy spheres dissipated, revealing that only Slag's head and a small portion of his neck remained intact. Lin Chen darted forward, grasping Slag's head firmly, and with a frigid tone inquired, Slag, do you choose death, or will you surrender? I surrender. I surrender. Slag pleaded. With a casual flick, Lin Chen cast Slag's head towards the ground. Hannah Bardock. Eliminate Slag's subordinates. I shall seize control of this planet immediately. The fruits of the spirit tree here belong to us. Yes, your majesty. Waves of shock surged through the skies. With Bardock and his comrades averaging combat strengths in the hundreds of thousands, combined with Hannah's prowess as a super Saiyan, they descended upon the meager forces of Slag's followers, whose combat capabilities barely reached tens of thousands. The ensuing chaos was akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, and the cries of despair echoed relentlessly. Ah, King Slag, save me. Help, O king. These wails were swiftly engulfed by the searing energy unleashed upon them. At this juncture, Slag's body had begun to mend. Yet the psychological scars he bore would not heal so readily. Although Lin Chen had returned to his usual demeanor, no longer exuding a menacing aura, the fear of having been so close to death left Shrag utterly demoralized. He reverted to his normal size, kneeling beside Lin Chen with trembling limbs, completely disregarding the pleas for help from his subordinates. Eventually, the harrowing cry subsided, and not a single one of Shrag's men remained alive on the planet. Under the guidance of the combat power detectors from Hennessy, none could evade the relentless pursuit of the Saiyans. Your Majesty, the planet has been thoroughly cleansed. Moments later, Bardock and his companions arrived at Lin Chen's side, kneeling as well. Bardock, there is no need to inform the Galactic Patrol that we have completed our mission just yet. Remain here and gather all the spirit tree fruits once they ripen. Understood. After issuing his commands, Lin Chen turned to Shrag and inquired, Shrag, what do the seeds of the spirit tree look like? My lord, I have learned that each spirit tree bears 1 to 2 golden fruits, which serve as the seeds of the tree, Shrag answered honestly, without daring to conceal anything. Did you all hear that? Remember to preserve the seeds. I have other matters to attend to and must take this fellow away for a while. You are to collect all the fruits you can. Understood, your majesty. Having given his orders, Lin Chen placed a hand on Shrag's shoulder and, in the blink of an eye, utilized instant transmission to arrive on Namek. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Shrag was momentarily taken aback. My lord, what are you doing? In that instant, Lin Chen's mind was flooded with knowledge pertaining to superpowers. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 68 million. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, primary martial arts talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of ki, basic telekinesis. With a slight smile, Lin Chen remarked, this is Namek. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Meet me? Lin Chen placed his hand on Shrag's shoulder once more, this time directly transporting them to the home of the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder before him, Shrag was astonished. It's you? Shrag. The sudden appearance of Shrag startled Nail, who immediately adopted a defensive stance. However, he soon realized that Lin Chen was also present beside Shrag. Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded and addressed the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, I have fulfilled our previous agreement. I have brought Shrag with me. His fate now rests in your hands. What? Shrag gasped in shock. He had thought he had escaped calamity, only to discover that his trial was merely postponed. Instinctively, Shrag attempted to flee, but Lin Chen, prepared for such a response, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form and effortlessly pinned Shrag to the ground with a single hand. Chapter 96, The Grand Elder's Enlightenment. Purifying Shrag. Please spare me, my lord. Shrag pleaded, cradling his head as he lay on the ground. Do not act rashly, or I shall end your life. Lin Chen let out a cold snort, raising his gaze towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, the power of Shrag far surpasses that of your Namek star. Without my presence, he could easily annihilate you all, so you must contemplate your course of action carefully. As Lin Chen spoke, the Grand Elder and the others were awestruck by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Such formidable power seemed to shake the very foundation of the planet. It was no wonder that even the Super Namekian Shrag was no match for him. It was clear that Lin Chen was indeed the savior of their Namek star. Regaining his composure, the Grand Elder said, Mr. Lin Chen, I implore you to temper your aura. If this continues, Namek star may not withstand it. Very well. Lin Chen responded, retracting his aura. He then kicked Shrag, asking, what do you intend to do with him? I have little time and cannot linger here indefinitely. The Grand Elder nodded, opening his eyes which had long been shut. He looked at Shrag and remarked, I never imagined, Mr. Lin Chen, that when I sought your assistance, you would not only spare Shrag, but also capture him alive. With a sigh, the Grand Elder continued, Mr. Lin Chen, I kindly request that you remain a while longer to keep an eye on Shrag. I need to summon the Dragon Balls of Namek. The Dragon Balls? You intend to summon Shenron? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by the Grand Elder's intentions. Indeed, I entrust Shrag's care to you for the time being. All right, Lin Chen said, folding his arms, prepared to observe how the Grand Elder planned to handle Shrag. The Elder did not seem inclined to kill Shrag. What could be the purpose of gathering the Dragon Balls? As Lin Chen pondered this, Shrag knelt on the ground, a look of utter despair upon his face. Amidst the varied thoughts of those present, elders from various villages began arriving with the Dragon Balls in hand. Upon seeing Shrag, they were taken aback, fearing he had come to demand the Dragon Balls again. However, upon spotting Lin Chen, they quickly realized that the situation was not as it seemed. After placing down the Dragon Balls, the elders congregated and discreetly summoned Neru to inquire about the circumstances. Why is Shrag here again? And Lin Chen as well? I am uncertain. This is all the Grand Elder's arrangement. Finally, when the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, the Grand Elder stood from his chair and personally summoned Shenron. As the Grand Elder called upon the dragon, the sky over Namek darkened ominously. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Shenron Purunga proclaimed with magnificent authority. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and shouted his wish with all his might. As he spoke in the Namekian language, Lin Chen could not comprehend the words, yet he noticed that Neru and the others turned pale, and even Shrag trembled violently. Why? Why would you do this? Lin Chen shot a glance at them and called out to Neru. Neru, what is the Grand Elder's wish? Mr. Lin Chen. The Grand Elder wishes for Shenron to dispel the malevolent thoughts within Shrag. Dispelling malevolent thoughts? Wait, isn't Slug the embodiment of pure evil among the Namekians? How can one dispel malevolence? Indeed, Purunga lowered his head, his 2 snail-like antennae floating in the air. I apologize, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Slug harbors no good intention within him, only sheer malice. To dispel malevolence would be tantamount to extinguishing his life. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, seemed to have anticipated the answer, yet he expressed a slight regret as he inquired, I understand now. It is as I suspected. So, Dragon, can you purify Slug's malevolence? Slug's power has surpassed mine. This wish is beyond my capabilities, Purunga replied. Perhaps alone you may not succeed, but if someone were to assist you, would you be able to accomplish it? The Grand Elder pressed further. It is worth a try. However, it would require the full extent of my power and the consumption of 3 wishes. The Grand Elder chuckled softly and then addressed the others. Everyone, listen closely. From this moment forth, Slug shall be the new Grand Elder. The miraculous powers of the Dragon Balls shall endure. The Grand Elder? What? The elders widened their eyes in disbelief, and Slug himself was incredulous. What does the Grand Elder mean? He intends to bestow the title upon Slug? Lin Chen was equally perplexed. What is happening? I went to great lengths to bring Slug here, and now he is to become the Grand Elder of the Namekians? How could such a nefarious fiend assume such a position? Had the Grand Elder lost his senses? At that moment, Neru seemed to grasp the Grand Elder's intentions and shouted, No, Grand Elder, is it truly worth it for someone so stained with blood? Slug's current state is my fault. If not for me, he would have been a good child. My mistakes must be rectified by me alone, the Grand Elder asserted, leaning on his cane as he approached Slug, placing a hand upon his chest. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Slug exclaimed in alarm. Yet he refrained from making any rash moves out of respect for Lin Chen. Fear not, your consciousness will remain unaffected. You will still be yourself. The Grand Elder reassured him with a smile. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's actions, Lin Chen finally comprehended the plan. The Grand Elder intended to merge with Slug, utilizing his own benevolence to aid the dragon in purifying the evil within Slug's heart. Grand Elder, Lin Chen could not help but speak up. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. It is because of you that I have the opportunity to atone for my sins. Farewell, and may the Namekians enjoy eternal peace. With that, as the Grand Elder vanished, Purunga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Slug. Slug appeared to endure immense agony, crying out in torment. Subsequently, Lin Chen observed a dark mist suddenly escape from Slug's mouth. At that moment, the 3rd Elder, Muley, shouted, Mr. Lin Chen, that is Slug's malevolent energy. Please assist the dragon in purifying it. Purify? How do I purify it? Lin Chen inquired. With your energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, then clasped his palms together. Kamehameha. The golden wave of energy surged towards the dark mist, crashing through it with a resounding whoosh, dispersing it until it vanished entirely. Chapter 97. The Grand Elder of Namek, Slag. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, Grand Elder. As Lin Chen dispelled the dark mist, the dragon wave, Polna, gazed with blood-red eyes and uttered a farewell before disappearing from view. When the sky returned to daylight, Slag rose from the ground. Lin Chen stood beside him, scrutinizing the Namekian who had once been known as Slag. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his aura had transformed completely. No longer did he exude any trace of malevolence. Instead, he emanated a gentle and serene presence akin to that of the former Grand Elder. However, it seemed that the evil forces had siphoned off much of his power, leaving Slag significantly weaker, with a fighting capacity of around 5 million. Neru sighed. To enable the dragon to dispel the malevolent thoughts within Slag, the Grand Elder has undergone a process of assimilation with him. What you extinguished just now was the accumulated evil within Slag's former body. Normally, such malevolence would spawn new avatars, and if those were killed, the original body would perish as well. However, thanks to the life force provided by the Grand Elder upon their assimilation, Slag's original form survived the demise of his avatars. I never expected the Grand Elder would go to such lengths for Slag. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh as well. At that moment, the second Elder of Namek stepped forward and said, Slag, though I struggle to comprehend the Grand Elder's intentions, in accordance with his last wishes, you are now our new Grand Elder of Namek. Slag turned, his face devoid of the hostility that had once been a constant presence. I understand now. After merging with the Grand Elder, I have come to grasp the truth. I harbor no resentment towards him. From this day forth, I shall inherit the Grand Elder's will and strive for the peace of Namek. Having said that, Slag turned to Lin Chen and bowed deeply. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. Had you killed me on Lala Lala planet, I would never have had the chance for rebirth. Lin Chen had never anticipated that the story would conclude in such a manner. The Grand Elder, who was destined to die years later, had departed this world early through his fusion with Slag. Consequently, the narrative of this world would likely become tumultuous. However, Lin Chen pondered that with Frieza already vanquished, the future battles for the Dragon Balls on Namek would not materialize, rendering any further plot considerations unnecessary. At that moment, the fruits of the Tree of Spirit on the planet had all been harvested, and even a seed had been successfully discovered. Upon tallying the results, Lin Chen and his companions had reaped substantial rewards. Thanks to the abundant life energy on Lalu Lalu planet, the Tree of Spirit had yielded at least 1,000 fruits. Lin Chen first distributed a dozen of these to the Saiyan warriors who participated in the mission, ensuring that each received several as a token of appreciation for their efforts. After consuming the fruits of the spirit tree several times, Lin Chen realized that their enhancement of combat prowess was somewhat limited. Their greater benefit lay in bolstering mental strength and nourishing one's vitality. Thus, a few fruits were sufficient for an individual's needs. As for the remaining fruits, Lin Chen planned to retain half for his own cultivation of mental power, while the rest would serve as rewards on planet Vegeta, bestowed upon those Saiyans who had distinguished themselves. In the future, Lin Chen intended to replant the spirit tree once he discovered a suitable planet. With the aid of the dragon, it was conceivable that planet Vegeta could yield even more spirit tree fruits, and when that time arrived, it would be more than feasible to offer each Saiyan a fruit, not merely as rewards but as a standard provision. By then, the overall strength of the Saiyans would likely experience a significant leap. Once everything was arranged, Lin Chen, alongside his companions, collaboratively obliterated the spirit tree on the planet Lalala, then instantaneously vanished from the celestial body. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. On one hand, the presence of the spirit tree fruits, a rare and invaluable asset for cultivation, had been instrumental. On the other, Lin Chen's legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan during the battle on Slag had greatly inspired them. Saiyans, known for their indomitable spirit, were well aware that they could not match Lin Chen's pace. Yet King Vegeta and his allies were determined not to fall too far behind him. One day, after thoroughly defeating Hanasia, Lin Chen emerged from the gravity chamber and encountered Paragus. Paragus, have you not been training? He inquired. My aptitude is mediocre compared to your majesty, and I fall far short of Bardock and the others. I have resolved to focus my energies on the endeavors of planet Vegeta and your majesty, Paragus replied. His head bowed. Lin Chen smiled, recognizing that Paragus was not merely seeking to downplay himself. Indeed, among Lin Chen's closest allies, Paragus possessed the most unremarkable talent. Although he had fathered the genius Broly, Paragus himself could only be considered average. Without Lin Chen's past enhancements and the spirit tree fruits, he would not even have achieved a battle power of 500,000. Speak, what matter weighs upon you? Lin Chen prompted. Your majesty, it pertains to Dr. Glow. He has made a request that I find difficult to decide upon, Paragus responded. Science lacked scientists, yet other planets were replete with them. Since Dr. Glow's arrival, Lin Chen had appointed Paragus to liaise with him. Any needs from Dr. Glow could be directly addressed by Paragus. During this time, Paragus had been overseeing the construction of a new research facility for Glow while recruiting experts in biology and robotics from other planets to assist in Glow's research. Now, hearing that Paragus faced a decision he found challenging, Lin Chen felt a spark of curiosity. Oh, what request is it that you cannot decide upon? He inquired. Paragus leaned closer, whispering a few words into Lin Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. I understand. I shall go and assess the situation before making a decision. Indeed, your majesty, Paragus affirmed. Chapter 98. Dr. Gero's Research in the Direction of Artificial Humans. Dr. Gero's laboratory is not located on planet Vegeta, but rather on a small asteroid within the same star system. The gravity on planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth, which, despite enhancing Dr. Gero's combat abilities, remains a burden for someone unaccustomed to such extreme conditions. Furthermore, considering that the extraterrestrial beings assisting Dr. Gero are likely not formidable warriors, Paragus ultimately decided to establish the research facility on another planet, given that it is still within the same star system. Travel is relatively convenient, taking merely a few minutes by spacecraft from planet Vegeta. When Lin Chen arrived at the laboratory via instant transmission, he found Dr. Jero embroiled in a heated debate with several alien scientists. No, this design must be executed this way, but that is utterly unreasonable. As long as it adheres to scientific principles, it is rational. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen interjected, Dr. Jero. Your Majesty Lin Chen, what brings you here? I heard from Paragus that you have encountered some issues with your recent research, so I came to take a look. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. This is my first visit here. Would you mind giving me a tour? Of course not. Dr. Jero responded eagerly, leading Lin Chen through the facility. From research rooms to laboratories, production workshops, and living quarters, the compact research center was equipped with everything one could need. As they toured, Lin Chen inquired, Dr. Jero, Paragus mentioned that you wish to obtain Saiyan corpses for your research. Is that correct? Yes, Your Majesty, but please do not misunderstand me. I do not intend to desecrate the Saiyans. My goal is to enhance my artificial human technology through this research. Dr. Jero explained, as you may already know, my artificial human technology fundamentally involves human modification. The artificial beings I created for the Red Ribbon Army, including the one you destroyed, number 11, were all products of human enhancement. Now that we are far from Earth, I wish to study the Saiyan anatomy. I believe that by using the inherently superior physique of the Saiyans as a foundation for modifications, I could create even more powerful artificial beings. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request, Dr. Jero, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Saiyans hold their bodies in high esteem and would never permit you to manipulate them at will. But Your Majesty, Lin Chen interrupted, Dr. Jero. I am aware that you possess the capability to fabricate artificial beings from nothing, do you not? From nothing? Dr. Jero was momentarily taken aback. In theory, it is possible. I did create one for the Red Ribbon Army in the past. Then let us pursue that line of research, Lin Chen suggested thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Dr. Jero, I can now offer you two choices. One is to create artificial beings from nothing, and the other is that we can provide you with the remains of some cosmic criminals for your modifications. However, I personally prefer the former. To create artificial beings from nothing? Indeed. Dr. Jero, I am aware that your past endeavors in creating androids were aimed at producing super soldiers to vanquish the enemies of the Red Ribbon Army. However, now that you serve our Saiyan race, the purpose of your creations ought to be redefined. Lin Chen remarked, at this juncture, the Saiyans do not require super android warriors. Rather, we seek fighters capable of assisting us in battle and androids that can spar with us. In other words, we need mass-producible android warriors, not a select few elites. Henceforth, I suggest that your future research should pivot in this direction. Once you accumulate enough technological advancements, perhaps you may delve into the study of super soldiers. I understand, Dr. Jero muttered, lowering his head, uncertain if he truly comprehended the directive. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly tossed a fruit to Dr. Jero. Your Majesty, is this the fruit of the Tree of Spirit? Dr. Jero inquired, regarding the rather unappealing fruit in his hand with a furrowed brow. Indeed, this is the fruit of the Tree of Spirit, which can invigorate cellular vitality. Dr. Jero, you must be of considerable age. This can extend your lifespan and enhance your combat prowess, Lin Chen elaborated. What? Such a thing exists in the universe? Dr. Jero exclaimed with delight. For someone of his age, there was no greater joy than the prospect of prolonging life. Cautiously accepting the fruit, Dr. Jero's expression shifted. The earlier hesitation and regret morphed into renewed respect for Lin Chen. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. I shall realign my research focus. However, if possible, I would appreciate some specimens of extraterrestrial beings. Lord Paragus has procured quite a number of assistants for me, and I believe I could pursue both lines of research simultaneously. Very well. I shall have Paragus make the necessary arrangements. With that, Lin Chen prepared to depart. Gene technology? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Dr. Jero asked, perplexed. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Dr. Jero, and after a few moments, he smiled. It's best if there is nothing to discuss. Farewell. With that, Lin Chen executed an instantaneous teleportation, vanishing from the research facility. Your Majesty, does this imply your consent for his experiments on androids? Paragus queried. Lin Chen nodded. As long as he does not utilize Saiyan bodies, he may proceed as he wishes. But, Your Majesty, Paragus said, a look of hesitation crossing his face. What troubles you? Your Majesty, I have heard that Dr. Jero previously created androids with power levels exceeding 100,000 using mere human capabilities. The thought of such warriors, produced by techniques I have never encountered, worries me. What if one day Dr. Jero manufactures androids surpassing our Saiyan strength? Do you believe he is capable of such a feat? Lin Chen inquired. I merely perceive the potential for such an occurrence, Paragus replied, lacking confidence. However, Lin Chen recognized that his concerns were not unfounded. In the original timeline, Dr. Jero indeed accomplished such a remarkable feat, transforming ordinary humans with a power level below 5 into android warriors possessing strength surpassing that of the universe's tyrant, Frieza. Chapter 99, 3 years. It is precisely because Lin Chen is aware of Dr. Glow's illustrious future achievements that he understands Paragus's concerns are not unfounded. Your Majesty, There are numerous technological civilizations in the universe that have met their demise due to their own technological creations. We must remain vigilant, Paragus stated. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, Paragus. Keep a close watch on Dr. Glow. Understood, Your Majesty, Paragus replied. Meanwhile, at the office of the Department of Bioengineering at North City University, a figure was engaging in light-hearted banter with several professors. Suddenly, the sound of an email notification echoed through the room. Professor, it seems you have a new email, one of them remarked. The figure approached the computer, momentarily shocked upon seeing the sender of the new email, and then promptly closed the laptop. I apologize, everyone, but I must attend to something and take my leave. Oh, farewell, Professor. Goodbye, Professor. The figure said little more, taking their laptop and departing the campus. Time passed unmeasured, and in the mountainous region of the northern city, a flying craft landed in a basin. The previous figure leaped from the craft and surveyed the surroundings, quickly spotting a red stone. As the figure turned the stone, a rumble resonated through the air. Suddenly, a colossal iron door emerged from an otherwise unremarkable cliff, adorned with a vivid red emblem that made the figure furrow their brow. After dealing with Dr. Glow's affairs, Lin Chen resumed his training, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had nearly passed. On a desolate planet far from Vegeta, Lin Chen gazed at his own form with exhilaration. Silver arcs of electricity crackled around him. Your Majesty, is this your legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? It's incredible. This overwhelming aura suggests you are the most formidable Saiyan in existence. Hennesiao exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement nearby. Bardock was also present, observing Lin Chen's transformation, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Truly remarkable, Your Majesty, this aura is, in my eyes, akin to that of a deity. Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form instilled a primal fear in pure-blooded Saiyans, while his current legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, although less intimidating than the first, evoked a reverent desire to worship. This exemplifies the power of the Saiyan King. As Lin Chen sensed that his aura had ceased to grow, he eagerly examined his attributes. Host, Lin Chen. Battle power, 710 million. Having dedicated himself to honing his mental prowess over the past 3 years, Lin Chen had not focused much on physical training. Nevertheless, thanks to his bloodline strength, his baseline battle power gradually increased to 7.1 million. In all honesty, when it comes to the enhancement of regular combat prowess, Lin Chen's progress over the past few years has not even matched that of Hennesiao and Bardock. The latter two have achieved combat power levels of 1.4 million and 1.9 million, respectively. However, Lin Chen feels no shame in this, for during these 3 years, he has primarily focused on elevating his mental strength. Through relentless training and the consumption of a significant amount of spirit tree fruits, Lin Chen has finally consolidated his mental power to a considerable degree, enabling him to transcend into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. In this state, his combat strength can experience a staggering amplification of 100 times. With a base power of 7.1 million, this results in an astonishing combat capability exceeding 700 million. Furthermore, due to the enhancement of his mental faculties, Lin Chen no longer experiences the uncontrollable emotional turmoil he faced when utilizing the experience cards. Yet, this is merely in his usual state. It remains uncertain how he would fare in the heat of battle. Contemplating this, Lin Chen addressed his companions. Bardock, Hannah, let us spar together. Your Majesty. The gap between us is far too great. Hennesiao protested. Enough of the chatter, let us begin. Lin Chen commanded. At his words, Hennesiao transformed into a Super Saiyan first, while Bardock hesitated for a moment before following suit. Indeed, over the past 3 years, Bardock had undergone a personal breakthrough, becoming the 3rd Super Saiyan on planet Vegeta. Unlike Lin Chen's seamless transformation and Hennesia's gradual elevation, Bardock's metamorphosis was fraught with challenges. Ultimately, with Lin Chen's guidance and through meditative training, conjuring the image of planet Vegeta's destruction by Frieza, Bardock harnessed his extreme rage to achieve his transformation. Nevertheless, having attained this form through his own efforts, Bardock's strength now stood at an impressive 38 million, surpassing both Hennesiao and even the ancient Cooler. As the 2 Super Saiyans appeared before him, Lin Chen smiled and turned to Hennesiao, saying, Hannah, unleash your full power. But Your Majesty, that would be rather unbecoming. Hennesiao hesitated. Enough of the excuses. Lin Chen's firm voice left her looking somewhat aggrieved. Bardock, puzzled, wondered why Hennesiao, already transformed, seemed hesitant about Lin Chen's request. In the next moment, Bardock understood. Hennesiao suddenly let out a mighty cry, her muscles swelling, reminiscent of Lin Chen's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Her stature became considerably more imposing, and her energy exploded, ultimately surpassing even Bardock's. Princess Hannah, your power. It must be around 50 million now, right? According to Linksys. I am currently in the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan 1, Hennesiao explained. 2nd stage of Super Saiyan 1. I had no idea there was a transitional form between Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing Bardock's bewilderment, Lin Chen elaborated, Bardock. There are several transformation stages within the Super Saiyan lineage. The state I currently embody is what I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Your current state is that of a Super Saiyan 1. The transformation from Super Saiyan 1 to 2 encompasses several levels, and you presently embody the common Super Saiyan form, also referred to as the first tier of Super Saiyan. Hanasia has surpassed your realm and attained the second tier of Super Saiyan. There exists a subsequent third tier, as well as the most perfected form of Super Saiyan 1, known as Super Saiyan Full Power. Upon hearing this, Bardock could not help but inquire, Your Majesty. What about you? Unlike you, my lineage possesses the legendary bloodline of a Super Saiyan, which is said to emerge once in a millennium. Consequently, my battle power enhancement in the Super Saiyan transformation is 50-fold, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, my enhancement has escalated to 100-fold. Chapter 100, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. 200-fold. Bardock was inwardly astonished, feeling the vast chasm between himself and Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's words also illuminated a path to greater strength for Bardock. Although he may not possess the innate talent to pursue this path himself, the insights he gained today might one day benefit his son. All right, Bardock, Hanasia, let us commence. At Lin Chen's admonition, the two regained their focus. Attack! Bardock bellowed, unleashing his full energy without reservation. Hanasia was also prepared, channeling her complete power and launching a wave of energy towards Lin Chen. In that instant, an exhilarating surge of energy erupted from Lin Chen, igniting the ground and vibrating the air around them. Boom! The planet was instantly engulfed by a thunderous sound, everything shrouded in the suddenly unleashed golden radiance. As the light dissipated, Hanasia and Bardock lay unconscious upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, within a mysteriously manifested house on the desolate plains, Lin Chen served each of them a cup of hot coffee. My apologies. It seems I may have exerted a bit too much strength. Your Majesty, you have bullied Hanasia, she replied, her expression one of grievance. Bardock, rubbing his head, wore a pained expression. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen chuckled. Although he had endeavored to temper his power, the disparity was so great that both Hanasia and Bardock still endured some hardship. Thanks to you both, I have now fully mastered my new transformation. Even amidst battle, Lin Chen had managed to maintain clarity, and after 3 years of honing, his mental fortitude had indeed allowed him to perfectly control the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. I wonder what changes await me after achieving my Super Saiyan 2 form. Will it be Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps a different variant altogether? Lin Chen took a deep breath, his face alight with anticipation. Given his current pace of training, reaching a level akin to that of a god of destruction in the future did not seem an impossibility. Your Majesty, it is now the year 756 of the Age of Earth, approximately the 23rd month, Bardock stated, observing his clear recollection of earthly time. It was evident that he had been attentively monitoring the planet, or rather, his son, Goku. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was fast approaching, was it not? I recall that I had made plans with Tais to watch it together. Hannah, have you seen her recently? Lin Chen inquired. Hannah shook her head. Tais seems to be in seclusion writing. I haven't seen her for quite some time. Then it would be perfect for us to go together this time. What about Bardock? Bardock paused for a moment before nodding. I shall attend as well. Excellent. By the way, Your Majesty, I have something I wish to consult you about, Bardock suddenly asked. What is it? Bardock hesitated briefly, then said, Your Majesty, ever since we acquired the fruit of the Tree of Might, the average battle power of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta has significantly increased, and Kakarot's gap with them is widening. I am contemplating whether it is necessary to provide that boy with some guidance. However, I recall you mentioning that it is best not to disturb Kakarot's training on Earth, so, indeed, Lin Chen understood Bardock's meaning. With the introduction of key perception to planet Vegeta, the average strength of the Saiyans was growing exponentially. In contrast, Goku, being a Saiyan himself, was increasingly diverging from his brethren. As someone who deeply cherished the original characters like Goku, Lin Chen initially hesitated to interfere with the lives of those on Earth to prevent any significant alterations to the narrative. Thus, he stated, Very well, Bardock. After this tournament concludes, we shall offer some guidance to Kakarot, but I would prefer to handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Bardock expressed his delight, your willingness to assist. Your Majesty is truly splendid. As the date of the World Martial Arts Tournament drew nearer, Lin Chen and his companions ventured to Earth in anticipation of the event. On May 7th, the site of this year's tournament, the Southeast Island, was shrouded in continuous rain. The reunited Lin Chen family, along with Bulma, Oolong, and Pure, arrived at the entrance of the venue. As soon as they disembarked, they spotted Master Roshi and Launch under their umbrellas. Hey, Bulma, Oolong, Pure. Launch greeted them warmly with a wave. Noticing Bulma's strikingly beautiful attire, Master Roshi felt a surge of excitement, almost compelled to approach her. However, suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he halted in his tracks, for he once again beheld Lin Chen's formidable family. Master Roshi, long time no see. Lin Chen waved with a smile. Haha, indeed, it has been a while. Master Roshi awkwardly chuckled, swiftly shifting his focus to engage in pleasantries with Bulma and the others. That monster, Lin Chen, was simply beyond his reach. Fortunately, after exchanging greetings, Lin Chen began conversing with Tais. Lin Chen, where are Bardock and the others who came with you to Earth? Did I not mention? Now that Goku has grown, he resembles Bardock almost perfectly, and Bardock fears being recognized, hence his reluctance to approach, Lin Chen explained. I must say, you Saiyans are quite peculiar. What is so wrong with a father and son meeting? Tais pondered aloud. At that moment, Tai Si suddenly halted her speech, turning her gaze to the side, prompting Lin Chen and Han Nasia to follow suit. There are 5 formidable presences, Tai Si remarked, each boasting an average combat power exceeding 400. The strongest among them has reached 500. Are they Kakarot and his companions? Han Nasia speculated. Lin Chen was also taken aback, realizing that Goku and his 4 companions had become significantly more powerful than in the original narrative. A moment later, 5 figures swiftly dashed past and came to a halt before Master Roshi and the others. Krillin, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, Chaozu, you've arrived. Master Roshi and Bulma rushed to greet them. It's been a long time. The 4 greeted with cheerful smiles. We trained at Korin Tower alongside Goku for a year and, like him, obtained the opportunity to train in the other world, Krillin declared proudly. The other world? How impressive. No wonder you 4 have grown so strong, Master Roshi exclaimed, genuinely impressed. By the way, where's Goku? Why didn't Teehee come with you? Goku? Isn't Teehee right here? Krillin replied, pointing curiously behind him. It was only then that Master Roshi and the others noticed a somewhat familiar young man standing behind Krillin and the others. Bulma rubbed her eyes in disbelief, staring at the young man, swallowing hard as she incredulously asked, could it be your Goku? Indeed. Did you not recognize me with this bandage on my head? Sun Wukong exclaimed, removing the cloth that had been wrapped around his head. It's really Goku. Master Roshi and the others gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that the once small boy had transformed into such a handsome young man. Chapter 101. The choice reappears. This champion is preordained. Goku, you've grown so much. Master Roshi marveled. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Yes, over these past 3 years. I've grown taller without realizing it. I only noticed when I saw Krillin looking shorter. Goku, if you keep saying that, I'll get angry. Krillin retorted playfully. Haha. By the way, Bulma, your lips look so red. Are you unwell? That's lipstick, Bulma replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, despite his height, Sun Wukong remained as innocent as ever. However, Bulma suddenly blinked, realizing that the grown-up Sun Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. No, it was as if they were identical. Lin Chen, it's been a long time. At that moment, Sun Wukong spotted Lin Chen and bowed deeply to him. Do your best and perform well. Yes, this time, I will surely reclaim the championship, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Goku, everyone has undergone the same training, so be cautious. Yamcha chimed in with equal confidence. After greeting everyone, Sun Wukong and his companions proceeded to the registration area to sign up, preparing to embark on the preliminary rounds. Observing their departure, Master Roshi sighed. They have all become remarkably strong. Indeed, my era is drawing to a close. Old man, your era has long since ended. My sister is far stronger than you. Bulma laughed. Master Roshi shrugged, but Tai Si has Lin Chen as assistants. How could that possibly compare? As the shadows of Sun Wukong and his companions faded from view, Tai Si turned to Lin Chen and inquired, surely, this competition will see Wukong crowned champion, will it not? Lin Chen nodded in agreement, having sensed the presence of Piccolo. Regrettably, he found that Piccolo's energy was significantly weaker than Wukong's, even falling short compared to Krillin and others. Lin Chen surmised that this disparity might be attributed to Krillin and his peers having commenced their training at the temple earlier. The training period for Wukong's group had commenced well ahead of the original narrative. In contrast, the newly reborn Piccolo remained solitary in his training, mirroring the original storyline, thereby placing him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. It was likely due to the awareness of the gap between Piccolo and Wukong that the god had refrained from possessing an ordinary individual to participate in the tournament this time around. Both Krillin and Tianjin Fan, not to mention Yamcha, possessed the capability to defeat Piccolo. Unlike Wukong, they would not exhibit mercy towards him, rendering the goddess' direct intervention unnecessary. Sensing the goddess' intentions, Lin Chen could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Piccolo. The ambitious Demon King, harboring dreams of resurgence, was about to face a harsh reality. Yet, with the absence of the fated confrontation between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, one wondered what remarkable moments this martial arts tournament might still hold. Should I personally register for a contest? At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly heard a voice. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Participate personally in the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament and seize victory. Reward. Battle power of 100,000. Choice 2. Allow contestant Mark to claim the championship. Reward. Divine magic. Choice 3. Remain inactive. Reward. 1 point of time essence. Upon hearing this long-awaited selection, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although the rewards offered were not of the highest caliber, they were indeed intriguing. Having missed one tournament and attended two, it was rare for the system to present him with a choice task for this particular contest. Opting for the first choice seemed unthinkable. He had no desire to descend into the arena and exploit the weak for the sake of 100,000 battle power. He was not so audacious. The third choice appeared tedious. It was a rarity to receive a choice task only to do nothing, which bore little distinction from being a slothful fish. However, who was this contestant Mark mentioned in option 2? As Lin Chen pondered, a commotion erupted from the crowd nearby. A group clad in karate uniforms surged forward, making their way to the registration desk. Leading them was a young man with long hair. "Hey, we are here to register," he exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table. The attendant at the registration desk promptly responded, "Very well, sir. What is your name?" "My name is Mark. I shall become the future world champion. Remember it well." So it was him? With knowledge of whom the system sought his assistance, Lin Chen glanced at Mark's battle power. "Mark, battle power, 12. Cough, cough, cough." Lin Chen choked on his own saliva, unable to suppress his thoughts. What on earth? It is evident that the system harbors no benevolent intentions. After much anticipation, the most promising reward proves to be the most arduous. With a battle power of merely 12, how can one contend for the championship against Goku and his companions, whose power exceeds 500? System, I opt for option 2. Ding, the host has initiated the selection. Please complete the task promptly. Shaking off his apprehension, Lin Chen addressed Tai Si and the others. "You two accompany Bulma to the venue. I wish to take a stroll." "Huh, where are you going, Lin Chen?" "Your Majesty, may I join you?" Tai Si inquired curiously. Lin Chen declined with a firm shake of his head. "No need. I merely wish to wander a bit. That's all. Farewell." With that, Lin Chen executed a swift instant transmission, vanishing before their eyes. Similar to the 22nd martial arts tournament, this preliminary round is conducted through arena battles, ultimately determining the final 8 contenders. At this moment, Son Goku and his companions have donned their martial arts uniforms, ready to commence the competition. "Look, this is the outfit I had specially tailored when I descended. I knew Master Mateto wouldn't prepare anything for us," Krillin boasted, proudly wearing his martial arts uniform adorned with the turtle symbol. Everyone seems to think alike. Yamcha and Son Goku also donned their uniforms, flexing their wrists, their eyes brimming with confidence. After 3 years of diligent training in the heavenly realm, nearly everyone has made significant progress. There is no denying that, aside from the deities, there exists an extraordinary master in the heavenly realm. Because of his influence, even Kaiatsu has shown remarkable improvement compared to the original story. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly stiffened, as if sensing something. His expression turned serious, and he became alert. Not just him, Tianjin Fan wore a similarly grave expression. "Goku, did you feel that?" "Yes." A powerful aura just flashed by. Krillin pointed toward a cloaked figure in the distance. "Could it be him?" "No, that aura is far stronger." Goku replied, puzzled. "Strangely, it has vanished." As Goku and the others searched for the source of that energy, Lin Chen concealed himself in a corner, covering his mouth. Once he confirmed that Goku and the others had ceased their search for him, he let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, these fellows are remarkably sensitive to energy. I nearly gave myself away. Were it not for external interference, this tournament's finals would likely have devolved into a mere contest among them." Lin Chen gazed at Goku and the others from afar and smiled. "Unfortunately, the champion of this martial arts tournament has already been predetermined, and it is none other than my contestant, Mark."